Today marks the 10th anniversary of your acquaintance with Xia Wenyuan. It also happens to be her birthday. Should I send her birthday wishes? Xingmo glanced at the notification on his phone screen, a bittersweet smile fleeting across his lips. On this very day last year, when it had been 3,000 days since he had developed feelings for his childhood friend Xia Wenyuan, he summoned the courage to confess his affections. Yet, her response was disheartening. Xingmo, I have always regarded you as my best friend. I think it would be better if we remained as we are. Xingmo, you are a wonderful boy, but am not ready for a romantic relationship right now. All his fervent emotions, once ablaze, were reduced to mere dust by her indifferent words. That night, the rain fell heavily. The youthful, passionate love he had harbored, accompanied by the vibrant red roses he had presented, was entirely buried beneath the deluge of that torrential rain. It's been a year. Xingmo sighed, shaking his head with a faint, bitter smile as he gazed out at the scenery beyond the window, but he reached out to gently swipe away the birthday notification on his screen. He refrained from messaging Xia Wenyuan. Today marked the day he would report to Donghai University that IT was also the true commencement of a new chapter in his life. The train has arrived at Donghai Station. Please take your personal belongings, and we wish you a pleasant journey. As the arrival announcement echoed, Xingmo stepped off the train. He took out his phone and snapped a photo of the platform, sharing it with his followers in the group for his video blogging account. Xingmo, family, I've arrived at Donghai Station. In no time, a flurry of responses filled the chat. The first reply came from an individual sporting a prestigious 30-tuned level crown fan badge. Benji Naily. The station is quite beautiful. You might just encounter someone wonderful here. Xingmo, thank you for your kind words to as an incoming freshman. Xingmo was a somewhat renowned video blogger. With exceptional video quality and a touch of extraordinary charm, his videos had garnered a modest success. His monthly income varied, sometimes reaching 4 figures, and on other occasions, soaring to 5 figures. Had he not declined a few peculiar advertising offers, it might have been even more lucrative. The user ID Benji Naily was the first viewer to comment on Xingmo's videos and the first to follow him. Xingmo often reminisced about the early days of their acquaintance. Back then, they were strangers, yet they maintained the necessary courtesies of contemporary online interactions. Initially, Benji Naily would leave encouraging remarks. Your videos are impressive. The editing flows well, though there's room for improvement in details. Mo1. Do you have abs? A friend of mine asked me to inquire. Everything appeared perfectly normal, innocent, and untainted. Until one day, Benji Naily accidentally sent a private message to the group chat at a year of astonishment among friends. Iced coconut latte. Good night, brother Muron. Iced coconut latte. Adorable kadipage. The group erupted in excitement. Friends expressed their indignation, declaring, I am Qin Shihuan. From that day forth, the group unanimously believed that the seemingly innocent Xing, Chun Muron, and iced coconut latte were, in fact, a couple who exchanged nightly goodnights in secret. Xing Muron was momentarily taken aback. He had never received such messages before. Iced coconut latte would occasionally send him private messages, but always in a tone befitting ordinary friends. She had never bid him good night, nor had she ever used such peculiar wavy symbols. Perhaps she was a hidden sweet girl. Xingmo did not dwell on it, for such occurrences had only happened once. Reflecting on iced coconut latte's recent reply, he felt a flicker of intrigue. A chance encounter at the station? He pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Such scenarios belonged solely to romantic novels. How could they possibly unfold in his life? Dragging his suitcase, Xingmo exited the station, inhaling a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, his gaze froze for an instant. Amidst the crowd, a strikingly radiant figure instantly captured Xingmo's attention. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down, and her slender figure was perfectly proportioned. Beneath a white dress that fell just above her knees, 2 long, straight, snow-white legs were revealed. She stood slightly to his right. Xingmo could not see her face clearly, only catching a glimpse of the girl's profile. Though merely a hint, it ignited a sense of awe within him. Aristocratic, graceful, delicate, ethereal. A myriad of enchanting qualities seemed to seamlessly converge upon this girl before him. Xingmo's breath hitched. He realized he had never encountered a girl with such an aura before. At that moment, the girl suddenly turned her head. He beheld her face clearly. Her skin was fairer than snow, with cheeks so pure and tender they seemed capable of dripping with dew. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and her large, enchanting eyes sparkled like a serene mountain spring. Her stunning visage shone like a twilight star, leaving Li Xingmo utterly mesmerized. Though her expression was as cold as ice, it conveyed a different kind of breathtaking beauty. Iced coconut latte, truly a great prophet, he mused, as his mind felt overwhelmed by the unexpected beauty before him. Yet, a girl of such caliber would assuredly have no connection with him. Li Xingmo shook his head, opened his phone, and prepared to book a ride to his off-campus apartment. Then he intended to indulge in some crazy Thursday delights. Just as his finger was about to tap confirm ride, he felt as though the girl had moved slightly closer to him. Was it merely an illusion? Li Xingmo rubbed his eyes, momentarily lost in a daze. She was truly approaching him. No, this cannot be, it is unreal. Li Xingmo pinched his own cheek. Goodness, that hurts. Is this an illusion? It can even mimic the sensation of pain. While Li Xingmo was momentarily entranced, the girl, adorned in exquisite glossy black shoes, had already reached him. Li Xingmo's heart raced. His mind raced with countless possibilities, even contemplating names for their future children in one scenario. Fortunately, he remained clear-headed. A chance encounter? A beautiful lady initiating a conversation? Such notions were utterly non-existent. The approach of such a stunning girl could only imply one possibility. Indeed, it was that kind. Hello. The girl stood before Li Xingmo, her voice soft and calm. Her tone, cool and serene, seemed to harbor a faint hint of gentleness, slightly softening her otherwise frosty demeanor. As expected, Li Xingmo confirmed his judgment with unwavering certainty. Li Xingmo exclaimed, "Ah, you're here to sell something, aren't you? Don't think your beauty can entice me. I'm sorry, but my credit is poor, so I can't apply for a card. My hair is a wig, making it impossible for me to get a haircut and style. I'm physically unable to swim or exercise. I lack local residency to purchase a house, and after 3 years of divorce, I have no need for relationship counseling. My child has dropped out, and I don't enroll him in tutoring." The girl frowned slightly, her expression cool, slowly typing out a question mark. "I'm not a salesperson." After being caught off guard by Li Xingmo's outburst, the girl's expression shifted momentarily before quickly returning to calm. A faint blush crept upon her delicate features. "Who would sell tutoring services to your child? You, a mere college freshman. Where would you even have a child?" Yet, Li Xingmo's reaction led her to believe she had not mistaken his identity. He resembled a fool who might utter such words while jesting online. "Apologies, I thought you were here to distribute flyers." Li Xingmo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Help! He had mistakenly identified such a beautiful sister as a flyer distributor. This was mortifying beyond measure. Li Xingmo felt as if he had just acquired a luxurious villa beneath his feet. "Forgive my intrusion, but I wanted to ask, have you seen my identification? It seems I have misplaced my ID." The girl softly parted her lips, her voice cool as she inquired. Li Xingmo was momentarily distracted, captivated by the faint fragrance that enveloped her. The subtle scent was indescribably pleasant, reminiscent of the first rays of sunlight in the morning, akin to freshly picked, dew-kissed berries from the trees. In an instant, it seemed as though the girl's demeanor lost a touch of aloofness and gained a hint of sweetness. Li Xingmo slightly lowered his head to gaze at her. The girl possessed a tall stature, approximately 170 centimeters in height, perfectly complementing Li Xingmo's own height. With such a subtle lowering of his head, he almost glimpsed something he ought not to have. Li Xingmo averted his gaze, feeling a faint flush rise to his cheeks. However, he noticed that the girl seemed to have caught his glance. Her warm, gentle eyes turned sharp for a fleeting moment, piercing him with a look before she delicately covered her collar. "Junior, I never expected you to be this kind of person in reality on the surface." He was a bright, youthful video blogger with hundreds of thousands of fans. But beneath it all, he was a mischievous boy stealing glances at his sister's neckline. "Hello, I am Li Xingmo. What is your name?" Li Xingmo's heart raced wildly, almost leaping from his chest. He hadn't intended to look. He had truly stumbled upon it by accident, with utmost sincerity. For a brief moment, his mind blanked. Li Xingmo struggled to shift the conversation, proceeding with his self-introduction. Knowing the other's name would aid in locating her identification, not because he wished to flirt or learn the name of this enchanting sister. Xia Wenyuan. She spoke calmly. Her cool voice and the name she uttered stirred something within Xingmo. Her name was simply delightful. Her voice was exquisite, far surpassing that of any radio host. And she was breathtakingly beautiful, as if she had stepped out from a painting. Xingmo's peripheral vision fell upon Xia Wenyuan's delicate cheek. In the twilight glow, her cheek reflected the hues of the setting sun, her lashes shimmering with flecks of golden light. He found himself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, he felt as though he had encountered her somewhere before. Have we met before? Xingmo azitata. Do you remember? She replied calmly. I don't. Xingmo confessed honestly he merely felt a sense of familiarity. Then, it seems we have not met. Xia Wenyuan pressed her lips together. Could he truly find her familiar? Yet, she had never posted a photo of herself online. Or perhaps the junior simply enjoyed this clicked approach to conversation. This sister, have I truly seen her before? She found it oddly amusing. Haha, perhaps I was mistaken. Haha, you might resemble my younger sister. Without further thought, Xingmo began aiding Xia Wenyuan in her search for her identification. After walking a short distance, he turned around and spotted a conspicuous identification card on the ground. The exquisite photo on the card astonished Xingmo once more. Thus, he failed to notice the discrepancies in the birth date inscribed on the card. Are you also a new student reporting to Donghai? Xingmo handed the identification card to Xia Wenyuan, scratching his head as he inquired. A new student? I suppose that's one way to put it. Xia Wenyuan's lips curled into a barely perceptible, delicate A, as a newly minted senior. How could she not be considered a newcomer? Haha, so you're a freshman too. Xingmo instantly felt a sense of relief that he had initially assumed that Xia Wenyuan was a senior. Now, in the presence of a classmate, he felt less anxious. By the way, your ID card was lying on the ground. It was clearly in such a conspicuous spot. How did you not notice it? Are you perhaps still waking up? Or is your eyesight not quite up to par? Xingmo's words were quite startling. That I forgot to wear my contact lenses today, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly. Young man, you are quite adept at conversing. With your charm, it must be easy for you to attract the attention of girls. She clenched her fist. Indeed, one might even chase you down to engage. Classmate, you really ought to take care of your eyes, Xingmo kindly reminded her. If you can't see your ID lying on the ground without your contacts, your myopia must be quite severe. All right. Xia Wenyuan's expression remained serene. Yet, her chest subtly rose and fell with slightly hurried breaths. Xingmo almost voiced his concern. Classmate, why you seem to be breathing so rapidly? Are you lacking oxygen? Just as he was about to ask, Xia Wenyuan's cool voice interrupted him. Thank you for helping me find my ID. Xia Wenyuan expressed her gratitude to Xingmo with composure. To show my appreciation, let me treat you to a cup of coffee. And oh need. Really, no need to treat. Xingmo's face flushed once more. This was his first long conversation with a stranger he encountered on the street. Although he was a video blogger, his videos predominantly featured himself. Engaging in small talk with unfamiliar girls was entirely beyond Xingmo's comfort zone. Well then, shall we go together? Xia Wenyuan suggested nonchalantly. Sure. Xingmo mustered his courage to agree. What could be a better beginning to university life than sharing a cup of coffee with such an attractive girl? The two made their way to the coffee shop counterpoint, 2 iced coconut lattes. Xingmo informed the staff. Wait. Hold on. What would you like to drink? Xingmo felt a bit embarrassed as he turned around, nearly forgetting he was not out with friends, but rather with a girl. He had to consider her preferences in choosing a beverage. Let's go with 2 iced coconut lattes, Xia Wenyuan replied, pulling out her phone to scan the code. Classmate, did you already pay? Xingmo asked, wanting to cover the cost only to discover Xia Wenyuan had already completed the transaction. I'm treating it, really I can transfer you the money. Add me as a friend first, then transfer it. All right. Xingmo handed over his phone. Xia Wenyuan scanned the code to add him as a friend. Xingmo gazed at the profile picture, momentarily taken aback. The pink bunny resembled the pink cat avatar of someone from the video sharing app, where he had posted his videos, appearing to share a slight similarity. The process of adding friends concluded, not without a financial transaction. The two engaged in a casual conversation, the girl emanating an air of grace and tranquility, while the boy exhibited a touch of awkwardness, striving to meet her clear gaze. Standing before the coffee shop's counter, they seemed to form an inexplicably charming pair. Meanwhile, In a place unseen by the two, a girl adorned with a birthday floral crown walked out of the station alongside another girl. Xingmo, why? Why hasn't he wished me a happy birthday this year? The girl with the floral crown stared at her phone screen, her eyes misted and momentarily lost in thought. The evening is drawing near. Xiao Shuuro observed her phone screen, her fingertips trembling slightly. She bit her crimson lip, as if a piece of something profoundly significant within her had inexplicably vanished. Shuuro, what's the matter? A girl beside Xiao Shuuro inquired, puzzled. Xiao Shuuro had been cheerful throughout their journey. Yet, the other girl discerned a faint shadow of gloom in her eyes. Linlin, do you think boys are all bound to change? Xiao's Zuorous eyelashes fluttered delicately. What do you mean? The girl named Su Mulin furrowed her brow, unable to grasp her meaning. Xiao Shuuro fell silent, her gaze tinged with a subtle melancholy as she lightly bit her lip, turning her attention forward to where two figures were engaged in conversation over coffee to a tea that distance. It was hard to discern whether they were drinking iced Americano or iced coconut latte. Neither of these coffees was to Xiao Shuuro's taste. She found them too bitter, which was why Li Xingmo had never bought her coffee before. She preferred hot chocolate. What did he enjoy drinking? Xiao Shuuro paused momentarily. It dawned on her that she seemed unaware of Li Xingmo's preferences. Is that Li Xingmo? Su Mulin gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. After all, during high school, Li Xingmo had never been this close to any other girl. It was common knowledge that he had feelings for Xiao Shuuro, just as it was well known that she had never reciprocated. Miss, if you like him, why not go after him? Su Mulin encouraged her with an encouraging glance. I don't know. If he liked me, shouldn't he distance himself from other girls? And, moreover, today is my birthday. Xiao Shuuro observed the figures of Li Xingmo and the girl beside him, a faint pang of sorrow unexpectedly pricking at her heart. But you already rejected Li Xingmo last time. My dear Xiao Shuuro. Su Mulin let out a soft sigh. Before Li Xingmo confessed his feelings, everyone believed they were a couple. However, Xia Shuuro's rejection astonished everyone, including herself. I turned him down, because I simply didn't want to be in a relationship at that moment. But I also do not wish to sever ties with him. We are undeniably good friends. Last year, it was Li Xingmo who celebrated my birthday with me. A glimmer of unshed tears shimmered in Xia Shuuro's eyes as she gazed vacantly at the distant figure. Then why did he choose to confess to me? He could have continued being my friend, which is undeniably a wonderful thing. Mulin, it's just like us. A look of confusion clouded Xia Shuuro's eyes. Shuuro, it's not the same. How could someone so enamored be content merely as a friend? Su Mulin shook her head. Did you not notice before? The light in his eyes when he looks at you is unmistakable. A boy like that, you are destined not to remain friends with. I don't understand. Xia Shuuro shook her head in bewilderment. My dear, in time, you will come to understand. Su Mulin sighed softly to herself. Li Xingmo is truly a remarkable young man. Even she had envied Xia Shuuro for receiving affection from that boy, whose gaze was so clear and whose presence exuded a fresh fragrance. Shuuro, I hope you truly will not regret this in the future. Summer. Classmate, which school do you attend, and what is your major? If it's on the way, we could go together. Two individuals, each carrying a suitcase, approached the roadside. The streetlights gradually illuminated the surroundings with a gentle, warm, yellow glow. The soft evening breeze played with the girl's long hair, causing it to dance lightly. Li Xingmo sipped his coffee, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her profile. This girl is truly beautiful, yet her aura seems far more mature than his, despite them both being freshmen. Perhaps she has had different experiences in high school, or she might even be in a relationship. Well, it doesn't matter, it's none of my concern. After all, he and she are merely fleeting passersby in each other's lives. Li Xingmo shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. He took out a ride-hailing app to summon a taxi. His luggage was quite heavy, and the school was a bit far from the station, so taking a cab would be more convenient. Li Xingmo planned to register at the school tomorrow. Today, he would first head to the rental accommodation he had arranged. As a video blogger, having his own small room was essential. The shared apartment was conveniently located near the campus. Li Xingmo had reserved one of the rooms. As for what kind of boy his roommate would be, who knows? In truth, Li Xingmo was not particularly fond of sharing accommodations. This was a challenge he set for himself, stepping out of his comfort zone. Regarding this matter, he even specially posted a video teaser on his account. Within a month, He plans to collaborate with his future roommate to create a vlog. Stepping out of social anxiety, he aims to convey positive energy. Then I shall address you as classmate Xingmo, he said. Xia Wenyuan chose not to respond to him directly, merely uttering, her lips curving into the faintest of smiles. Before he realized she was his senior, spending a few days as classmates did not seem like such a bad idea, thought I. Yes. All right, classmate Xia, Li Xingmo replied, pressing his lips together, distinctly aware of his mounting nervousness. He could not comprehend why he felt this way. Although he typically grappled with social anxiety, his earlier interaction with Xia Wenyuan had proceeded smoothly. Yet now, gazing upon her exquisite visage, Li Xingmo felt his heart racing uncontrollably. You may call me classmate Wenyuan, she offered, her expression unchanged, serene, and graceful. In that moment, Li Xingmo perceived her gaze sparkling like the stars. Li Xingmo swallowed hard. Unable to utter the name Wenyuan to be by the way, she continued, it appears we are from the same school. Taking a sip of her coffee, she fixed her eyes on Li Xingmo. He could distinctly observe the slight prominence of the bones in her delicate wrist, the faint blue veins standing out against her exceptionally fair skin, making them all the more noticeable than usual. What would it feel like to touch them? Would they be soft, akin to cotton candy? Classmate Xingmo, it's rather impolite to stare at a girl, she gently reminded him, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she witnessed his face flush and his hands flail. In explanation, it seemed the subtle makeup she applied before leaving in the morning had indeed worked its charm. Xia Wenyuan typically refrained from wearing makeup, but today's effort had consumed nearly an hour of her time. I apologize, classmate Wenyuan. You look truly beautiful without makeup. I inadvertently became captivated. My apologies. Li Xingmo lowered his gaze slightly, averting his eyes. He inwardly chuckled, realizing he could no longer afford to stare at such a lovely girl. Before someone like her, he truly felt at a loss as to how to conduct himself. Thankfully, his roommate would certainly be male. Yes, I too believe I look quite good without makeup, Xia Wenyuan remarked, taking a deep breath. Calm, Xia Wenyuan. Remain composed. You are the elegant and poised senior. You must understand that a naive underclassman might mistake the subtle elegance of the hour-long makeup for a natural look. This is entirely normal and not at all surprising. Seniors do not hold such things against their juniors. You do not wish to scold him, truly. Classmate Wenyuan, why has your breathing become so rapid again? Are you truly all right? If you're feeling unwell, I can take you to see a doctor. The caring voice of the warm-hearted Li Xingmo resonated. Nothing's wrong, it's just a foolish online friend of mine. He went on a date with his girlfriend and mistook her meticulously applied makeup for a bare face. Xingmo, tell me, how can someone be so dim-witted? Xia Wenyuan calmly addressed her naive junior before her. Aha, classmate, it seems you enjoy surfing the internet too. Li Xingmo laughed heartily. How can anyone be so foolish? It's quite easy to tell if a girl is made up or not. One simply needs to check if she's wearing lipstick. For instance, you, classmate, are clearly not wearing lipstick today, so you must not have any makeup on. Even a fool could see that. Yet someone failed to notice. Li Xingmo proudly thumped his chest. In that moment, he realized that finding topics for conversation with female classmates was not as challenging as he had imagined. At a nude lip gloss, Xia Wenyuan shot him a sidelong glance and replied, Huh, what is lip grapefruit? Is it a type of grapefruit? Is it sweet? How much does it cost per pound? Not sweet, rather dull. Hey, Wenyuan, how could grapefruit be dull? Your knowledge is quite extensive. Could you enlighten me further? I could use it as material for my future videos. Even as they boarded the bus to school together, Li Xingmo's seemingly endless questions persisted. The seasoned driver, drenched in sweat, had an instinctive feeling. The young girl in the back seat, with her cold demeanor and expressionless face, seemed like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Paired with this seemingly clueless young man, they appeared surprisingly compatible. Young man, cherish the one before you, for love is a precious thing. As the words faded, the chatter in the back seat abruptly ceased, leaving only the rumble of the engine. Chapter 4. Shared apartment. Are you not going to report today? Outside the gate of Donghai University, the girl seated on the right disembarked before him. The streetlight's glow cascaded upon her profile, showcasing her long, slender legs and accentuating her tall figure. Ah, I've rented a place off campus. It's quite inconvenient to stay in the dormitory since I create videos, so I should report tomorrow, Li Xingmo replied. Creating videos? That's impressive. It must be quite challenging. She remarked. I have a friend who also makes videos. She's young, yet she has already developed dark circles. She glanced at his panda eyes and nodded. The simple compliment brought a fleeting joy to Li Xingmo, and he summoned his courage. I create a lot of videos. If you're interested, you could follow me. Upon uttering those words, his heart raced. He feared rejection, yet if she agreed, it would provide them with a shared topic, making future conversations less awkward. Reflecting on their earlier exchange, he felt a wave of embarrassment. He truly did not comprehend that peculiarities such as nude lip gloss and natural makeup existed in this world. It turned out that one could be unadorned with lipstick, yet not devoid of makeup. Follow you. Xia Wenyuan shot him a glance, and under Li Xingmo's anxious gaze, she slowly nodded. Then, let me see your profile. All right. Li Xingmo gathered his courage and presented his account's homepage to Xia Wenyuan. Xingchen Modin, 350,000 followers. Annual Rising Star Video Creator. Below his profile was a highlighted comment, the most liked one he had received in the past year. Bing Yunatai, do you have abs? I'm asking for a friend. Is this a fan's comment? It's quite adorable, Xia Wenyuan observed. Her voice calm as she gently pressed her lips together. Haha, yes, I think she's rather cute too, Li Xingmo replied, suddenly feeling a pang of anxiety. Classmate. Don't misunderstand. Mingyi Na Tai and I are just online friends. We're not in a relationship, and there is no online romance. His face flushed with awkwardness. He spoke the truth, and Xia Wenyuan recognized it as such. A slight smile curled at her lips. Junior, we've only just met. Are you so eager to distance yourself from another version of me? Xia Wenyuan feigned tying her shoelaces, attempting to conceal her changing expression. Halfway down, she suddenly froze, realizing she was wearing a pair of shoes without laces. Classmate, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly crouch down? Are you hurt? Li Xingmo exclaimed. I'm fine. I just slipped. Xia Wenyuan waved her hand dismissively while standing up. If you slipped, shouldn't you have fallen? Li Xingmo, in a state of bewilderment, murmured softly to himself. Deep within, he marveled at her distinctiveness. Typically, when others view his video profile, they are left astonished. After all, amassing over 300,000 followers is no small feat in the realm of personal bloggers. However, Li Xingmo noticed that Xia Wenyuan appeared completely unfazed. Indeed, she was truly exceptional. Fortunately, she mentioned that she too was a freshman. Had she been a senior from a year or two ahead of him, he would have feared that he might be rendered speechless in her presence. Wenyuan, did you just seem to blush? Is it a bit warm? If you're feeling unwell, I have some medicine in my bag, Li Xingmo inquired with genuine concern, recalling that such attentive care for a girl could reflect emotional intelligence. No, you must have seen it wrong, Xia Wenyuan calmly denied. How could she possibly blush? She had merely reacted to her own comment, a simple explanation concerning her iced latte. A cool and aloof senior would not be flustered by trivial matters. She harbored no intentions towards the younger student. By the way, you mentioned you were looking for a place to rent. Where is it? Xia Wenyuan subtly shifted the topic, her lips pressed together in a thoughtful manner. When she had seen her own comment earlier, she had nearly gasped in surprise. She seldom posted frivolous remarks, only occasionally teasing him. She had not anticipated that the most upvoted comment would be that one. Do you have abs? I'm asking for a friend. Xia Wenyuan couldn't help but reminisce about Li Xingmo's reaction upon receiving that comment. He had even messaged her privately, inquiring which friend had asked, stating he could convey the message himself. Reflecting on it now, it was indeed characteristic of him. Thus, Xia Wenyuan adopted a more serious and aloof demeanor than usual. She must not allow him to discover that she was the one behind the iced latte comment. Otherwise, her seniority would be entirely undermined in their future interactions. It's just 500 meters that way, at Xingyin apartment, Li Xingmo replied. A shared apartment? Yes, but I'm uncertain about what kind of roommates I will have. Li Xingmo nodded. Well then, Wenyuan, I'm heading to the apartment now. Goodbye, classmate. Let us chat again sometime. All right, I'll return to my dorm. Their conversation was entirely ordinary, their responses typical, and Xia Wenyuan left in a normal manner. Yet, Li Xingmo felt anything but normal. Watching her retreating figure, he inexplicably felt a sense of emptiness within. Thus, he opened his followers group chat. Starry Inc. Today I encountered a girl on the road. Moon flowing silk, wake up. I encountered countless girls today. Qingran. What Ink means is that he might have struck up a conversation with a girl. Qin someone. Do you believe that? Why not trust that I am Qin Shi Huang? Qingran. So, what kind of girl did you encounter, Mo Ran? Xing Chun Mo Ran. She is quite beautiful. Possesses an admirable demeanor, and attends the same school as me. She is likely a freshman as well. Yulu Suo. Qingran. Shoo, boss. Do not say any more. Soon, Bing Yina Tai will become jealous. Xingmo ran. I have already stated that my relationship with Bing Yina Tai is not of that nature. Li Xingmo engaged in conversation for a while, realizing it bore no fruit, and thus he tucked his phone away and headed to the apartment. Hello, do you have a reservation for the rental? The front desk lady greeted him warmly. Yes, I have already paid the deposit. Great. Your room is on the 13th floor, room 1314. Please settle the remaining balance to check in. How would you like to arrange your roommates? You may specify your preference or allow for a random arrangement. Are there any suitable roommates available at the moment? Currently, there are none, but all other rooms in this type are fully occupied, so there should be one available shortly. All right, please arrange for me randomly. Would you like any additional decor for the room? The previous tenant had a romantic theme. We can assist you with a change if needed. How long would that take? Approximately 2 days. That's fine. I'll leave it as is. Li Xingmo swiped his card for payment. He had no desire to spend an extra 2 days in a hotel. By the way, with the romantic decor, I assume there won't be any mixed gender arrangements? If it's with a brother, it doesn't matter. We can just redecorate together. But if the roommate is a girl, and she walks into a romantically decorated room, that would be quite awkward. Li Xingmo shuddered at the mere thought of such an embarrassing scenario. Generally, that won't happen. Girls rarely share rooms with boys. The front desk lady chuckled. Unless you were a couple, but then you would want 2 bedrooms. The previous tenant had been in such a situation. Thus, with the room number, it becomes evident, doesn't it? She observed Li Xingmo's youthful demeanor and couldn't help but tease him a bit. Seeing his ID number earlier, he was indeed of age. Yet he still appeared so bashful. Nowadays, youngsters often grasp many things quite early. The front desk lady glanced at the study materials she had been perusing during her downtime. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Li Xingmo finally realized the significance of the room number. Are there any other rooms available? For double occupancy. This is the only one left. Very well, I will take this one. I will likely be sharing with a boy, so there shouldn't be any misunderstandings. Li Xingmo accepted the key, pressed the elevator button, and prepared to relish the solitude of the night ahead. Donghai University Girls' Dormitory. On the senior floor, a charming figure clad in petite shoes trod gracefully along the corridor. Xia Wenyuan produced her key and unlocked the door. Oh, Wenyuan, you're back? We thought you would head straight to rent a place. Her curious roommates gathered around as the door swung open. I've returned to pack my things, Xia Wenyuan replied, stepping into the dormitory and changing into slippers that revealed her delicately wrapped feet in pristine white socks. She then opened her phone. Navigating to a group chat she had remained silent in recently, yet had been silently observing. A subtle smile graced her lips upon noticing a junior praising her in the chat. Wenyuan, are you chatting with some boy? A girl behind her gasped, covering her mouth as if she had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. I'm just reading the news, Xia Wenyuan responded calmly. I don't believe you. Her roommate shook her head vigorously, sensing something amiss in her demeanor. Until today, her roommates had grown accustomed to Xia Wenyuan's cool and tranquil expression. After all, she had always embodied the aura of a cold beauty, the campus belle of Donghai University. However, just moments ago, there seemed to be a subtle crack in her seemingly innate composure, leaving her roommates, who thought they understood her well, momentarily stunned. Are you leaving tonight, Wenyuan? A girl named Su Qinglu expressed her concern. Wenyuan, your writing at night never disturbed us. You bought a silent keyboard last semester, remember? What if you encounter unpleasant roommates when you move out? The other 2 roommates nodded in agreement. Unpleasant roommates, you say? Well, I doubt that will happen. Xia Wenyuan glanced at her phone screen, which displayed her conversation with the apartment manager. With a slight smile, she assured her roommates that once she completed her current book and launched her new one, she would treat them to dinner. Then, she picked up her suitcase and exited. As she stepped out of the dormitory building, Xia Wenyuan brushed past another girl. The girl's face bore an expression of disappointment and longing, as if a myriad of unspoken emotions coalesced into a river of regret flowing across her features. Chapter 5. Why is there a girl at the door? That girl is so beautiful. Her aura is exquisite. I've never seen anyone like her before. Besides Xiao Su Mulan also brushed past Xia Wenyuan. Upon seeing her walk by, Su Mulan's eyes sparkled with admiration. She is stunning, in comparison to the girl who had just passed. Even the female leads from television dramas would pale in comparison to Xia Wenyuan, who shone like a brilliant jewel, a rich yet delicate vintage wine. In the school, there existed a girl who was even more breathtaking than Xiao Shuoro. Su Mulan mused. wondering who would be fortunate enough to win the heart of such an extraordinary girl in the future. Am I not more attractive than you? Xiao Shuero said, feeling disheartened. But you all used to say I was the prettiest. Su Mulan expressed this sentiment, and so did Li Xingmo. Today marked her birthday, yet where was Li Xingmo now? That kind of beauty is different. Su Mulan realized her words had been ill-chosen and hurriedly sought to amend them. Mulan, will you accompany me for a stroll outside the school later? Xiao Shuero suggested, having just received the dormitory key and the academic materials from the institution. The two had known each other for quite some time, and they fortuitously became roommates in college. After we finish unpacking, will you? Please, it's my birthday. I wonder if I might run into Xingmo, she pondered. I think he hasn't contacted me recently because he feels awkward about not wishing me a happy birthday. If we happen to see him, could you subtly hint that he should apologize to me? Then it would be water under the bridge. Xiao Shuero spoke with a gentle understanding. However, Su Mulan recalled that earlier in the afternoon, another girl was standing beside Li Xingmo. Hey, that girl's silhouette seemed oddly familiar. Wait a moment, could it be that girl from earlier? Su Mulan's eyes widened in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. The stunning girl who had just rolled her suitcase out, glowing with beauty, appeared to be the same one who had shared coffee with Li Xingmo that afternoon. No way. Su Mulan's mind conjured a dramatic narrative that could easily be adapted into a television series, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Yet, upon a moment's reflection, she concluded it must merely be a coincidence. Li Xingmo was typically such a shy and introverted boy. How could he possibly interact with someone like that? So, will you accompany me for a walk later? Xiao Shuero linked arms with her best friend, playfully pouting. All right, Su Mulan replied, affectionately ruffling her hair, sighing inwardly. You, too, could be quite adorable. Yet, why don't you show him a bit more of that charm? The exquisite visage of that beautiful girl resurfaced in Su Mulan's mind, and she felt an inexplicable premonition that her dear friend might deeply regret this situation in the future. At the apartment front desk, this must be the place, Xia Wenyuan said as she dragged her suitcase, following the navigation on her phone to the front desk attendant who had recently greeted Li Xingmo. Hello. I would like to arrange a rental for this double room. Xia Wenyuan looked at the screen, where someone in the group chat was boasting about having secured a rental apartment, indicating that the challenge of finding a roommate for a socially anxious individual would soon be captured in a video. A slight smile graced her lips. However, our double rooms are fully booked. The receptionist was in a dilemma. There was only one vacant room available, and it was rented by a young man. May I inquire about the nature of this gentleman? She asked, her lips slightly pursed. Ah, dear sister, do you wish to share accommodation with a boy? However, many of today's young men. The receptionist glanced at the young girl before her, and as she spoke, her own cheeks began to flush. The company indeed had no policy prohibiting cohabitation between genders, yet it felt rather embarrassing. How could a girl so openly express her desire to share a room with a boy? Moreover, this young lady was the most exquisite tenant the receptionist had ever encountered. That young man must be incredibly fortunate. I believe I should know him. Could you see if this is the one? Su Wenyuan handed over a photograph, an appealing candid shot he had shared in the group chat, which she had saved on a whim. Ah, yes. So you are acquainted. Are you a couple? If so, we have special couples rooms available. We are not a couple, Su Wenyuan quickly denied, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. An inexplicable image flickered in her mind, her delicate legs and feet peeking out from under the covers, lying next to the very person whose photos she often stole glances at. No, that was not right. She simply wished to experience living with him as a roommate, with no ulterior motives towards this junior. Oh, I see. Then, dear sister, please sign here and settle the rent and deposit. Do knock first, as this is your first encounter with that young man. First encounter? Su Wenyuan's lips pursed slightly. Indeed, it was her first time sharing a room, especially with a boy. Ah, I meant our first time cohabiting, the receptionist quickly clarified, realizing her words could be misconstrued. Su Wenyuan smiled gently, thanking her as she took the key and headed for the elevator. Knock, knock, knock. Standing at the door, she stared at the number 1314, lost in thought. After a few moments, she extended her delicate hand, clenched it into a fist, and gently rapped on the door. Ah, my apologies for the inconvenience, but I mentioned that the broadband was malfunctioning. Could you please take a look? Came the voice of Li Xingmo from within. Then, two startled exclamations echoed simultaneously. Ah, why is there a girl at the door? Why are you not dressed? The shouts, accompanied by the misty ambience of the room, instantly cast a vibrant blush across the girl's delicate cheeks. Chapter 6. It's fine to fool your friends, but don't deceive yourself. 2 minutes later. A flustered young man rushed back to the door, now clad in a white shirt and loose-fitting trousers, his face tinged with embarrassment. Fortunately, he was at least clad in fitted trousers, though he wore no shirt. This meant that the girl had a clear view of his upper body. What if others thought he was a pervert? Xingmo felt a flush creeping to his ears. Earlier, upon ascending the stairs, he had discovered that the broadband was malfunctioning. He proceeded to call for repairs, and the front desk assured him that a technician would be dispatched shortly. When someone knocked on the door, Xingmo instinctively presumed it to be the broadband technician arriving to fix the internet. Having just emerged from the shower, he had not donned a shirt before answering the door. In his somewhat limited understanding, he confidently assumed that the technician would be a middle-aged man. However, as he opened the door, through the haze of steam, he was startled to see what appeared to be a young girl standing there. In that foggy moment, he could not discern her features, but he was certain she was indeed a girl. Good heavens! Why was the broadband technician a girl? And a rather youthful one at that. As Xingmo hurried back to dress, he felt utterly despondent. He swore never to be shirtless again. No, he meant he would never again be without a shirt. Now, as he stepped outside, his voice trembled slightly. Miss Technician, I apologize, you may come in now. The broadband is down, and I am unable to use my computer for internet access. Could you please assist me? Xingmo spoke cautiously, lacking the courage to meet her gaze. Heaven knows how mortifying this was. Classmate, just a few hours ago we shared coffee. Last time you mentioned I was a saleswoman, and now you are suggesting I am a broadband technician. Classmate, do I really resemble someone who would solicit money from you? Xia Wenyuan took a deep breath and responded calmly, her demeanor betraying no emotional upheaval. Yet, in truth, her heart raced nearly as fast as Xingmo's. Just moments ago, under unexpected circumstances, she had clearly seen Xingmo's abdominal muscles, as well as the physique that was largely exposed save for the minimal coverage of his shorts. It was surprising to discover that the younger student had an impressive form. No, that is not what I meant at all. The familiar soft voice instantly left Xingmo momentarily speechless, and he hurriedly replied. It was she. What an incredible coincidence. Xingmo gazed up, stunned, to behold the exquisite beauty that had recently made his heart race. Xia Wenyuan had changed into a long skirt in her dormitory, the cinched waist accentuating her flawless figure. Beneath the hem of the skirt, the contours of her long, shapely legs were subtly visible. Her physique was truly remarkable. Xingmo could not help but swallow hard, his throat constricting. Xia Wenyuan? His eyes widened even further. Rest assured, my classmate, I will not disclose your part-time broadband repair work, he said. Xia Wenyuan sighed, realizing she had overestimated his understanding once again. She should never have harbored any expectations regarding this fool's comprehension. Was it possible that, in fact, she was not here to repair the broadband? Her lips quivered slightly as she raised her gaze to meet his. Xingmo suddenly understood, his expression shifting to one of panic. Classmate, when I picked up your ID this afternoon, I did not memorize your personal information. So you needn't have come here to confirm anything, right? I can treat you to another cup of coffee to prove that I'm a good person. I truly am a good person, Xingmo hurriedly explained. Who gives themselves a good person card? Xia Wenyuan gently shook her head, a fleeting smirk gracing her lips. The naive junior still possessed an endearing quality. Hello, I am your new roommate, Xia Wenyuan said, presenting a rental contract to him. I look forward to your guidance. Roommate? Xingmo was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. The girl he had fortuitously encountered that afternoon was to be his co-tenant? This meant they would be living together? He had never even escorted a girl home before. Xiao Shuero always returned with her mother, leaving him no opportunity to offer such a gesture. The disparity was overwhelming. Beads of nervous sweat formed in his palms. Xingmo, do you not invite me in? Or am I unwelcome? Xia Wenyuan inquired calmly from the doorway. To Xingmo. Her exquisite and radiant visage resembled sunlight cascading upon morning dew, glimmering with golden hues. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Then, please, I look forward to your guidance. He mustered the courage to reply. He took the initiative to grasp Xia Wenyuan's suitcase, ushering her into their modest abode, his heart pounding in his chest. Watching him assist with her luggage, a subtle smile curved her lips. The young junior remained adorably clueless. Yet, he seemed quite attentive. Xia Wenyuan entered the bedroom to begin unpacking her belongings, while Xingmo crouched down, concealing his face in his hands. He felt an uncontrollable heat radiating from his cheeks. Help! What is happening? How did I suddenly end up sharing an apartment with a beautiful girl? Why has the enchanting girl I met at the station become my roommate? Li Xingmo, Xian, save me. I am faced with an insurmountable problem. Li Xingmo felt the need for external support. Thus, he collapsed onto the sofa, retrieving his phone to summon his strategist for assistance. Chen Xiaoxian, what issue? Feel free to consult me regarding matters of the heart. Li Xingmo, it's not a matter of feelings. I'm just sharing an apartment with a beautiful girl who seems to be my classmate. Chen Xiaoxian, Li Xingmo, what should I do? I feel like I'm doomed. I simply do not know how to interact with girls. Furthermore, she just saw me without any clothes on. Chen Xiaoxian, Xingmo, it's fine to joke with your buddies, but don't deceive yourself. Chapter 7. If only I had an older sister. Chen Xiaoxian sat in the dormitory, utterly bewildered, gazing at the messages from Li Xingmo. He felt numb. Today was not April Fool's Day, was it? Wasn't the plan for good brothers to remain single forever? It seemed impossible, absolutely implausible. Li Xingmo must be playing a prank on him. Having known each other since childhood, they were classmates in high school and now found themselves at the same university and even in the same dormitory. Chen Xiaoxian understood that Li Xingmo wouldn't be around the dorm as he was busy making videos. He had previously teased him to guard his back and not let his cohabiting roommate take advantage of him. Now, however, Chen Xiaoxian felt completely at a loss. Either Li Xingmo had drunk too much tonight without eating cold dishes and peanuts, or, shockingly, the fool was himself. Chen Xiaoxian, have you ever heard the saying? Chen Xiaoxian, the more beautiful the girl, the more deceitful she may be. Chen Xiaoxian, how about this? Send me a picture of your roommate, and I'll help you determine if she is just trying to seduce you. Li Xingmo, I can hear the sound of your scheming from the apartment. Chen Xiaoxian, so, just how beautiful is she? Li Xingmo, she is genuinely stunning, unlike anyone I've ever seen. Chen Xiaoxian, surely she can't compare to Xiao Shuero. Li Xingmo, she is far more attractive than Xiao Shuero. There is no comparison. Chen Xiaoxian, I am Qin Shihuang. Li Xingmo, no, you're off topic. What am I supposed to do? Chen Xiaoxian, if you don't send a picture, what is the point of your words? Chen Xiaoxian then sent a series of playful emojis and ceased replying. In the dormitory, the other two roommates were equally intrigued. Xiaoxian, who were you chatting with just now? Was it that classmate Li Xingmo who doesn't stay in the dorm? Inquired Su Ziong, one of the roommates. He was somewhat handsome, with a family engaged in business, possessing a certain level of affluence. However, when it came to matters of love, Su Ziong was utterly clueless, a complete innocent. He had harbored feelings for a girl since high school and pursued her until now. Aside from consistently sending good morning and good night messages, Su Ziong had no idea how to engage with girls. Recently, he had begun to feel that success in his pursuit was imminent, with the progress bar nearly at 99.99. Indeed, he mentioned that he is sharing an apartment with a beautiful young lady. Oh, so, does this mean Xingmo is living with his girlfriend? How could that aloof fellow possibly have a girlfriend? I firmly believe he will be the last among us to find a partner, Chen Xiaoxian asserted with conviction. But what if it is true? Otherwise, why would he choose not to stay in the dormitory? Another roommate, Ren Wangfei, joined the conversation with enthusiasm. Ren Wangfei, though of average appearance, had a father who was a chef, possessing remarkable culinary skills. In our dormitory, birds of a feather flocked together, and Ren Wangfei, true to expectations, possessed a negative emotional history. However, he considered himself quite adept at playing the role of a strategist. Previously, Ren Wangfei had orchestrated a confession for his high school heartthrob friend, leading to a successful outcome. This was a source of pride for him. Upon hearing the gossip, Ren Wangfei eagerly approached, his face alight with excitement. Ah, Xingmo is my brother. We have known each other for quite some time. Back in high school, he pursued a girl for an extended period, yet to no avail in the end. Chen Xiaoxian expressed concern. When you see him next, please refrain from bringing up this topic. I fear it may upset him. Oh, understood. In the dormitory, the three single gentlemen reached a consensus. By the way, did you see the campus beauty ranking that was shared in our group? That first-place senior from the 4th year is stunning. This freshman is impressive as well. But I still believe the senior is more beautiful. Su Ziong and Ren Wangfei were nearly blinded by the array of beauties showcased in the ranking. The top few on the campus beauty list are ethereal goddesses. You might as well forget about it. It's best to get some sleep. Dreams can offer anything. Why is that, Brother Xian? Su Ziong and Ren Wangfei inquired with curiosity. Chen Xiaoxian cleared his throat. The top of the beauty ranking, the 4th-year senior Xia Wenyuan, is a renowned attraction of our school, the super ice mountain of the Alps. What do the icebergs have to do with the Alps? The two couldn't help but scoff. The Alps are not icebergs. Because she is so sweet in appearance, sweeter than alpine sugar, Chen Xiaoxian proclaimed with pride. However, this esteemed beauty has a personality as frigid as the Arctic. Other than matters pertaining to her studies, she never utters a word to the boys. Chen Xiaoxian clicked his tongue. It is said that not only at our school, but many outstanding seniors from local universities are utterly captivated by her. In any case, Senior Xia is universally acknowledged as unattainable. Chen Xiaoxian sighed, suddenly feeling less envious of Li Xingmo. What does it matter if he shares an apartment with a beautiful girl? After all, it is not with the campus beauty. If he is capable, let him deceive Senior Xia into sharing an apartment. Humph. Chen Xiaoxian contentedly savored the spicy strips Su Xiong had handed him. Delightful. And what about the second place? Su Xiong and Ren Wangfei were filled with disappointment. Initially, I had hoped to catch a glimpse of my senior's photograph, yet it appears that they have lost all interest. Even in that regard, the other party's rank is far too elevated. It is inconceivable for them to become a member of the 111 dormitory. Consequently, their attention shifted to the second contender. The second place? That position is indeed contentious, as opinions vary widely. Only Senior Xia stands out as a formidable challenge. Recently, a rapidly ascending candidate named Xiao Shuero has emerged, presenting a promising challenge for second place. She is a freshman from our cohort, and Xingmo has been pursuing her for quite some time. As for this woman, I prefer not to comment, though I sincerely hope she keeps her distance from my brother, Chen Xiaoxian remarked solemnly. Thus, this narrative conveys that pursuing the campus belle often leads to futility. Ren Wangfei, with an air of confidence, stated that Xingmo's attempts to court the campus beauty were destined for failure. He ought to redirect his affections elsewhere, rather than fixate on the campus belle. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Chen Xiaoxian nodded. Although there are inherent issues with Xiao Shuero, Ren Wangfei's assertion rings true. Ordinary individuals seeking to win the affections of the campus beauty typically encounter disheartening outcomes. A glance at the boys vying for Xia Wenyuan makes this abundantly clear. Let us depart, brothers, and procure some daily necessities. Perhaps we may serendipitously encounter some lovely ladies, Ren Wangfei suggested after a brief discussion. Should we make a phone call to invite Xingmo along? Although he doesn't reside in the dormitory, it would be prudent to become acquainted sooner rather than later. Su Xiong proposed. Little does he know what his beautiful roommate is up to. We can discuss it another time, Chen Xiaoxian replied, shaking his head. As the trio playfully exited the dormitory. In the apartment, Xia Wenyuan had yet to emerge from her bedroom. Li Xingmo nestled on the sofa, feeling somewhat at a loss as Chen Xiaoxian had indeed ceased to respond to messages. The air was imbued with the faint, lingering fragrance left behind by the young lady, a delightfully sweet citrus aroma. Upon inhaling this scent, Li Xingmo felt his heart inexplicably quicken. Why hasn't she come out yet? What could she possibly be doing? How should I continue to engage her in an emotionally intelligent conversation? Li Xingmo sensed he was facing one of the greatest challenges of his life. Fortunately, Xia Wenyuan was of the same academic standing. Thus he felt somewhat equipped to handle the situation. Had she been an upperclassman, it would have been truly daunting. Li Xingmo, being an only child and the eldest in his family, had some younger female cousins, but no sisters. Occasionally, he mused about how wonderful it would be to have a gentle sister. If that were unattainable, perhaps a girlfriend with an elder sisterly disposition might suffice. Yet, he dismissed the notion, realizing he had no means of interacting normally with older girls. Shaking his head, he found himself inexplicably envisioning Xia Wenyuan's visage. Despite being of the same grade, he perceived her to possess an undeniable sisterly aura. As Li Xingmo pondered, he felt a flush creep across his cheeks. Chapter 8. Would you like to bathe together? Just as he was lost in thought, a notification chimed on his phone. Instantly, he perked up. Had Chen Xiaoxian replied? However, upon opening the chat, his heart sank. It was not Chen Xiaoxian, but rather a message from his little cousin. Lai Xintian. Hey, big brother. How have you been lately? Are you eating well? Are you keeping warm? I miss you. Li Xingmo. Speak plainly, please. Thank you. Lai Xintian. Zhongding. 450 explosive gold coins. Li Xingmo. Well, that's much more normal. 50 red envelope. Closing his phone, Li Xingmo couldn't help but smile wryly. He wondered when these little girls would grow up. Lai Xintian, who had just entered her senior year of high school, was indeed quite whimsical in her demeanor. She spoke to him without any formality, lacking decorum. Yet, beneath this playful exterior, she truly cherished her older brother. Back when Li Xingmo was fervently pursuing Xiao Xueyo, Li Xintian had played the role of a charming undercover agent on her behalf, contributing significantly, albeit ultimately in vain. After sending the red envelope, Li Xingmo found himself once again lamenting the absence of an elder sister. He even found himself wishing that his roommate were an upperclassman. The instant this thought crossed his mind, he was taken aback. Xia Wenyuan had already mentioned she was also a freshman. Why would he entertain such notions? He quickly shook his head. Being of the same year was perfectly fine as well. If she were truly an upperclassman, they might not get along anyway. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door creaking open. Xia Wenyuan emerged from her room, having tidied her belongings, her feet clad in adorable bare slippers. She wore no socks, revealing her delicate, fair feet. Li Xingmo swore he did not look excessively. He absolutely did not. He had no interest in the cute attributes of girls. Wenyuan, are you planning to take a shower? The water heater is ready, he inquired, noticing she had changed into a new set of pajamas. Her figure appeared even more pronounced than before, causing his cheeks to redden once more. The pajamas were modest, consisting of long sleeves and pants adorned with charming cat prints. Logically, there was hardly any skin visible, leaving no room for fanciful thoughts. Yet, the longer he gazed, the more his face flushed. The chubby cat pattern on her pajama seemed quite delightful. Unlike the cat, Xia Wenyuan was not at all plump. Nonetheless, Li Xingmo couldn't help but think she must be just as endearing. I am going to shower, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly, casting a glance at him. Her tone cool. Would you like to join me? Li Xingmo was utterly taken aback. Could this be broadcasted? Xia Wenyuan regarded his bashful demeanor with a slight upward curl of her lips. Indeed, the younger male had never been teased by girls in such a manner. Similarly, she had not engaged in such playful banter with boys. However, as a romance novelist, she had deftly navigated the intricacies of flirtation, at least better than the naive younger student. I mentioned my intention to take a bath, yet I did not specify when. I still needed to procure some daily necessities from the supermarket. However, the hour was somewhat late, and venturing out alone felt daunting. Xia Wenyuan rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head slightly. I'll accompany you. Li Xingmo sprang up from the sofa. I appreciate your kindness, Xingmo. Xia Wenyuan approached the door, slipping her delicate feet into her shoes, already adorned with dainty white socks. The glow of her phone screen illuminated her pocket, displaying a search engine's prompt. The inquiry typed into the search bar read, how to become familiar with a roommate who is a younger student. The first suggestion, shopping together at the supermarket can enhance the bond between couples. Li Xingmo followed her out. They soon arrived at a supermarket not far from their modest apartment. Wenyuan, may I ask you something? Inside the supermarket, Li Xingmo pushed a cart already filled with various items. It was around 9 in the evening, and the store was not overly crowded. The majority of shoppers were young couples in their loungewear, meandering after a long day of work. What dialogues will I have with whom I encounter? How far into the future do I understand those I know? The supermarket's music played the song Encounter. Li Xingmo stole a glance at the girl beside him, who had paused with curiosity beside a shelf. He failed to notice the fleeting glimmer in her beautiful autumn-like eyes as the lyrics resonated. What is it? She slightly tilted her head, her cold gaze unwavering as it fixed on him. Her expression was reminiscent of a bitter iced coffee, yet with a hint of creamy sweetness. With slender, pale fingers, she grasped a snack bag, nodding slightly at its expiration date. I wish to know more about you. Li Xingmo summoned his courage. His instincts, honed by watching video bloggers, suggested that the real Xia Wenyuan was not as aloof as she appeared. It felt as though she harbored a multitude of emotions within her, prompting him to explore further. Well, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. However, I will consider whether I can answer. Xia Wenyuan was somewhat taken aback by his candor. Her expression remained unchanged as she slightly turned her head to meet the boy's earnest gaze. Why did you choose to share a rental with me? Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? You're such a lovely girl. What if you encounter danger while living with a boy? Li Xingmo inquired, scratching his head. Lovely. Xia Wenyuan gently pressed her lips together, a strange sensation flickering in her heart. It was the first time a boy had described her in such a manner throughout her life. Most individuals merely inquire why she constantly wears such a cold expression. It was the first time someone had described her in such a manner. She paused, attempting to gauge his reaction. Oh, really? Yet, I find you rather endearing, Li Xingmo said earnestly, gazing at the girl before him. He genuinely believed she was quite charming. So what exactly is cute about me? She pressed. Everything, he replied, though he was at a loss for words, as cuteness is an ineffable quality. Wenyuan, your mere presence is adorable. he stated with sincerity. Thank you, Xia Wenyuan replied, gently pressing her lips together, her expression serene and her voice still cool. Yet, her heart raced quietly. The term cute had never held much significance for her. While donning the persona of an iced coconut latte, she had received numerous similar compliments. However, Xia Wenyuan understood that this was not her true self. The iced coconut latte was merely a mask she wore in the digital realm. To her, her authentic self was cold and uninteresting. Even when frequently lauded, she attributed the praise to the superficial shell of her appearance. Yet today, Li Xingmo stood before her, confronting the reality of her true self and daring to use the word cute. Why? Xia Wenyuan gazed into Li Xingmo's eyes and suddenly found them remarkably beautiful. His gaze pure and devoid of any impurities. Thus, his words must be sincere. He truly believed she was adorable. So, was Xia Wenyuan indeed a cute girl? You're quite foolish, she remarked nonchalantly. Huh? Why are you suddenly scolding me? Li Xingmo scratched his head in confusion. I was complimenting you, she said, lightly pressing her lips together, a captivating smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You smiled, Li Xingmo exclaimed in surprise, keenly observing the fleeting smile on her delicate cheeks. No, I didn't. You genuinely smiled, he insisted. I said I didn't, and that's final. Xia Wenyuan coolly shook her head, pursing her lips as she walked to the other side of the shelf, turning her back to him. She then gently covered her mouth, her eyes slightly crinkling in amusement. This naive younger student truly was rather foolish. Besides him, who else would find the Ice Queen adorable? Yes, her housemate. The delightful little fool. Xia Wenyuan smirked, unexpectedly feeling that their excursion at this supermarket had taken on a hint of charm. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter with a roommate. Moments later, having composed herself, Xia Wenyuan emerged from behind the shelf. The two continued their shopping. Observing the clear-eyed innocence of Li Xingmo, a flicker of guilt washed over her. After all, he had just begun his university journey. In other words, previously, she had been conversing with an astonishingly innocent and pure-hearted male student, Li Xingmo. Xia Wenyuan had long been aware of Li Xingmo's age. Yet she was unaware of his remarkable naivety. During their online exchanges, his innocence was not readily apparent. She had always presumed that such untainted boys did not exist in this world. The afternoon encounter was not mere chance. It was born from Xia Wenyuan's curiosity about what Li Xingmo might be like in reality. When Li Xingmo shared his travel itinerary online, Xia Wenyuan chose to purchase a ticket for the same journey. Over the past few years, that small group chat and private message window had served as the sole refuge for Xia Wenyuan's thoughts. This was a unique bond between iced coconut lattes and Li Xingmo. Thus, her curiosity towards him was entirely natural, albeit purely inquisitive. It was not affection. Xia Wenyuan had never been particularly interested in romance and could not fathom developing feelings for a junior who was 3 years her younger. Rest assured, I am not a bad person. I would never do anything to you. Li Xingmo suddenly turned to Xia Wenyuan and stated. Xia Wenyuan slowly typed a question mark in response. Wenyuan, you were silent just now, and I was worried you might think I am a bad person. My compliment about your cuteness carries no ulterior motive. I merely find you adorable, Li Xingmo hurriedly explained. At that moment, his phone screen displayed the query. Why does one compliment a roommate's cuteness while the roommate remains silent? The first search result was a movie recommendation. The film's poster depicted two men in a tender embrace, accompanied by the text, even among roommates, true love exists. Let us explore Xiao Shuai's journey. Li Xingmo regarded the absurdity of this description with a newfound respect, only to be momentarily blinded by the ridiculousness, nearly dropping his phone. Well, you do not appear to be a bad person, Xia Wenyuan replied softly and calmly. Yes, indeed, I am a good person. Li Xingmo beamed with joy upon hearing Xia Wenyuan's assessment, promptly awarding himself a good person card. By the way, Wenyuan, which month is your birthday? Li Xingmo assumed they were born in the same year and proceeded to inquire about her birth month. Why do you ask? Xia Wenyuan retorted coolly, casually sipping from a petite paper cup handed to her by a nearby staff member. Because I wish to know if you are older or younger than I. Li Xingmo mustered his courage to reply. I was born in August. So am I. Xia Wenyuan nodded and handed him another small paper cup. Would you like to try a bit of this free low-alcohol sake? Sure, thank you. Li Xingmo, who seldom drank, felt an inexplicable desire to appear unflustered in her presence, thus accepting the cup and downing its contents in one gulp. The wine in the cup unexpectedly exuded a refreshing hint of rose, far surpassing any alcoholic beverage he had ever tasted before. Delicious, replied Li Xingmo. Then, as anticipated by Xia Wenyuan, He forgot to inquire further about her birthday. Let us take a bottle, she gently nodded, placing a bottle of wine into Li Xingma's shopping cart. This is our newest imported rose sake, delightful to drink. It can also enhance the romantic atmosphere for you little couples, the salesgirl kindly reminded them. We are not in that kind of relationship. Li Xingmo hastily waved his hand in protest. But it may come in handy later, the salesgirl winked at him. She had seen many young couples in the ambiguous stage of their relationship. Xia Wenyuan tugged at his sleeve, and they continued to walk forward. There's a stall selling yogurt over there. I'd like to take a look. Would you like to have any? She asked calmly. The yogurt shelf was quite a distance away, so walking over to grab 2 bottles would serve as a good exercise. As for his claim in the video about loving strawberry yogurt with fruit bits, was that true? She had long forgotten. I want the one with fruit bits, the strawberry-flavored one. Let us go together, Li Xingmo replied. He was particularly fond of yogurt, especially strawberry with fruit bits, often boasting about it to Bingyi latte. He recalled a time when he received an anonymous gift of yogurt from a group friend. To this day, Li Xingmo had no idea who it was, only remembering that the person repeatedly emphasized they were male. How strange it was for someone to insist on their gender. Moreover, there was no need for such emphasis. Li Xingmo had always felt he had no female admirers. Bingyi latte was merely an exception, and with her tendency to tease him, it was unlikely she would send him food. You push the cart. It's too far for you to go alone. Just stay here and don't move. Xia Wenyuan said coolly, before heading towards the other shelf. Li Xingmo watched her slender silhouette, and suddenly, a jolt surged through his heart. He swallowed hard as an incredulous thought crossed his mind. Could this be infatuation? Was he truly feeling something for this girl he had only known for a day? Li Xingmo felt his cheeks begin to flush. Yet, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Infatuation would only quicken one's heartbeat, not cause sudden pain in his right shoulder. Whack! Li Xingmo's right shoulder received a heavy blow. He grimaced and turned to see Chen Shaoxian grinning foolishly while waving at him. Behind him were his 2 roommates, Su Ziong and Ren Wangfei. Prior to their report, the 4 had exchanged photos, and the boys, being indifferent to appearances, recognized each other easily. Unlike the girls in their dorms, Li Xingmo first returned the favor with a punch on Chen Shaoxian's shoulder, then greeted the other 2 newcomers briefly. Are you here to shop as well? Li Xingmo inquired. Indeed. Let us casually convene some emotional analysis seminars to discuss how one might swiftly navigate the realm of romance after entering university. Chen Shaoxian beamed with pride. For among the 4 of them, he was the sole individual with prior romantic experience. After graduating from high school, he had briefly dated a classmate for a mere month. One fateful day, due to his oversight in bidding her goodnight, he faced the ignominy of being blocked and subsequently ending the relationship. This experience filled Chen Shaoxian with a sense of pride, for it elevated him to the esteemed status of a romantic mentor in dormitory 111. Su Ziong and Ren Wangfei also boasted their own commendable achievements. I held a girl's hand 3 years ago. One exclaimed, "What is that?" 5 years ago. A girl even fell asleep on my shoulder. With the Xingmo included, dormitory 111 had collectively experienced a fair share of romantic entanglements, boasting an illustrious record. Haha. I heard Shaoxian say, Xingmo, you failed in your pursuit of girls, but fret not. This is quite normal, one chimed in. Indeed, another echoed. He mentioned you haven't even held a girl's hand yet, but take your time. The road of life is long. Su Ziong and Ren Wangfei were consumed with envy towards Chen Shaoxian. Upon witnessing the seemingly more unfortunate Li Xingmo, they eagerly opened the floodgates of conversation. We're not afraid to take the plunge. We just fear our brother not revving his engine. Their words dripped with the intention of imparting romantic wisdom to Li Xingmo. The latter, bewildered, felt as though they possessed an uncanny understanding of the matter. I bought the yogurt, a clear and melodious voice interjected. A delicate hand, as soft and white as snow, extended towards them, clutching a small bag containing 2 boxes of yogurt. The young lady, adorned in a pristine white gauzy dress, moved with such grace that the members of dormitory 111 were momentarily rendered speechless. Upon beholding her breathtakingly exquisite features, Chen Shaoxian and his companions fell silent. Their mouths agape as if they could fit a large apple within. Wow, Chen Shaoxian thought, feeling as though Li Xingmo's image had transformed into something unrecognizable. The Kanto stew he had just purchased lost its appeal. He had seen a photograph of Xia Wenyuan on the campus beauty list and instantly recognized her as the ice-cold campus beauty who had driven countless boys at Donghai University to distraction. Li Xingmo, how on earth are you shopping with the campus beauty at this hour? When did you become acquainted? Moreover, where have you been hiding this stunning ice princess? Chen Xiaoxian was astonished, as though he had encountered a ghost. Chapter 10. Do you need me to help you massage it? Who are they? Seemingly accustomed to the astonished expressions of onlookers, Xia Wenyuan slightly turned her head and gently inquired of Li Xingmo. In the midst of Chen Xiaoshuan's shocked silence, she casually placed the yogurt into Li Xingmo's shopping cart. They are my roommates from school, and we came out to buy some things. Li Xingmo introduced. Hello. Su Ziong and Ren Wangfei found themselves momentarily at a loss for words in the presence of Xia Wenyuan. Only Chen Xiaoxian managed to muster a meager greeting. Hello. I am Xingmo's roommate. Xia Wenyuan nodded gently, acknowledging the introductions. Roommate? The three young men exchanged incredulous glances, stunned once more. Could it be true what Li Xingmo had said? He actually shared an apartment with such a beautiful girl? Su Ziong and Ren Wangfei stammered a couple of half-hearted responses. Chen Xiaoxian, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, grappling with existential doubts. While Su Ziong and Ren Wangfei had never encountered a photograph of Xia Wenyuan and thus did not know her, Chen Xiaoxian was well aware of her reputation. The legendary ice queen of the campus could not possibly be out at this hour with a boy. Goodness, the world has gone mad, he muttered to himself. Just as he contemplated inquiring further, he noticed that Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan had already departed. Xiaoxian, we're heading off now. We'll chat later. Li Xingmo's voice faded into the distance. Chen Xiaoxian widened his eyes, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. After a moment, he fiercely devoured the Odin in his hand. He then reached into the nearby free lottery box and drew 2 cards. Oh my, I've won. The Joker. Chen Xiaoshuan's spirits lifted. Good day, sir. There are a total of 54 playing cards. If you draw any card other than the Jokers, you will receive a participation prize. However, if you draw the Jokers, we will gift you these 2 cards as a keepsake, the sweet-voiced attendant informed him. Chen Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, didn't you say Xingmo wouldn't be able to interact with girls? Yes, Xiaoxian. I can't help but feel like the fool in this situation. Su Ziong and Ren Wangfei approached with morose expressions, their eyes glistening with innocent bewilderment. Let us just head back. I have a feeling my back molars are aching. Chen Xiaoxian gritted his teeth. Bro, I see that lemons are on sale over there. Should we pick some up for tea? Buy? I'll take 10 pounds to gnaw on. Thus, the 3 unsuspecting souls returned to their dormitory, laden with a large bag of lemons. Meanwhile, your roommate seems quite friendly. Why don't you live in the dorm? Xia Wenyuan ambled along, occasionally plucking items from the shelves. Li Xingmo pushed the cart alongside her, finding the experience novel. Having never shopped with girls his age before, he marveled at how charming she was, able to spot so many peculiar items on the shelves that had eluded his notice. It's because I'm a video blogger, I often film and edit videos, so having a private room is more convenient. By the way, Wenyuan, Li Xingmo spoke somewhat shyly. May I ask you for a favor? What is it? I would like to invite you to film a video. Li Xingmo recounted his experience of overcoming social anxiety. All right, then I will follow your arrangements when the time comes. Really, thank you. Li Xingmo expressed sincerely. He had been quite worried about being rejected by Xia Wenyuan, considering she had no obligation to assist him in filming a video. Why thank you? Unexpectedly, Xia Wenyuan pressed on, and a flurry of chaotic thoughts flooded Li Xingmo's mind. His heart raced. What did she mean? Is this acceptable? After a moment's contemplation, Li Xingmo retrieved a box of chocolates from his bag and presented it to Xia Wenyuan. He had purchased it on his way here, with no ulterior motive, simply drawn by the aesthetic appeal of the packaging. It cost him over 200 yuan. Not bad, quite generous. I accept your offering. Xia Wenyuan, with a hint of languid grace, took the box of chocolates and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The gentle breeze created by her movement captivated Li Xingmo. So fragrant. He mused, uncertain whether the scent was from her body wash or something else. He had heard that some girls naturally emanated a delicate fragrance. In that moment, for reasons unknown, Li Xingmo's impulse led him to reach out and tuck the stray hair on his side behind her ear as well. Unfortunately, he misjudged the distance, and his cool fingers brushed against her earlobe. Xia Wenyuan shivered slightly, her lovely face instantly flushing a brilliant crimson. Li Xingmo's hand froze, and time seemed to stand still as they both became acutely aware of each other's rapid heartbeats. Classmate Xingmo, one should not touch a girl's ears casually. After a long pause, Xia Wenyuan took a deep breath and spoke calmly, her cool voice trembling slightly, while a charming blush graced her ears. I apologize. I merely intended to assist you with your hair. Li Xingmo, realizing he had committed a faux pas, hurriedly apologized, feeling a rush of heat rise to his cheeks. Xia Wenyuan cast him a sidelong glance and asked, "Are you interested in my hair?" "No, that is not it. I just saw you tucking your hair and thought to help with the other side," he replied, hanging his head like a contrite child. He could distinctly hear the pounding of his own heart, a bitter apprehension gnawing at him, fearing that Xia Wenyuan might evict him from the apartment due to his indiscretion. "If you are interested in hair, then you can help me blow dry mine tonight." Xia Wenyuan slightly turned her head, presenting herself to him, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Huh. Li Xingmo was taken aback. Shouldn't this be a punishment? How had it transformed into a reward? "Are you unwilling?" She raised her fair chin, calmly inquiring. "Of course, I am willing. But, classmate Wenyuan, won't you mind? I am a boy and—" Li Xingmo's eyes widened, his heart racing wildly. The rhythmic thumping of her own heartbeat resonated clearly in her ears. It was merely drying her hair, nothing more. "If you are unwilling, that is perfectly fine. I simply feel a bit fatigued from my shopping today, and my arms have grown somewhat weak." Xia Wenyuan calmly shook her head. Indeed, the junior had never dried a girl's hair before. If he were to do so, it would be a first. Should the junior be willing, she would gladly accept this unique experience that belonged to him. This was the secret Xia Wenyuan had just discovered. If the person hesitated or appeared anxious when presented with a request, it indicated that they had likely never engaged in such an act. As for the nature of the secret, it was certainly not related to first love. She would not divulge what it was. "Fatigued? Would you like me to help massage your back?" Li Xingmo suggested, having heard Xia Wenyuan mention her discomfort. While he was inexperienced in drying hair, he was confident in his massage skills. He had often practiced on his roommate, to the point where others believed they were butchering a pig in their dormitory. "No, thank you." Xia Wenyuan immediately shook her head, a faint blush gracing her delicate cheeks. "Junior, you truly have some bold thoughts, contemplating a massage." Xia Wenyuan gently bit her lip, a vivid image surfacing in her mind, her reclining on a small bed, a light towel draped over her, while the junior vigorously massaged her shoulders. As the pressure of his hands increased, so too did the rapidity of her heartbeat. Then, Xia Wenyuan swallowed hard. Perhaps she should not dwell on such thoughts any longer. "I'm sorry." Li Xingmo realized he had misspoken, his face contorting in distress as he repeatedly apologized. "It's fine." Xia Wenyuan shook her head. "So, will you help me dry my hair?" "Sure," Li Xingmo replied, his face flushed as he nodded in agreement. He then took out his phone to research the proper techniques for drying a girl's hair for the first time. "Shuero, those two over there seem somewhat familiar." Su Mulin, who was shopping with Xiao Shuero, murmured while covering her mouth. Xiao Shuero looked up, bewildered. Her pupils constricted, and her lips turned a pale shade of white. Chapter 11. He is my new roommate. Xiao Shuero stood there, frozen in place, as she gazed at the two figures before her. An overwhelming sense of disappointment washed over her like a tide. "Mulin, why do I feel so sad?" she asked. The girl appeared to be the same one they had seen at the train station today, the one with Xingmo. Xiao Shuero's eyelashes trembled as she struggled to maintain a calm demeanor, yet her quivering pale lips betrayed her inner turmoil and uncertainty. Perhaps they are childhood friends? Su Mulin speculated. They might have known each other for a long time and just happened to be attending the same university now? That can't be. Xingmo and I have known each other for 10 years, and I never allowed him to associate with other girls. Never allowed. Su Mulin felt a sudden jolt in her heart. It was only now that she comprehended why Li Xingmo, despite his exceptional looks, had maintained such a sparse acquaintance with girls over the years. It was not merely a matter of circumstance. He had actively chosen to distance himself. She would never prevent him from mingling with other girls. She was not so petty. Everything Li Xingmo had done was a matter of his own volition. Xiao Shuero, realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, quickly shook her head, asserting, "Moreover, whenever something happens, Xingmo always confides in me. He has never concealed anything from me. Nor has he ever engaged in conversations with other girls in secrecy. Yet, you are merely friends," Su Mulin remarked, casting a discerning gaze upon her. There was a thought lingering unspoken in her mind. "Shuero, perhaps you are no longer just friends." It seemed that Li Xingmo had discovered the girl with whom he truly resonated. Meanwhile, Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan turned just in time to approach Su Mulin and Xiao Shuero. In that fleeting moment, Su Mulin noticed a genuine smile illuminating Li Xingmo's face. Stunned, she observed his joy. It was a happiness reminiscent of the boy she had first met, the one whose eyes sparkled with light. Lingling. "I must confront him and demand an explanation," Xiao Shuero exclaimed, biting her lip, her expression laden with grievance. Huh. Su Mulan was taken aback. He has harbored feelings for me for such a long time. How could he possibly change his heart? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Or perhaps he is intentionally trying to provoke me. Don't you think? Lingling? Xiao Shuero shook her clenched fists, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Shuero, you can deceive me, but please do not deceive yourself, Su Mulan said with a hint of exasperation. Shuero, you must face reality. Li Xingmo is currently with another girl. Lingling, I am fully aware of my surroundings. I am simply profoundly disappointed in Li Xingmo. I had believed him to be a good person, truly invested in my affections, Xiao Shuero insisted, shaking her head vehemently. She felt a deep sense of injustice. How could Li Xingmo's affection wane simply because she did not reciprocate his confession? What gave him the right? Pulling Su Mulan forward, they soon locked eyes with Li Xingmo. Xiao Shuero stood transfixed, gazing at him, overwhelmed by an inexplicable desire to rush into his embrace and savor the warmth of his affection. Su Mulan, witnessing the adoring expression on Xiao Shuero's face, felt a wave of darkness wash over her as she mentally reviewed the standard procedures for resuscitation. Based on her 2.5 years of reading romance novels, she deemed this scenario a veritable battlefield of emotions. Moreover, it was highly likely that the defeated party would be Xiao Shuero. Who is she? Xia Wenyuan turned to Li Xingmo, her voice calm, yet edged with coldness. Li Xingmo froze, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his back. This was the first time he had observed such an aura in her. The girl, who appeared aloof, elegant and non-confrontational in his eyes, seemed to exude a subtle brilliance at that moment. To him, Xiao Shuero, a former classmate, was merely that, a classmate. Oh, a classmate. Xia Wenyuan turned to Xiao Shuero and said, hello, his classmate. Who are you? Xiao Shuero furrowed her brow, a nameless flame of frustration igniting within her, leaving her inexplicably distressed. She had envisioned numerous possible responses from the girl, yet never anticipated her calm demeanor. Indeed, given that she had no connection with Xingmo, her tranquility was understandable. Hello, are you a new friend of Xingmo? I have known him for quite some time. I didn't expect to run into him here. Xiao Shuero replied amicably, placing particular emphasis on the word new. Yes, he is my new roommate, Xia Wenyuan said, her eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Oh, a new roommate? I thought you might have some other relationship. Roommates are quite common. I also live with my roommate. Wait, what did you say? Roommate? Are you implying that you are living together now? Xiao Shuero gasped, her breath momentarily caught, her face a picture of shock. A wave of heaviness settled in her chest, as if something profoundly significant had been inadvertently extracted from her very core. Yes, we are roommates. Is there something you need? Classmate Xiao Shuero? Li Xingmo spoke up. At the mention of roommate, his heart inexplicably raced. She seemed to be the renowned campus beauty, Xia Wenyuan. Su Mulan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. With such stunning beauty, who could it be but the well-known, aloof campus belle from Donghai University? Only in her presence did Xiao Shuero's own beauty seem to be overshadowed. Xingmo, don't you remember what day it is? How could you ask me what I need? Shouldn't you reflect on whether you've forgotten something? Xiao Shuero said, her face filled with grievance as she looked at Li Xingmo with teary eyes. She longed to directly express that Li Xingmo had forgotten her birthday. Previously, he could always discern her thoughts. Xiao Shuero believed this time would be no exception. Ah, right. I almost forgot, Li Xingmo exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Wenyuan, I forgot to buy those little cakes you mentioned wanting. I'll go get them now. Yes. Let us go together, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly, her expression unchanged, though the vibration from her smart bracelet reminded her that, in truth, she was not as composed as she had imagined. In an unconscious moment, she leaned slightly closer to his shoulder, the distance between them now less than 10 centimeters. If I were to inch a little closer, we would be pressed together. All right. Well, let us chat later. Oh, wait. I've been rather busy lately. So perhaps we should refrain from conversing for now. Li Xingmo casually waved goodbye to Xiao Shuero and Su Mulan, then departed alongside Xia Wenyuan. How could this happen? Why didn't he celebrate my birthday? He ought to have bought me a grand cake and smiled while wishing me a happy birthday. That was how he always was. Xiao Shuero bit her crimson lip, murmuring to herself. Standing still, her breath quickened as she gazed at the retreating figures of the two, her expression vacant and despondent. Unbidden tears welled in her eyes, and after a moment, 2 streams of crystal-clear sorrow cascaded down her delicate cheeks. Chapter 12. Assisting the senior in the bedroom. The sound of water trickling echoed from the bathroom. After returning home with Xia Wenyuan, who immediately went to take a shower, Xingmo sensed her expression was rather frosty upon entering the bathroom. Was there something troubling her? Embarrassed to linger on the sofa while listening to the sound of the shower, he feared his thoughts might wander. Thus, Xingmo retreated to his bedroom. Leaning back in his chair while scrolling through his phone. Group message 99. Moon flowing Su. It's over. The boss has shown up for quite some time. He went missing after he encountered a girl. Qingran, huh? Is his kidney still intact? Qing someone. Thanks for the invite. It was just taken from me a minute ago. I arrived via time machine. Researcher. Qin-chan, could you spare me half? I'll give you 50. No ulterior motive. Just curious about research. Qingran. Researcher, how is your analysis going? I remember you deduced last week that the boss had liked a girl for quite a while. Researcher. Oh, that? That is highly probable. Based on Mo Ranchan's narrative, it can be inferred that the girl likely doesn't have feelings for him. Moon flowing Su. If she doesn't like him, why remain friends? Researcher. Silly flowing Su-chan. Many girls enjoy the thrill of being pursued. Don't you understand that? Qingran. Got it. The boss has been ensnared by the beautiful sheep, and it's quite disastrous. Iced coconut latte. Boring. Researcher. There she is. I'm fangirling. Moon flowing Su. Latte sensei, you haven't appeared in ages. Hurry and soothe Mo Ren's wounded heart. Iced coconut latte. He deserves it. Iced coconut latte. Smile and farewell. Xingmo chuckled at the group chat, finding the banter amusing. These individuals were quite the chatterboxes. However, why did iced coconut latte seem so peculiar today? It was as if she had consumed gunpowder. Typically, she merely enjoyed teasing, but wasn't tea this cold. Ah, it seems that girls have those few days each month. Little sisters are indeed hard to comprehend. Xingmo shook his head and began to send messages in the group chat. Brothers and sisters, my roommate is a girl, the one I previously mentioned encountering by chance. She is incredibly beautiful, and her personality is equally delightful. I feel an immense pressure. So, regarding my challenge to overcome social anxiety, do you have any suggestions? The group fell into an eerie silence for several minutes. Dude, are you serious? I feel like I'm becoming a clown. Someone named Qin replied. Boss, it's fine to joke with the group, but don't deceive yourself. I'm genuinely concerned about your mental state, Qingran added. Exactly. You and Benji Latte are meant to be. Stop fantasizing about some chance encounter with the campus belle, a scholar interjected. Xingmo responded with a puzzled expression. She just came out of the shower. I can't talk to you guys anymore. Goodbye. Hearing the sound of the bedroom door creaking open, he left the group chat. He stood up and opened the bedroom door, then froze at the sight of the girl standing at the entrance. Xia Wenyuan had changed into a floral nightgown. Her slightly damp long hair cascading over her fair shoulders, tiny droplets of water glistening on her exquisite collarbone, and her long, straight legs shone with a radiant whiteness. Her delicate, bare feet rested in adorable pink slippers. Xingmo was utterly mesmerized. She was stunning. She appeared softer than cotton candy. Even without a smile, she radiated sweetness. How beautiful would she look if she truly smiled? Xingmo felt he had never genuinely seen her smile before. The fleeting glimpse of her gentle smile in the supermarket had vanished too quickly for him to be sure he hadn't imagined it. Is there something on my face? The girl's calm voice jolted him from his reverie. No, Wenyuan, is there something you need? Xingmo stammered, momentarily disoriented. He had been so nervous earlier that he completely forgot the promise he had made to her. Oh, it seems someone promised me in the supermarket that they would help dry my hair. She appeared somewhat reluctant, preparing to return to the living room with the hairdryer in her pale hand. All right, then, Wenyuan, could you pass me the hairdryer? Xingmo quickly took the hairdryer. His heart racing. Yes, he had promised to help her dry her hair, and he had completely forgotten. Seeing him take the hairdryer, Xia Wenyuan gracefully pointed to her damp hair. Ah, is it really all right? The freshly washed hair exuded a subtle fragrance, and Xingmo found it enchanting. Moreover, she seemed to carry a delightful scent as well. He instinctively leaned closer, then realized that might be inappropriate, so he retreated slightly, though his breathing had deepened. He genuinely wanted to help her dry her hair. However, Xingmo had never assisted a girl in drying her hair, not even his own sister. Drying hair must be considered an intimate act, right? His heart raced incessantly, and he felt a flush enveloping his face and ears. If you're unwilling, then so be it. She calmly shook her head, preparing to reclaim the hairdryer. I want to. Xingmo, blushing, stammered, but ultimately resolved with a determined expression. Yet, he soon found himself in a state of awkwardness. Surveying the room, he awkwardly realized that in his bedroom, there was only one power socket beside his bed. How about this? Wenyuan, would you care to sit over here? The socket is on this side, he inquired cautiously. There are also outlets in the living room. Xia Wenyuan frowned slightly. If they were to dry her hair here, they would both be seated on his bed. For roommates, was such proximity not a bit too close? Ah, Xia Wenyuan, it seems you are indulging in something rather mischievous. After all, he is a junior, a pure and adorable freshman, innocent as a blank canvas. She pressed her red lips together, not understanding why she still desired his assistance in drying her hair. Could it be some strange competitive spirit? That couldn't be. She was a gentle and gracious senior, devoid of such sentiments. The relationship between that girl and him was of no concern to her. I am just worried that standing for too long might tire you. It seems girls take quite a while to dry their hair. Xingmo hesitated, suggesting that in the living room, she would have to remain standing. Xia Wenyuan was taken aback. The junior was surprisingly considerate. Huh, no wonder that girl appeared so sorrowful. Then let us do it in your bedroom, Xia Wenyuan nodded. Yet, she likely forgot that there was also a power socket beside the sofa, where they could sit together to dry her hair. It was an oversight, not a deliberate one. Xia Wenyuan walked over and sat beside Xingmo's bed. The pure young girl's slender, delicate frame gently left shallow impressions on Xingmo's soft mattress. As he leaned in slightly, he caught a whiff of a fragrance reminiscent of sweet citrus. This time, he was certain it was not the scent of her shower gel. Classmate, may I ask what brand of perfume you usually use? Xingmo inquired, intrigued by the delightful aroma, which surely must be from her pajamas. I don't use perfume. Xia Wenyuan shook her head. Junior, who would spray perfume on their pajamas? Xingmo replied, yes, it smells wonderful. I find it incredibly pleasant. Your scent is delightful. Xia Wenyuan inhaled a few breaths, her chest rising and falling slightly. A fleeting blush colored her exquisite cheeks. Has he always spoken like this? Indeed. The junior is a bit of a fool. Does he not realize that sometimes one cannot speak so directly, especially when conversing with young ladies? Xia Wenyuan pressed her lips together, internally lamenting. Yet, she found him rather endearing. Not only charming, but also warm-hearted. Furthermore, he possessed the thoughtfulness to attend to her needs, even assisting in drying her hair. Fleeting thoughts that must remain unspoken traversed Xia Wenyuan's mind. A faint blush tinted her ears, and a subtle softness brushed across her typically cool visage. Alas, it was short-lived, as she recalled the sorrowful gaze of that young girl directed at him earlier this evening. This tenderness vanished without a trace. I shall begin now, Xingmo announced. All right, be gentle, she replied. How can I be gentle? Just start off lightly, otherwise, it may become too hot. Understood, please inform me if you feel uncomfortable. Xingmo switched on the hairdryer, helping the girl with her hair. She sat behind her, unconsciously leaning in closer from this angle, inevitably letting his gaze drift downward. I didn't mean to look. It's merely that while drying hair, I can't help but catch a glimpse. Xingmo bit his lip, silently admonishing himself. This won't do. This is too sinful. How could you entertain such thoughts about your roommate? Yet, he found himself lost in thought, his face flushing uncontrollably. The temperature seems to be rising, Xia Wenyuan remarked lightly, sensing that the boy behind her appeared somewhat distracted. Turning her delicate face slightly, she found herself momentarily astonished. This little rascal seemed to be gazing at a forbidden area. No, I was careless. Oh, no, I didn't mean to. Xingmo's face turned crimson, and the warm air from the hairdryer began to waver. Xia Wenyuan gently shook her head. Indeed, the junior was just a junior. He was utterly incapable of resisting the allure of young ladies. One could only wonder if he was unable to resist the charms of all girls, or if it was merely her that captivated him. Xia Wenyuan pondered, softly biting her red lips. What is your relationship with that girl from earlier tonight? She inquired calmly, her cool voice startling Xingmo into a cold sweat. Chapter 13. The senior is not a chubby orange, it's a very innocent classmate relationship, Xingmo promptly replied, his tone devoid of hesitation. Is that so? She asked, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Indeed it is. Xingmo clenched his teeth. Her name is Xiao. I once had feelings for her, and I confessed. But she rejected me. However, I have since come to realize that she is not the right one for me. I stopped liking her about a year ago. Xingmo initially intended to declare that he currently harbored no romantic interests. Yet, halfway through, he was taken aback to discover that he could not ascertain this answer with certainty. Thus, he refrained from continuing his speech. Apologies for bringing up your sorrowful matters, she murmured softly. Regarding the issue of Xiao Shuirou, Li Xingmo had not explicitly mentioned it in the video, leaving Xia Wenyuan somewhat in the dark. She felt a twinge of regret for having posed such a direct question moments earlier. Ever since encountering Xiao Shuirou at the supermarket, she had been pondering this matter. Why was she so invested in his affairs, particularly those concerning the girl he cherished? It dawned on her that the girl he admired was of an entirely different ilk than herself. A sense of bewilderment washed over Xia Wenyuan. What were her true feelings towards this junior, whom she had known for a while yet was meeting for the first time? Wenyuan, do you have a boy you like? Li Xingmo's sudden inquiry shattered the brief silence between them. Why do you ask? Xia Wenyuan shot him a cool glance as she spoke. Just curious. A secret. Oh. Then, do you have a girl you like? That too is my secret. Oh. This little fellow was throwing a tantrum. A subtle smile graced the corners of Xia Wenyuan's lips. Why would I easily divulge whether I have a boy I like? What would be the point of sharing that? After styling her hair, Xia Wenyuan stretched languidly, resembling a slightly drowsy, well-behaved kitten. The contrast between her current demeanor and the icy aura she typically exuded was striking. Li Xingmo's gaze fell upon her exposed waist, causing his throat to move slightly. Wenyuan, has anyone ever told you that you resemble a cat? He inquired. What kind of cat? A regal and aloof Persian. Xia Wenyuan had always had a fondness for Persian cats. A chubby orange cat. Why do you think I resemble a chubby orange cat? I am not fat. This was the first time Xia Wenyuan raised her voice while speaking to Li Xingmo. She desired to maintain her composure. Yet she was adamant about not being likened to a chubby orange cat. Chubby orange cats are adorable. They can be petted and cuddled. However, Xia Wenyuan was truly not a chubby orange cat. Junior, you have gone too far. She fixed him with an examining gaze. Really? Li Xingmo nodded earnestly. Wenyuan, you are as delightful as a chubby orange cat, and I find them quite endearing. Xia Wenyuan? He still had a knack for flattery. Pressing her crimson lips together, she fell into silence, her chest rising and falling slightly. She was taken aback to realize that it was remarkably challenging to maintain her usual emotional composure in front of this junior. For instance, at that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to hit him or perhaps give him a playful kick with her sockless foot. No, she must uphold her image. No, she must remain reserved. Xia Wenyuan, you are the dignified and aloof senior. You are not the chubby orange cat described by this foolish junior, and you shall never become one. Even if I were to become an orange cat, it could only be a slender one. Suddenly, Xia Wenyuan became acutely aware of the implications in his words. He remarked that she was as adorable as a plump orange cat, and shortly after, he confessed his fondness for the chubby feline. What does this mean? Xia Wenyuan pursed her crimson lips. It's impossible. It has been less than a day since their first encounter. Surely, she was overthinking it. I am off to bed now. You should rest early too, she gently reminded Li Xingmo as she stepped into her bedroom. All right, after the roll call tomorrow. I'll still make it in time for the freshman health check. I need to rise early, Li Xingmo replied with a smile. The health check. Xia Wenyuan suddenly recalled that their senior year would also entail a health examination, scheduled for tomorrow, to facilitate future employment or graduate school health assessments. The school organized a preliminary check for the seniors at the start of the academic year. The thought of having her blood drawn made her expression sour. She had a deep aversion to needles. Could you accompany me tomorrow? She softly asked the young man beside her, her tone shifting to a gentler timbre. Shedding the earlier chill. Of course. Li Xingmo answered readily, finding himself unexpectedly looking forward to the next day. The following morning, on the way to school, Xia Wenyuan appeared drowsy, her eyes still heavy with sleep. In Li Xingmo's eyes, she transformed from an aloof, elegant feline into a charmingly lazy little cat. I need to go for roll call first. Aren't you going? Li Xingmo inquired. I'll go with you. I already signed in yesterday. Xia Wenyuan seamlessly substituted roll call with sign-in. The clear-eyed freshman, oblivious to the nuance, failed to catch the distinction. Upon arriving at the freshman registration area, Li Xingmo politely asked, "Excuse me, may I film a video?" He had brought his camera today, intending to gather material for a new video. He planned to create content about the new students and collaborate with Xia Wenyuan on a video concerning their new roommate experiences. The young woman in charge of registration nodded enthusiastically. You're quite handsome, Junior, she exclaimed before abruptly pausing, her eyes widening in astonishment as she noticed another figure behind Li Xingmo. Could it be? Wasn't he that the renowned campus beauty, Xia Wenyuan? The registration staff was instantly taken aback. Xia Wenyuan was famously aloof and rarely conversed with boys. How could she possibly be accompanying a freshman for registration? The staff's curiosity towards Li Xingmo heightened. After receiving permission, Li Xingmo began filming, completely unfazed by the prospect of asking strangers if they were comfortable being recorded. Having acclimated to such interactions over his 3.5 years as a video creator, with the camera in hand, he felt invincible. He ignited his inner passion, silently reminding himself to remain calm and composed. What does it mean to go out with a girl? We already visited the supermarket yesterday. With familiarity comes ease. Now he is filming videos with her without feeling anxious. Li Xingmo slightly lowered his head, stealing a glance at Xia Wenyuan's flawless profile. Suddenly, the smart bracelet on his wrist indicated a heart rate that soared to 130 beats per minute, vibrating insistently to signal an abnormal tachycardia. Your bracelet seems to be alerting you to something, Xia Wenyuan remarked calmly, noticing the buzzing sound. Haha, it's nothing. Perhaps the bracelet is malfunctioning, Li Xingmo hurriedly explained. Indeed, this pineapple smart bracelet is of such poor quality. He shifted the blame to the unscrupulous manufacturer. Is that so? But my bracelet is also of this brand. Xia Wenyuan replied, casting him a sidelong glance. The flashing red light and vibrations indicate that your heart rate has accelerated abnormally. You should get it checked during today's health examination. Her brow furrowed slightly as she reminded him in a composed tone. Classmate Wenyuan, you're speaking so quickly today. Are you in a good mood? Li Xingmo asked, scratching his head. You misheard, but it really is fast. Well, your heartbeat is also quite rapid. Xia Wenyuan struggled to calm her own racing breath, pursing her lips as she spoke softly. I'm fine. Look, it's only 120 beats per minute now. Li Xingmo attempted to show her the screen, only to see the alarming red letters indicating tachycardia. He quickly covered the display. Classmate Li Xingmo. A normal heart rate is between 60 to 100 beats per minute, Xia Wenyuan stated calmly, shaking her own bracelet, which clearly displayed her heart rate at 70 beats per minute. Wow, classmate Wenyuan, the color of your bracelet is beautiful. When I bought mine, this color was out of stock. And your desktop skin looks great too. Li Xingmo completely forgot that his heart was still racing. He leaned closer to examine Xia Wenyuan's bracelet, unwittingly reducing the distance between them. This time, he was genuinely focused on the screen and did not realize how close he was to the girl. Xia Wenyuan, however, found herself momentarily stunned. The scent of lavender wafted into her senses, somewhat pleasant. It was the same fragrance that lingered when he had been nearly pressed against her while helping her dry her hair that night. Xia Wenyuan bit her lip lightly, inhaling deeply as her gaze inadvertently fell on Li Xingmo's profile. The foolish junior is quite a handsome boy. However, she would not entertain any thoughts about him simply because of his pleasant scent. That would be the act of a mischievous senior. She was not that kind of senior. She was a good person. Therefore, she would not have any notions about the junior, nor would she engage in any peculiar behavior towards him. No, absolutely not. Chapter 14. The unexpected revelation of senior sister's identity as Li Xingmo gazed at the screen of Xia Wenyuan's wristband. Two girls responsible for the orientation of new students behind them erupted in astonishment. From their perspective, Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan appeared to be intimately close. Could it be that the renowned, aloof ice queen of the campus was in a romantic relationship? And with a freshman at that? Goodness, what has become of this world? The two girls clasped their heads in disbelief, exchanging shocked glances. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take a picture, one of the girls urged, her face alight with curiosity. A sudden click jolted both of them back to reality. However, Li Xingmo did not immediately turn around. He remained transfixed by the numbers displayed on Xia Wenyuan's wristband. Abnormal heart rate warning. Current heart rate 112 beats per minute. Classmate Wenyuan. It seems your wristband may be malfunctioning, Li Xingmo remarked, observing the escalated numbers that surged from 70 to 90 and then to 112. Following his observation, the figure skyrocketed to 130. Xia Wenyuan paused for a moment. Yes, the wristband is indeed faulty. You are right, the quality is quite poor. She swiftly withdrew her slender wrist, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Should we get the wristband repaired? Li Xingmo queried, perplexed, thinking initially that his own heart was racing too fast, only to realize it was truly the wristband's fault. Let's do it another time. We should head for the health check first, she replied. All right then, classmate Wenyuan, should we fix your wristband? It just displayed 140 beats per minute. It seems your wristband is malfunctioning even more severely than mine. Li Xingmo expressed his concern for her. No need. It will correct itself shortly, she assured. Oh, very well, Li Xingmo replied, still bewildered, as he followed Xia Wenyuan to the health check location. The health check area was crowded, and Xia Wenyuan joined the line for the ECG and light examination designated for girls. Li Xingmo stood at a distance, watching her emerge from the changing room, a small bag in her hand, though he was uncertain of its contents. The area for the ECG and light examination was exclusively for females, with only female doctors conducting the checks. Males were prohibited from entry. Li Xingmo patiently queued on the other side. Xingmo, what on earth? Why didn't you reply to my messages this morning? Spill the beans. When did you get to know the campus beauty? A figure burst forth from the line, swiftly slapping Li Xingmo on the shoulder. Did you skip breakfast? That was such a light tap, Li Xingmo replied, bemused, as he turned to face his good friend, Chen Xiaoxian. He then playfully smacked Chen Xiaoxuan's shoulder, eliciting a grimace of pain from him. Of course I didn't have breakfast. Do you eat breakfast during a health check? Chen Xiaoxian retorted defiantly. Wait a moment, are you saying she is the campus beauty? Li Xingmo was suddenly startled. Then it dawned on him. Given how stunning Xia Wenyuan was, it was hardly surprising that she was the campus belle. No way, you really didn't know? Chen Xiaoxian exclaimed, his mouth agape, staring at Li Xingmo as if he were a fool. He suddenly felt a pang of envy. What luck this kid had to inadvertently stroll through a supermarket with the school beauty. I genuinely had no idea. I only learned it when you mentioned it. Li Xingmo replied, a look of confusion etched on his face. Xiaoxian, if one were to live with a girl like her, what should one be mindful of? You have so much romantic experience. Surely you can offer me some advice? He gazed sincerely at Chen Xiaoxian. Chen Xiaoxian was taken aback, his expression darkening as he looked at this troublesome fellow, itching to give him a good punch. Do you even comprehend the question you're asking? What should one pay attention to when cohabitating with the campus belle? Are you even polite? If I knew, I'd be the protagonist of a romance novel. What is wrong, Xiaoxian? Did you not say I could ask you anything? Li Xingmo looked bewildered at his good friend. This question is beyond the syllabus. You should figure it out on your own, Chen Xiaoxian declared decisively before making a hasty exit. He now felt that spending time with Su Ziyang and Ren Wangfei was far more enjoyable. Li Xingmo had no choice but to attend to his own matters. After completing his task, he emerged to find Xia Wenyuan returning, her hands empty. Wenyuan, where are the things you were holding earlier? Did you forget to take them? Li Xingmo kindly reminded her. I didn't have anything in my hands. You must be mistaken, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly, shaking her head. Wenyuan, perhaps it is you who is mistaken. I distinctly saw you carrying a bag during the health check, and it contained something, Li Xingmo insisted earnestly. Wenyuan, did you not sleep well last night? Are you a bit disoriented today? I truly did not have anything, she insisted. Xingmo, you aren't confusing me with another girl, are you? Xia Wenyuan cast him a sidelong glance, her tone cool as she arched an eyebrow slightly. When girls undergo a physical examination, they must remove their undergarments with steel rings. What she had held in the examination room was simply her temporarily removed undergarment. Silly junior, your eyesight is quite sharp. You could see from such a distance. Could it be that the junior has been secretly observing her? Xia Wenyuan gently bit her red lips, a fleeting blush gracing her cheeks. No, I absolutely will not misjudge, Li Xingmo declared with conviction. He was a warm-hearted person and would never overlook his roommate losing something. Xingmo, you were such a thoughtful boy. Come here. I want to teach you something, Xia Wenyuan inhaled lightly, shooting him a look of exasperation before leaning closer to whisper a few words into his ear, her expression emotionless. Upon hearing this, Li Xingmo's eyes widened, and his face turned crimson, as if struck by lightning. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to ask you that. I genuinely had no idea. Embarrassment surged through him, nearly causing him to faint. After being single for over a decade, he was unaware that there were such considerations regarding lung examinations. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what might be contained within that opaque bag she was holding. Yet, in the next moment, he quickly shook his head internally. How could he entertain such thoughts about his roommate? No, that simply wouldn't he do. Hey, Wenyan, you're here too. Ugh, the thesis proposal is so challenging. Have you managed to finish yours? Who is this young man? The girl's bright, charming smile caused both Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan to momentarily freeze. Oh no, the senior might discover her pretense of being a freshman. Xia Wenyuan gently pressed her lips together, her expression swiftly regaining composure, a subtle curve gracing her lips. It appeared that it was time to interact with the junior under a different identity. Meanwhile, Li Xingmo gazed at Xia Wenyuan in astonishment. A thesis proposal? Wasn't she a freshman? What need did she have for a thesis proposal? No, Wait, could it be that she was actually a senior? His mind went blank. The worry and anticipation he harbored had unexpectedly materialized. Xia Wenyuan was indeed a senior. He could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his heart, the smart wristband vibrating once more. Lulu, this is my co-renter. He called Xingmo. He is a freshman. Xia Wenyuan calmly responded, her delicate, fair wrist also incessantly vibrating with notifications. Hello, senior. Please take care of me. Xingmo suddenly spoke, clenching his fists, his expression earnest, filled with newfound courage. Oh, hello there, junior. I'm Su Qinglu. I used to share a dorm with Wenyuan. Su Qinglu chimed in with a bright smile, clearly charmed by the handsome junior. Xia Wenyuan observed the smile on her face, the corners of her lips gently curving upward. Su Qinglu evidently did not grasp that Xingmo's greeting was directed at her. However, Xia Wenyuan understood perfectly. Xingmo's earlier greeting was meant for her, acknowledging her new identity as a senior. Well then, hello, my adorable and somewhat foolish junior roommate, she silently mused, a gentle smile illuminating her features, her eyes twinkling like stars that suddenly flicker in the night sky. Chapter 15. The senior afraid of injections. Wait a minute, Wenyuan. Did you just say he is your roommate? Wow, how lucky to encounter such a handsome junior in a shared apartment. I wish I could co-rent too. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Qinglu finally registered the situation. This junior, unexpectedly, is now Xia Wenyuan's co-tenant. Wenyuan, you must confess, was this a long-planned scheme? That evening, while you were tidying up in the dormitory, you wore the very same expression. Su Qinglu's eyes ignited with fervent curiosity. There is something amiss with Xia Wenyuan. She is undoubtedly hiding something. A typically aloof campus belle who rarely engages in conversation with boys is cohabiting with a junior? It simply does not add up. Lulu, what are you talking about? My cohabitation with the junior is entirely coincidental. I had never met him before, nor had any prior acquaintance through other channels. Xia Wenyuan calmly refuted, disregarding Su Qinglu's excitedly inquisitive expression, and turned her gaze towards Xingmo. Lulu has always been like this. Don't take it to heart, junior. Su Qinglu. Xia Wenyuan, shouldn't you explain how this handsome junior came to be? As Xia Wenyuan's roommate, Su Qinglu had been curious since last night. What kind of co-tenant would she encounter? Last night, Su Qinglu had inquired about it, and when Xia Wenyuan mentioned a charming young man, Su Qinglu had hardly believed it. How could Xia Wenyuan possibly live with a boy? Unless the sun had risen from the west. And then, today, the sun seemed to rise from the south. Su Qinglu only believed they were truly cohabiting after reviewing the rent payment records of Xia Wenyuan and Xingmo. No worries, senior. May I call you senior from now on? Appear had suddenly transformed into a senior. So, he was cohabiting with the campus belle senior? Xingmo felt an overwhelming pressure, and he was already drenched in sweat. That is fine. If you don't mind, you may also call me sister. Xia Wenyuan said with a slight smile, eager to tease him. Let us stick with senior. Xingmo exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat. When Xia Wenyuan uttered the word sister, he could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his own heart. He felt an urge to call her sister. Yet that term seemed far too intimate. Unless, a thought suddenly struck Xingmo. Unless he could make the senior his girlfriend. In many novels and dramas he had seen, if the relationship was a sibling romance, the boy could call the girl sister. Thus, it could be evidenced. If the campus belle became his girlfriend, then he could rightfully call her sister. Xingmo's face flushed as he looked at the remarkably composed Xia Wenyuan. As this notion ignited in his mind, it burned fiercely, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He made up his mind. He would strive to earn the right to call her sister. By the way, I forgot to mention my year, and I apologize for that. Xia Wenyuan softly remarked. If you mind, I can move out tonight. How could that be? I actually quite like. Xingmo began, but abruptly realized he had let slip a secret. He quickly halted, a look of terror crossing his face as he covered his mouth. Like what? Xia Wenyuan was taken aback, casting him a sidelong glance before speaking gently. The corners of her lips lifted in a subtle arc, reminiscent of sweet plum wine, sending ripples through Xingmo's heart like gentle waves across a tranquil lake. No, it's nothing. Xingmo's face, along with his ears, flushed crimson, his heartbeat accelerating to 140 beats per minute. By the way, senior, could you step in front of the camera for a moment? Xingmo thought of a way to change the subject. He recalled that he was still undertaking the challenge of overcoming his social anxiety. Sure. Xia Wenyuan nodded lightly, gracefully moving to stand before the camera and greeting it with a wave. Thus, in Xingmo's selfie frame, the scene transformed from one person to two. Senior. Do you have any tasks left to complete? Li Xingmo inquired. I shouldn't have any, Xia Wenyuan replied, having had a restless night. Spent searching for tips on cohabitation with a junior. She nodded lazily, planning to accompany Li Xingmo to submit their forms. Then, senior, please wait for me. I haven't had my blood drawn yet. Li Xingmo pointed at a blank line on the health examination form. Blood draw? I haven't had mine either. Xia Wenyuan's expression instantly soured. She dreaded the thought of a blood draw, not at all looking forward to it. Xia Wenyuan had a naturally high sensitivity to pain. Injections were indeed more painful for her than for most. Senior, what's wrong? You don't look well. Once we draw blood, we can go home. Classes start next week. Li Xingmo remarked, momentarily oblivious to Xia Wenyuan's change in demeanor. I'm a bit afraid of pain. Xia Wenyuan felt no need to lie to her junior about this concern. But drawing blood doesn't hurt. Li Xingmo seemed puzzled. Senior, they just insert a needle into the vein, puncture it, and after 20 seconds, it's done. It really doesn't hurt at all. Xia Wenyuan replied, Junior, you really have a way of comforting people. Hee right? Xia Wenyuan slowly typed out a question mark. Her junior truly was a fool. However, observing Li Xingmo's carefree demeanor, she found, for some reason, that her fears seemed to dissipate. The pair arrived at the blood draw station. This time, a single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Wow. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the school beauty, Xia? It really seems to be her. She actually came for the health check with a guy? It must be fake. When the heartthrob from the neighboring school pursued her, she wouldn't even speak to anyone. At that moment, Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan maintained a delicate distance, slightly closer than ordinary friends of the opposite sex, yet still far from being a couple. This scene, coupled with the celebrity effect of Xia Wenyuan, instantly elicited shrieks of astonishment from the gathered onlookers. The other two girls present also caught wind of the sudden outburst. Lin, did you hear that? It turns out that senior is Xingmo's sister. No wonder they live together, one remarked. Humph. Xingmo is deliberately trying to provoke me by making me jealous with his sister. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuirou and Su Mulin, having just completed another project, approached. Upon overhearing the crowd's discussions, Xiao Shuirou had an epiphany. Now everything from yesterday makes sense. Perhaps Li Xingmo wants to win me back but feels too shy. So he asked his sister to help him make me jealous. Boys often employ such tactics of feigned indifference. Xiao Shuirou sniffed. If he likes me, why doesn't he come directly to me? Miss, you haven't sought him out either, Su Mulin replied with a sigh, and besides, we're still unsure if they are truly siblings. Chapter 16. Junior, may I borrow your hand? Lin, they must be siblings, insisted Xiao Shuirou. If they were classmates, Xingmo would certainly avoid any suspicion for my sake. After all, he likes me, so he should steer clear of other girls. She spoke with utmost conviction, firmly believing that Xia Wenyuan and Li Xingmo were indeed relatives. But last week, you wore a wedding dress to see your idol and even shouted husband at the concert. Oh, and what about that boy from the neighboring class who likes you? Su Mulin mercilessly exposed the reality. Stop saying such things. I'm just friends with him. He.s. the one who messages me every day, Xiao Shuirou stammered, her expression shifting as she mentioned the boy from the adjacent class. Friends? Better than with Li Xingmo? Su Mulin pressed on. Well, probably not, Xiao Shuirou hesitated. Lin, I actually plan to use him to provoke Xingmo. You see, if even you noticed, Xingmo would definitely be upset, right? He'll come back to me soon, won't he? Xiao Shuirou bit her lip. Her face clouded with despondency. Shuirou, do you really like Li Xingmo or not? If you don't have feelings for him, why does it upset you when he walks away? Su Mulin grew anxious, unable to grasp the logic behind Xiao Shuirou's actions. Like leads to togetherness, and dislike leads to eternal estrangement. It seems so simple. Why complicate matters? I don't know, Xiao Shuirou stammered, then suddenly exclaimed. But Li Xingmo does like me. He clearly likes me, yet he hasn't messaged me now, and it truly makes me sad, Lin. Her expression was one of disappointment. Her lips pursed as she gazed at the two figures in the distance. She couldn't shake the feeling that Li Xingmo appeared even more handsome than before he entered university. Is it because he appears handsome from a distance? Upon seeing Li Xingmo settle himself before Xia Wenyuan, Xiao Shuirou momentarily held her breath, her gaze becoming dazed and unfocused. Her heartbeat quickened incessantly, and a wave of uncontainable grievance washed over her. Brother, you look quite dashing. Did you rise early to accompany your girlfriend for a health check? The nurse, observing the two, revealed a sweet smile. She perceived them as an exquisite match, Both were strikingly attractive, and any offspring they might have would undoubtedly be charming as well. No, no, she is my roommate. Li Xingma's response caused Xia Wenyuan to bite her lip. She refrained from speaking further, yet an ominous premonition loomed over her. As expected. Oh, so you two are already living together. I wish you both a bountiful family soon. The nurse exclaimed. Oh, you're both in your first and fourth year? Huh? Truly a promising young man. You must cherish your sister. The nurse picked up the health examination form, paused momentarily, and then smiled with a hint of gossip in her eyes. Well, we really aren't, Li Xingmo stammered as he attempted to clarify. Xia Wenyuan remained silent, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. After much explanation, Li Xingmo finally convinced the nurse that they were merely cohabitants. What a pity. I thought you were a perfect pair. However, the fact that roommates can come for a health check together is fate, after all. The nurse, with a gentle demeanor, repeatedly dabbed the iodine-soaked cotton on Li Xingmo's hand before commencing the blood draw. Watching the needle made Xia Wenyuan's face pale. Unconsciously, she bit her lip. Her exquisitely cold visage appeared somewhat forlorn at that moment. How embarrassing. No, Xia Wenyuan, you are already in your fourth year. And now, in front of a younger student. How can you be afraid of injections? Perhaps it was the psychological shadow left from childhood when blood tests meant pricking fingers. Xia Wenyuan wished never to recall such experiences. Suddenly, she was taken aback, observing Li Xingmo being pricked by the doctor. He seemed to feel no pain at all. Xia Wenyuan slightly raised her head, just in time to catch Li Xingmo turning towards her with a smile. Senior, it's fine. It doesn't hurt at all. Li Xingmo beamed with a sunny smile. Xia Wenyuan found herself momentarily entranced. His cool, delicate features displayed a fleeting look of surprise that transformed into a gentle curve at the corners of his lips. MHM. She nodded vigorously in response, gazing at him. Li Xingmo pressed the cotton on his arm and returned to her side, while Xia Wenyuan, with gritted teeth, delicately placed her soft, pale arm on the table. Observing Xia Wenyuan in that moment, Li Xingmo couldn't help but be momentarily entranced. Now, she seems no longer the formidable, aloof Ice Queen senior, but has transformed into a delicate little sister in need of his protection. Haha, little sister, your boyfriend is right. It truly doesn't hurt. Judging by your demeanor, it appears that a painful childhood vaccination has left you with a psychological scar. Moreover, slender girls like you often possess a heightened sensitivity to pain. However, I can certainly teach you some methods to alleviate this discomfort, the doctor said with a gentle smile. Leaning closer to Xia Wenyuan and whispering a few words in her ear, Li Xingmo stood in a daze, observing as Xia Wenyuan's face seemingly flushed crimson. The usually expressionless senior was blushing? Why would she blush? Dear doctor, your senior is feeling anxious. Please don't make her too nervous. Li Xingmo mistakenly believed that Xia Wenyuan's blush stemmed from fear of the injection, and thus he stammered his concerns to the doctor. Junior, Xia Wenyuan said, pursing her rosy lips, turning to face Li Xingmo with a slight lift of her gaze. What is the matter? An inexplicable premonition struck Li Xingmo, causing his heart to race and palms to sweat as he awaited her next words. Junior, may I borrow your hand for a moment? Xia Wenyuan gently bit her lip, suppressing her shyness as she spoke calmly. Huh, senior, do you need my hand to write something? I can help, Li Xingmo exclaimed, thumping his chest. Xia Wenyuan sighed, a mix of exasperation and amusement evident on her face. This young boy truly seemed rather naive. Junior, may I hold your hand? She said, casting a sidelong glance at him before extending her delicate, pale hand. In that instant, her right hand nestled into his left. Boom. Having never held a girl's hand before, Li Xingmo's mind went blank. He was holding hands with his senior. Chapter 17. A fortuitous encounter amidst the autumn breeze upon grasping Xia Wenyuan's hand. The heartbeat monitor on Li Xingmo's wrist skyrocketed to a staggering 170 beats per minute. He could distinctly hear the thunderous rhythm of his heart. Adrenaline surged through his veins. He was holding hands with his senior. This marked Li Xingmo's first experience of holding a girl's hand. Her hand was cool, soft, and incredibly pleasant to hold. He wished to remain in this moment forever, not wanting to let go. Thank you for your assistance, dear doctor, Xia Wenyuan said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. This gesture of holding hands had likely cost the doctor a couple of minutes. Fortunately, there was no cue behind them. However, after clasping his hand, she found herself surprisingly unafraid. Yet, her heart was racing incessantly. Xia Wenyuan could scarcely believe that she had dared to take such a bold step. She had initiated a hand-holding with the junior. Although this action was inspired by the whispers of the nurse, who had assured her that holding hands with a boy she liked would alleviate her fears, she questioned whether she truly had any affection for him. After all, how could she possibly harbor feelings for a junior? Xia Wenyuan had long grappled with the notion of love, having never encountered a boy who had truly captured her heart throughout her life. Nevertheless, the junior was rather charming. Their relationship was innocent. Surely, holding hands as housemates was permissible. Would grasping his hand banish her fears? Gently, she held Li Xingmo's hand, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. His hand was large and warm, offering a genuine sense of security that made her wish to hold on a little longer. It's fine, no need to worry. The nurse chuckled, her laughter vibrant. Even when I indulge in leisure, I prefer watching dramas. Many are mere saccharine tales, lacking the sweetness of the subtle affection shared between genuine couples like you two. At this, Li Xingmo's face flushed deeper, his heart racing at an unprecedented pace. Xia Wenyuan's delicate features also bore a faint blush, which lingered longer than usual. As she held his hand, she could distinctly feel his palm growing clammy with sweat, while her own face felt as if it were ablaze. Her heart fluttered like a restless deer, pounding wildly. The charming blush on her exquisite face was a sight to behold. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, and the soft golden sunlight cascaded over her profile, illuminating her in a breathtakingly beautiful tableau. Standing beside her, Li Xingmo turned slightly, captivated by the scene before him. He was utterly mesmerized. The senior was stunning. Xia Wenyuan's expression was a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xingmo was intently observing her. In that moment, her delicate cheeks were painted with shyness, and the warmth enveloping her hand from his was comforting. As he gazed at her, a spontaneous smile broke across his face. She truly is a gentle soul, he mused, not at all resembling the frigid persona she typically projected. Li Xingmo wished time could linger in this moment. But he knew that would be impossible, for if it did, the senior would certainly suffer from discomfort. With a hint of concern, he watched Xia Wenyuan's slender left arm extended as the nurse proceeded with the needle and blood draw. Xia Wenyuan furrowed her brow, yet to her surprise, she felt little to no pain as the needle pierced her skin. The warmth emanating from her right palm seemed to possess a magical quality, capable of shielding her from the sharp sting of needles. In the past, Xia Wenyuan would tremble with fear each time she faced an injection, her body shaking uncontrollably at times. Yet now, with his hand clasped in hers, she discovered that the act of drawing blood was, in fact, far less daunting than she had previously imagined. Moreover, it didn't hurt as much as before. See, dear sister, I did not deceive you, the nurse said with a gentle smile. When you hold the hand of someone you cherish, the pain of the injection dissipates. However, this time, she refrained from leaning close to Xia Wenyuan's ear, allowing Li Xingmo to overhear her words. What? Li Xingmo was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing as if struck by a thunderclap. It dawned upon him that the nurse's whispered words to the senior had implied that holding the hand of a boy one likes would render the injection painless. If the girl was holding his hand, did that mean? As this thought crossed his mind, his breath hitched for a fleeting moment. He gazed incredulously at the point where their palms met, feeling the soft warmth of her hand against his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. No, it couldn't be true. He had only just met her. She was a senior in her 4th year, a paragon of excellence, the campus flower adored by many. How could she possibly have feelings for a mere freshman like him? Li Xingmo bit his lip, lowering his gaze in a fit of despondency. Yet, what was there to feel disheartened about? He didn't even harbor feelings for her. As he stared at the ground, a weight pressed down on his chest. Perhaps he simply felt a twinge of reluctance to let go of the moment when she had held his hand. All he wished for was to continue protecting her, just as he was now. Nevertheless, there lingered a subtle discomfort within him. Junior, what's the matter? After completing the final step of her medical examination, Xia Wenyuan exhaled deeply. She thanked the nurse and turned to Li Xingmo, giving him a gentle wink. Li Xingmo found himself momentarily speechless as he beheld her expression. Xia Wenyuan's small hand remained intertwined with his, refusing to part. He gazed into her eyes, which were truly enchanting, clearer and more pristine than the most serene lake he had ever seen. Junior, why do you stare at me? She asked, a playful smile gracing her lips, radiating a brilliance more dazzling than the twilight sky and more resplendent than a sky full of fireworks. Senior, you smiled? Li Xingmo exclaimed in surprise, lifting his gaze to meet the exquisite features of the girl before him. In that instant, all his previous feelings of melancholy dissipated like dust in the wind. Gazing at her breathtaking smile, he finally understood the meaning behind those 2 lines of poetry, when the golden wind and jade do meet. They surpass countless encounters in the mortal realm. Chapter 18. Please do not disturb us again. Why can't I smile? Xia Wenyuan's lips curled slightly, her hair shimmering with glimmers of light under the golden warmth of the sun. No, that's not what I meant. Senior, your smile is truly beautiful. Like the flowers of spring, Xingmo said, his cheeks flushed. But you always wear a stern expression, looking so cold. His serious remark nearly caused Xia Wenyuan's expression to falter once more. Junior, you really know how to flatter, she replied playfully. Do I look cold? Upon hearing this, Xia Wenyuan immediately stiffened her face, mimicking a frosty demeanor. Yes, that's the expression, Xingmo nodded vigorously. Do you enjoy seeing me smile? Xia Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, her lips curving upwards. This time, Xingmo noticed that when she smiled, she revealed 2 delightful dimples, which were absent when her face was set in its usual cold facade. Yes, I like seeing Senior smile, he affirmed, nodding earnestly. Not smiling, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly, her gaze shifting to the side where 2 girls were approaching. All right, Xingmo said, feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, the thought that it was his effort that had brought a smile to her face lifted his spirits. But why, after the injection, had she yet to release his hand? Their fingers were still intertwined. Xingmo hesitated, contemplating whether to ask her, as he wished to maintain this connection and not let go. It seemed that Senior was observing something. Turning his head to follow Xia Wenyuan's gaze, he spotted 2 familiar figures approaching. Xingmo, what are you doing here? Why are you holding her hand? Xiao Shueyo exclaimed, her expression a mix of disbelief and confusion. Her tone quickly shifted to one of inquiry. The sight of their clasped hands pierced Xiao Shueyo's heart like a sharp thorn, her beautiful eyes instantly misting over. Beside her, Su Mulan was equally astonished. Oh my! No wonder Xingmo has been so resolute lately. He truly has someone new he cares for. They are even holding hands. This was the perfect moment for an observer like Su Mulan to reflect on the situation. Logically, she should have sided with her friend. Yet, she couldn't help but feel that Xingmo and this elegantly poised girl made a splendid pair, reminiscent of the protagonists in a youthful romantic drama. Could she voice this thought? Su Mulan refrained, but silently resolved to assist her friend should the need arise. Nonetheless, she found herself quietly cheering for their budding connection. She believed that with the striking appearances of Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan, the way Xingmo held her hand could easily grace the cover of a magazine. Xingmo, what is your true relationship with her? You clearly professed your feelings for me not long ago. Xiao Shuiro could no longer contain the grievance swelling within her and spoke with a quivering voice. Xia Wenyuan frowned slightly, casting a fleeting glance at him. A chill inexplicably ran down Xingmo's spine. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed that his senior's grip on his hand had tightened slightly more than before. His heart raced once more as he took a deep breath. Classmate Xiao Shuiro, I urge you to choose your words carefully. There is nothing between us, and you have no right to inquire into my life. His gaze was intense, laced with a hint of coldness. Xiao Shuiro felt the sting of his icy words pierce her, her face flashing with defiance. Xingmo, so you admit it, don't you? In truth, while you profess to like me, you were still in contact with other girls, weren't you? Do you not realize this is a betrayal of my trust? Xiao Shuiro expressed, her voice heavy with sorrow. Xia Wenyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed she was merely an unreasonable little girl, not a formidable rival. Xiao Shuiro, we were merely friends before. You have no grounds to demand anything from me. My senior is now my new roommate. So I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing us in the future. Xingmo's composed response made Xiao Shuiro feel as though her heart had been pierced anew. The we in his words had irrevocably shattered her last psychological barrier. Previously, when Xingmo spoke of we, it had referred to him and her. But now, it had transformed into him and that girl named Xia Wenyuan. Why? Why had she lost to her? Was it merely because that girl was a few years older? Questioning her own heart, Xiao Shuiro believed she had been more than generous to Xingmo. She allowed him to sneak glances at her, permitted his kindness, and even indulged his little whims. She graciously accepted the surprise gifts he prepared for her. Xiao Shuiro felt she had bestowed upon Xingmo the utmost tolerance. Yet he still chose to be the unfaithful one. Her breath came in sharp gasps, her eyes misty with tears, as she asked in frustration, But Xingmo, you clearly liked me. I no longer do, Xingmo replied coldly. How can you, Xingmo, say such a thing? 2 tears slipped from the corners of Xiao Shuiro's eyes. If only you could hold on just a little longer. Her words trailed off as she stood frozen, witnessing Li Xingmo turn away and walk off with Xia Wenyuan, their steps resolute, without a glance back. Her expression instantly became vacant. Xiao Shuiro had never imagined that one day Li Xingmo would abandon her, leaving alongside another girl. At last, her emotions crumbled. Oh, Lin, what am I to do? Xingmo seems to have lost his affection for me. Indeed, he no longer harbors feelings for me. Xiao Shuiro collapsed in tears against Su Mulan's shoulder, her face obscured by her hands. Su Mulan gazed at her, overwhelmed by her sorrowful demeanor, and gently patted her shoulder, saying, Shuiro, I always believed you didn't care for him so deeply. I don't know, Xiao Shuiro wept, her heart breaking. But Mulan, I just saw him holding hands with another girl, and suddenly, I felt such profound sadness. Yet, when he spent every day with me, I didn't feel this way at all. Why? Why do I feel this heartache today? She sobbed. Mulan, do you think Xingmo might realize his mistake in a few days and come back to me? My father even spoke to him about how we should look out for each other when we go to university, and his family said the same. How could he just abandon me like this? Su Mulan softly patted Xiao Shuiro's back, choosing silence. Inwardly, he sighed. Oh, Shuiro, do you not comprehend that some encounters are simply meant to be missed? The fervent affection you once bestowed upon him, unreturned, will inevitably return to engulf you like a relentless tide, yet you have relinquished the steadfast vessel that once supported you amidst those waves, have you not? Shuiro, I genuinely believe you are not suited for him. Su Mulan understood that in the presence of that other girl, the chances for his dear friend were exceedingly slim. Thus, he gently urged her to let go. No, Xingmo has always belonged to me. Xiao Shuiro cried, her voice choked with emotion. I must ask my father. I cannot bear the thought of Xingmo being with someone else. Very well. Meanwhile, Li Xingmo strolled alongside Xia Wenyuan through the school corridor, flanked by a row of ginkgo trees whose golden leaves danced gracefully in the breeze. The hands they had once clasped had unknowingly separated. Yet a faint blush lingered on both their faces, refusing to fade. Chapter 19. Senior, I have long ceased to have feelings for her. Senior, thank you for earlier. Li Xingmo suddenly spoke to her. Thank you for what? Xia Wenyuan was somewhat perplexed. It was she who ought to express gratitude, after all, for she had borrowed his hand. The thought of having taken the initiative to hold the hand of a younger male student left her feeling somewhat guilty. It was her first experience of such intimacy with a boy, particularly with a freshman. Thank you, Senior, for not letting go of my hand. Li Xingmo scratched his head. I was quite nervous earlier. Had you not been there, I wouldn't have known what to say. Holding hands with my senior provided me with great comfort. Have you liked her for a long time? Xia Wenyuan cast him a sidelong glance, a teasing smile playing on her lips. That is all in the past now. Li Xingmo sighed softly. I confessed my feelings to her last year, and she told me I was a good person and that we should remain friends. Are you and her friends now? She asked calmly, lightly pressing her red lips together. No, absolutely not. Li Xingmo hurriedly waved his hands. Senior, I no longer wish to be her friend. I currently have no one I fancy. Oh no, I meant to say, Senior, I have long ceased to like that girl. Li Xingmo stammered in explanation. Is there any difference? Xia Wenyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. You say you no longer like her. Thus you have no one you fancy at present. These two statements should convey the same meaning. She gazed into his eyes and spoke serenely. Indeed, the eyes of a junior are quite captivating, she mused, yet her intuition at that moment hinted that the junior was speaking insincerely. Within his clear, sunlit youthful gaze, it seemed he concealed something deeper. There is a difference. Li Xingmo's face flushed immediately, yet he stubbornly refused to elaborate further. Xia Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing. Could it be that he meant? Surely not. She gently bit her lip. They had only just met, and he was unaware that she was the iced coconut latte. Moreover, the online persona of iced coconut latte was entirely distinct from the reality of Xia Wenyuan. Could love at first sight truly exist? No, such a notion was utterly far-fetched. She was not so self-absorbed as to believe that the somewhat renowned Xingmo could fall for her at first glance. Classmate, would you like to learn about the 7-day activity? We will be randomly matched, and the holiday will commence in a month. At that moment, a cheerful male voice, infused with mirth, captured both of their attentions. Li Xingmo noticed a banner in the distance that read, 7-day activity, helping you find your true love. A surge of emotion stirred within him, and his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Senior, let us take a closer look, Li Xingmo said with curiosity as he approached. Xia Wenyuan pressed her lips together, her lashes fluttering, and followed closely behind him. Did the junior wish to sign up for this 7-day activity? That seemed quite normal, given that he had just entered university and would naturally yearn for a sweet romance. Participants in such activities were predominantly first-year students. It dawned on her that his earlier declaration of no longer liking that girl was perhaps indicative of his desire to embark on a new romantic journey. Perhaps he already had someone in mind, which would explain his keen interest in such an event. Standing beside him, Xia Wenyuan lowered her gaze. If Li Xingmo signed up directly, she would prepare to concoct an excuse to return home. She would say that she had left the gas on. Haha, would you like to learn more about the 7-day activity? The boy at the booth, tasked with welcoming attendees, initially bore no expression upon noticing Li Xingmo. Merely reflecting in her heart, she marveled at the remarkable quality of this year's freshman. This handsome junior would undoubtedly captivate many young ladies. However, his expression swiftly morphed into one of utter astonishment as he beheld the serene figure of Xia Wenyuan, who trailed behind Li Xingmo. The campus belle? What could she possibly be doing here? This 7-day event had been held for numerous years, yet Xia Wenyuan had never participated before. It seemed she held no interest in the trivialities of romance. Perhaps she lacked any inclination towards boys at all. Hello, junior. Are you here to register? A curious male inquired, his gaze lingering on Xia Wenyuan. He harbored no ulterior motives regarding the campus beauty, yet his curiosity was piqued. Could it be that the campus belle had come to register alongside this seemingly inexperienced junior? If that were the case, it would surely become sensational news. Junior, I think I left the gas on at home. I must. Xia Wenyuan bit her lip, inhaled deeply, and spoke calmly. She felt beads of perspiration beginning to form in the palm of her hand. She yearned to escape this place swiftly. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by Li Xingmo's words. I won't be registering, senior. I'm just here to take a look. Li Xingmo repeatedly shook his head at the male seated before him, as he had discreetly glanced at the rules earlier. He noted that the team formation for the 7-day event involved a random allocation based on a comprehensive evaluation of the participants. This implied that certain incompatible candidates would be eliminated before randomly assigning those who were compatible. Thus, even if he registered alongside the senior, it would be quite challenging for them to participate together. Then there's no need to register. Li Xingmo cast a furtive glance at Xia Wenyuan. Would she be signing up? He unconsciously clenched his fists as his heart began to race with anticipation. Senior, after registering, the teams will be randomly assigned, correct? Li Xingmo asked. Indeed. It's all random, though it will help filter out blatantly unsuitable candidates. For instance, if you are a freshman, it is unlikely you would be paired with a senior. The male chuckled as he explained to Li Xingmo. I am Gao Yu, the vice president of the Uncoupled Society. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. You've just entered the school. Make sure to seek out a romantic partner and avoid ending up like us. Still single in our 3rd year. Oh, how I long for sweet love, yet all the girls I know see me merely as a brother, Gao Yu jestingly remarked, handing over a business card emblazoned with his contact information. Ah, the Uncoupled Society. Li Xingmo finally discerned the promotional slogan that indeed proclaimed the existence of such a club. How fascinating it was to discover this unique organization. Xia Wenyuan cast a glance at him and calmly remarked, I have a roommate who found her boyfriend through this very event 2 years ago. Their relationship is flourishing now. Freshman, do you not wish to participate? As this fellow student mentioned, this is an excellent opportunity for you first-year students to find companionship. Her eyes slightly lowered. She seemed poised to metaphorically turn on the gas valve at home. Without waiting for Li Xingmo's response, Gao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. The campus belle is not a mute bride after all. She can actually converse with boys. His mouth agape in astonishment. He realized he was familiar with Xia Wenyuan's roommate and had crossed paths with Xia Wenyuan before, yet he had never witnessed her speaking. Senior, I do not wish to participate, Li Xingmo stammered. He longed to join the event with the senior. But the senior had just mentioned that first-year students could not be paired with fourth-year seniors. Thus, attending this event seemed futile. Do you not desire a romantic relationship? Xia Wenyuan inquired, her gaze slightly raised. Li Xingmo found himself in a quandary. Did he truly not wish for a romantic involvement? Had he been asked this question prior to meeting Xia Wenyuan, he would have answered without a moment's hesitation. Yet now he hesitated. How could he respond to such a query? It seemed he harbored a budding desire for romance, particularly with the senior. Freshman, if you wish to participate, you should sign up. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait until next year, Xia Wenyuan said coldly. The image of the gas valve in her mind turned halfway open. No, I shall not register, senior. I find this event uninteresting. Apologies, senior, for the intrusion. Li Xingmo expressed regretfully to Gao Yu. He then turned to Xia Wenyuan, his gaze clear as it met hers. Why? Xia Wenyuan's tone remained tranquil. However, Gao Yu, seated nearby, suddenly felt a wave of confusion. Goodness, did Xia Wenyuan just smile? He murmured to himself, swiftly shaking his head. I must be feeling unwell lately. It is impossible. How could Xia Wenyuan smile at a boy? Senior, it's just that I have been rather busy lately, Li Xingmo stuttered. I have a multitude of videos to edit, and I also wish to sign up for the soccer team for the upcoming competition. Additionally, the coursework for first-year students is quite heavy, so I may not have the time to participate. After speaking, he lowered his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. Oh. Xia Wenyuan lightly pressed her lips together. Then, discreetly, she closed the gas valve in her mind that had been metaphorically opened. She then gazed into Li Xingmo's eyes and calmly stated, What a coincidence. I have been quite busy lately as well. Initially quite intrigued, I ultimately decided against enrolling in this event. Gao Yu looked at Xia Wenyuan in disbelief. Interested? It sounded so genuine that had he not been in the know, he might have believed it. Xia Wenyuan, after all, was a senior, and she had never signed up before. Gao Yu was aware that her roommate, Su Qinglu, had secretly registered her last year, but Xia Wenyuan hadn't attended and had ignored her for 2 weeks as a warning. Senior, you don't have time, do you? That's wonderful, Li Xingmo exclaimed excitedly. A moment later, he froze. No, senior, what I meant was, how unfortunate. A charming dimple appeared on Xia Wenyuan's face for a fleeting second, only to be swiftly masked by an icy calmness. Li Xingmo, caught in his own expression, failed to notice that brief, radiant smile. However, Gao Yu did see it, and he stood there, utterly astonished. Goodness, he had stumbled upon something. The campus beauty seemed to genuinely have a connection with this freshman. Gao Yu repeatedly glanced between the two, utterly perplexed. Could this freshman possess some magical charm capable of thawing the eternal frost of Xia Wenyuan? Master, I wish to learn as well. Could you perhaps open a class? By the way, senior, didn't you just mention something about gas? Li Xingmo suddenly recalled with alarm. Didn't the senior just say something about the gas at home being left on? Is that true? Xia Wenyuan lowered her gaze slightly. You must be mistaken. Gao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Freshman, trust yourself. You're not mistaken. You're absolutely right. She clearly said it. This wicked woman was deceiving you. Quickly, freshman, expose her. There was an eager look of excitement in Gao Yu's eyes. This was riveting, simply riveting. He pulled out a pack of spicy snacks he had hidden in his bag and eagerly watched Li Xingmo. Oh, that must have been my mistake. Li Xingmo scratched his head, wondering if he had become muddled in his excitement. Well, let us go home. Xia Wenyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Silly freshman. So easily deceived. Strange, why did she feel an inexplicable sense of joy? She pondered briefly before departing with Li Xingmo. Meanwhile, Gao Yu sat there, utterly bewildered, questioning his very existence, his mind swirling with confusion. This kid actually believed her? What was he hoping for? Oh dear, freshman, you're doomed, completely ensnared by her. Gao Yu shook his head helplessly. Given this performance, the freshman's future in the family hierarchy appeared bleak. Wait a moment, did she just say go home? Gao Yu muttered to himself, suddenly struck dumb as if struck by lightning. Freshman, can we exchange contact information? I want to enroll. He looked up, but there was no sign of Li Xingmo anywhere. 3 boisterous young men approached, exuding an air of confidence. Greetings. We are freshmen. May we register? One of them chuckled. Senior, surely there are discounts for newcomers? You must assist us in finding suitable matches. Su Xiang and Ren Wangfei eagerly chimed in. Registration is indeed possible, but the matching process is entirely random, Gao Yu replied. He refrained from mentioning that familiarity with individuals within the club could render this allocation less arbitrary. We wish to register, Chen Shaoxian proclaimed, waving his hand grandly, promptly enrolling all 3. Very well, the first phase commences with a short break in a month. The club will facilitate a 7-day interaction between both parties. After this week, should both individuals express willingness, they may unlock friendship identifiers and receive a commemorative medal from the club. Furthermore, they may participate in the second phase 2 months hence, coinciding with the New Year festivities. Gao Yu elaborated. 2 phases? Is it not customary to have only one? Chen Shaoxian inquired, bewildered. Typically, one would expect that after 7 days, if both parties are inclined, they would become a couple. That is the usual protocol, is it not? Indeed, that was the approach previously. However, we have observed a high rate of breakups. 7 days proved insufficient, as many merely sought casual engagements, Gao Yu clarified. We aim to avoid fleeting romances, which is why we revised the rules this year. Initially, we contemplated 3 phases, but the president deemed 2 sufficient, so we settled on that. In the final phase, should both parties express interest, we will merely distribute prizes and the heartfelt badge, followed by an arrangement to view the New Year fountain display together. As for the future of their romantic pursuits, that remains entirely at their discretion. No matter, at least I will meet some lovely ladies, Chen Xiaoxian declared with bravado, convinced that he would find love this semester. Rin Wangfei echoed similar sentiments, boasting of his profound theoretical experience, believing that achieving singlehood would be effortless. Yet, the well-off Su Xiang harbored no such confidence. His thoughts lingered on a girl he had adored since high school. Were it not for the encouragement of Chen Xiaoxian and Rin Wangfei, he might have refrained from registering altogether. Does this imply I am being unfaithful? Su Xiang pondered anxiously. I have pursued her for years, yet now, you're not even together, so how could it be infidelity? Chen Xiaoxian retorted, irate. Xiang, let me tell you, those cunning women are most interested in your own self-worth. Hence, do not fall prey to their schemes. Furthermore, why worry? Once phase 1 concludes, even if you progress, you will merely be friends, not lovers. You can decide for yourself when the time comes. Chen Xiaoxian, frustrated, imparted this wisdom to Su Xiang, who reluctantly redirected his gaze. All right, as long as it's not considered infidelity. Hey, Xiaoxian, Ren Wangfei suddenly interjected. I just noticed that Xingmo and the campus bell seem to have arrived here as well. What? Did they register? Chen Xiaoxian perked up at the scent of gossip. He immediately glanced at the list in Gao Yu's hands, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him upon discovering that Li Xingmo's name was absent. By the way, Xiaoxian, I've heard that if you know someone from the club, you can actually arrange for them, Su Xiang whispered discreetly. Before departing that morning, he had contemplated that if his crush were to participate, he would certainly want to be grouped with her. Really? Chen Xiaoxian's eyes sparkled with hope. Finding someone can be done gradually this month. Just like squeezing out change, if you search diligently, you're bound to find someone. This way, everyone's happiness in our dormitory is ensured. Senior, is it possible to help others register? Chen Xiaoxian hurriedly inquired. In his ears, the magnificent future of his good brother, Li Xingmo, seemed to resonate. His happiness would be bestowed upon him by his adoptive father, roommate, and half-brother, Chen Xiaoxian, himself. Chapter 21. They seem a bit flirtatious. You want to help someone register? Of course, it can be done, but if that person doesn't show up, it would be meaningless. Gao Yu replied with a shrug. The painful lesson from last year, when Su Qinglu assisted Xia Wenyuan with registration, was still fresh in his mind, and he saw no point in such actions. All right, I'll register my roommate then. Chen Xiaoxian promptly wrote down Li Xingmo's name and student ID. Once he found a familiar face, he would ensure that Li Xingmo was paired with the campus bell. Hey, Xiaoxian, what if the campus bell doesn't participate? Ren Wangfei voiced his concern. Are you foolish? Chen Xiaoxian retorted, if she doesn't participate, then Xingmo certainly won't either. Unless he wishes to go home and kneel on a washboard. Wow, impressive. Su Xiang and Ren Wangfei simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. After the 3 of them excitedly departed, Gao Yu shook his head, reflecting on how the current underclassmen were increasingly remarkable. Just as he was preparing to close up, 2 more girls walked in. Ah, Su Xuanjie, you're back again this year, Gao Yu greeted, recognizing the 2, senior Su Qinglu and Wu Yejun. The duo had participated in activities for 3 consecutive years, each time concluding their endeavors in singlehood. Gao Yu and Su Qinglu were old acquaintances with a past that was best left unspoken. Thus, upon seeing her, he did not muster a pleasant expression. For reasons unknown, Su Qinglu took great pleasure in teasing him, perhaps because he appeared to be an honest person. The mere sight of this mischievous woman gave Gao Yu a headache. Their encounters invariably devolved into banter and arguments. He felt ill-equipped to handle her antics. Hopefully, she would find someone within these 7 days to spare him from the incessant trouble she brought. Ah, Gao Yu, my dear junior. It seems you've become quite charming over this summer break, Su Qinglu remarked with a beaming smile. That's only because you couldn't trouble me these past 2 months. Senior, spending too much time with you would only diminish my looks, Gao Yu retorted without hesitation. Defensive mode, activated. What do you mean by that? You appear rather unwelcoming. Su Qinglu huffed. Last time, when Wenyuan accompanied us, your attitude was quite different. Indeed. I wonder who it was that concealed their roommate's registration from them. Nearly shattering our roommate bond, Gao Yu scoffed. That was merely a playful secret among roommates. Do you understand, Gao Yu? Su Qinglu shot him a glare, her voice rising in indignation. All right, Su Senior, I concede. If it pleases you, I shall register you, Gao Yu said, handing her a sheet of paper. Please fill in your information. Now that's more like it, Su Qinglu replied, taking the registration form with a smile. As she glanced at the names inscribed upon it, her expression shifted to one of shock. Wait, isn't this that junior from elementary school? Wenyuan's roommate? Su Qinglu gasped, covering her mouth, almost revealing too much. What? Please tell me they are not in an online relationship. Gao Yu's face fell, aghast at the thought. If Xia Wenyuan were to be in a relationship, even if it were virtual, it would undoubtedly create quite the stir at Donghai University. Of course not. How could that be? Does our Wenyuan even seem like the type to engage in online romance? Su Qinglu vehemently denied, her eyes darting. When he registered, did he come along with Wenyuan? Are you referring to Li Xingmo? Gao Yu paused, then shook his head. You're overthinking it. He did come to visit with Xia Wenyuan, but he did not register himself. This information was filled out by his roommate. Huh? Hey, let me ask you. When they came together, did you sense any hint of intimacy between them? Su Qinglu retrieved a feather fan from her bag, wearing a knowing smile. What? A limited edition Zhuge Liang merchandise? Are you a professional strategist now? Gao Yu said with newfound respect, contemplating the situation before nodding. Well, I wouldn't say it was intimate. But when Xia Wenyuan is with him, she is different from her usual icy demeanor. It's as if, despite still appearing aloof, she harbors special feelings for that junior. Perfect. Su Qinglu exclaimed joyfully, I shall register Wenyuan. Wait, what? Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten that last year, your attempt to register her resulted in her ignoring you for 2 weeks? Gao Yu looked at Su Qinglu incredulously. Go away. Why do you remember my affairs so well? Su Qinglu shot him a glare. That was because last year, the junior hadn't even enrolled yet. Now that we have a junior, can the situation be the same? Do you understand, you silly goose? Who are you calling a silly goose? Just because I haven't been in a relationship for 20 years makes me a silly goose? The tension between Su Qinglu and Gao Yu escalated, and it seemed they were on the verge of an all-out clash. It was still Wu Yajun who stepped in to save the day. Lulu, I'm counting on you. This year I still want the handsome senior. Wu Yajun gazed at her with sparkling eyes. Wasn't it just 2 years ago that you desired a handsome senior? Did it serve any purpose? Su Qinglu cast a sidelong glance at her. Even if it serves no purpose, one can still desire it. Wu Yajun tugged at Su Qinglu's sleeve with a pitiful expression. All right. Su Qinglu filled in the names of the 3 of them. They had another roommate who had already found a partner 2 years prior, so she didn't need to sign up. Are you participating this year? Once Su Qinglu had filled in the names, she smiled and inquired of Gao Yu. I'm participating. It's all about the experience. You know that none of us from the Singles Society have actually found partners. Gao Yu shrugged helplessly. There are a total of 11 members in the Singles Society, and everyone participates in the events every year. The success rate of finding partners remains remarkably stable, steadfastly maintaining at 0. Oh, don't be so pessimistic. Perhaps this year someone will find a partner. Su Qinglu beamed as she walked away. She hadn't disclosed to Gao Yu that she was acquainted with the president of the Singles Society. No way. Gao Yu shook his head. This singlehood curse had persisted for several years, and he had long since accepted his fate. If it weren't for the Society's rule that members must take the lead in participation, he would have been disinclined to join this commotion. Watching Su Qinglu depart, Gao Yu suddenly felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he was an insider, and moreover, the vice president. The matching list would pass through his hands before being signed off by the president. Furthermore, he had a good rapport with the president, who would certainly not let him down. Otherwise, should he be unlucky enough to be matched with Su Qinglu, it would indeed be disastrous. Meanwhile, Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan were nearing home. Senior, for some reason, I have an odd feeling that someone has orchestrated something for us. A sense of foreboding crept into Li Xingmo's mind. You feel that way too? Xia Wenyuan furrowed her brow slightly. She had also inexplicably experienced the same sensation earlier, thinking perhaps it was just due to her recent fatigue. Could it be that both she and the junior were being arranged by someone? The moment the thought crossed her mind, Xia Wenyuan shook her head with a light laugh internally. What is wrong with me? How could I entertain such a peculiar notion? It must be an illusion. She glanced at Li Xingmo and spoke calmly, though her heart raced slightly. Looking at his face in this manner evokes an unsettling feeling. Why is that? Xia Wenyuan took a soft breath, withdrew her gaze from Li Xingmo's face, and shook her head. Yes, it's entirely an illusion. Chapter 22. The subtle shift in relationships. I too believe it might just be an illusion. Li Xingmo responded somewhat nervously. What occupied his thoughts now was how to interact with Xia Wenyuan upon their return. Junior, do you know how to cook? Xia Wenyuan suddenly asked, pressing her lips together. A slight nervousness flickered across her otherwise calm face, quickly masked by an icy demeanor. I know a bit. Li Xingmo nodded vigorously. He had learned to prepare simple home-cooked dishes while filming videos before, and he managed quite well. However, he was certain that his senior sister was far more skilled in the culinary arts. Senior sister, you are so exceptional. You must be an excellent cook, right? Would you be willing to teach me? He asked, a hint of pride swelling within him. He felt, at last, that he was demonstrating emotional intelligence. Suddenly, he recalled hearing others say that when pursuing a girl, discreet compliments would elevate her spirits, much like his current approach. In truth, Xia Wenyuan gazed at him with a somewhat complicated expression. Being a senior sister doesn't necessarily mean one is adept at cooking. Ha ha ha, senior sister, please don't be modest. Li Xingmo laughed heartily. You are undoubtedly more skilled than I am. Come, let us go grocery shopping together, and I shall learn to cook under your guidance. Why not tell me your signature dish, and we can procure the corresponding ingredients? He suggested thoughtfully. Egg fried rice, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly, casting a glance at him. Her palms tightened slightly. Silly Junior. He seemed oblivious to the fact that she wasn't particularly proficient in the kitchen. Huh. Li Xingmo was taken aback. And tomato scrambled eggs. Xia Wenyuan's gaze lowered slightly. She had always felt that her culinary creations were far from delectable. During her previous solitary days at home, she could only muster the preparation of simple dishes. Since entering university, she had mainly dined in the cafeteria. It had been quite some time since she last cooked. Don't worry, senior sister, I can cook. How about I prepare dinner for you tonight? What would you like to eat? Li Xingmo inquired enthusiastically. Egg fried rice. Xia Wenyuan replied flatly. Really? He scratched his head. Not really. However, I am not skilled at preparing anything else. Xia Wenyuan observed Li Xingmo's clear eyes and spoke calmly. The junior was willing to cook for her. But Xia Wenyuan did not wish to be merely a passive recipient of someone else's efforts. She did not want to be a burden. Just as she had felt long ago at the place once referred to as home. There, she was perceived as a liability by everyone. Thankfully, she had long since escaped that environment. Xia Wenyuan never wished to experience again the sensation of being viewed as a burden by others. She desired to cook this meal alongside Li Xingmo. Oh dear, senior sister, didn't I mention that I can cook? Li Xingmo urged. If you are unable to, I can handle the cooking. Would you be able to teach me? Xia Wenyuan bit her lip gently, her gaze lowered. All right, then let us go buy groceries, senior sister. Li Xingmo beamed with a warm smile that momentarily left Xia Wenyuan in a daze. Junior, your smile is truly captivating, Xia Wenyuan remarked, gazing into Li Xingmo's eyes with a dazed expression. Her voice, cool and serene, resonated in his ears like the most exquisite melody in the world. Ha, senior, you are truly flattering, he replied, amused. Well, you are right, Xia Wenyuan said, pausing momentarily. Let us go buy some groceries. Tonight's meal is on me. She stepped forward, her delicate face revealing a radiant and enchanting smile. Why? Li Xingmo questioned, perplexed as he hurried to catch up. For no particular reason. I insist on treating you tonight, and you must not refuse. But, I am the senior. You must listen to me. Okay. Xia Wenyuan's cold gaze met his, her voice leaving no room for dispute. The two shared a silent gaze for a while. Suddenly, she felt a slight sting in her nose, and tears began to shimmer in her eyes. How long had it been since she had felt this emotion known as warmth? Perhaps it had begun from long ago, when the venomous words spoken by those she believed to be her closest kin had pierced her heart. What use is it to have a daughter? Can a daughter carry on the family line? Always studying, just studying. What purpose does all that education serve for a girl? Xia Wenyuan, let me tell you. This family's fortune has nothing to do with you. It all belongs to your future brother. Honestly, seeing you is vexing. Why did we have to have a daughter? These malicious words came from her parents, with many more that Xia Wenyuan could no longer recall. From that moment, her concept and attitude towards love had been reduced to indifference. For a long time, she believed she had entirely sealed her heart, convinced that no one would ever enter it again, and that she would never again feel warmth from others. Only in this way could she avoid being hurt. Until she met him. Xia Wenyuan slightly lifted her gaze, afraid to look into Li Xingmo's eyes. She had heard that if one looked up at the sky, tears would not fall. She could not allow the junior to see her cry. That would be too embarrassing. You are an impressive senior, Xia Wenyuan. Senior, are you all right? Li Xingmo asked, concern etched across his face, sensing something was amiss with her. Are you cold? I didn't bring an extra jacket. How about this? I'll take off my shirt for you. After all, I'm a boy, and it's fine not to wear a shirt. Silly. Who would wear your clothes? I'm not cold, she replied, instantly breaking into laughter. Her brows arched into beautiful crescent moons, and 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, leaving Li Xingmo momentarily spellbound. Senior, you smiled, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Could you smile more often in the future? Senior sister, your smile is truly captivating. Exceptionally beautiful, remarkably enchanting. Xia Wenyuan felt a gentle blush rise to her cheeks. How beautiful. As lovely as the sunset on the horizon. Li Xingmo pointed towards the sky. Unfortunately, it was not yet sunset. The evening glow was absent. No, wait. Your smile surpasses the beauty of the sunset, truly. Li Xingmo gazed into her eyes, speaking with utmost sincerity. Upon receiving such compliments, the smile at the corners of Xia Wenyuan's lips became uncontainable. She lightly pursed her red lips and spoke with a cool, clear tone. Understood, you silly boy. Therefore, when we go grocery shopping later, the one who looks better while smiling should pay. After saying this, Xia Wenyuan walked ahead. Unbeknownst to Li Xingmo, 2 lines of tears slowly fell from her exquisitely smiling cheeks, soon to be wiped away by her hand. No way. Senior sister, actually. I look great when I smile too. Don't believe me? Let me show you, ha ha ha. Li Xingmo instantly grinned widely as he chased after her. Xia Wenyuan did not turn back, but her mind was filled with the sunshine of the junior's smile. Yes, junior, your smile is indeed beautiful. Even more stunning than the sunset on the horizon. 3 hours later, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the dining table of the shared apartment. The rich aroma wafted through the small space, and before even picking up her chopsticks, Xia Wenyuan could barely contain her salivation. She genuinely wished to maintain her usual aloof demeanor, yet the dishes prepared by the junior were simply too enticing. Earlier, while standing beside him and observing, she had been mesmerized. The junior's hands seemed to possess some magical power, transforming seemingly ordinary ingredients into an exquisite feast. Xia Wenyuan bit her lip, unable to suppress the expression of a little glutton on her delicately cold face. Internally, she felt a twinge of desperation. Junior, is this truly your version of not being good at cooking? Li Xingmo had prepared braised ribs, meatball and vegetable soup, and stir-fried bamboo shoots with shredded meat. Alongside a steaming pot of fried rice, it constituted a delightful dinner for 2. The fried rice was Xia Wenyuan's specialty, indeed, but cooking seemed to appear so daunting. No. She must learn to cook from the junior. Xia Wenyuan resolved herself. She needed to learn well. She could not allow the junior to cook for her every day. Otherwise, she might truly end up as a plump cat. Senior sister, are you hungry? It seems like you're drooling, Li Xingmo said, pointing to the corner of Xia Wenyuan's mouth, where he thought he saw a glimmer. No, not at all. After Xia Wenyuan spoke, she realized her tone was inappropriate and quickly attempted to convey a more aloof demeanor. I mean, no, she replied, biting her lip, although her gaze remained fixed on the delectable dishes on the table. Senior, you are quite uncommunicative. Li Xingmo remarked with a silly smile, meeting Xia Wenyuan's eyes. Xia Wenyuan remained silent, her expression a conflicted mix as she continued to chew on her lip. Senior, if you're hungry, please eat. Allow me to serve you some dishes. Before Xia Wenyuan could react, she noticed a generous piece of rib had appeared in her bowl. Then came bamboo shoots, shredded meat, meatballs, and greens. Senior, do eat up, Li Xingmo urged cheerfully, adding, rest assured, these chopsticks are untouched by me, so we won't be inadvertently kissing. Senior, I had no intention of kissing you indirectly. Li Xingmo suddenly felt the atmosphere shift to an awkward tension. Unsure of what had transpired, Xia Wenyuan was momentarily bewildered by his unexpected mention of an indirect kiss, before she couldn't help but giggle softly, covering her mouth. Who would want to kiss him indirectly, honestly? She mused, finding the younger student adorably foolish yet charming. Nodding, she picked up a piece of the shredded meat and brought it to her lips. How delightful. The moment the food entered her mouth, Xia Wenyuan was utterly astonished by the culinary prowess of her junior. Not only did it smell divine, but the taste was heavenly as well. His cooking is truly exceptional. A glimmer of appreciation sparkled in her eyes as she carefully savored the food he had served her. Suddenly, a slight pang tugged at her nose, and her gaze drifted into a daze. It seemed like an eternity since she had tasted such exquisite cuisine. Senior, how is it? Is it delicious? Li Xingmo asked with eager anticipation. Delicious, really delicious, particularly delightful, she responded while eating, her voice tinged with a tremor. As she spoke, the girl subtly turned her head and gently rubbed her eyes with her delicate, fair hands. I'm glad you enjoy it, Li Xingmo exclaimed, his tone brimming with surprise. He had always thought his culinary skills were mediocre, yet he was taken aback by the high praise from his senior. Wait, senior, why are you rubbing your eyes? Is there an irritation? He observed her actions closely, prompting his inquiry. No, just some sand got in, Xia Wenyuan replied, pursing her lips. She then discreetly glanced at her phone, where a recently opened search page displayed, living with a junior, but my cooking isn't good. How should I take care of him? However, the results she found were entirely filled with blush-inducing topics. What? Unusual feelings between siblings? Girls can take the initiative in the process? A faint blush graced Xia Wenyuan's cheeks as she closed that peculiar window. No, it cannot be. Junior, may I learn to cook from you in the future? Xia Wenyuan inquired softly while eating. Of course, Li Xingmo replied with evident excitement. The fact that the senior wished to learn cooking from him hinted at many opportunities for them to share time closely at home in the future. Xia Wenyuan bit her lip, saying, Then you mustn't laugh at my inadequacies. I wouldn't dare. Li Xingmo paused momentarily. Senior, I would never laugh at you. When you accidentally spilled some egg while cracking it, I didn't laugh then either. You're lying. You clearly chuckled. Xia Wenyuan gazed at him, her small face puffing up slightly. Li Xingmo found her adorably endearing, imagining her cheeks would be delightfully soft to pinch. Alas, he lacked the courage to do so. To reassure her, he insisted, I genuinely was laughing at you. Really? Xia Wenyuan looked at him skeptically. I was merely marveling at the splendid weather. Junior. It had already started to rain while we were cooking. What splendid weather were you referring to? Xia Wenyuan retorted coolly. Internally, she scoffed at her mischievous junior. He had indeed laughed at her. I did not, truly, senior. I have undergone professional training. Li Xingmo said, his laughter betraying his amusement. His expression made Xia Wenyuan contemplate giving him a playful kick. However, she was wearing a skirt and, without socks, her fair little feet were exposed. Thus, she refrained. Junior, I wish to ask you something. Xia Wenyuan glanced at the lavish spread before them, hesitating a moment before her expression turned serious. She looked into Li Xingmo's eyes and softly continued. If I learn to cook from you, it may take some time for me to master it. During this period, I might become quite a burden to you. As she uttered the word burden, a slight tremor echoed in her voice. Long ago, she often heard a similar term at home, encumbrance. Xia Wenyuan, you are merely a girl. Thus, you have become an encumbrance to your parents. No, those two were no longer her parents. Senior, you seem quite peculiar today, Li Xingmo remarked, puzzled. It's just cooking. Even if I lived alone, I would still cook. Moreover, if it were just one person, I would not be able to finish the meal alone, and the leftovers would not taste as good the next day. Also, senior sister, you insisted on paying today, so this meal can be considered as your treat to me. Li Xingmo gazed into Xia Wenyuan's eyes. Senior sister, regarding the matter of adding a pair of chopsticks, why do you use such heavy words? At worst, once you master the skills, you can cook for me. Li Xingmo's sincere gaze and the radiant smile of a charming youth caused Xia Wenyuan to feel a pang of emotion in her heart. Junior, why is it that you can always present such a heartwarming expression? Xia Wenyuan gently pressed her lips together, looking into Li Xingmo's eyes, and a smile graced her face. Thank you, Junior. Well then, I might just cling to you from now on. Xia Wenyuan whispered to him, only to suddenly realize that her words seemed a bit ambiguous. Such things should not be said between a junior and a senior. I'll go wash the dishes. With that, the girl left the room. Her face slightly flushed as she hurried into the kitchen. Senior sister is so adorable. Li Xingmo watched Xia Wenyuan's retreating figure with a silly smile. Senior sister, will you promise to always rely on me? The boy gazed out at the moonlight and starlight, silently wishing. The stars in tonight's sky inexplicably made him feel a sense of brightness. Chapter 24. The first embrace of the senior sister after dinner. A relaxed and leisurely time enveloped the shared apartment. Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan had gathered plenty of material together today, and now he was editing the video while still remembering to ask questions in the group chat. Xingmo, is there anyone who can rescue me? How can I get along well with my beautiful senior sister who I share a flat with? Xingmo, help me out, everyone. Why is no one giving me any effective advice? Li Xingmo had sincerely posed this question in the group chat many times. He truly could not comprehend why so many people were responding with question marks. This is a very practical issue. Could it be that among so many people, none have ever shared a flat with a beautiful senior sister? Even if it's not a senior sister, sharing a flat with the campus belle would suffice. All of these experiences hold valuable insights. Li Xingmo felt like crying, on the verge of calling for his adoptive father in the group. Yet, he still hadn't received even a single effective response. Meanwhile, the group members had begun to engage in chaotic antics. Various memes featuring the number 50 and Qin Shi Huang were popping up incessantly. Many others were asking him how many dishes were served tonight and whether he had peanuts while drinking. This left Li Xingmo thoroughly confused, as he hadn't even had any alcohol. Yu Liusu, the boss is drunk. Tonight, I reign supreme in the group. Qin someone, audacious. Look at my name and say that again. Qingren, iced coconut latte, have you had a quarrel with the boss? Latte-chan. Look at how he spends his days dreaming of cohabiting with the beautiful senior sister. Upon hearing this, the group members suddenly seemed to understand. It appears that a young couple has had a quarrel. Mo Ren must have intentionally provoked the situation, undoubtedly infuriating Bing Yi Latte. If Bing Yi Latte were to learn that he is cohabiting with the beautiful senior, she would certainly feel a pang of jealousy and become upset. Perhaps, in a fit of rage, she might even rush to confront him in person. Ah, the schemes of young boys. The group members were all in an uproar. Within 3 minutes, Bing Yi Latte received a flurry of messages in the group chat. The onlookers, relishing the drama, eagerly settled in with their virtual popcorn, with some even offering remote popcorn sales from the front row. At this moment, Xia Wenyuan, who was initially in her bedroom perusing various search engines, was engrossed in reading tips on social media about the nuances of sharing an apartment with a junior. Suddenly, she was bombarded by the group messages. Bing Yi Latte, I believe what Mo Ran said is true. He really is cohabiting with the beautiful senior. Yu Lu Su. Qingran. Qin someone. You show me 50 and I'll believe you. Tang Sanzang. Benefactor, leave an account and I'll transfer it to you immediately. Ku Shuejia. It's over, it's over. Bing Yi Latte is so consumed by jealousy, she's lost her mind. The chat instantly descended into chaos. Li Xingmo sighed, realizing he could not rely on this group of people. By the way, senior, I'll blur your image when you appear. If people in reality learn that you are living with a boy, it could have undesirable repercussions. Suddenly recalling this matter, Li Xingmo approached the door of Xia Wenyuan's bedroom and proposed the idea. Xia Wenyuan was startled by his unexpected entrance. At that moment, her phone screen still displayed the group messages, with Bing Yi Latte's avatar prominently visible. Remembering the numerous mortifying comments she had posted beneath his video, her heart began to race. No, she could not allow the junior to discover her secret. She hastily attempted to conceal her phone. However, in her fluster, she moved too abruptly, causing the phone to slip from her grasp and fall to the floor, screen up, glimmering slightly. Senior, allow me to assist you. Li Xingmo instinctively reached to pick it up. Don't move. Xia Wenyuan shouted at him. Ah, all right, senior, I want to move, Li Xingmo replied, his face paling in fear. Why was the senior suddenly so fierce? Had she finally realized that living with a boy was inconvenient? Was she preparing to move out? A wave of despondency washed over him. Just as he had begun to know the senior, she was already planning to leave? Or perhaps she was a covert operative from the 78th Nebula or some other mysterious organization. Yes, an assassin. Only a beautiful female assassin would approach her target under the guise of cohabitation. Li Xingmo was suddenly drenched in sweat. The senior sister is so beautiful. Being killed by her would undoubtedly be excruciating. Xia Wenyuan picked up her phone and then looked up, only to find Li Xingmo standing beside her, visibly hesitant. He even raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Xia Wenyuan? She gazed at Li Xingmo, slowly typing out a question mark. Senior sister, I haven't discovered any of your secrets. Could you please refrain from silencing me? Various scenes from the realms of anime flooded Li Xingmo's mind. Indeed, such a stunning senior sister would never casually share a living space with him. She must be a deranged, otherworldly assassin of sorts. Junior, calm down. If it truly came to murder, I doubt I could overpower you, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly. After a moment's thought, she extended a delicate hand, gently lowering the surrendering gesture he held above his head. At the instant Xia Wenyuan's hand brushed against his, Li Xingmo's face turned crimson. Huh? Senior sister. Aren't you an assassin from another dimension? Li Xingmo asked, bewildered. Junior, do you believe in light? In truth, I am Ultraman, Xia Wenyuan said with a slight smile at the corners of her lips. She was somewhat astonished by her own words. When did she become the type to joke with a boy like this? Really? Li Xingmo exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. I believe. Who wouldn't he believe in light? Senior sister, may I see your transformation device? As he gazed at Xia Wenyuan's exquisite figure, he pondered where she might conceal such a device. Upon noticing his gaze, Xia Wenyuan crossed her arms protectively and shot him a fierce look. Naughty Junior, she thought. Why did he believe everything she said? Xia Wenyuan considered labeling Li Xingmo in her mind. Foolish Junior, naughty Junior. Should she add another? Perhaps adorably handsome Junior. But she decided to observe him further before making that judgment. Lost in thought, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Both Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan froze. It was already quite late. Who could possibly be knocking at their apartment? Li Xingmo turned to ask the senior sister, but to his surprise, he saw a look of terror on Xia Wenyuan's face. Could it be that they had come for her again? Xia Wenyuan's face drained of color, her lips trembling uncontrollably. That was the fear she harbored deep within her heart. Senior sister, it's okay. I'm here. Seeing Xia Wenyuan in such a pitiful state ignited a surge of courage within Li Xingmo. Then, in the instant Xia Wenyuan froze in disbelief, he, like a spirited youth, boldly extended his arm and pulled her into his embrace. Junior, she urged, momentarily attempting to break free, yet unable to resist the allure of his warmth. The delightful scent of youthful vigor and his soothing temperature rendered her mind a blank slate. The desire to escape faded, leaving her devoid of strength. Senior, I am a boy. I can protect you. There is no need to fear with me around. In truth, Li Xingmo was engulfed by fear. As an adolescent trapped in his own fantasies, he envisioned the outside world filled with interdimensional assassins or extraterrestrial beings seeking to steal Earth's energy crystals. The persistent knocking echoed through the air, and he could distinctly hear the deep voice of a middle-aged man, reciting something in a hushed tone. But at this moment, he held his senior close. He could not afford to be afraid. Taking a deep breath, he cast a resolute gaze towards the door. If he succumbed to fear, who would protect his senior? Regardless of what awaited beyond the threshold, he was determined to confront it. Li Xingmo prepared to retrieve a kitchen knife. Then, the voice from outside rendered both him and the tightly embraced Xia Wenyuan momentarily stunned. Hello, your takeout has arrived. Is anyone there? Why is it taking so long to open the door? The middle-aged man's voice reverberated through the corridor. Huh? Li Xingmo listened as an electronic notification announced a new order from a delivery service, glancing at the senior wrapped tightly in his arms. His face flushed crimson in an instant. Chapter 25. She is not a bad senior. With great caution, Li Xingmo opened the door to retrieve the takeout, then promptly closed it behind him. The small apartment fell into an awkward silence. I'm sorry, Junior. I was a bit dazed and forgot that I had ordered takeout. Xia Wenyuan softly apologized after a moment, biting her lip. It was the fruit delivery she had requested. Xia Wenyuan felt that Li Xingmo worked hard in the kitchen and deserved a token of appreciation. Yet now, her mind was consumed by the embrace he had just given her. It was the first time in her 21 years of singlehood that she had been so intimately close to a boy. When he held her, she experienced a profound sense of security, one that those she referred to as family had never provided. The thought of wanting to remain in her junior's embrace was swiftly quelled in her mind. Xia Wenyuan, what are you thinking? He is your junior. He is only a freshman, and you are already a senior. How could such thoughts arise? With a composed expression, she shook her head, though her delicate, pale toes curled instinctively. The notion of a senior enticing a freshman into an embrace or kiss felt utterly scandalous. Such thoughts would surely be deemed inappropriate for broadcast on television, wouldn't they? If anything were to transpire with her junior, it would be he who should take the initiative. She would certainly never entice him to take the initiative, absolutely not. Otherwise, wouldn't she become the villainous senior? She is, after all, a good senior. Xia Wenyuan cast a glance at Li Xingmo, lost in silent contemplation. Ah, it's all right, senior. I apologize, I was too hasty earlier. I merely wished to protect you. Which is why I embraced you, Li Xingmo said dejectedly. It's over. He had truly made a blunder. He had mistakenly thought there were ill-intentioned individuals at the door. And in that moment, he had held the senior tightly. She must now perceive him as a wrongdoer and would surely want to rid herself of him. In light of this, he decided it was best to leave of his own accord. Senior, I shall go gather my things, he said, trudging toward his bedroom with a heavy heart. Xia Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback. Junior, are you going on a trip? No. Senior, I was too forward just now. You surely wouldn't want to continue sharing a residence with me, would you? Hey, what are you doing, Senior? Just as Xingmo was about to shut down his computer and pack it into his suitcase, he suddenly felt a chill on his wrist. His heart raced, and his mind went blank. He saw that Xia Wenyuan had grasped his wrist. Silly Junior, Xia Wenyuan inhaled deeply, her gaze calm, yet her grip unconsciously tightening. Senior, that hurts a little, Xingmo remarked, sensing she seemed to be pinching him. Despite the discomfort, he found it curious that being called a fool by her brought him a sense of joy. Stay put. No one is asking you to leave. If you dare to depart without a word, I will bring you back from wherever you go. A glimmer of emotion flickered in Xia Wenyuan's eyes before vanishing. Then, Xingmo felt something soft and sweet being placed in his mouth. He swallowed it. Senior, this watermelon is delicious. But Senior, we didn't buy any watermelon, did we? He chuckled foolishly, puzzled. His confusion stemmed from the fact that they had purchased watermelon that day. Could it be from a hidden greenhouse? Is there a concealed greenhouse in the apartment? His silly grin was due to the fact that she hadn't sent him away. Indeed, she was a gentle person. He resolved never to embrace her again. Remember, no more hugging the Senior. If there is a next time, she would surely be upset. Xingmo silently reminded himself. Yet, she felt so soft, obedient, and adorable in his embrace. Truly, could he never hug the Senior again? He found himself momentarily lost in thought. Right. So where did the watermelon come from? Only then did Xingmo recall that he had yet to receive an answer to his earlier question. The watermelon was from a delivery I ordered. Xia Wenyuan replied calmly to his inquiry regarding the source of the watermelon. Weren't you the one who loved watermelon the most? Her sentence abruptly ceased mid-flow. Xia Wenyuan ordered the fruit-cut watermelon that Xingmo cherished the most. However, she suddenly realized that she should not be privy to his fondness for watermelon. It was only Bing Yunali who should know about Xingmo's love for this fruit. Xia Wenyuan bit her lip gently, feeling that this time she could no longer conceal the truth. Should she be forthright with him? The junior was so amiable, surely. He would not refuse to share a rental with her just because he discovered she was Bing Yunali. Her heart quickened slightly as she glanced at Xingmo, hesitating over whether to reveal that she was the little fangirl residing in his comment section. Thank you, Senior. Haha, you are truly remarkable. It seems we possess a telepathic connection, as you have guessed my favorite fruit, watermelon, so effortlessly. Xingmo exclaimed with delight, a large bite of red juice dripping from the corner of his mouth. Xia Wenyuan watched the foolish boy, joyfully devouring his watermelon, lost in contemplation. Perhaps she was overthinking it. The silly junior would never realize she was Bing Yunali. By the way, Junior, you need not censor your videos for me. I can appear on camera without any qualms, she said, meeting Xingmo's gaze with calmness. Aren't you concerned that people you know might recognize you? Xingmo questioned, puzzled. Recognition would be preferable, Xia Wenyuan replied, her eyes gently downcast. Why is that? Xingmo's face was a portrait of confusion. There is no reason, she answered coolly, and then, her delicate feet clad in pink rabbit slippers, she walked back to her bedroom with a soft patter. Xingmo did not notice the faint blush that graced Xia Wenyuan's exquisite face after she spoke those words. Humph, the Senior is truly stingy. Never mind. I am the junior. I shall indulge her and not hold it against her. After all, she is a girl, and I must cherish and accommodate her. Xingmo murmured to himself. He felt inexplicably cheerful that evening and began to hum a tune softly, even changing his mood status on his video platform to a little sweet. Unbeknownst to him, the previously closed door to Xia Wenyuan's bedroom had quietly opened a crack. A girl stealthily listened through the gap, her entire face flushed an enticing shade of crimson, with her fair neck and delicate ears tinged with a charming blush. Chapter 26. The Assistance of the Study Scholar Silly Jr. Back in her room, Xia Wenyuan stretched languidly in her computer chair like a lazy kitten. Her alluring curves were momentarily on display, though she had no intention of allowing her junior to behold such a sight. If it were to happen, it would have to be contingent upon his future conduct. Xia Wenyuan's cheeks turned slightly pink as she shook her head, retrieving her silent typing keyboard. The old book had concluded. Now, what should she write for the new one? Xia Wenyuan pondered for a moment before dialing Su Qinglu to discuss inspiration. Oh dear. How does the great author find time to contact me this evening? Aren't you busy writing? On the other end, Su Qinglu, who had meticulously arranged Xia Wenyuan's participation in the recent event, spoke with a tone full of mirth. The thought of arranging for Xia Wenyuan and Li Xingmo to be grouped together once the registration deadline passed filled her with excitement, prompting her to slap her thigh in delight. As a devoted shipper of their sibling romance, she was resolute in her support. "Lulu, I have completed my latest novel," Xia Wenyuan announced. "Oh right, what is your latest work about?" "A romance novel, pure love, devoid of any tragedies." "Haha, I imagine the ending must be quite sweet." "Indeed. The male and female leads die together." Su Qinglu exclaimed. "Wenyuan, have your readers not threatened to murder you?" She was drenched in sweat. "No. Many in the comments have expressed their desire to find gifts for me in the kitchen." Xia Wenyuan replied calmly. "Did they not also ask for your address to send you some local specialties?" Su Qinglu was now even more flustered. "Yes, but my appetite has been poor lately, so I provided them with your address." Xia Wenyuan replied with an air of tranquility. Then, from the other end of the line, Su Qinglu erupted in exasperated curses. "I was joking," Xia Wenyuan smirked slightly. She cherished these playful exchanges with Su Qinglu. When she first arrived in the city alone, without Su Qinglu's care, she might not have persevered to this day. She felt fortunate to have such a friend. Thus, should she confide in Su Qinglu about the junior? Xia Wenyuan hesitated. What was there to say? Nothing had transpired between her and the junior. They were merely ordinary, innocent roommates. "Why on earth did you write that the main characters died together?" "That's quite excessive," Su Qinglu inquired helplessly. "Because they lived to the age of 99 and passed away together, with over 100 descendants burying them," Xia Wenyuan answered calmly. "Ah, goodness, Wenyuan. You're teasing me." Su Qinglu was taken aback for a long while before replying with a pout. "Have I ever spoken falsely?" Xia Wenyuan's lips curled into a smile. Su Qinglu paused, reflecting that indeed, she had not. Being buried together at 99 was, in essence, the conclusion of the narrative. "I don't care, Wenyuan. You are deceiving me." "Humph, I feel like you've become wicked lately." "Wenyuan, confess honestly, have you learned something improper from that junior?" Su Qinglu retorted, puffing up in indignation, before suddenly breaking into a mischievous grin. "The junior is quite innocent. He is a good person." "Lulu, do not speak recklessly," Xia Wenyuan immediately refuted. Su Qinglu? Su Qinglu? Xia Wenyuan, does that mean love can indeed fade away?" "Lulu, what genre do you think I should write for my new book?" Xia Wenyuan did not hesitate to change the subject. "Of course, continue writing romance. How about a charming and innocent junior girl falling for a handsome, mischievous senior? That would undoubtedly be a hit," Su Qinglu suggested with a playful grin. Xia Wenyuan began her writing journey long ago. Now, she enjoys a steady income that supports her daily life, while also saving a considerable amount. A junior? A younger sister? Listening to Su Qinglu's suggestion, Xia Wenyuan pondered briefly. That girl named Xiaoshuero must be younger than the junior, right? Moreover, the junior is indeed a scoundrel. Innocent junior, mischievous senior. This theme simply cannot be written. It is not a good theme. If I write it this way, I am certain it will not achieve any success. There is no other reason. It's purely that writing it would not yield results. In short, she decided against writing it. Xia Wenyuan silently sentenced Su Qinglu's suggested theme to immediate execution. "What you suggested is rather ordinary," Xia Wenyuan calmly remarked about Su Qinglu's idea. "How can it be ordinary? You've never even dated a senior. How would you know?" Su Qinglu huffed in dissatisfaction. "Oh, I see. I understand everything now." Su Qinglu's tone suddenly turned playful. "Wenyuan, you aren't thinking of writing a story about a senior and junior falling in love, are you?" "Hee. Wenyuan, are you about to start dating?" "Well, it makes sense. You and the junior live together, making everything so convenient. In the bathroom, the bedroom, on the sofa, at the dining table, on the balcony. TSK, TSK, TSK. The choices are abundant. Just writing about it would yield a 1,000,000-word romance novel. And perhaps it's the kind that cannot be published, don't you think, Wenyuan?" Su Qinglu exaggerated her tone, as if her words were accompanied by playful waves. Xia Wenyuan, even through the phone, could envision her mischievous expression. "You're overthinking it." Xia Wenyuan lowered her gaze, responding calmly. "Besides, the balcony wouldn't work, others would see." She added, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Wenyuan, I was talking about sharing fruit." "What were you referring to?" Su Qinglu laughed cheekily. "Nothing much." Xia Wenyuan's eyes fell, her lips pursed lightly. She suddenly felt a desire to contact the junior named Gao Yu. Perhaps he could handle Su Qinglu. "TSK, you don't want the senior, nor the junior." Xia Wenyuan, why not just remain single for life? Su Qinglu huffed, realizing she couldn't pry open the stubborn girl's mouth, and teasingly provoked her. After exchanging a few more words, she hung up the phone. However, after hanging up, a scheming smile appeared on Su Qingluo's face. With great capability, you could simply choose not to join the group with your junior in 7 days. After their recent exchange, Su Qingluo felt increasingly convinced that the relationship between Xia Wenyuan and the junior was far from innocent. In her boldest imagination, the two might have even held hands at some point. If Xia Wenyuan decided to forego participation, the junior would undoubtedly pair up with another charming girl. Thus, Su Qingluo was certain she would attend. She could not bear to witness the junior engaging in this suggestive event with someone else. It promised to be quite a spectacle. "Lulu, what are you grinning about? Did Gao Yu confess to you?" Wu Yajin inquired with a curious glint in her eyes, sitting beside Su Qingluo in the girls' dormitory. "What? Who would want him to confess? I have no interest in him whatsoever." Su Qingluo promptly refuted. Oh, Wu Yajin nodded, thinking to herself how remarkable it was that good friends could share such similar stubbornness. Meanwhile, in her bedroom, Xia Wenyuan leaned back in her computer chair, her expression tinged with distress. A casual remark from Su Qingluo had left her deep in thought. "Xia Wenyuan, perhaps you should just remain single for life." In the past, such words would have elicited a calm, approving nod from her. Yet now, her inner turmoil betrayed her outward composure. Remain single for life? A youthful, sun-kissed visage unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. Previously, she had resolutely decided on a life of solitude. However, Xia Wenyuan now found herself wavering. She bit her lip and shook her head, contemplating for a while before typing the title of her new book, The Innocent Daily Life of Ordinary Roommates. Simultaneously, she meticulously set the character profiles, marking the ages of the male and female protagonists as confidential. This way, no debates concerning seniors and juniors would arise. Her new work was not a romance between upperclassmen and underclassmen, but rather a simple story of shared living arrangements. Barely even a romantic narrative. Yes, that was the way of it. Knock, knock, knock. As Xia Wenyuan was finalizing her new book, a series of knocks echoed from outside her room. She discreetly closed her screen, revealing her desktop wallpaper, before walking toward the door. "Senior, do you still want some fruit? I just bought some oranges." Xingmo appeared at the door, holding a box of sliced oranges. He had sought advice in their group chat, asking what fruits girls generally liked, intending to buy some for his roommate. Amidst a flurry of responses from self-identified cute girls, one genuine female reply stood out. Iced coconut latte, oranges. The group members playfully teased iced coconut latte, suggesting that if his roommate truly enjoyed oranges, he was unwittingly offering his rival a weapon. The scholars in the group have grown anxious, urgently calling out for latte sauce, pleading not to assist their rival in love. They implore Mo Ran to ensure that the girl is treated to fiery chilies instead of oranges. Iced coconut latte. I am merely jesting. Those who believe me are fools. And thus, Xingmo fell for it. Consequently, now, Xia Wenyuan naturally indulges in the orange that Xingmo has offered her. Starry Mo Ran. Thank you. Iced coconut latte. Chin, tisk. Yuliosu oh my. Scholars. TSK TSK TSK. Truly a vulgar love triangle. Iced coconut latte. MMM. The orange tastes delightful, the girl mused as she savored it. Senior, were you just writing something? I heard the sound of typing. Xingmo inquired with curiosity. A diary. Xia Wenyuan replied calmly. Initially, she intended to reveal to Xingmo that she was a part-time online author. However, the newly conceived topic seemed likely to evoke some erroneous associations. Therefore, Xia Wenyuan opted to keep it a secret for the time being. Haha, that's impressive, senior. I usually write in my diary for 3 days and then take a 3-year break, Xingmo remarked with admiration, while enjoying the orange. He noticed his heart racing once again. Why does my heart race so quickly at the sight of her? After leaving Xia Wenyuan's room, Xingmo sought online medical advice. Feeling that his heart might not be in optimal health, the so-called gold medal physician, upon consultation, informed him that there are numerous possibilities for an accelerated heartbeat, including heart failure or the precursor to sudden death. Xingmo was instantly drenched in sweat, prompting him to consult his group friends. This time, iced coconut latte remained silent, while other enthusiastic members suggested that his condition was merely a consequence of excessive daydreaming. Daydreaming? His heart raced even faster. Senior, are you there? Xingmo called out. What is the matter? Xia Wenyuan replied calmly. Ah, the senior is here. Xingmo pinched his own cheek. Ouch, that hurts. He chuckled, reassured that it was not a dream, for the senior was indeed present. Comfortably nestled on the living room sofa, he laughed gleefully. The foolish junior is lost in laughter again, Xia Wenyuan mused softly as she listened to the boys' laughter emanating from the living room. Unbeknownst to the troubled girl, her own lips lifted into a radiant and captivating smile at that very moment. Chapter 27. The Campus Flower Senior brings water. A week later. On a sunny Saturday afternoon, sunlight cascades over the football field of Donghai University. The boys running freely on the field are drenched in sweat, their hair glistening with a golden hue under the sun. Having participated in the high school football team, Xingmo enrolled in the selection for the financial college football team shortly after starting school a few days ago and successfully passed. Today marks the inaugural friendly match following the freshman selection for the football team of the School of Finance. The opposing team, the law school football squad, proved to be equally matched. Both sides exhibited a spirited exchange, showcasing their remarkable skills. The atmosphere on the field was palpably tense. Meanwhile, the sidelines offered a distinct charm. Occasionally, girls in skirts would appear to deliver water to some fortunate players, inciting cheers and envy from onlookers. Among the footballers from the finance and law faculties, the majority are still single. The privilege of receiving water from a girl is typically reserved for those with girlfriends. Just moments ago, Xingmo observed a girl bringing water to a boy from the law school. The boy's expression clearly conveyed mutual affection with the girl. A twinge of envy stirred within Xingmo. During his high school days, he was not without girls who brought him water. However, receiving water from a girl he admired would undoubtedly feel different. Xingmo pondered silently, his mind conjuring the image of a delicate and ethereal face. Suddenly, lost in his thoughts, he was struck on the head by a football soaring through the air, rubbing his head in annoyance. He scolded himself for being distracted on the field. Stop daydreaming. The senior has something to do today. She won't be coming. He resolved to focus on the game, managing to refrain from thoughts of the senior for an entire minute. Before long, the match reached halftime. Xingmo, that pass was phenomenal. Truly impressive. Are you sure you haven't had any professional training? A group of boys clad in matching team jerseys approached him during the break. Xingmo, possessing commendable skills, quickly bonded with the group. Unexpectedly, he encountered a familiar face within the football team. Gao Yu, the vice-captain of the finance school football team, had previously handed him a business card in the singles club. Xingmo had always felt that Gao Yu regarded him with an unusual gaze. Could it be that Gao Yu harbored some peculiar interest? As Xingmo noticed Gao Yu approaching, he inquired, "Senior, is there something you need?" "Oh, nothing much. Just thought you played exceptionally well," Gao Yu remarked, expressing his admiration. His regard for Xingmo was undoubtedly influenced by the latter's connection with Xia Wenyuan. Gao Yu was curious to see what the expressions of the other boys would be if, by chance, Xia Wenyuan and Xingmo participated together in the upcoming week-long event. "Xingmo, you really played well. With several forwards graduating last year, you are undoubtedly the primary forward this season," praised Feng Panshan, the team captain, in his final year. As he walked over and patted Xingmo on the shoulder, "I will certainly strive to meet expectations," Xingmo replied, though his thoughts lingered on what the senior might be doing at that very moment. As he stepped out today, Xia Wenyuan informed him that she had an appointment. He did not mention to his senior that he would be playing football. Xingmo was unaware that his constant concern for someone was laden with meaning. "Mingyang, I brought you some water." At that moment, a girl on the sidelines waved at the players from the Finance Institute. The player called was Su Mingyang, who joyfully ran over to receive the water his girlfriend handed him. This scene elicited cheers and envious murmurs from the crowd. A proud smile spread across Su Mingyang's face. Having his girlfriend deliver water was indeed a matter of pride. They were all spirited young men engaged in football. Many had fantasized about the campus belle, adored by all, approaching the sidelines to present them a bottle of water infused with affection. Unfortunately, such a scene typically resided in dreams. "Wake up, it was already afternoon. Brother Feng, what is it like to be in love?" As Feng Panshan approached with the water from his girlfriend, Xingmo asked with a hint of envy. He had once yearned for love when he liked Xiao Shuero, finding campus romance profoundly alluring. However, Xiao Shuero's attitude gradually diminished his anticipation for romantic affairs. It was not until he moved into his current apartment that curiosity about love rekindled within him. "Haha, Junior, love is certainly wonderful. Yet, it is best to find the right person, otherwise, it becomes a torment," Feng Panshan chuckled. "I pursued a girl for many years, and she eventually agreed to be with me. However, we were only together for a few months before parting ways." "Why?" Xingmo queried, puzzled. Because we were incompatible from the start, Feng Panshan replied, shaking his head. In love, only a mutual, reciprocal affection is fitting. If it is a one-sided pursuit, such a love is not genuine and cannot endure. Oh, I see. Li Xingmo nodded, somewhat confused. Haha, it seems our junior is grappling with some emotional dilemmas. Feng Panshan's conversation with Li Xingmo attracted the attention of nearby teammates. Soon, a few gathered around to impart their wisdom on romance. Particularly, Su Mingyang. Still basking in his earlier triumph, patted Li Xingmo on the shoulder with a beaming face. Junior, just persevere. If you keep pursuing, you will surely find true love. I chased her for 10 years, and after my family's home was demolished, I finally won her over. So, if you treat the one you adore well, she will undoubtedly be touched. Forget about love at first sight. I've known her for a decade before I reached the point of her bringing me water. Su Mingyang spoke with increasing pride, puffing out his chest. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, outside the field, two groups of individuals approached the football ground simultaneously. On one side, two young girls, slightly petite in stature, exuded an air of youthful innocence. Among them, one girl, with delicate features and striking beauty, bore a hint of melancholy, her expression laden with unspoken thoughts. Her eyes sparkled with a complex glimmer, suggesting a sense of disorientation and unfulfilled longing. On the other side stood two tall girls, one of whom maintained a serene and composed demeanor while the other sported a mischievous grin full of curiosity. Both possessed remarkable beauty and an elegant charm. In the hand of the ethereal girl, she held a bottle of room-temperature sports drink, her slender fingers gripping it with a subtle tension, revealing that beneath her calm exterior, she was not as tranquil as she appeared. Chapter 28. The simultaneous appearance of two campus beauties. Hey, Shuiro, look, is that Li Xingmo? As Su Qinglu and Xia Wenyuan strolled from a different direction, Xiao Shuiro and Su Mulin walked side by side. Su Mulin, upon catching sight of a figure on the field, inquired of Xiao Shuiro. Could it be? Xiao Shuiro replied, uncertain. Su Mulin nodded. He seems to be playing football. I remember he was quite skilled at it. Is that so? Xiao Shuiro responded, a hint of confusion in her voice, but I don't enjoy football. I find it rather dull. Why does Li Xingmo like playing it? He could be with me, chasing after our idols instead. Shuiro, you may not like football. But Li Xingmo does, Su Mulin replied with a hint of exasperation. Oh, what should I do then, Linlin? Xiao Shuiro lowered her head, a sense of despondency enveloping her. She missed Li Xingmo dearly. He hadn't wished her good morning or good night in ages, nor had he brought her breakfast or cared for her when she was unwell, let alone accompanied her on outings. Wouldn't he feel bored without these interactions? Surely, he must have some free time lately. Xiao Shuiro pondered, her heart heavy with sorrow. Did he not miss her as she missed him? Shuiro, if you truly wish to win him back, you must take action. Do you see those girls delivering water by the football field? If you want, you could also bring water to Li Xingmo. Boys appreciate it when girls bring them refreshments during a game, Su Mulin suggested. But I don't want him to play football, Xiao Shuiro replied, feeling aggrieved. Football is really uninteresting. I wish he would spend more time shopping with me or accompany me to my idol's concert. Shall we leave then? Su Mulin asked, exasperated. No, Linlin, I must find a way to bring Li Xingmo back to my side. With a sorrowful expression, Xiao Shuiro contemplated and resolutely declared, I've got it. I'll first take water to Li Xingmo, and later, I'll convince him to stop playing football. Regardless, he cherishes me. Whatever I say, he will acquiesce. As Xiao Shuiro spoke, a smile graced her lips. So where are you going to buy it? Su Mulin was momentarily taken aback. Then, in a daze, she watched as Xiao Shuiro effortlessly seized the unopened bottle of mineral water from her hand. At that moment, they happened to arrive at the edge of the basketball court. Xingmo, I specifically bought water for you, exclaimed a voice filled with excitement, yet tinged with an almost insincere grievance. Another voice, cool and composed, carried a hint of sweetness. The players were momentarily stunned, turning around in astonishment. What is happening? The campus belle truly came to deliver water? Or rather, two campus beauties? The players gaped, their eyes nearly popping out in surprise. Although Xiao Shuiro called out Li Xingmo's name, they began to look around in search of the fortunate individual receiving water from two campus belles. The shock this scene elicited in them was akin to hearing that the national football team had advanced to the World Cup finals as group leaders. Goodness, Junior. Don't tell me they are both here for you. Gao Yu, standing beside Li Xingmo, felt as if he had encountered a revelation. Previously, he had questioned the nature of Li Xingmo's relationship with Xia Wenyuan. Now, Astonishingly, another campus beauty had appeared to deliver him water. Even the typically composed Feng Panchon was taken aback at this moment. He gazed deeply at Li Xingmo, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Junior, go forth. Make your choice, and do not hesitate." "Thank you, Captain Feng." Li Xingmo nodded earnestly. Feng Panchon's words resonated profoundly within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way towards Xia Wenyuan. "Senior." He waved excitedly as he walked, his heart surging with emotion. Throughout the half of the football match, Li Xingmo had been preoccupied with thoughts of his senior. However, he had never imagined that Xia Wenyuan would actually come. Now, he felt as if a dream had materialized before him, leaving him dazed by the beauty of it all. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuero was completely disregarded by Li Xingmo. Thanks to Feng Panchon's earlier reminder, Li Xingmo had come to a profound realization. He recognized how much precious time he had squandered on Xiao Shuero. Feng Panchon was right. His feelings for her had been misguided from the very beginning. Amidst a sea of astonished gazes, Li Xingmo hastily approached Xia Wenyuan. Accepting the sports drink she offered, he eagerly twisted off the cap and drank heartily. "Junior, take it slow." Observing Li Xingmo's enthusiastic gulping, a fleeting smile graced Xia Wenyuan's lips. The sight of the junior drinking water was somewhat endearing. Indeed, quite charming. Xia Wenyuan nodded gently in her heart. She resolved to take this route home from now on, one that meanders near the football field. Additionally, she would carry 2 bottles of functional beverages with her, so that should she feel thirsty, she could readily quench her thirst. Occasional consumption of these drinks should be beneficial for her health. "Thank you, senior. I won't be long," Li Xingmo exclaimed joyfully while holding onto his drink. In that moment, he failed to notice the faint blush that adorned Xia Wenyuan's delicate face. Meanwhile, the other team members were utterly bewildered by the sight of Li Xingmo, brimming with happiness as he conversed with Xia Wenyuan and sipped his drink. When Xia Wenyuan approached the sidelines, they were still in disbelief. After all, it was unimaginable for the school's renowned ice queen to deliver water to a freshman boy. It was not until they witnessed the entire scene that they felt an overwhelming emotional shock. Gao Yu inwardly screamed in astonishment, "Junior, you are truly remarkable." He cast a sympathetic glance at a classmate from the law school who had previously confessed to Xia Wenyuan and faced rejection. That individual appeared on the verge of fainting. Xu Mingyang, who had just been reprimanding Li Xingmo, now wore a countenance that shifted from joy to despair as he watched his girlfriend's earlier delight in receiving water dissipate. "Junior, please take your time," Xia Wenyuan gently urged as she observed Li Xingmo drink hastily, her brows knitting slightly in concern. In no time, he had consumed half of the large bottle of functional beverage. Beside her, Su Qinglu almost burst into laughter. "Wenyuan, you said it's best to drink water." "What I meant was indeed to drink water," Xia Wenyuan replied calmly, her lips pursed slightly. She was oblivious to Su Qinglu's insinuation. The sweet and innocent senior would not comprehend such nuances. Upon hearing the reminder, Li Xingmo realized he might have overindulged. He placed the remaining half bottle of functional beverage into his bag. "Senior, the water you provided is truly delightful." At that, Su Qinglu could no longer contain herself. While sipping her own drink, she erupted into laughter, causing her to spit some out. "Junior, what you meant was functional beverage." "Ha ha ha, your banter is absolutely hilarious. I must include this in my novel." Su Qinglu laughed until her stomach hurt, dramatically resting a hand on Xia Wenyuan's shoulder, shaking her head in amusement. Xia Wenyuan felt an urge to playfully reprimand Su Qinglu, but with the junior present as a gentle senior, she refrained from such actions. Instead, she took a deep breath and softly encouraged, "Junior, do your best." "Yes, thank you, senior." "Sister, wait for me. I will definitely score a goal for you in the second half," Li Xingmo exclaimed excitedly to Xia Wenyuan. Having consumed the energy drink provided by Xia Wenyuan, he felt as though his inner cosmos was ablaze with fervor. Chapter 29. The unstoppable Li Xingmo. Simultaneously, the spectator's perspective was equally enthralling. "Hey, Yuzi, what are you watching?" Feng Panchon inquired softly, tapping Gao Yu on the shoulder. "Didn't you say you weren't fond of the school beauty?" As the captain of the football team and a former leader of the student council, Feng Panchon was well versed in the intricacies of interpersonal relationships. Observing Gao Yu's gaze, he initially assumed that Gao Yu was admiring Xia Wenyuan. Such matters could potentially lead to underlying conflicts within the team, thus requiring prompt resolution. "Huh, Captain, I'm not looking at the school beauty," Gao Yu replied, startled, hastily diverting his attention from Su Qinglu. He silently mused that he had never noticed how charming that mischievous woman looked when she smiled. However, Gao Yu, was certainly not superficial. He valued substance over appearance. "Oh, I see," Feng Panshan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "So you're actually eyeing the school beauty-s friend. Do you know that lovely girl over there? She seems to be here looking for Li Xingmo as well." Feng Panshan gestured towards Xiao Shui, directing his inquiry towards Xu Yuan. He hadn't kept up with the recent changes in the school beauty rankings and did not recognize Xiao Shui. Yet, having caught a glimpse of her at first sight, he was taken aback by her beauty. Undoubtedly, this girl possessed a charm that could rival that of the school beauty. Had it not been for Xia Wenyuan's presence, she would likely shine as a dazzling gem in her own right. However, under the radiance of Xia Wenyuan, she appeared as a dim star obscured by the brilliance of the full moon. "I have no idea. We're all here, yet no one has approached her," Gao Yu replied, shaking his head in exasperation. The words Xiao Shui had called out were unclear to everyone. Initially, Gao Yu wondered if both girls were there to find Li Xingmo. However, since Li Xingmo had not acknowledged the girl, it seemed unlikely she was there for him. As Feng Panshan raised this point, other team members began to notice the oddity. "Wow, isn't that Xiao Shui, the second-ranked school beauty? She's a freshman in our level," exclaimed a boy named Li Junjie, who was one of the 2 freshmen selected as mainstays of the college team alongside Li Xingmo. "What? Goodness, has our football team just attracted the school beauties?" Another team member remarked. "This junior is also quite stunning, but compared to the school beauty senior, she still falls short." Speculation buzzed among the players regarding whom she was really there to see. They were soon left astounded as they witnessed Xiao Shui, her eyes glistening with emotion, make her way toward Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan. What on earth is happening? Could this possibly be a battlefield of emotions? The boys of the team exchanged bewildered glances, witnessing the madness unfold before them. Could it be that 2 campus goddesses were about to clash over a freshman? What sort of narrative is this? They set aside their concerns and hurried to the front lines to observe the spectacle. At that moment, the time for the second half to commence had arrived. The referee stood at the center of the field, ready to call forth the captains from both teams. Yet none approached. As the crowd surged forward, one astute individual whispered a few words to the referee. The referee widened his eyes in astonishment, then dropped his flag and swiftly made his way to the scene of the unfolding drama. Xia Wenyuan lifted her gaze slightly upon seeing Xiao Shui approach. Her expression remained calm, and she did not speak, but her eyes were fixed on Li Xingmo. She felt her heart racing uncontrollably. "Here is some water," Xiao Shui said as she reached Li Xingmo's side, suppressing her tears while attempting to offer him a bottle of icy mineral water. The onlookers furrowed their brows in concern. Drinking ice water after intense exertion is not advisable and can even pose health risks. In such situations where significant salt loss occurs, a sports drink would be the more prudent choice. Though it is understandable that the girl did not grasp the benefits of sports drinks and opted for mineral water, presenting ice water seemed rather inappropriate. "This is a devastating blow," Gao Yu remarked, taken aback. He had observed clearly that the senior goddess had offered Li Xingmo a bottle of room-temperature sports drink, in comparison to Xiao Shui's icy mineral water. It was akin to a perfect score of 100 against a dismal 0, an utter annihilation. "I'm not thirsty," Li Xingmo replied calmly, shaking his head in rejection. "Xiao Shui, I've already mentioned this before. Please refrain from disturbing us in the future." Xiao Shui was unable to hold back her tears at his words, sobbing. "But you drank her water." "Indeed," Li Xingmo acknowledged, "because I am roommates with the senior. I am grateful for the water she provided and will cook for her as a gesture of thanks." "Xiao Shui, you need not bring me water. I will not accept your offerings, nor will I cook for you." After saying this, he turned and walked back to Xia Wenyuan's side. In a moment of distraction, he thought he caught a glimpse of a smile on Xia Wenyuan's face. "Senior, did you just smile?" Li Xingmo asked, bewildered. "No, you must have misseen," Xia Wenyuan replied coolly. Yet her eyes undeniably curved into a beautiful crescent shape, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. "You did smile just now," Li Xingmo insisted. And soon he too began to grin foolishly. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui stood frozen, her expression as if struck by lightning. After a long pause, she finally collapsed to the ground, weeping helplessly. "Xingmo, you're incredible. You truly are something else." Gao Yu approached and patted Li Xingmo on the shoulder, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. "Oh, thank you, senior. You are far too humble. My soccer skills surely pale in comparison to yours. I will certainly strive to improve." Li Xingmo, not comprehending Gao Yu's compliment, responded politely. Gao Yu thought to himself, is this truly the crux of the matter? Is the focal point not that you, a mere lad, have garnered the attention of the frigid campus beauty and another stunning girl simultaneously bringing you water? Gao Yu's frustration mounted as he realized that the boy appeared genuinely oblivious. Is this the case of a fool's fortune? I, too, am rather foolish. Bestow upon me a girlfriend. Gao Yu lamented with an exaggerated sigh. Then, he spotted someone he absolutely did not wish to encounter approaching him. Well, little Gao, you look quite dashing today, Su Qinglu playfully remarked, surveying Gao Yu from head to toe. Oh, Su, what brings you to speak like a human today? Gao Yu retorted, raising his chin with a tone reminiscent of a swordsmanship master. Haha, of course. Wait, what do you mean by that? Su Qinglu's eyes flashed dangerously. However, before she could reach out to strike him, Gao Yu had already dashed away with a grin. That guy? Su Qinglu stomped her foot in irritation. Junior, what's the current score? Xia Wenyuan inquired softly of Li Xingmo. Senior, the opposing team is exceptionally strong. We are currently trailing 1-3 and are being dominated. Li Xingmo replied sheepishly. But I will do my utmost. And how do you plan to exert yourself? Xia Wenyuan continued her questioning. I will strive to score. Li Xingmo thought for a moment before responding. With the senior present, he certainly did not wish to disappoint her with his performance. If I score in the second half, I will treat you to dinner, Xia Wenyuan said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Li Xingmo felt an explosion in his mind, and his thoughts became consumed with the notions of scoring, the senior, and dining. His heart raced to 150 beats per minute in mere seconds, and he stood there, his face flushed. Senior, if I were to score, I would not only net 1 goal, but also. Li Xingmo stammered, failing to articulate his thoughts. Score 2, and you can have whatever you desire to eat. Furthermore, I will grant you a small wish, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly. Just watch, senior. Li Xingmo felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. He instantly sensed his energy replenished to its fullest, as if all the stamina expended in the first half had been restored in an instant. Li Xingmo nodded vigorously at Xia Wenyuan before joining his team as they returned to the center of the field, awaiting the kickoff. Wenyuan, are you certain he can have whatever he wishes to eat? Su Qinglu inquired with a mischievous grin. I can afford anything near the school, Xia Wenyuan replied serenely. However, Su Qinglu wore a mischievous smile and shook her head repeatedly. She then leaned in close to Xia Wenyuan's ear and whispered a few words softly. A faint blush instantly appeared on Xia Wenyuan's face as she extended her delicate little hand to playfully tap Su Qinglu on the shoulder. Oh, are you shy? I've never seen you make such an expression. Su Qinglu giggled, her laughter like the fluttering of flowers. Such beauty is truly captivating. As long as you are willing. I believe the junior 1 team might. At that moment, the referee's whistle blew. 2 minutes later, Li Xingmo from the School of Finance scored. The current score was Finance School 2, Law School 3. The student responsible for announcing the score boomed with enthusiasm. The entire crowd was left in stunned silence, gazing at Li Xingmo as if he were a marvel. Though Li Xingmo had performed admirably before, how had he suddenly become so formidable? His speed with the ball left even the fastest defender trailing behind. Moreover, his powerful shot was so fierce that the opposing goalkeeper nearly hesitated to intercept it. Behind Li Xingmo, Gao Yu, drenched in sweat, glanced at him and then at Xia Wenyuan, as if he had come to an understanding. The power of love is truly remarkable, Gao Yu murmured beside Feng Panshan, watching Li Xingmo with admiration. On the sidelines, Xia Wenyuan gazed at the young figure who had just dominated the field, momentarily lost in thought. Then she noticed the boy on the field, excitedly waving at her. His face radiated a sunny smile, fresh and youthful. The golden sunlight illuminated his profile, and as Xia Wenyuan looked at him, a brilliant smile graced her lips. As bright as the evening star, he was breathtakingly beautiful. The boy, immersed in the joy of scoring, could not help but feel his heart race. Chapter 30. What would you like to eat, sister? The final score at the end of the match was something no one had anticipated during halftime. It was a miraculous 4-4. As the second half commenced, after Li Xingmo scored, the law school football team launched a fierce counterattack. A few minutes later, a boy from the law school, who had once harbored feelings for Su Qinglu, decisively took a shot, and the ball found the back of the net. The score became 2-4. Li Xingmo remained in formidable form. However, the comprehensive strength of the finance school was lacking, leaving them consistently pressed in their half. Even with Li Xingmo's prowess, the situation was challenging to alter. At this moment, another unexpected player emerged. Gao Yu, the organizing midfielder of the finance school, astonishingly appeared in front of the opponent's goal during a corner kick. With a powerful header, he broke through the opponent's defense. The score was now 3-4. Both teams were left in shock. How could it be that the finance school has two players performing like they're on another level? Gao Yu rarely ventured forward for attacks, typically focusing on passing and organizing plays. He wouldn't usually position himself near the goal during corner kicks. Moreover, no one on the team had any inkling that Gao Yu possessed such heading skills. Ah, Yuzi, is this also the power of love at work? The only one who truly perceived the truth was the seasoned captain, Feng Piashan. Upon witnessing Gao Yu's goal, his immediate reaction was to excitedly glance towards the sidelines, where the enchanting campus belle, Xia Wenyuan, stood alongside her close friend. Impossible. I have never believed in love, Gao Yu vehemently denied at that moment. Subsequently, the match descended into a more oppressive stalemate. As the second half unfolded, the players' stamina waned significantly, and the score of 3-4 lingered until stoppage time. However, with less than a minute remaining in the game, the ball found its way to Li Xingmo's feet. Despite being a forward under the opponent's pressure, he retreated to his own half as he received the ball. Swiftly, he cast a glance towards the sidelines. There, he saw his senior, giving him a thumbs up. And she even sent him a kiss. For a fleeting moment, Li Xingmo was entranced. Had it not been for a teammate's urgent shout, the opposing defender would have seized the ball from him. Then, Li Xingmo's inner fire ignited once more. He deftly maneuvered the ball, evading the first defender's tackle. He surged forward, his focus solely on his senior, not the goal, but the sheer thrill of the game. He bypassed the second and then the third adversary. By the time the last defender approached for a challenge, it was already too late. A profound silence enveloped Li Xingmo. In that moment, he was intensely focused, oblivious to even the anxious countdown from his teammates. He then lifted his foot and unleashed a powerful shot. Boom. In that instant, as the ball hit the net, the referee pointed towards the center circle, signaling the goal was valid. After the opposing captain executed the final kick, the referee blew the whistle for full time. The score was set at 4-4. Incredible, Junior. You're amazing. The players on the field and the substitutes on the sidelines erupted in cheers, rushing towards Li Xingmo, lifting him high into the air. If it weren't for Li Xingmo, this match would have been a one-sided disaster. Moreover, his last breathtaking solo run and shot epitomized the personal heroism that every footballer dreams of achieving at least once. Li Xingmo's heart swelled with elation. As he was hoisted into the air, his gaze drifted towards the sidelines, where he was surprised to see Gao Yu striding over. Haha, what do you think? Su Xuejia? Am I so handsome that you're left speechless? Gao Yu approached Su Qingluo, brimming with pride. This was only his second goal since joining the team and competing against other academies. Just you? Don't flatter yourself. Our junior scored as many goals in this match as you have in the past 2 years combined, and you still have the audacity to boast? Su Qingluo remarked disdainfully. The junior plays as a forward. It's not the same. Gao Yuzhong flushed, then furrowed her brow. Wait a moment. How did you know I only scored 2 goals? I don't know. I was just rambling. Su Qinglu blushed instantly, repeatedly denying it, claiming she had never known and was merely speaking at random. Xia Wenyuan refrained from engaging in the chaotic exchange between Gao Yu and Su Qinglu. She took a slight step back, her gaze drifting towards Li Xingmo, who was being tossed about by the team members, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. A few minutes later, Xia Wenyuan noticed Li Xingmo approaching. Junior, what would you like for dinner? She asked, her lips curving slightly upward. You choose. It's on me, sister. In a small shopping mall near the school, 2 figures walked side by side. Li Xingmo's heart raced wildly. He was actually accompanying his senior to the mall, although they had agreed to dine together. The atmosphere felt remarkably like a date. Was this not, in fact, his first date with his senior? In his nervousness, Li Xingmo completely forgot he should decide quickly what to eat with her. Junior, have you not chosen yet? Xia Wenyuan glanced at him and asked calmly. Unbeknownst to him, she discreetly disabled the heartbeat anomaly alert on her smartwatch. The previous rapid heartbeat notification had caused her wrist to ache. She subtly rubbed her hands together, allowing the slight moisture on her palms to evaporate evenly. Oh, only then did Li Xingmo realize he was supposed to find a restaurant. Sister, how about this one? In his flustered state, he pointed to the nearest Western restaurant. Your choice is fine, Xia Wenyuan replied with a serene nod, not bothering to scrutinize the restaurant's decor or the promotional slogans hanging at the entrance. Today, I'll follow the junior's lead. The two entered the restaurant side by side. Welcome. The waiter ushered them to a window-side table. What romantic dessert would you like? We offer one complimentary. How about this one, the Love Gold Bar Cake? It seems the young lady is a bit older than the young man, wishing you both 100 years of harmony. Huh? Both of them froze, staring at the waiter clad in the romantic-themed restaurant's uniform. Oh no, Li Xingmo thought frantically. In his earlier haste, he hadn't even noticed the sign outside. This was a romantic-themed restaurant? This was a disaster. How could he possibly explain this to his senior? His mind went blank as he sat there, momentarily speechless. Xia Wenyuan bit her lip. Did the junior intentionally bring her to a place like this? What was he thinking? Her heart raced. Beneath the warm, orange glow, both Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan lowered their heads simultaneously. A faint blush spread across her face almost simultaneously. Chapter 31. The Romantic-Themed Restaurant. Ahem, dear guests. May I present you with our complimentary love gold brick cake? The young waiter cleared his throat and smiled, adding, this is our signature dish, specially crafted for couples in a May-December romance. It also symbolizes beautiful connotations. We are not. Li Xingmo stammered, attempting to clarify. Ah, did I misjudge? Haha. My apologies, miss. Your demeanor seems quite mature, while your boyfriend appears younger. I mistakenly thought you were the elder, the waiter said, scratching his head in embarrassment. That's quite all right. Xia Wenyuan took a deep breath. Actually, She glanced at Li Xingmo, hesitating. She desperately wanted to proclaim that they were not a couple, and their dining here was entirely serendipitous. However, to voice such a declaration would necessitate finding another restaurant. Yet, she had already promised Li Xingmo that if he scored 2 goals, he could choose whatever he wished to eat. As a senior, she could not go back on her word. Xia Wenyuan lowered her gaze slightly. Yes, it was because she had made a promise to him that she couldn't retract. Thus, she was reluctantly and begrudgingly staying at this restaurant to dine with him. All right, just this once, I shall indulge him, she thought, her expression remaining cold. Oh, I see. Haha, rest assured. Miss, we will keep your relationship confidential. Enjoy your meal. Ah, the dessert is still complimentary. Feel free to peruse the menu, the waiter said, leaving behind a menu with a knowing smile. The ambiguous phase is indeed far sweeter than the passionate period itself. If the latter is likened to a chocolate cake, then the flirtation prior is akin to the delightful strawberries atop the cake. The waiter wore a knowing smile. Many patrons dine here daily, but few possess such striking beauty. He exchanged a quick word with the event coordinator in the back, requesting they pay special attention to this couple. The restaurant was currently collecting couple photographs, and it would be splendid if Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan were willing to participate. Senior, I truly did not intend for this. Really, I simply chose this place because there was no queue, and I didn't realize it was a themed restaurant, Li Xingmo exclaimed. His face contorted in dismay once the waiter had departed. He earnestly tried to explain. He genuinely had no idea it was a romantic-themed establishment. If you wish, we can always choose another place, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly. However, her heart raced, betraying her outward composure. The ambience of the restaurant was excessively flirtatious, with sweet love songs playing, and currently, why not, was resonating through the air. Singing this song for you, devoid of any particular style, solely embodies my wish for your happiness. Xia Wenyuan found herself momentarily lost in thought. Yet, curiously, such melodies had never stirred her emotions in the past. Did he wish to change restaurants? Xia Wenyuan gazed into Li Xingmo's eyes. Li Xingmo swallowed hard, taking a deep breath. Senior, I just noticed that it seems like all the other restaurants have long queues. There appears to be a multitude of people outside. In truth, he was uncertain about what to eat. His breathing quickened. Initially, he had indeed misjudged the situation, but upon entering, he found himself reluctant to leave. He longed to dine with his senior in this very establishment. However, he lacked the courage to utter the final words. Senior, shall we dine here? Just as he prepared to lay his feelings bare, he froze. For Xia Wenyuan spoke on his behalf. Then, let us eat here. Xia Wenyuan met his gaze, her voice a gentle murmur. The junior had feigned a misunderstanding, deliberately leading her to this restaurant, and now pretended to be eager to leave. She was curious to see what he would do next. Xia Wenyuan lightly pressed her lips together. Very well, I shall indulge you this once, Junior. Li Xingmo was taken aback, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding him. Oh dear, should he say something to lighten the mood? Senior, you truly are a wonderful person, he exclaimed, recalling someone had once mentioned that girls adore compliments. Indeed, I am a good person, quite amiable, Xia Wenyuan replied softly, a smile gracing her lips as she mentally noted the occasion, Saturday, clear skies, and receiving a compliment card from the junior. At that moment, the server brought forth a small cake adorned with a pineapple decoration, resembling a gold brick. Delicious, exclaimed Li Xingmo as he sliced the cake in half, taking a generous bite before offering the other half to the blushing Xia Wenyuan. Senior, do try it. It's truly sweet. She took a bite. Ah, indeed. It is quite sweet. Shortly thereafter, the server presented their main courses. Li Xingmo had ordered 2 steak sets, accompanied by a miniature bottle of bespoke red wine. Junior, how does one use this? Xia Wenyuan inquired softly, her cheeks slightly flushed as she grasped her knife and fork. She rarely dined at Western restaurants, her dining companions typically being her roommates, and Su Qinglu had never partaken in Western cuisine. Despite her ample savings, Xia Wenyuan had never dined on Western cuisine. When eating alone, she typically settled for something simple. During her childhood, her family seldom took her along when they went out for Western meals. Senior, you don't know how to use this? Li Xingmo asked, momentarily taken aback. Well, could you teach me? Xia Wenyuan replied softly, her gaze lowered. Of course. Look. You hold the fork in your left hand and the knife in your right. Li Xingmo's enthusiasm surged as he animatedly demonstrated with the utensils. Xia Wenyuan observed his movements and quickly grasped the technique. However, just as she was about to employ the knife and fork, she gently blinked. Junior, I'm still not quite adept at this. Could you come over here and help me? She asked, her eyes fixed on his. In that instant, Li Xingmo's heart began to race uncontrollably. Chapter 32. On the couple's wall with the senior 30 minutes later, only remnants of the meal remained on the table, and the petite bottle of red wine was nearly half empty. Since Li Xingmo had moved to sit alongside his senior and began teaching her how to use the utensils, his face had flushed deeply. Throughout the lesson, he had inadvertently brushed against Xia Wenyuan's cool, delicate hand more than once, evoking memories of the soft touch from their last health checkup. He found it difficult to let go. Yet, due to Xia Wenyuan's remarkable learning ability, she quickly mastered the skill. Feeling a sense of loss, he pondered what else his senior might not know and require hands-on instruction for. Hello, could we have the bill? Please. Xia Wenyuan addressed the waiter. Certainly. We're currently running a promotion. Would you and your boyfriend be interested in participating in a little game for a discount? The waiter replied. Additionally, if you're willing to take a photo for our romantic couple's wall, you could receive a surprise gift of 1,000 yuan. The eagerly awaited manager promptly approached. What sort of game is it? Xia Wenyuan inquired. It's quite simple. You draw a card and follow the instructions on it. The manager explained, producing a stack of cards. Rest assured, there won't be any embarrassing tasks. Oh, Xia Wenyuan responded, maintaining her composure as she reached out to draw a card. Give a heartfelt, brief evaluation of the other person. It must be sincere and genuine. Senior, let me go first, Li Xingmo interjected eagerly. Senior is my favorite. He abruptly halted, his face reddening, even catching the attention of the nearby manager. What? Xia Wenyuan pressed her lips together. Senior is truly a gentle person. Although she often wears a stern expression and appears cold, she is, in fact, very kind and endearing. Meeting her has been the most fortunate event of my university life. Li Xingmo, rarely articulate, managed to speak without faltering, despite his heart racing. He expressed his thoughts completely, eliciting a resounding applause from the surrounding staff. How delightful it was. Subsequently, everyone's gaze swiftly turned towards Xia Wenyuan, who felt a gentle flush rise to her cheeks. Although she was genuinely touched by Li Xingmo's words, her attention seemed more fixated on the incomplete sentiment he had left unspoken, that the junior was a fool. A delightful little fool. She longed to share more experiences with this endearing simpleton. A charming smile graced her lips, her cool voice imbued with a hint of sweetness. Fortunately, the foolish junior was already her roommate, ensuring he could not escape her. Shall we take a photograph? The store manager inquired, eagerly offering a discount voucher after Xia Wenyuan settled the bill. Li Xingmo instinctively contemplated a refusal, as the photograph was destined for the romantic couple's wall of the establishment. However, he and his senior were not a couple. He felt he had already overstepped today. It was quite enough that she had agreed to dine with him. Surely, if they took such a photo, she would be upset. I have no objections, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly, leaving Li Xingmo momentarily speechless. What? She agreed? This meant that a photo of him and his senior would be displayed in this romantic-themed restaurant forever. How could she consent to such a thing? A mix of surprise and disbelief surged within him. Based on his understanding of her, she shouldn't have agreed. Ah, little brother, would you be willing? Your senior girlfriend has already consented. The manager turned to smile at Li Xingmo. At the mention of the word girlfriend, Xia Wenyuan's eyelashes fluttered, and she pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Then, senior, May we take a picture together? Li Xingmo mustered the courage to ask, and he watched as Xia Wenyuan gently nodded. Thus, beneath the supplementary lighting, they sat side by side. To enhance the scene's authenticity, the restaurant's amusing operations team even brought out an additional steak. There are two of you. You should order 2 steaks, my friend. The manager remarked with a hint of exasperation, directing them on how to pose. Yes, just like that. Little brother, move a tad closer to your senior. Perfect. Click. The shutter snapped, capturing the moment. The manager gazed at the photograph on the screen, his face lighting up with delight. This picture was simply exquisite. Among the patrons dining in the establishment, these two undoubtedly possessed the highest allure. If either of you has any reservations, we can choose not to display this photograph. However, displaying it would indeed bring forth a delightful surprise in the form of a monetary gift, the store manager remarked with professional decorum. Li Xingmo hesitated momentarily, yet Xia Wenyuan showed no such uncertainty. It's fine. Let's put it up, she stated coolly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Thank you both for your support. After expressing his gratitude, the store manager promptly handed Xia Wenyuan an envelope containing a reward of 1,000 yuan. Li Xingmo's mind began to wander. Why had the senior agreed to this arrangement? It could easily be misconstrued. Was she perhaps in financial distress? If she was facing any difficulties, he would be more than willing to assist her. There was truly no need for her to resort to earning this sum in such a manner. Anxiously, he contemplated this. Yet, scarcely had this thought crossed his mind when he felt something new in his hand. It was the very envelope the store manager had given to Xia Wenyuan. Senior? Li Xingmo was taken aback, lifting his gaze in confusion. Take it. This envelope is your reward for today, Xia Wenyuan said, meeting his eyes for a fleeting moment. She then rose from her seat, stretching like a languorous kitten, her gaze inadvertently drifting through the restaurant's expansive glass windows towards the corridor outside. In the distance, at the entrance of a milk tea shop, 2 girls were waiting for their drinks. The girl on the left wore a dejected expression, on the verge of tears, while the girl on the right seemed to be offering her quiet comfort. Xia Wenyuan's gaze lingered on the girl on the left for a moment before subtly shifting away. Chapter 33. The red exclamation mark Linlin. Thank you for treating me to milk tea. Standing at the entrance of the milk tea shop, Xiao Shuiro took her own cup, sulking as she took a large sip. She incessantly checked her phone. Yet the sincere apology she had anticipated from Li Xingmo remained elusive. Shuiro, why do you keep looking at your phone? Sumu Lin inquired with a hint of confusion. If you wish to apologize to Li Xingmo, it would be best to seek him out in person. Huh. I wouldn't. How could I possibly go and apologize to Li Xingmo? Xiao Shuiro's expression grew more aggrieved as she looked at Sumu Lin, her face a canvas of bewilderment. Then what are you doing? Sumu Lin shook her head in exasperation. She had hoped that after the disappointment on the football field, Xiao Shuiro would come to terms with reality. When Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan had departed, he hadn't even glanced back at Xiao Shuiro. Sumu Lin believed that should have been enough to clarify the current situation for her. It seemed, however, that she was overestimating the matter. I am, of course, waiting for Li Xingmo to apologize to me. Xiao Shuiro, visibly agitated, declared, I can understand his momentary lapse in judgment, but I shall never forgive him. When he comes to find me, I will ensure that he severs all ties with that Xia Wenyuan. He must block her contact information entirely. Only then will I feel satisfied. Xiao Shuiro spoke with palpable resentment. By the way, Lin, why did you suggest that I should seek out Li Xingmo in person? Xiao Shuiro inquired of Sumu Lin. Sumu Lin sighed softly. Shuiro, do you truly wish to hear the unvarnished truth? Of course, she replied eagerly, because I suspect that Li Xingmo may have already blocked your contact entirely. He has been spending considerable time with that campus beauty, and I doubt their relationship is merely platonic. I believe he has developed feelings for her. Given his character, he would likely have preemptively removed your contact information to avoid any misunderstandings. Sumu Lin ventured, revealing her deduction after a moment's hesitation. No, Lin, how could he possibly delete me? Xiao Shuiro exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Have you forgotten, Shuiro? Back in high school, there was a girl who liked Li Xingmo, and when you found out, you insisted he delete her contact information. You taught him to be devoted to the girl he liked and to avoid any appearance of impropriety with other girls, Sumu Lin reminisced. Recalling the incident when Xiao Shuiro had compelled Li Xingmo to remove that girl's contact after her confession. No, I could never have done such a thing. Xiao Shuiro protested, panic rising within her. Shuiro, perhaps you have forgotten, but it is indeed what you did. You stated that being desk partners was an intimate relationship that could not accommodate others, not even ordinary male friends. Consequently, Xingmo deleted that girl. Shuero, it is highly probable that he has done the same to you now. The way he gazes at that senior clearly indicates his affection for her. Sumu Lin said helplessly. No. Xiao Shuero, filled with disbelief, took out her phone. She navigated to the chat with Xingmo and sent a message. Xiao Shuero, Xingmo, I demand that you meet me alone before tonight. Red exclamation mark. Message not sent. The recipient has declined your message. What? A vivid red exclamation mark appeared on the screen, accompanied by a notification that the message had been rejected. As Xiao Shuero stared at the screen, darkness enveloped her vision, and she felt faint. Shuero, are you all right? Sumu Lin asked with concern. Shall I treat you to a meal? We can head back early afterward. Yes, a meal. Let us eat first. Xiao Shuero replied, her voice trembling with sorrow. Lin, perhaps we should go to this restaurant? She casually pointed to a nearby Western restaurant, and Su Mulin nodded, leading them both into the establishment. The lighting and music here feel rather peculiar, Su Mulin murmured to herself, wondering if they had stumbled into the wrong place. As she and Xiao Shuero entered, her gaze was immediately drawn to a staff member ascending a ladder beside a wall adorned with photographs. It appeared that the staff member was waiting for something. What could it be? It seemed to be a collection of couple photos. Intrigued, Xiao Shuero approached to inquire. Ah, this is our restaurant's romantic wall, a server explained with a smile. Upon noticing Xiao Shuero's striking beauty, his eyes brightened. Would you and your friend like to take a photo? It's quite common for girls to dine together here, and there are several pairs featured on our wall. We're not a couple. Su Mulin quickly shook her head. Ah, I see. You misunderstood, Xiao Shuero remarked, gazing at the photos with an envious expression. She thought the couples looked so sweet together. Was being in love truly such a wonderful experience? The image of Xingmo involuntarily flashed in her mind. Shuero, I think we might be in the wrong place. This seems to be a couple's restaurant, Su Mulin suggested. Should we find another venue? Mulin, could you accompany me for this experience? I want to bring Xingmo here in the future and hang our photo on that wall. It would be so sweet and surely evoke envy. Xiao Shuero began to daydream. However, Su Mulin felt an unsettling premonition. Oh no. The people from the photo studio next door have been saying how well matched they are. This could become the centerpiece of our restaurant. At that moment, another staff member rushed over, holding a large photograph with a smile. Come, let us put this up quickly. All right. The staff member on the ladder took the noticeably larger photo and affixed it prominently in the center of the wall where a space had just opened up. Xingmo? No, it couldn't possibly be Xingmo. Xiao Shuero gasped in shock as she recognized the familiar faces in the photograph, appearing intimate and somewhat affectionate. The phone she had been holding slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan meandered aimlessly through the mall, the atmosphere somewhat subtly tense. What are you thinking about? Xia Wenyuan glanced at Xingmo and asked softly. Nothing. Senior, I'm not thinking of anything, Xingmo replied, feeling a pang of guilt. In truth, he had been reminiscing about the earlier moments, the soft touch of her delicate hand as she learned to use a knife and fork, and the closeness they shared while taking photos together. He could distinctly sense the faint fragrance emanating from his senior, and now it lingered in the air. Xingmo's cheeks flushed as he thought how wonderful it would be to spend time with her like this forever. As this notion crossed his mind, a pang of anxiety struck him. Could it be that he had truly developed feelings for his senior? His heart began to race. Yet, he considered himself so ordinary, incapable of engaging in romance. In the past, he had often faced rejection from girls he admired. His senior was adored by so many. Did he truly have a chance with her? Stealing a glance at Xia Wenyuan, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. You seem to have something on your mind. Xia Wenyuan observed, fixing her gaze upon his eyes, her expression serious. Xingmo, if you have concerns, you mustn't conceal them from your elder sister. I don't. He stammered, gritting his teeth. This was a secret he could not share with her. To be honest, Xia Wenyuan suddenly felt a flicker of irritation. Why did she have the impression that the younger student was hiding something from her? Was it about that girl? She recalled the silhouette she had seen outside the milk tea shop earlier. So, was it because he hadn't spoken to that girl today that he now felt regret? Moreover, the matter between him and that girl had nothing to do with her. Why did she find herself so affected by these thoughts? A hint of perplexity flickered in Xia Wenyuan's beautiful, autumn-like eyes. Chapter 34. Luxury Hot Spring Hotel Voucher. All right, I'll speak, Xingmo lamented, his expression morose. Senior, If we have a meal together next time, may I sit on the same side as you? He had always faced her while they dined, but earlier in the restaurant. He noticed that affectionate couples often sat close together, with some girls leaning sweetly against their boyfriend's shoulders. Li Xingmo felt a twinge of greed. Their distance felt too far. He yearned to be closer, ever closer. Is this what is troubling you so much? Xia Wenyuan stared at his expression, momentarily taken aback. And no, senior, you misunderstood. Li Xingmo mumbled, his head bowed. Well, let us see how you perform next time, she replied, her tone cool, yet she suddenly felt her spirits lift. Wait, does that mean you agree? He exclaimed, his eyes brightening. I never said that, Xia Wenyuan answered coldly, yet a smile crept onto her lips. Li Xingmo beamed in response. The wave of self-doubt that had washed over him moments ago dissipated significantly. Indeed, they were living together. And his senior had mentioned that if he behaved well in the future, they could share meals. Perhaps it wasn't entirely devoid of hope. Just the thought of pursuing his senior made his heart race with exhilaration. Xia Wenyuan gently shook her head. Junior, it seems quite lively over there. Would you like to join me for a look? Her gaze fell upon a bustling crowd, seemingly engaged in a lottery event. Sure, Li Xingmo, who typically refrained from participating in such activities, decided to accompany his senior since she expressed interest. Senior, I will strive to sit beside you for meals in the future. He declared boldly, his face brimming with enthusiasm. I did not agree to that, Xia Wenyuan replied coolly, though the corners of her lips involuntarily curved upward. A faint blush tinted her exquisite cheeks. Junior, do you realize that your words could easily lead to misunderstandings? It may give the impression that you harbor other feelings towards your ordinary senior. Xia Wenyuan glanced at Li Xingmo, pondering briefly. Never mind, he is a foolish junior. He surely does not comprehend. His affections are clearly directed towards those younger than him. She chuckled softly to herself, thinking that if it were an iced coconut latte, perhaps the junior would indeed have a genuine fondness for it. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuiyo stumbled out of the Western restaurant, her eyes brimming with tears. Su Mulin awkwardly followed her. Shuiyo, shall we dine at another place? In truth, it was possible that they merely resembled one another. It did not necessarily mean that Li Xingmo was with that senior. Su Mulin uttered words she herself scarcely believed. However, witnessing Xiao Shuiyo weep inconsolably, Su Mulin found herself at a loss for how to comfort her. She simply felt a sense of regret. Xiao Shuiyo had numerous chances to be with Li Xingmo in the past, yet each time, she had pushed him away herself. Who could be blamed for the current outcome? Once cherished, Li Xingmo's deep affections now felt like bullets, embedding heavily into Xiao Shuiyo's heart. How could you, Li Xingmo? How could you? With the rejection of her water delivery being blocked from his contact list, and the triple blow of seeing Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan's couple photos, Xiao Shuiyo's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. In times of sorrow, Li Xingmo had always been there to offer gentle reassurances. This time, she wept for him. Yet there was no one beside her to provide comfort. Shuiyo, so you still have feelings for Li Xingmo, don't you? Su Mulin inquired. Of course I do. I have always liked him. Xiao Shuiyo sobbed. If only he had pursued me a little longer, I would have definitely agreed to be with him. I swear. The photograph from earlier was undoubtedly mine. It should have been me. However, expressing these sentiments now serves no purpose. Su Mulin embraced Xiao Shuiyo's shoulders, allowing her to weep upon them. Enough, Shuiyo. Dwelling on this now is futile. Recall the actions of Li Xingmo. Although I am unaware of why they dined at that restaurant, it seems they were not together. Really? Xiao Shuiyo was taken aback. Yes, if they were together, Li Xingmo would have embraced her. Yet, there was no physical contact at all. This indicates they remain merely friends. So, there is still hope for me. Xiao Shuiyo nearly exclaimed. Yes, Shuiyo, thus upon your return, contemplate your approach carefully. To win Li Xingmo's heart, sincerity is essential. He is a genuine young man. You must not revert to your previous princess-like tantrums. After all, you are childhood friends. Su Mulin advised, as long as he has not completely fallen for that senior. You still have a chance. Xiao Shuiyo wiped her tears and then noticed a slogan nearby that read, any purchase within the mall allows participation in the lottery event. Mulin, shall we partake in this? Xiao Shuiyo proposed, considering that spending at the milk tea shop qualified as a purchase. She had no appetite and merely wished to momentarily forget about Li Xingmo, wandering aimlessly to ease her mind. Xiao Shuiyo vaguely recalled that Li Xingmo disliked such activities. Therefore, even if he had dined at the romantic restaurant, he likely would not enter the lottery. All right, let us go, Su Mulin agreed with a nod. A few minutes later, following the mall's signage, Su Mulin and Xiao Shuiyo arrived at the lottery location. Su Mulan surveyed the area and sighed in relief. It seemed that Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan had indeed left. Su Mulan examined the lottery rules. There were 2 prize pools, ordinary and romantic. The type of lottery was determined by the nature of the purchase made in the mall. As the milk tea shop fell under ordinary consumption, they would enter the ordinary lottery. She hoped for a grand prize, wishing for Li Xingmo to recognize his true feelings. As Xiao Shuero reminisced about Li Xingmo, she drew a lottery ticket. Upon scratching it, she found a 4-character blessing. Thank you for participating. In addition to this phrase, the ticket bore a few more sentiments. What is meant to be will inevitably come to pass. What is not meant to be should not be forced. May you find joy every day and encounter a worthy partner soon. What nonsense. How could Li Xingmo and I possibly be incompatible? Xiao Shuero's face fell in dismay as she discarded the thank you for participating ticket. Shall we leave then? Su Mulan called to Xiao Shuero. Just as Xiao Shuero was about to nod in agreement, she noticed 2 figures in the distance, conversing as they slowly approached. Why would Li Xingmo attend such an event? Previously, he had shown no interest at all. Whenever I invited him to accompany me for a lottery draw, he always appeared reluctant. Xiao Shuero lamented, biting her lip. Observing the proximity between Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan, as well as the radiant smile gracing Li Xingmo's face, Xiao Shuero felt her fist involuntarily clench. She trembled slightly as she realized that Li Xingmo had never displayed such joy when they were together. Yet, he had once professed that she was his favorite, that he adored Xiao Shuero. Li Xingmo, you deceitful wretch. Tears streamed down Xiao Shuero's cheeks, blurring her vision. Meanwhile, Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan approached the stage where the lottery draw was taking place. As Li Xingmo drew closer, he immediately spotted the grand prize for the ordinary category, a luxurious hot spring hotel gift voucher for a single person. Unbeknownst to him, he failed to recognize the distinction between the ordinary and romantic categories of the lottery. He assumed that this was the highest prize he and Xia Wenyuan could hope to win. A sense of disappointment flickered within him. A single ticket seemed to serve no purpose other than to be sold, as he could not attend with the senior. Senior, shall we aim for this prize? It appears the first prize is a single hot spring hotel package, Li Xingmo inquired, seeking Xia Wenyuan's opinion. Xia Wenyuan pursed her lips, pausing to reflect rather than responding immediately. Her gaze drifted toward the list of prizes for the romantic category, deep in thought. First prize, a luxurious couple's hot spring hotel package for 2 during the new year. Second prize, a limited edition pure silver couple's rings. Third prize, 2 tickets for a fantastical theme park. How delightful and varied. Perhaps I should inform the Navi Junior that he seems to have misread the lottery details? Well, participating in the free draw should be harmless. It could be a good omen to join my junior in this endeavor. Xia Wenyuan glanced at the bewildered Li Xingmo, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she softly spoke. Chapter 35. Junior, you're being naughty. Senior will surely help you win the grand prize. Li Xingmo exclaimed with enthusiasm. Although it was unfortunate that the hot spring hotel ticket was for a single person, he thought that if he won, he could secretly purchase an additional ticket later. His heart raced as he approached the draw. The staff member in charge of the lottery approached them with a beaming smile. Hello. Would you like to participate in the draw? On the table lay 2 boxes, one containing the ordinary category tickets and the other the romantic category tickets. As they moved closer, Xiao Shuero and Su Mulan watched them from behind. Mulan, they are not together, are they? Xiao Shuero, having already shed tears, asked softly. With great effort, she managed to stifle her tears, yet her eyes remained red, as she pitifully inquired of Su Mulan. I believe they are not yet together. Su Mulan nodded in agreement. However, their relationship seems to transcend mere roommates. Lin, I've just considered a possibility, said Xiao Shuero. Li Xingmo might lack the funds to rent a place of his own, which is why he has teamed up with that senior to take photographs for money. Their ascent onto that wall was solely for financial gain, not because they dined at that restaurant. Xiao Shuero mused. Lin, does that not sound quite reasonable? Look, Li Xingmo opted for the ordinary lottery. I am certain I am correct. With a sigh of relief, she reflected on her long-standing friendship with him, confident of her advantage. She gazed at Li Xingmo, her beautiful eyes revealing a tenderness she had never shown him before. It was only when he abruptly vanished from her life that Xiao Shuero realized how significant he truly was to her. Xingmo, this time, I shall not let you slip away. She resolved silently, her lips pressed together in determination. Shuero, something seems amiss. Su Mulan furrowed her brow. She observed that the staff member responsible for the lottery had not handed the ordinary lottery box to Li Xingmo. He stood at the table, poised to draw, but was halted by the staff's gentle reminder. "Young man, your consumption type qualifies you for this lottery over here." The attractive staff member, upon viewing the receipt Li Xingmo presented, redirected him to another lottery box nearby. Senior, what does this mean?" Li Xingmo scratched his head in confusion. In his nervousness, he had overlooked the romantic lottery rules posted not far away. "I'm not certain. It's nothing. Just go ahead and draw, Junior. I trust you." Xia Wenyuan replied calmly, casting him a reassuring glance. She was the naive and caring senior, and it was only natural for her to occasionally be a bit muddled, particularly regarding the lottery types. Li Xingmo, absorbing Xia Wenyuan's words, nodded in a daze. He then reached into the box she had handed him and pulled out a seemingly unremarkable lottery ticket. Hot Spring Hotel, he silently chanted, hands clasped in hope. Even if it were a solo prize, he wished to draw it first, providing him an opportunity to share time with his senior. As Li Xingmo contemplated, he couldn't help but feel his face flush. During their days together, he had glimpses of Xia Wenyuan in her pajamas and had seen her long, slender legs, radiant and elegant. Yet, those moments were all too fleeting. The buttons of senior sister's pajamas have always been fastidiously fastened, with perhaps only the topmost one ever left undone. How splendid would it be if she donned a swimsuit and joined me for a soak in the hot springs? Surely, she would look extraordinarily beautiful, captivatingly enchanting. As these thoughts flitted through Li Xingmo's mind, his heart raced uncontrollably. Images of peculiar, unspeakable scenarios flooded his imagination. Li Xingmo, how could you entertain such notions about senior sister? He chastised himself internally and even struck his cheeks twice in reprimand. Yet, he could not help but continue to ponder, envisioning how stunning she would appear while relaxing in the hot springs. As he daydreamed, his face flushed a deep crimson. He resolved to make an effort this winter to take senior sister to the hot springs. The thought of this was overwhelming in his heart. He had never shared such an experience with a girl before, especially not with this beautiful senior sister who lived with him. She had treated him to a meal today. Thus, inviting her to the hot springs could serve as a fitting gesture of gratitude. Li Xingmo found this reasoning utterly delightful, his lips curving into an excited smile. As for how to transform a single ticket into a double, that was a concern for another day. The ship would find its way to the bridge when the time was right. A solution would surely present itself. Meanwhile, what? They must be mistaken. Xia Wenyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the romantic-themed lottery box being handed to Li Xingmo. How could this be? Were they genuinely here at the mall for a romantic outing? But such things could only be drawn from a romantic restaurant, a couple's hotel, or other indescribable items, right? Surely, there had been an error. Clenching her fists, her lips trembled uncontrollably. Thus, they must have just dined at that romantic-themed restaurant. Su Mulan remarked that their striking appearances and perfect compatibility must have prompted the restaurant manager to invite them for a photo. Yet, Li Xingmo and that senior sister should have declined the offer, one would think. Could it be? Su Mulan pondered. A look of astonishment dawning upon his face. Were Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan an item? And so what if they were? With such low odds, Li Xingmo was bound to draw nothing, not even third prize. Xia Wenyuan declared vehemently, fate would never grant them the opportunity to win such couples' rewards. However, before she could finish her sentence, the excited voice of the lottery attendant broke through from the other side. Well, congratulations to the two of you for winning the grand prize, a luxurious New Year couple's hot springs hotel getaway package. The excited voice of the young lady resonated alongside the stage. What? What prize? Isn't the prize a single-person hot spring hotel voucher? Li Xingmo was momentarily stunned and bewildered. Then, with a flushed face, he turned to the side and looked at Xia Wenyuan, stammering, Senior, I don't know. His expression was awkward, and words failed him. How could the prize be such a thing? Would Senior misunderstand and think he had ulterior motives? Li Xingmo was so anxious that his heart felt as though it might leap from his throat. You're being naughty, little brother. Xia Wenyuan's demeanor was icy as she shot him a glance with a stern face. However, as Li Xingmo nervously lowered his head, she gently covered her mouth, her warm and gentle eyes curving into a lovely crescent. Silly Junior, although you're adorable and a bit foolish, it seems your luck is quite remarkable. Who would want to join him for the hot spring? In any case, she certainly wouldn't go. She would let the junior go alone. Chapter 36. Couple S rings. The moment the lottery results were announced, a sweet melody, prepared by the organizers, filled the venue. I love you just the way you are. No need for too much reasoning. Hold my hand, and let us walk into the dawn. This was one of the signature songs from a famous matchmaking show celebrating successful hand-holding. Applause erupted from the onlookers. Yet, Li Xingma's mind was blank. As senior. What is going on? How could the prize be this? He murmured repeatedly. In truth, he was overjoyed. Just earlier, he had worried about how to convert a single ticket into a double ticket if he actually won the grand prize. Then, he could enjoy the hot spring with his senior. He never expected happiness to arrive so suddenly. It seems this is indeed the prize list. Li Xingmo noticed that his senior appeared quite surprised, her finger pointing to a blind spot in his vision that he had overlooked. A romantic-themed lottery? Li Xingmo was instantly dumbfounded. Oh no, this is so embarrassing. Amidst the playful blessings of everlasting love and early children, Li Xingma's face flushed to his ears. Junior, do you want this prize? Xia Wenyuan glanced at him and spoke in a calm, soft voice. Li Xingmo immediately broke into a cold sweat. Senior, please let me explain. His throat moved as he stammered. I didn't see it. In truth, even he found it hard to believe that he had missed such a substantial prize list. How could he not have seen it? But he genuinely hadn't. Li Xingmo wore a look of dismay, realizing that his senior would surely misunderstand and think he had deliberately entered this romantic lottery. I understand. Xia Wenyuan nodded calmly, stating that if the prize was not to his liking, he could sell it. Suddenly, a wave of irritation washed over her. The junior appeared visibly anxious, uncomfortable, and seemingly discontent with such a prize. Xia Wenyuan, it seems you are indulging in your own sentiments a bit too much. A trace of self-deprecation flickered at the corners of her lips, her demeanor remaining cool and composed. She bit her lip lightly and then exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, at least it was not the couple's rings for the second prize, merely 2 unused hot spring tickets that, if the junior did not fancy, could easily be sold online afterward. A prize like couple's rings would undoubtedly prompt the recipient to wear them on the spot. In such a case, the junior would likely claim, "You misunderstood. She is merely my senior, and we cannot wear such things." The voice of Li Xingmo echoing these words now reverberated in Xia Wenyuan's ears, causing a slight heaviness in her chest and intensifying her mild vexation. She did not wish to face his rejection. Why was that? Xia Wenyuan cast a confused glance at Li Xingmo beside her. Although it was she who had taken the initiative to suggest cohabitation, at this moment, she discovered that she seemed to lack clarity regarding her own heart. Perhaps they should return home together, she mused, lowering her gaze slightly. She contemplated when to discuss with the restaurant owner about removing that photograph. However, before long, her thoughts of returning home were abruptly shattered by the excited voice of the lottery coordinator. Young man, make sure to take care of your first prize. Additionally, there was a surprise for him and his girlfriend. The staff member first handed Li Xingmo a luxurious hot spring hotel New Year's admission voucher. Then, with a mysterious smile, he announced loudly, according to the hidden rules of this lottery, the lucky participant who wins the first prize can simultaneously receive the second and third prizes. The luxurious hot spring hotel New Year's gift voucher, couple S rings, and tickets to a dream-themed amusement park could all be claimed together. The staff, beaming, produced 2 boxes and proclaimed, "Shall we all witness our lucky couple exchange these rings?" At that moment, the venue erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Humanity harbors many hobbies, with gossip and banter consistently ranking among the top 10, enduring through time. Oh. Kiss. The onlookers, eager for excitement, became a chaotic whirlwind. Many of the diners were young students, casting envious glances at Xia Wenyuan and Li Xingmo. They were both strikingly handsome and perfectly matched. Some even began to suspect that the two were actors hired by the organizers. Just then, a loud exclamation of surprise erupted from the crowd. Suddenly, a youthful figure burst onto the scene, rapidly dashing towards Xia Wenyuan and Li Xingmo. "What on earth is happening with you two?" she exclaimed. "Wenyuan, did you both participate in a romantic lottery and win the grand prize? Have you and the junior booked a couple's hotel room? Or did you purchase some intimate items together?" With fervor, Su Qinglu maneuvered through the throngs of people, leaning in close to Xia Wenyuan's ear, her face alight with excitement. She vowed this was the fastest she had ever run in her life, feeling as if she were channeling Bolt himself or participating in a hurdles race. The spectacle before her was utterly astonishing. Never in her wildest dreams had she anticipated that a simple meal with Gao Yu would lead to such an unbelievable scene. "We didn't mean to. We merely stumbled into the wrong establishment," Xia Wenyuan replied coolly, casting a glance at Su Qinglu. The latter paused, noticing something amiss in Wenyuan's demeanor. Given the sweetness of the moment, Why was she so fierce? Had the junior inadvertently angered her? Su Qinglu stared at the two in bewilderment. Xia Wenyuan maintained her calm demeanor, awaiting Li Xingmo to articulate the truth. The junior would surely clarify that they were not in a romantic relationship, thus rendering any couple's rings unnecessary, and the two spa tickets, once taken home, would ultimately be sold off. Indeed, Xia Wenyuan pondered, no one in this world truly fixates their gaze upon you. You have always been a burden, an extraneous presence, perhaps even someone who should never have graced this world with their existence. A hint of bitterness flickered across the girl's lips, her gaze lowered slightly. Yet, in the next moment, she heard the boy's voice, tinged with nervousness yet imbued with a newfound determination. Senior, may I place this ring on your finger? Her breath caught in her throat as she looked up, meeting his earnest gaze that shone with purity. The young man's handsome face bore a gentle smile, akin to a refreshing breeze or the warm embrace of morning sunlight. Chapter 37. The scholar's heart is captivated. Oh my goodness. Su Qinglu's eyes sparkled with stars as she witnessed the scene, her excitement nearly propelling her into the air. Junior, I misjudged you. How incredibly handsome and charming you are. No wonder Xia Wenyuan, the seemingly unyielding ice queen, has been utterly captivated by you. Junior, go for it. Seize her heart, break through her icy armor, and convince her to return home as your wife. Su Qinglu's heart raced with fervor, while Xia Wenyuan stood there, her expression one of sheer astonishment. She believed that after enduring a myriad of chaotic past experiences, nothing could truly evoke such intense emotional fluctuations within her again. Yet now, amidst the throngs of people, she could distinctly hear her own heartbeat, thrice per second. Her breath quickened in tandem with her rising emotions. Countless expectant and curious gazes were fixated upon them. Do you mind, Junior? Such words could lead to misunderstandings. Xia Wenyuan gently bit her rosy lip, inhaling deeply before speaking. This time, her voice betrayed her usual calm demeanor, trembling ever so slightly. Senior, Li Xingmo stammered, but in the next instant, a moment of clarity washed over him. A rare substance known as emotional intelligence surged within him, seemingly guided by a mysterious force that temporarily took hold of his heart. Senior, I didn't think that much. I just think this ring is beautiful. And you, Senior, you are also quite lovely. In fact, you are the most beautiful and gentle girl I have ever met. So, if you wear it, I'm certain it will look stunning on you. I want to see how you look wearing this ring. He gazed into her clear eyes, speaking each word with unwavering conviction. The girl's gaze shifted from surprise to confusion, and then to a gentle daze, her eyes glistening with moisture. Then, the mysterious force that had enveloped Li Xingmo dissipated. Senior, what's wrong? Why do your eyes seem a bit red? Is there an inflammation? Observing the change in Xia Wenyuan's expression, Li Xingmo inquired, puzzled. Fool, Xia Wenyuan chuckled softly at his concern, a fleeting shimmer of tears glistening in the corners of her eyes before she discreetly wiped them away. You've gotten lucky. She maintained her stubborn facade, her gaze momentarily drifting to a nearby girl whose face was stained with tears, embodying a sense of bewilderment. Then, with a slight smile, she extended her delicate hand toward the earnest boy before her. Li Xingmo stood momentarily stunned, his heart enveloped by an overwhelming joy that surged within him. He nodded emphatically, accepting the ring handed to him with a warm smile by the prize presenter, and then placed it upon the slender fingers of the senior. As the ring was being donned, their hands inevitably brushed against one another, causing Li Xingmo's face to flush with warmth. He dared not meet her gaze, thus failing to notice that Xia Wenyuan's face had also turned a shade of crimson. Ah, I'm dying. This is so romantic. I can't handle it. Su Qinglu below the stage gasped for breath, appearing as though she required immediate assistance. It was simply overwhelming. As a devoted admirer, she yearned to rush forward and witness a passionate kiss between Xia Wenyuan and her junior. However, her body had betrayed her, and she leaned against the railing, gasping for breath. Just at that moment, amidst the crowd, a bewildered young man emerged. Where on earth did Su Qinglu go? She vanished the moment she ran off. Gao Yu muttered to himself, suddenly struck with astonishment. Oh my goodness, Su Senior, are you having a heart attack? Gao Yu exclaimed in horror as he spotted Su Qinglu not far away, clutching the railing and appearing to be in great distress, as if she were on the brink of death. Stunned into silence, Gao Yu's mind raced. No, this woman cannot perish. If she dies, who will argue with him daily? His thoughts flickered back to the first aid tips imparted by their football coach. Yes, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Gao Yu dashed over, scooping Su Qinglu into his arms and laying her on the ground, then commenced the standard motions of CPR. What are you doing? Su Qinglu, momentarily dazed, snapped back to reality, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Su Senior? You're not dead? Gao Yu halted abruptly, his gaze shifting between his hands and Su Qinglu, before everything went black and he fainted. Gao Yu, don't you dare play dead. Su Qinglu, flustered and indignant, stood up and tugged at Gao Yu's ear, instantly turning it crimson as he howled in pain. I'm sorry. I truly intended to save you, Gao Yu exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. What on earth were you doing gasping at the railing if you're perfectly fine? He shouted, bewildered. Su Qinglu regarded him, momentarily stunned. Did you genuinely want to save me? Not just trying to take advantage of me? What is wrong with you, Su Qinglu? I don't even like you. What would I gain? Gao Yu insisted, exasperated. I thought you were having a cardiac arrest, all right? I mean, you seem fine now. Su Qinglu, however, lost the earlier bravado, staring at Gao Yu in disbelief. She had never seen him so fierce, yet for some inexplicable reason, she found his demeanor quite handsome. Gao Yu realized he had lost his composure and was about to apologize when his voice was drowned out by the uproar of the surrounding crowd. Kiss her. Kiss her. Applause, whistles, and chants for a kiss echoed throughout the mall. They want me to kiss you? But I didn't even save you successfully. This is all a misunderstanding. Gao Yu questioned, utterly perplexed. Are you an idiot? They spoke of Wenyuan and that junior. Su Qinglu's expression was one of disbelief. Huh? Who? Gao Yu looked over in confusion, just in time to witness Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan on stage, exchanging couple rings and gazing affectionately at one another. He was so astonished that he nearly turned to stone, grasping the nearby railing as he began to breathe heavily. Do you need me to perform CPR on you? Su Qinglu inquired. Gao Yu. At that moment, the organizer, holding a microphone, approached the two with a smile. Could you both pose for a photo with us? A kiss, a hug, or simply standing together would suffice. The understanding young lady noticed their current bashful state. Senior? Li Xingmo nervously stole a glance at Xia Wenyuan. He had never anticipated that what appeared to be a simple lottery would escalate into such an uncontrolled situation. Want to kiss me? Xia Wenyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Li Xingmo's expression instantly stiffened. I do, he thought, but dared not voice it, lowering his head slightly instead. Then, in the next moment, under the incredulous gaze of Li Xingmo, Xia Wenyuan unexpectedly leaned in closer. Amidst the throng of gazes and lights, she gently embraced him. The warmth of her presence enveloped him, and she looked up with a soft laugh, whispering into his ear, Junior, this is also your reward for tonight. Chapter 38. The seniors past the thrilling lottery event concluded with a tender embrace. The crowd, eager for excitement, lingered for quite some time. It was only when the evening stars, the seemingly perfect young couple, departed that the crowd reluctantly began to disperse. The lottery continued. But the grand prize had already been claimed. Only the second prize remained. Su Senior, could you please stop standing there with that silly grin? If you don't head back soon, the dormitory will close, Gao Yu said helplessly to Su Qinglu. She looked as though she might faint at any moment. If she were to walk alone, he genuinely wouldn't feel at ease. Don't you think it's so sweet, Gao Yu? Woo-woo, Wenyuan and the junior are real. They're undoubtedly a genuine couple. Su Qinglu's eyes shimmered with tears. Wenyuan has finally found that boy who looks at her with such affection. She won't have to face a lonely life anymore. I'm so happy for her. As she spoke, she seemed poised to lean against Gao Yu's shoulder. However, just as she was about to do so, her face suddenly flushed, and she realized something, halting her movement and taking a small step back. So, does Senior Xia have some untold past? Gao Yu speculated. But I can't disclose that to you, an outsider, Su Qinglu replied, mimicking Xia Wenyuan's expression and adopting a serious demeanor. She discovered that this expression was remarkably effective when facing her junior. Su Qinglu, a senior, and Gao Yu, a junior, shared a grade difference of 1 year, making him her junior. Gao Yu. He typed 3 question marks slowly and turned to leave. Yet, before he could fully depart, he felt Su Qinglu tugging at his wrist. The soft sensation from her hand left him momentarily dazed. How could she be so fierce yet have such a gentle touch? Gao Yu was astonished. Then, he suddenly recalled that when he performed CPR on her, her hands had indeed felt similarly soft. His heart raced. So Su Qinglu truly is a girl? Out of politeness, he had always referred to her as Su Xuejia. But truth be told, he had never really considered her as a girl. All right, I was just teasing you, but it really mustn't be said. In any case, I am truly delighted that Wenyuan has encountered a junior. My greatest wish in this life is to witness her marrying her junior, Su Qinglu exclaimed. Her joy so intense it seemed she might leap with happiness. Su Qinglu had a vague understanding of Xia Wenyuan's past. In a family that valued boys over girls, Xia Wenyuan was the unfortunate eldest daughter. From the moment of her birth, she had been scorned by everyone in her family, save for her grandmother, who was her sole supporter in this world. Tragically, her grandmother passed away while Xia Wenyuan was still in high school. Su Qinglu did not know the specifics, but she was aware that Xia Wenyuan eventually achieved financial independence through part-time work as an online novelist. Subsequently, she completely severed ties with her original family, which had left her with nothing but endless pain. Su Qinglu always felt a deep sympathy for Xia Wenyuan and hoped she would meet a boy who adored her completely. In the past, she frequently encouraged Xia Wenyuan to pay attention to the boys who pursued her, suggesting there might be someone suitable among them. However, Xia Wenyuan never spared them a glance. Su Qinglu, a dedicated admirer of romance, felt utterly helpless. Just when she was on the verge of despair, a turning point had emerged. Su Qinglu resolved to become the best roommate of the year and, before graduation, must witness the junior pinning Xia Wenyuan against the wall for a kiss. She would begin her plan in just 7 days. As she pondered this, a villainous smile crept across her face. Wow, your expression is quite terrifying. Have you perhaps turned dark? Gaoyu was startled by Su Qinglu's sudden change in demeanor. She now resembled a Yandra character from the two-dimensional novels and anime he had seen, someone who might pull out a knife at any moment. Huh? What is wrong with me? Su Qinglu instantly returned to her normal self. Just as Gaoyu, still shaken, was about to speak again, a friendly voice from the event organizers echoed in his ears. Excuse me, would you both like to participate in the lottery? Today, any purchase at the mall grants you a chance to win a prize. I hope to bask in some of Wenyuan's good fortune. Su Qingluo beamed with delight. Yet when she reached into the box, Gaoyu was momentarily taken aback. How could this possibly be a box for romantic prizes? Honestly, they had merely shared 2 bowls of spicy and sour noodles. Oh, by the way, miss, the prizes for the general lottery have run out. So I'm giving you the romantic prize box. The young lady smiled mischievously, causing Su Qingluo's hand to stiffen slightly. She then opened the ticket. Wow. It's the second prize, a pair of couple rings. Exactly like the ones that couple just received. The organizer exclaimed. Fantastic. With the grand prizes all drawn, I can finally clock out. Oh, both Su Qingluo and Gaoyu froze in place. Please accept this. It's a limited edition, worth quite a bit. The young lady continued cheerfully. Of course, if you prefer, we can also offer equivalent cash vouchers instead. Su Qingluo and Gaoyu exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew awkward. I have a friend who collects these. Gaoyu suddenly interjected. How about we take it home first, and then sell it to him? That way, it's more economical. Well, we don't necessarily have to sell it. There might be other ways to handle it. Su Qingluo stammered, pulling out her phone to call Xia Wenyuan. Right. How did I not think of that? At that moment, Gaoyu suddenly recalled something significant. He had been facing some challenges in his interactions with Su Qingluo and had not considered whom to consult. However, as Su Qingluo dialed Xia Wenyuan, the realization dawned on him. Indeed, the relationship expert is right beside me. He thought. Wait, that wasn't he entirely accurate. This wasn't a romantic dilemma, but rather a peculiar situation with an adorable girl who turned out to be a rather forceful senior. That person, she was the one. She was the master of navigating interactions with that senior. Excitedly, Gaoyu unlocked his phone and located the profile of a newly added friend. Gaoyu, Xingmo. I have a friend who has a bit of a problem he'd like to consult you about. Chapter 39. Large cup of jasmine milk green tea 10 minutes prior to Su Qingluo's call to Xia Wenyuan. Someone was walking home with the senior. Senior, look. The weather is splendid today. The sun is so bright, haha. After the unexpected winning and embracing incident at the mall, a hint of awkwardness lingered in the air. Xingmo spoke, attempting to ease the subtle tension between them. I also think the weather is quite nice. However, it seems to be evening now. Xia Wenyuan slightly lifted her gaze. Above them stretched a dazzling expanse of the starry night sky. Junior, are you referring to tomorrow's weather forecast? The young lady inquired, her expression serene as she turned her gaze towards Xingmo. Ah, senior, you must have misheard me. What I actually meant to say is that the moon is truly beautiful. Xingmo was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed with anxiety. His mind was filled with the image of the moment when the senior had placed the ring on his finger, followed by that unexpected gentle embrace. Xia Wenyuan had not fully embraced him, It was merely a fleeting gesture reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. The soft, fragrant touch had lasted but a brief instant. He found himself alternating his gaze between the ring adorning his finger and the senior's hand, momentarily lost in thought. Her hands are so lovely. They look even more exquisite with the ring, he mused, feeling a tinge of sadness at the thought that she would likely remove the ring upon returning home. The joy he felt when he had personally placed the ring on Xia Wenyuan's finger was immense, and the prospect of seeing her take it off left him feeling despondent. Xingmo wished for their journey home to stretch longer, allowing him to cherish the memory of wearing the ring alongside the senior. Are my hands beautiful? A cool voice interrupted his reverie. His heart skipped a beat as he turned slightly to meet her scrutinizing gaze. Senior, I wasn't peeking at your hands. I was merely looking down at the road, he replied, avoiding her eyes, feeling guilty. Junior, do you think my hands are beautiful? She asked again, her tone calm and unwavering. They are indeed beautiful, he conceded, realizing he could no longer evade the truth. Actually, girls enjoy being complimented, she remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips, which belied the anticipated scene of her anger that he had envisioned. So, when I ask you next time, you can be straightforward. Senior, I promise I won't peek at you again. Xingmo fervently denied, feeling an inexplicable urge for self-preservation. She turned slightly away from him, covering her mouth discreetly. Junior, do you realize that your attempts to conceal your feelings only make you appear even more endearing? Their pace was slow, a shared understanding lingering between them. Yet the apartment was now within sight, drawing nearer. Senior, would you like something to drink? Xingmo asked, his heart racing. At this hour, the coffee shop should be closed, Xia Wenyuan thought, yearning for an iced coconut latte. But they had just passed a CAF where the owner was tidying up to leave for the evening, returning to his girlfriend. It is indeed vexing that at this hour, students are still engaged in evening self-study, while he has already finished his work. Xingmo, representing the sentiments of countless students, expresses his disapproval of the CAF owner's premature closure, seemingly flaunting his affection. Tentatively, he inquires, Senior, shall we perhaps visit the nearby milk tea shop? He notices the warm glow of lights emanating from a nearby establishment. Junior, it's quite late. Drinking milk tea at this hour could be quite unhealthy. Xia Wenyuan responds with a glance. Very well, Xingmo replies, his spirits dampened as he lowers his gaze. Typically, he would not indulge in such sweet beverages at this hour, yet he yearns for the ring to remain on the senior's finger a while longer. However, Xia Wenyuan's lips curve into a slight smile. Junior, considering the energy you expended playing football today, replenishing some sugar is quite reasonable. I must admit, I am feeling a bit parched myself. Senior, then allow me to treat you to milk tea. Xingmo interjects eagerly, not waiting for her to finish. After all, she had covered the meal and even gifted him a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan. It felt only right that he should treat her now. What justification do you have for treating me, Junior? Xia Wenyuan asks, her lips pressed together as she tilts her head slightly, peering into Xingmo's eyes as if searching for hidden truths. I simply wish to treat you to milk tea. He musters the courage to meet her gaze and states earnestly, Senior, you covered today's meal, so you mustn't refuse my invitation for milk tea. Otherwise, I might get upset. Xingmo feels an inexplicable surge of courage, as though Liang Jingru has bestowed upon him bravery, and he gazes at Xia Wenyuan. This time, Xia Wenyuan cannot evade his gaze and bursts into laughter. You look rather adorable when you're feisty, little Junior. And it's quite evident you're merely pretending. Junior, has any girl ever told you that you are quite cute? She inquires, her chest rising and falling slightly as she feigns a stern expression. Xingmo's heart skips a beat at her expression. Does this mean that the senior does not favor boys who are cute? No, Senior, I am not cute at all, he insists, shaking his head vigorously like a rattling drum. Is that so? Xia Wenyuan appears surprised. Such an adorable Junior. Those girls must lack discernment. You are even cuter in person than you appear on video. Indeed. Xingmo nods fervently. He mentally notes that the senior does not prefer cute boys, yet fortunately, he has always considered himself quite masculine. The two of them arrive at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Xingmo observed a girl clad in a delicate, pale yellow floral dress, busily tidying up within the shop. He was momentarily taken aback, recalling Chen Xiaoshuan's earlier remark about a particularly beautiful part-time worker at a nearby milk tea shop. Were all the part-time girls at milk tea shops this attractive? Although she was not on par with Xia Wenyuan, the girl was undeniably lovely in her own right. Which milk tea shop was Chun Xiaoxian referring to? What should he order? Another shop attendant, intrigued by the presence of Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan, approached them to greet. A large cup of jasmine milk green tea, iced, lightly sweetened, Xia Wenyuan declared, her voice faltering momentarily. Stealing a glance at Li Xingmo, she confirmed her suspicion. He was gazing at her with a look of sheer astonishment. Oh no, Xia Wenyuan thought to herself. She had intended to assist the junior in ordering his preferred drink, yet she had forgotten. Naturally, Li Xingmo's taste in milk tea were well known by his devoted fan, the iced coconut latte. However, the aloof senior, Xia Wenyuan, should have been oblivious to this detail. She gently bit her lip, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Would he discover her secret? Chapter 40. Junior, shall we go home? Senior, how do you know? Li Xingmo fell into confusion upon hearing Xia Wenyuan specify a large cup of jasmine milk green tea, iced, lightly sweetened. How could she possibly know his preference for that flavor? Li Xingmo was remarkably devoted. This devotion was evident not only in his unwavering affection for a girl over the span of 10 years, but also in his culinary choices. For instance, he exclusively indulged in iced coconut lattes when it came to coffee. Similarly, he predominantly opted for jasmine milk green tea, iced and lightly sweetened, rarely venturing to order anything else. Yet, how could she be aware of this? Ah, that cup was indeed what I wanted, he murmured. Junior, what would you like to drink? Xia Wenyuan asked, blinking her eyes. Although she suspected Li Xingmo had already deduced the truth, she still wished to conceal it as much as possible. After spending time together, she was increasingly reluctant for him to realize that she was, in fact, the iced coconut latte. The dynamic between her as the iced coconut latte and as Xia Wenyuan was vastly different. If he discovered her true identity, would he dare to act in ways at home that he would not as a junior, but would feel emboldened to do with the iced coconut latte? Xia Wenyuan felt her heart begin to race. Suddenly, her phone rang. Junior, please stay here. I need to take this call, she said. Stepping back slightly to answer Su Qinglu's call. If the junior found out, perhaps she would simply confess that she was the iced coconut latte after all. Regardless, he will eventually find out. Although, it seems she feels a twinge of embarrassment. She pondered, blushing slightly. So, little brother, what would you like to drink? The attendant smiled and inquired of Li Xingmo, noticing Xia Wenyuan was on the phone. I want the same as my senior, Li Xingmo replied cheerfully. How wonderful. What a delightful coincidence that both my senior and I share a fondness for milk tea. Li Xingmo felt a surge of pride at such serendipity. Then, he sensed his phone vibrating in his pocket. He took it out and was astonished to discover a message from Gaoyu. Gaoyu, Junior Xingmo. Please help a friend of mine. He is encountering difficulties with my senior. I believe your skills with seniors will surely provide a solution. Li Xingmo? Li Xingmo. Senior, why would anyone want to harm my senior? What has she done wrong? Gaoyu. The two began to engage in a rather perplexing exchange. Meanwhile, Su Qinglu and Xia Wenyuan were having an equally ambiguous conversation over the phone. Wenyuan, I wish to ask you something. I have a friend who, along with a male acquaintance, accidentally won a pair of rings in a lottery, couple rings, no less. The male said he could accept them first and then sell them to a familiar acquaintance. What do you think about that? Su Qinglu deliberately raised her voice so Gaoyu could hear. She was confident that, given Xia Wenyuan's emotional intelligence, she would devise a clever plan. One that would allow her to bring the rings home without subsequently selling them. It wasn't for any ulterior motive. She merely thought the design of the rings was lovely. And selling them would be a pity. It certainly had nothing to do with any sentimental value or the desire to wear matching rings with that bothersome Gaoyu. That is not appropriate. Xia Wenyuan replied calmly after a moment's contemplation. What should I do then? Su Qinglu mentally applauded her dear friend. As expected of you, Wenyuan. I adore you. You truly understand me. Couple rings, but Lulu, you are single. Xia Wenyuan's cool and composed voice continued. Therefore, you should directly inform the event organizers and request a cash equivalent. If you have already received the prize, I suggest discussing it with that young man and letting him handle it. If he insists, you must be resolute and dispose of those couple rings. Xia Wenyuan analyzed the situation with calm objectivity. Just then, Li Xingmo approached, carrying 2 cups of milk tea, and overheard Xia Wenyuan's suggestion to dispose of the couple rings. His eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping the milk tea. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Su Qinglu was left bewildered. Xia Wenyuan, I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts. This script is not meant to be written in such a manner. However, Wenyuan, did you not just receive a pair of rings yourself? You even bestowed one upon that junior. Su Qinglu could no longer contain herself and finally spoke up. Did you see it? Xia Wenyuan's breath momentarily caught. No wonder Lulu inquired. It turned out she was fishing for information. She had initially thought that Su Qinglu was feigning a friendship with a boy she disliked in order to pry into her affairs. Indeed, what are the odds of such a coincidence? Xia Wenyuan chuckled inwardly. This was hardly a romantic novel of her own crafting. Humph. Yes, I saw it. I witnessed the tender embrace you shared with that junior. Su Qinglu exclaimed indignantly. Wenyuan, you cannot apply different standards. Why is it that you adorn the junior with a ring, while my friend must discard hers? She huffed, demanding an explanation from Xia Wenyuan. We are not the same. After Su Qinglu's lengthy tirade, a calm voice emerged from the other end of the line, Xia Wenyuan's tranquil response cutting through the tension. Gao Yu, beside her, was drenched in sweat, bewildered by the unfolding drama. What on earth was happening? Why were the sisters quarreling again? His earlier mention of a friend receiving a ring was merely a ruse. He feared Su Qinglu would cash in on it. So he devised this tactic to reclaim the ring first. Do not inquire further. He simply found the design exquisite. It had nothing to do with Su Qinglu. How are we not the same? Su Qinglu retorted, unwilling to back down. Wait, Lulu, do you perhaps have a crush on someone? Suddenly, Xia Wenyuan grasped the gravity of the situation. She lowered her gaze to the beautiful silver ring adorning her right ring finger, her cheeks warming slightly. This question was not only directed at Su Qinglu, but also at herself. Xia Wenyuan discreetly glanced toward the distance, where Li Xingmo stood, holding 2 cups of milk tea. His expression a portrait of awkwardness. She bit her lip gently. On the other end, the call had already been terminated, as Xia Wenyuan's inquiry had rendered Su Qinglu speechless. Senior, should the ring be discarded? After hanging up, Li Xingmo approached cautiously. He had wrestled with his thoughts for what felt like an eternity. If the senior truly insisted on disposing of the ring, he was prepared to let go. He would vacate the little apartment that had briefly warmed his heart and recommence his university life. One-sided affection is devoid of meaning. It took Li Xingmo a decade to comprehend this truth. Why would one discard such a beautiful ring? Yet, unexpectedly, the girl furrowed her delicate brows slightly and spoke coolly. Let us go back, Junior. Then, her tone softened as she called out to him gently. Casually, she took the cup of milk tea from his hand, inserted a straw, and took a small sip. Thank you for the milk tea, she said, as she walked away in gentle steps. Her slender silhouette gradually stretching under the glow of the lights. Li Xingmo was momentarily taken aback. Then he strode after her, a look of relief spreading across his face. Yes, Senior, let us go home. His words made the girl come to an abrupt halt. Xia Wenyuan's delicate frame trembled slightly. Such a simple phrase filled her eyes with tears almost instantly. In the night, from an angle where Li Xingmo could not see, 2 streams of tears slowly cascaded down the girl's cheeks. At that moment, the small apartment seemed to suddenly acquire a special meaning, a significance known as home. It felt as though, at last, there was someone in this world who looked forward to returning home with Xia Wenyuan. Thus, from this moment on, she too had a home. Xia Wenyuan bit her red lips lightly, gazing earnestly at the sunny, youthful smile on Li Xingmo's face. A warm current surged through her heart. A warmth and happiness she had once believed she would never possess in her lifetime after decisively leaving home. Xia Wenyuan wiped her tears and fixed her gaze upon the silver ring glimmering on her finger, her cheeks blossoming into a radiant smile as vibrant as a rainbow. Yes, Junior, let us go home. Chapter 41. The senior appears on the confession wall. A week later, Li Xingmo sat in front of his computer in his bedroom, staring blankly at the screen displaying the edits of his new video. It seemed that the senior had been quite busy lately, often returning home around 10 in the evening. When not attending classes, Li Xingmo frequently found himself alone at home. After filming a plethora of material with the senior, he had begun editing what would be a special video on overcoming social anxiety. As he edited, he felt a twinge of nervousness. This was his first collaboration with a female lead. Moreover, this lead was none other than the aloof campus beauty who shared the same roof with him. Li Xingmo gazed at the screen, momentarily lost in thought. The frame froze on the scene of him and the senior entering a shopping mall in search of a restaurant. Soft lighting illuminated Xia Wenyuan's exquisite profile, her raven hair gently cascading like a waterfall. As he watched, he couldn't help but marvel at how truly beautiful she was. With such beauty and a wonderful personality, she must have countless admirers. Unbeknownst to him, this thought cast a shadow over his expression. Recently, Li Xingmo had become acutely aware of a shift in his own feelings. He found himself increasingly concerned about the senior. When she was not around, he would wonder what she was busy with that day. If she was late returning home, he would call her to ensure her safety. Recently, Xingmo has taken to frequently browsing the school's confession wall. Almost every day, he encounters anonymous love declarations addressed to Xia Wenyuan. It dawned on him just how much popularity the ice-cold campus beauty, Xia Wenyuan, enjoys at Donghai University. In stark contrast, Xia, who is also referred to as a campus flower, appears on the confession wall far less often. Meanwhile, Su Qinglu, a strikingly beautiful senior who is not deemed among the top tier, is only sporadically mentioned. The number of boys enamored with the senior is overwhelming. Surely, among them, there are those who outshine him. Many of them are seniors in their fourth year or even graduate students. Contemplating this, Xingmo couldn't help but think that his burgeoning feelings for the senior were rather unrealistic. He found himself dreaming of living in this small apartment with her indefinitely, wishing for their interactions to continue as they have been, and even imagining her as his girlfriend. Just the thought made his cheeks flush, despite their brief acquaintance. After all, she is the illustrious ice princess, Xia Wenyuan. He pulled out his phone and deftly accessed the confession wall. As expected, yet another brave soul had declared their feelings for the senior today. This valiant admirer even revealed his identity, introducing himself as a fourth-year student from the law school. Eager to meet Xia Wenyuan, he further elaborated, claiming to be a video blogger with a substantial following of 30,000 fans, asserting that this made him a perfect match for her. The comments beneath this public confession were painfully candid. Bro, how many dishes did you have last night? I hope you didn't add peanuts. Deputy Director of the First Psychiatric Hospital of Donghai City. Hello, how long have you been experiencing these symptoms? Chin, this person has remarkable potential. My friend, I suggest you invest 50. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to this extraordinary individual. Only obsessing will keep my diet balanced. 30,000 fans? Huh. What's there to brag about? I know a freshman whose followers are nearing 400,000. To the guy above, stop boasting. Do you even grasp what it means for a freshman to have 400,000 followers? 3. Let it go? That senior who made over 10,000 a month last time had no effect on her. Do you really think Xia Wenyuan would seek a partner at school? I concur with the previous comment. Perhaps we should look towards Xia instead. Brothers, get real. Go to sleep. As far as I know, Xia is already taken. Only obsessing will keep my diet balanced. Hey, Xia Wenyuan might have someone she likes too. Only obsessing will keep my diet balanced. I kindly advise you all to refrain from confessing to her. She will never agree. 5. Thank you for the invitation. But I believe that Xia Wenyuan is not fond of boys. Have you ever seen her converse with them? 7. Who says she doesn't talk to boys? When I confessed to her a year ago, she certainly did respond. 5. What did she say? 7. She asked me, who are you? 5. The comment section was bustling with activity. Xingmo observed this, feeling increasingly despondent. Indeed, everyone seemed to believe that the campus belle would never engage in a romantic relationship. Furthermore, someone with the username, Nothing But Balanced Nutrition, even suggested that she might already have someone special. Do not confess to her, she would never accept. Xingmo lowered his head, repeatedly reciting these words in his mind. He recalled the unusual behavior of the senior in the past week. Following the incident at the mall, she appeared to have become extraordinarily busy. Despite being a senior with minimal classes left, she was consistently out early and returning late, occasionally displaying a rather anxious expression. Yet, when he inquired about her, she remained enigmatic, unwilling to disclose anything. Thus, it must be true that the senior has developed feelings for some boy, right? The spark in Xingmo's eyes flickered out. All the clues intertwined, leading him to believe this was the truth. That Nothing But Balanced Nutrition must be an acquaintance of the senior, someone familiar with her circumstances, which is why such information was known. It seemed that his feelings for her would have to remain forever concealed within his heart. Feeling dejected, Xingmo clenched his fists, a slight ache forming at the tip of his nose. It appeared that he ought to abandon such peculiar thoughts. Fortunately, there was a video, one that he had obtained the senior's permission to release. Even if this segment of unexpressed emotions became a secret, it would serve as a solitary memento. This train of thought persisted for approximately 10 seconds. Then, Xingmo realized he could not allow himself to surrender so swiftly, so easily. He was a man. How could he concede defeat without even trying? How could he know that the senior held no feelings for him at all? Even if he were to lose, it must not be in vain. He ought to at least discern to whom he was conceding. In that moment, The spirit of youthful bravado and the fervent essence of a passionate fool surged within him. It ignited. At the very least, it was more exhilarating than Boruto. Li Xingmo, adrenaline surging, took out his phone and opened the confession wall. Then, with remarkable courage, he swiftly switched to anonymous posting mode. Anonymous user 596. Senior, I seem to have developed a dependency on you, yet you appear to be very busy lately, often occupied until late, and our conversations have dwindled. So, you must have a boy you like, right? Li Xingmo's message was posted on the school's confession wall in the anonymous section. At this moment, a girl walking through the school, engrossed in her gossip, stumbled upon this news. Ah, yet another melancholic soul. Unlike the junior with a gentle demeanor, he must be reveling in bliss right now. Suddenly, Su Qinglu's gaze became vacant. She observed Xia Wenyuan emerging from the office ahead, and to her astonishment, the ice-cold campus beauty wore a faint smile of joy. In 3 years of university life as classmates and roommates, Su Qinglu had never witnessed such an expression on Xia Wenyuan's face. Wenyuan, what brings that smile to your lips? Su Qinglu was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, Wenyuan, how did you come out of the school's graduate office? Didn't you decide back in your freshman year that you would apply for graduate studies abroad? Chapter 42. Returning the handholding to the junior, Su Qinglu stared blankly at Xia Wenyuan, sensing a keen intuition that Xia Wenyuan was concealing something from her. Speak. Are you secretly engaged to the junior? Su Qinglu speculated. Yes. Next week is the wedding, followed by obtaining the marriage certificate, Xia Wenyuan replied with a slight smile. Nodding gently. I knew it. What? Poor Su Qinglu, at first, genuinely believed her, her eyes wide with shock as if they were about to pop out. However, she quickly regained her composure. Hey, Wenyuan, that's too much. How could you joke about your most adorable and kind-hearted roommate? The junior is not that young. He is 19, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly. With her delicate, fair hand, she subtly concealed a thick stack of documents behind her back, out of Su Qinglu's sight. Oh my! The junior is 19, Su Qinglu exclaimed, mimicking her usual exaggerated expressions, much like the emoticons she often used. And you dare say there is nothing between you two? You know such personal matters. Su Qinglu clapped her hands in applause. But wait, Wenyuan, you shouldn't have told me that. Suddenly, Su Qinglu's face flushed. She looked at Xia Wenyuan with an odd expression. Xia Wenyuan, under her scrutiny, felt an uncomfortable wave wash over her. She then spoke softly. The junior is indeed 19. You can verify this directly from the class roster, as you are their assistant counselor. So, this is not a private matter. As Xia Wenyuan met Su Qinglu's gaze, her calm demeanor contrasted with the murderous glint in her eyes and the slight blush on her cheeks, revealing that her feelings were far from the icy facade she maintained. This Lulu, I wonder what strange thoughts occupy her mind all day. Xia Wenyuan mentally shook her head in an expressionless manner. However, Xia Wenyuan found Su Qinglu to be quite remarkable. It seemed that everything Su Qinglu desired in reality had indeed come to fruition, except for the fact that she had always remained a solitary queen. That said, with the younger male's impressive physique in mind, an unusual thought suddenly surfaced in Xia Wenyuan's mind, inspired by Su Qinglu's words. As soon as this peculiar notion emerged, the pristine and innocent visage of the ice-cold senior blushed a deep crimson. Quickly shaking her head, Xia Wenyuan endeavored to dispel any inappropriate thoughts from her mind. She silently resolved to engage less in discussions about the younger male with Su Qinglu, as those conversations tended to lead her thoughts astray. Haha, my apologies, Wenyuan. It appears we are not discussing the same matter, Su Qinglu remarked, shaking her head. She realized her error in broaching such innocent topics with the pure-hearted Xia Wenyuan. Was it a mistake? Xia Wenyuan gazed at Su Qinglu. Indeed, I shall do it again next time. Su Qinglu chuckled mischievously, playfully sticking out her tongue. She was acutely aware of her own shortcomings compared to Xia Wenyuan, except for her exceptional audacity. Hey, wait a minute. Am I not the one teasing you? Su Qinglu was momentarily interrupted, causing her train of thought to falter. When she resumed, she completely forgot to first inquire why Xia Wenyuan had exited the graduate school office. Wenyuan, I must tell you, someone confessed to you on the public confession wall today. Su Qinglu's face lit up with a gossiping expression. Confession? Xia Wenyuan's heart stirred. However, her expression remained unchanged as she calmly inquired, what confession? Are you actually interested? Su Qinglu was taken aback. In the past, Xia Wenyuan had shown no interest in the boys who confessed on the wall. Once, she had even declared that if Su Qinglu mentioned a boy's confession again, they would cease to be friends for 10 minutes. And indeed, they had adhered to that promise. The fervent Su Qinglu could never resist a tease. It was simply impossible. Yet now, she regarded those confessions merely as a backdrop to highlight the younger male. Her intention in bringing it up was solely to assist him. Go on, tell me, Xia Wenyuan said coolly. Haha, how intriguing. It's a fourth-year law student, rather handsome, named. All right, no need to continue. I am not interested, Xia Wenyuan interjected. Casting a glance at Su Qinglu, her voice icy and unyielding. Did you not express interest in hearing it? Su Qinglu was bewildered, pondering why she had been so peculiar lately. Wenyuan, what does it feel like to hold the younger male's hand? Su Qinglu's eyes gleamed mischievously as she leaned in closer, whispering softly in Xia Wenyuan's ear. It feels like nothing, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly. 2 seconds later, she could no longer maintain her composure. With a benevolent yet menacing gaze, she floated towards Su Qinglu. Aha, I knew it. I knew you were already holding hands with the junior. It was during that last time at the mall, right? After you exchanged rings following the draw, you two held hands, didn't you? Su Qinglu's face broke into a triumphant smile. Then, filled with excitement, she eagerly inquired, yearning to uncover more intricate details. No, you're overthinking it, Xia Wenyuan replied, her eyes slightly lowered as she gently shook her head. Holding hands? Well, I did hold hands with the junior during our physical examination, but it was I who initiated that. The junior's hand felt soft and warm in hers, providing her with a sense of reassurance, tranquility, and comfort. Xia Wenyuan's red lips pressed together as she recalled the gentle sensation of his hand while the needle pierced her left arm. After a moment, a subtle, soft smile graced her lips. Ah, Su Qinglu reminded me. Since it was a borrowing, it should be returned. Next time, I ought to find an appropriate opportunity to return that hand-holding to the junior. Her gaze drifted into the distance as a gentle breeze caressed her long hair, and a glimmer of soft affection flickered in her beautiful eyes. One must return what is borrowed in order to borrow again with ease. Chapter 43. Someone is waiting for me to return home, ah? Wenyuan, did you truly not hold hands with the junior? Su Qinglu exclaimed, incredulously. No, that is impossible. Your expression just now was clearly blushing and evasive. You were gazing longingly at something non-existent in the distance. You were clearly thinking about the junior. You've never looked at me with such an expression. Humph. Wenyuan, look me in the eyes and say it. A good roommate does not deceive a good roommate. Su Qinglu scrutinized Xia Wenyuan, her face filled with skepticism and disbelief. She had just witnessed that unmistakable expression of a budding young girl's feelings on Xia Wenyuan's face. Moreover, her ears were flushed. She was definitely shy. Yes. Ah, Xia Wenyuan and the junior. You must marry soon. Su Qinglu was once again in a frenzy, internally shouting to the heavens. This is real. A good roommate does not deceive a good roommate. Xia Wenyuan blinked and replied. After all, she no longer resided in the dormitory. Her roommate was the adorable junior, not Su Qinglu. Yet, she realized she had not been entirely truthful with the junior. After all, she had not disclosed to him that she was his very first follower, iced coconut latte. Xia Wenyuan gently pressed her red lips together. All right then, I am a bad roommate, but I shall be a good senior, a senior who will treat the junior exceptionally well in the future. Ah, how vexing. Could it be that I have misjudged? You truly have not engaged in any intimate gestures, nor held hands. My heart aches, for the truth feels like a deception. My dreams have shattered. Upon hearing Xia Wenyuan declare that good roommates do not deceive one another, Su Qinglu felt utterly deflated, resembling someone who had a sweet treat snatched away just as it was within reach. Perhaps it is not entirely broken. Xia Wenyuan pondered for a moment before calmly responding. Alas, it is indeed broken. You have exchanged rings, yet there has been no hand-holding. Wait, Wenyuan, what do you mean by not broken? What does that imply? You and the junior truly share something, don't you? Su Qinglu, invigorated by a surge of energy, stood up, her eyes gleaming. I was merely jesting. Xia Wenyuan gently shook her head. On the confession wall today, the only confession pertaining to me is that one. Indeed. Oh, perhaps there are more in the anonymous section. But they do not mention names. Su Qinglu paused for a moment. Oh right, it seems there was also a freshman posting some melancholic musings earlier. Hiki, Wenyuan. In this day and age, there are certainly many young boys who admire beautiful sisters. Perhaps your junior adores you dearly. Sharing a residence with you might have been a premeditated scheme. You are so innocent. Be wary of being deceived by his feigned ignorance. Su Qinglu chuckled mischievously. The anonymous section. Xia Wenyuan rested her chin in contemplation for a few seconds, then retrieved her phone, for the first time opening the anonymous section of the confession wall. A thunderous revelation. Anonymous 38. Lulu. How can I live without you, Lulu? Miss Su Qinglu, please notice me. I am your devoted admirer. Do you often peruse such content in the anonymous section? Xia Wenyuan's expression remained indifferent as she presented her phone screen to Su Qinglu. Su Qinglu focused her gaze, her pupils dilating in shock. No, this cannot be. Su Qinglu blushed furiously, her face aflame. In a flurry, she pulled out her account and unleashed a torrent of eloquent remarks in the comments section. Wait, this cannot possibly be from him. It must be a coincidence. The numbers are surely coincidental. A look of incredulity suddenly crossed Su Qinglu's face. What do you mean? Xia Wenyuan raised an eyebrow and inquired. The anonymous section of the confession wall is theoretically designed to ensure complete anonymity through technical means within the app. Ordinarily, only the technical personnel operating the confession wall's backend can access the corresponding social accounts of anonymous users. Wenyuan, you must understand, just 2 minutes ago, I saw on the forum that it seems the anonymous section of our school's confession wall has been activated. Registration for our school's confession wall requires real name verification in the backend. Consequently, it transforms your verified name's initials into numbers based on the mobile keypad input method. For instance, if you are Xia Wenyuan, all 3 initials correspond to the number 9 on the 9-key input. Thus, the resulting number would be 999. If you don't believe it, you can try posting anonymously, Su Qinglu remarked. Anonymous user 999. My junior is rather adorable. Indeed, just as you said. This implies that the poster can be traced through anonymity, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly after testing it herself. And you claim you don't have a fondness for juniors. Su Qinglu's eyes sparkled, wearing a look of delight as if she had stumbled upon a delightful secret. So, anonymous user 38 must be Gao Yu, correct? Xia Wenyuan inquired, gazing at her. Impossible. It must be a mere coincidence. I considered it, and there must be many 2-character names starting with the initials corresponding to 38. Su Qinglu fervently shook her head. Perhaps he lost a game of truth or dare and was compelled to message the girl he likes, Xia Wenyuan suggested, a slight smile gracing her lips. For the first time, she found the act of teasing her best friend to be quite amusing. Recently, she had inexplicably developed an interest in numerous things that once held no allure for her. What could have prompted such a transformation? Truth or dare? How peculiar. Perhaps I should just ignore it, Su Qinglu thought, her expression reflecting a mix of shyness and hesitation. By the way, Wenyuan, I recall that several years ago, when you lost a game of truth or dare with us, you did something similar, didn't you? Su Qinglu suddenly recalled. At that time, you mentioned that since you had no familiar boys, you could only message an online acquaintance. What was the other person's reaction? Su Qinglu pondered, torn about whether to respond to such an odd statement. That person? Xia Wenyuan's lips pursed slightly. He had no notable reaction. The young girl inhaled sharply, recalling the night she had been coerced by Su Qinglu to send that private message. Iced coconut latte. Good night. Brother Mo ran. Iced coconut latte. The kitty is adorable. A faint blush appeared on her delicate face as she vividly remembered how the junior had responded. Starry Mo ran. Starry Mo ran. Panda head ? Thank you, Lulu. Xia Wenyuan suddenly smiled, looking at Su Qinglu with her eyes slightly curved. This mischievous idea had originated from Su Qinglu. In retrospect, it seemed to be a rather brilliant notion. Why are you suddenly thanking me? I'm not Taro. Su Qinglu pouted, realizing that Xia Wenyuan had likely fallen head over heels in love. Just look at her. She has become quite the foolish girl. Xia Wenyuan bypassed the anonymous message that appeared to be from Gao Yu and continued scrolling down. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. Anonymous user 596. The young girl contemplated momentarily before switching her 26-key input method to the 9-key format. The initials of Xingmo corresponded to. The letter for the number 5 is. The letter for the number 9 is. The letter for the number 6 is. In other words, this anonymous user 596 is likely the junior. Senior, I seem to have become a bit dependent on you, but you appear to be quite busy lately. Often occupied until late, and our conversations have diminished. So, you must have someone you like, right? Xia Wenyuan gazed at the content of this anonymous message. Taking a deep breath, her heart raced slightly, accompanied by a hint of remorse. Recently, due to changes in her plans, she had been preoccupied with graduate school preparations at the university. During her free time at noon, she would secretly attend a cooking class offered on campus, learning to cook from the cafeteria aunties. After returning home in the evening, she also had novels to update. It seemed she had somewhat neglected the feelings of her junior. Lulu, I'm heading home now. Xia Wenyuan decisively bid farewell to Su Qinglu. The junior must be waiting for her at home. Indeed, love can fade away. Su Qinglu remarked with a face full of melancholy. Suddenly, she noticed the documents in Xia Wenyuan's hand and gasped in surprise. Wenyuan, you're not going abroad anymore. Why not? Applying to prestigious universities abroad was a decision you made in your freshman year, right? Moreover, you have been striving for that school all year. Su Qinglu asked in shock. She saw that Xia Wenyuan held a copy of her graduate school recommendation application, freshly stamped with a bright red seal. Because, right now, someone is also waiting for me to return home, Xia Wenyuan replied, her delicate face breaking into a radiant smile, her hair flowing like a waterfall in the wind. As she walked away against the golden evening glow. Chapter 44. Sister takes you to enjoy delicious food. Knock, knock, knock. In a daze, Xingmo was startled awake by a series of knocks at the door. It was not the apartment door, but rather the door to his bedroom. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up from the ergonomic chair he had purchased last week, realizing he had fallen asleep there. Fortunately, it was quite comfortable. The senior had also requested the link to this chair. Senior, you're back. So early today, it's not even 7 yet. Xingmo felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Xia Wenyuan enter his bedroom. Xia Wenyuan gazed at the handsome, refined face of the youth in his bright, clear eyes, momentarily lost in thought. She had been exceedingly busy lately. She did not wish for her junior to know about her decision to forego studying abroad and instead apply for graduate school recommendations. This was her own choice, and she did not want to burden Xingmo with any additional pressure. She had previously desired to study overseas merely to distance herself from her shattered family, to escape further away. Xia Wenyuan did not particularly like foreign countries. She only wished to flee from those who had once nearly extinguished her will to survive, her so-called family, over the long years that had passed. In this world, countless lights flicker. Yet none have been left on for her, for Xia Wenyuan. But now, the situation has changed. As Xia Wenyuan opened the door, the lights in the hallway and living room illuminated the space. These were the lights left on by her junior. It felt as though she had suddenly found a place to belong. With this newfound sense of belonging, she no longer wished to escape. A faint ache blossomed in her nose as she recalled the words posted anonymously by Xingmo on the confession wall. A hint of guilt surfaced on her exquisitely delicate face. During this period, from her junior's perspective, she must have seemed oblivious to her surroundings, lost in her own world. Do I have something on my face? Xingmo, under her gaze, felt a slight flush creeping onto his cheeks, and his heart raced a little faster. Was it merely his imagination? Why did it seem that today, the senior's eyes radiated an unusual warmth? Even her expression appeared different from the usual cold demeanor she often wore. In his heart, Xingmo was convinced that this was the true essence of his senior. Beneath her seemingly indifferent, aloof, and graceful exterior lay a heart that was undeniably tender. But why did she choose to present herself in such a detached manner? He pondered, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Yet, he dared not voice this question. His senior was so endearing, surely her punches would be quite painful. You have something on your face. Xia Wenyuan's response took Xingmo by surprise. Instinctively, he reached up to brush away whatever it was on his face. However, his movement was halted by Xia Wenyuan's voice. Don't move. The girl raised an eyebrow slightly, her red lips pursed. Then, in Xingmo's astonished gaze, a slender and delicate hand extended towards him. He felt a cool and gentle touch on his face, a sensation both soothing and pleasant. Xia Wenyuan applied no pressure, merely sweeping her hand across his skin as if to brush away the dirt. There, it's all better now. She retracted her hand, discreetly silencing the alert from her smart bracelet that indicated her racing heartbeat. Her heart was pounding furiously. She had to focus on her breathing to maintain an appearance of calm. His face felt so soft to the touch. The charming boy was not at all plump, yet the flesh on his face was tender and yielding. What if their faces were to draw closer together? Xia Wenyuan gently bit her lip. No, Xia Wenyuan. You're not like Su Qinglu, who is infatuated with her juniors. How can you entertain such sinful thoughts about your own junior? Thank you, senior, Xingmo murmured weakly, his mind blank. How could it be that the senior had suddenly touched his face? He had thought such an action was beyond her. Was this considered an intimate gesture? Xingmo yearned to articulate his excitement, but after much contemplation, it seemed he could only utter a simple thank you, senior. You're welcome, Xia Wenyuan replied coolly. You, junior, are quite easily deceived. It was merely a casual remark, yet the young junior took it to heart. She pondered how, if she were to be a touch more audacious, he might also. Xia Wenyuan blinked, gazing at Li Xingmo's innocent and handsome visage while taking a deep breath. She suppressed the peculiar thoughts that suddenly surged within her. No, they shared a relationship that was purely platonic, roommates and a senior-junior dynamic. The previous hand-holding and asking him to dry her hair had already skirted the boundaries. Moreover, as a senior, it was her duty to care for him. How could she deceive him or engage in inappropriate behavior? Xia Wenyuan gently shook her head internally. What, then, would not be considered crossing the line? Or, if it were the junior who took the initiative to cross it? Xia Wenyuan blinked again, recalling how the heroines in her novels often acted. Senior, are you all right? You seem a bit strange today. Did you skip lunch? Li Xingmo's concerned inquiry interrupted her reverie. She lifted her gaze, catching the faint scent of lavender laundry detergent emanating from his clothes, momentarily entranced. Junior, what would you like for dinner? The corners of the young girl's lips curved upwards, her cheeks gracing a soft blush as she gently inquired. Oh no, I didn't buy any groceries today, and it seems there's nothing to eat at home. Li Xingmo exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Lately, Xia Wenyuan had often been absent during mealtimes, and he had grown too lazy to shop and cook alone. Now, it appeared that only a few dozen eggs remained in the fridge. Senior, there's no food at home. I dozed off a bit this afternoon and wasn't prepared. He admitted, omitting the part where he had anxiously speculated about what his senior was up to while leaning back in his chair. His feelings had already been expressed, and there was no need to burden her further. Then, let us go, Xia Wenyuan said, a light smile gracing her lips, her cheeks revealing a delicate dimple that left Li Xingmo momentarily spellbound. Senior, you are so beautiful. She smiled, and it was as if the entire week of his inner turmoil vanished in an instant. No, Xia Wenyuan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, her expression becoming aloof. Not outside. The young girl silently added in her heart. At home, however, it would depend on the junior's behavior. Ah, all right then. Li Xingmo immediately displayed a slightly distressed expression. By the way, Senior, you mentioned leaving just now. Where are you headed? Do you have something to attend to? Li Xingmo spoke with a hint of disappointment. Yes, I have some matters to attend to, Xia Wenyuan replied, her red lips pursed as she gently nodded. Then, Senior, if you're busy, I can simply order takeout. Li Xingmo murmured, lowering her head. Are you craving takeout? Well, if that's the case, Xia Wenyuan responded, her initial intention to treat him to a delightful meal now set aside. She stretched languidly like a sleepy kitten, her beautiful brows arching slightly as her gaze fell upon Li Xingmo's eyes, softening her tone. Oh, really? Li Xingmo exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth as she leapt from her ergonomic chair. Just give me a moment to change, Xia Wenyuan said, stepping into her bedroom, the rustling sounds of her changing attire echoing softly. The moment the door closed, a radiant smile blossomed upon her lips, a joy she could no longer contain. Having finally completed her postgraduate application tasks, she felt a sense of relief, ready to indulge in a delightful outing with her junior. Yet, she pondered, why does she feel such overwhelming happiness? Chapter 45. Which is more beautiful, the dress or me? Senior, is there anything you wish to eat? It was around 7 in the evening, the late summer twilight ushering in the shimmering neon lights of the city. Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan strolled side by side along the streets near the school. The crowds bustled with life, being in close proximity to the campus. Many couples emerged from the school in search of a meal. Others, basking in the joy of singlehood, were engrossed in short videos or romantic novels, adorned with amused expressions. As Li Xingmo inquired, she couldn't help but steal glances at Xia Wenyuan. The outfit she wore was stunning, a delicate pink dress that she had just changed into in her bedroom. The design was soft and elegant, devoid of the revealing styles sported by many young girls on the street. The hem of the dress fell just above her knees, revealing a glimpse of her fair, slender calves. She exuded an air of grace, standing tall and poised. Even in such simplicity, she attracted countless admiring glances. Junior, do you think it looks good? Just as Li Xingmo believed her gaze was discreet, she froze when Xia Wenyuan's cool voice broke the silence. It looks absolutely beautiful, Li Xingmo replied, her voice a mixture of admiration and hesitation. Senior, you misunderstood. I wasn't staring at you. I was, looking for something delicious to eat. Li Xingmo, fully aware of her blunder, confessed. The corners of the young girl's lips lifted into a gentle curve, revealing her understanding. Oh, so you were sneaking a peek at me. She mused, though she had merely intended to inquire about her appearance. This dress, a cherished new piece she had longed to wear, was one she adored deeply. She wondered whether the junior liked her. Well, you are quite obedient. Xia Wenyuan nodded in acknowledgement of Li Xingmo's discretion in not stealing glances at her. As she prepared to collaborate in the performance, she resolved to give it her all. Junior. She suddenly gazed into his eyes. What's wrong, senior? Li Xingmo stammered. His heart racing. Had he been caught stealing a look? Is it the dress that looks nice? Or am I the one who looks good? Xia Wenyuan blinked, her voice cool and questioning. Of course, the senior looks good. Li Xingmo blurted out without hesitation. Is the dress not beautiful? Xia Wenyuan pressed on. The dress is lovely too. Li Xingmo replied. Then, which one is more beautiful? The junior appeared to be in a quandary. This feeling felt so sinful. Conversing like this with an innocent young boy must surely make him nervous. Yet, he truly looked adorable. Within her heart, two small figures emerged, one with angelic wings, the other sporting purple devil horns. At that moment, the devilish figure seemed to gain the upper hand, making her feel a bit like a mischievous senior. Li Xingmo, however, was oblivious to any transformation of Xia Wenyuan, feeling as if he might perish from embarrassment. Heavens, why would a girl ask such a strange question? This is even weirder than deciding who to save first if one fell into water. Just then, in a moment of clarity, inspiration struck Li Xingmo. Because the senior is very beautiful, whatever you wear looks wonderful and lovely. This dress is also beautiful, so when the senior wears it, it becomes the most beautiful. The boy spoke earnestly, his eyes bright and sincere. Xia Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback. Then, her gentle, captivating features curved into a soft crescent smile. The junior surprisingly had a way with words. Yet, he usually appeared clumsy, silly, and adorably naive. How could he suddenly say something that would please a girl? Could it be that another girl taught him this? With such good looks and a delightful personality, there must be many girls who like him. The young girl pressed her lips together, casting a glance at Li Xingmo that held a hint of inexplicable intrigue. Li Xingmo was also puzzled by the sudden chill of the breeze at the end of summer. Junior, do you like little wontons? Xia Wenyuan asked as she led Li Xingmo to a cozy little shop glowing with warm orange lights. This was a place Xia Wenyuan frequently visited, a quiet, inviting establishment with a comfortable decor. Whenever she felt lonely or sad, she would come here for a bowl of wontons. As she ate, she drifted into a reverie. Until today, this had been Xia Wenyuan's secret sanctuary, a place she had never shared with anyone. However, today, the young girl made the decision to invite a charming little guest into her hidden haven. You love to eat too. Senior, I had no idea you enjoyed little wontons, exclaimed Li Xingmo, his eyes sparkling with delight. Little wontons were his favorite delicacy, and he often featured scenes of tasting them at various food stalls in his videos. What a coincidence that you share my taste. Xia Wenyuan responded with a wink and a nod, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The campus beauty, Xia Wenyuan, was blissfully unaware of the preferences of her adorable junior. It was only the iced coconut latte that discerned Li Xingmo's inclinations and discreetly conveyed them to her. Hey Xia, have you brought a friend today? Asked a kindly aunt, appearing to be in her 40s, with a hint of surprise in her expression as she regarded Xia Wenyuan. Yes, auntie, I'm with a friend today, Xia Wenyuan replied, settling into her usual corner seat. Li Xingmo hesitated for several seconds before following her, ultimately choosing to sit opposite her. Just as he had done at the romantic-themed restaurant, a flicker of happiness danced in his heart, but it was tinged with a slight melancholy. He felt elated because the senior had referred to him as her friend, yet he also yearned for something more profound than mere friendship. As he pondered, he removed the smart wristband from his arm. In the midst of the owner's surprised gaze, both he and Xia Wenyuan ordered a bowl of wontons, and he added a chicken leg to his order. Young man, seize the opportunity. Xia has been helping Andy with her business for years. This is the first time Andy has seen her bring a friend, the owner whispered in Li Xingmo's ear while preparing the wontons. Xia Wenyuan bit her lip, feigning ignorance. It was meant to be a whisper, but auntie, your voice is rather loud, she thought, feeling a faint blush rise to her delicate cheeks as she lowered her gaze to her phone. Su Qinglu. So, Wenyuan, after returning home, did you pin the junior down for a kiss? Su Qinglu. Oh no, I just realized that anonymous user is actually the junior. It's so touching. I could cry. Su Qinglu. Oh no, that's not right. Your true self is so soft and adorably cute. It must be you who was pinned down on the bed by the junior. Xia Wenyuan, smiling goodbye. The young girl inhaled deeply and extinguished the screen of her phone. She could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from her cheeks. The earlier loud conspiracy between her aunt and the junior had already left her cheeks flushed. The peculiar message that Su Qinglu had sent just now had further triggered images in her mind that she absolutely should not entertain. She envisioned a disheveled girl clad in a tiny camisole, her delicate shoulders partially exposed, reclining amidst a bed strewn with disarray in an apartment bedroom. Then, she imagined the junior approaching the bedside, his hand pressing on the bed, his Adam's apple moving slightly. After that, Xia Wenyuan dared not ponder further. Calm down, Xia Wenyuan. Remain composed. The lighting is warm, and there is a whole table's distance between you and the junior. Even if you are slightly flushed, he certainly cannot perceive it. Everything will be fine. He should not discover anything. Hey, senior, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell from being too tired lately? Let me take you to the school clinic. The next moment, the urgent voice of Li Xingmo echoed in her ears. Chapter 46. A flicker of affection. You are mistaken. If you think I am blushing, it is merely because I applied blush before stepping out. Xia Wenyuan inhaled deeply, her chest gently rising and falling. Then, she pressed her lips together and spoke in a cool, calm tone. Senior, what is blush? Li Xingmo inquired, puzzled. Li Xingmo's question was so astonishing that Xia Wenyuan found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Silly junior. He doesn't even know what blush is. It seems no girl has ever discussed makeup with him. This implies that his interactions with girls must have been quite limited. He likely has never engaged in conversations about such topics with any girl. Thus, she must be the first. Xia Wenyuan discovered that an inexplicable sense of joy blossomed within her heart. She was taken aback. Could it be that she harbored a sense of possessiveness towards the junior? Merely contemplating this term, while gazing at Li Xingmo, made her cheeks feel warm. Blush is a common cosmetic used by girls. Xia Wenyuan feigned seriousness and said, Junior, these are basic facts. If you remain ignorant, girls may mock you when you begin dating in the future. Would you like to learn from your senior? If you wish to learn, I can teach you. As she spoke, a sweet smile graced her lips. Teasing the junior was quite delightful. Oh. Li Xingmo's expression instantly turned sour. Would the senior laugh at him? He suddenly stammered his inquiry. No, Xia Wenyuan replied with a glance. You are just a freshman. It is quite normal not to understand these things. Oh, Li Xingmo pondered gloomily, wondering why the senior wouldn't mock him. He didn't comprehend that being in love could draw ridicule. The senior had assured him he wouldn't be laughed at. Thus, it seemed the senior had never considered the prospect of a romantic relationship with him. Possessing keen deductive skills, Li Xingmo grasped the crux of the matter and lowered his head slightly. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Xia Wenyuan noticed the change in his demeanor, her brow furrowing in mild confusion. Had her previous words upset this adorable young man? No, Li Xingmo shook his head vigorously, like a rattle. Xia Wenyuan, resting her chin in thought, suddenly froze, a delicate blush gracing her exquisite face. Could it be that he was contemplating? However, not all girls would laugh at you, junior. If the girl you encounter is gentle, kind, and lovely, she wouldn't mock you. Perhaps she might even help you with your studies, she remarked, gazing into the boy's clear eyes, blinking softly as she spoke. Really? Really? Li Xingmo's spirit was instantly revived. Gentle, kind, and lovely. This described the senior perfectly. Then, senior, will you teach me? I want to learn from you, he said, looking at Xia Wenyuan with hopeful anticipation. He had never imagined he would develop such an interest in a girl's cosmetics. He was, after all, a quintessentially pure male university student, unfamiliar with even lip gloss. Very well, Xia Wenyuan replied, nodding calmly in her understanding senior demeanor. The junior's lips appeared soft. A touch of lip gloss would surely enhance their appeal. How do I apply it? As she imparted basic knowledge of cosmetics to Li Xingmo, a strange thought flickered in her mind. Then, as she envisioned a peculiar method for applying lipstick on a boy's lips, a charming blush crept onto her cool cheeks. It was all Su Qinglu's fault. Lately, she had been chatting too much with Su Qinglu and had picked up some rather peculiar ideas from her. Achu, Su Qinglu, dining on hot pot and singing in a distant restaurant, suddenly sneezed, feeling as though someone was scolding her. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Xia Wenyuan educated Li Xingmo on numerous topics that girls knew, but boys typically did not. Li Xingmo nodded eagerly, his cheeks flushed, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Finally, their small wontons arrived at the table, albeit fashionably late. Today, the time it took for the little wontons to be served noticeably lengthened. As Xia Wenyuan gazed into her bowl, Her delicate features stiffened slightly. The wontons today appeared somewhat different from those she had encountered before. "Senior, are these little wontons made this way here?" Li Xingmo's expression was even more peculiar than Xia Wenyuan's. He stared at the heart-shaped dumplings in his bowl, lost in contemplation and doubt about life. Could it be that the senior did this on purpose? Is she intentionally bringing me to a place where even the dumplings are shaped like hearts, and then sharing all this knowledge with me, simply because she pities me for having never had a girlfriend since birth? Li Xingmo's eyes widened. The events unfolding before him exceeded the feeble understanding he had accumulated from years of interactions with girls. His comprehension was already limited. Meanwhile, behind them, the proprietress stifled a chuckle, her smile concealing her triumph. The heart-shaped wontons in Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan's bowls were freshly crafted by her. Years ago, she had employed this very skill to express her feelings to her husband. "No, Junior, it's not what you think. This is an accident," Xia Wenyuan stammered, her breath slightly unsteady and trembling. She bit her red lips, lowering her gaze as she spoke softly. Upon seeing the shape of the wonton, Xia Wenyuan had already realized it was the proprietress's intention. Such accidents had occurred numerous times in various situations throughout her life. In the past, she had not favored such surprises. As the belle of Donghai University, she frequently encountered raucous behavior from boys she barely knew or had never met, which only served to vex her. However, this time, Xia Wenyuan discovered that her reaction was entirely different from before. She felt no discomfort or distaste regarding this unexpected occurrence. In fact, she found herself rather enjoying it. The young woman took a gentle breath, scooping up a heart-shaped wonton with her spoon and bringing it to her lips. How fragrant. Chapter 47. The whole world is supporting us, senior. The flavors at this establishment are simply exquisite. Following Xia Wenyuan, Li Xingmo picked up his chopsticks. So delicious. The moment the first bite graced his palate, he fell in love with the flavor. It was not only because the wontons were delightfully tasty and aromatic, but also because they were offered to him by his senior. As the wontons were served, Li Xingmo had been pondering the meaning behind the heart-shaped dumpling. Did the senior order this? Yet, despite searching the menu thoroughly, he found no mention of such customizable shapes. After much contemplation, he still believed that the senior harbored concerns for him, worrying that he might struggle to find a girlfriend in the future. Thus, he chose such uniquely shaped wontons, enabling him to feel less anxious when interacting with girls in the future. After all, his senior sister appeared quite familiar with that beautiful proprietress. Oh, how his senior sister's kindness overwhelmed him. Yet, dear senior sister, you must know that I seem to have lost the desire to meet any girl other than you. I merely wish to spend time together with you, nurturing this gratitude in my heart. Li Xingmo picked up his spoon and quickly devoured a generous mouthful of wontons, 3 at a time. This spectacle caused Xia Wenyuan, who was delicately savoring her wontons across the table, to pause in astonishment. Is it even permissible to consume wontons in such a manner? She picked up her spoon, attempting to emulate Li Xingmo, and scooped 3 at once. However, her elegant and cool demeanor faltered at the realization that it was nearly impossible to consume them all in one bite. Although the wontons were indeed small enough for her to manage 1 at a time, how could one possibly eat 3 at once? Xia Wenyuan stared blankly for a moment before witnessing Li Xingmo replicate his earlier action, sending another trio of wontons to his mouth. "Slow down, be careful not to choke," she gently cautioned, her brows arching in amusement. There was something distinctly unique about how this junior consumed his food, and he seemed genuinely delighted. This affirmed her belief that bringing him here to dine was indeed a wise choice. He relished the wonton she had treated him to. A fleeting smile graced her lips, only to be swiftly repressed. No, she must not allow her emotions to surface so readily in front of him. The allure of mystery surrounding her would dissipate. If he were to discover that she was merely a naive girl, utterly clueless in the company of boys, would he? No, that must not happen. Consequently, Xia Wenyuan steeled her expression, donning the signature icy demeanor of the campus beauty. "Ah, how dreadful. I forgot to capture any footage." Li Xingmo, nearly halfway through his bowl, suddenly slapped his forehead. He had been so exhilarated and nervous about being out with his senior sister that he completely neglected his primary task. It felt like a missed opportunity. The shapes of these wontons deserved to be photographed in their entirety as a keepsake. After all, these were the heartwarming wontons his senior sister had treated him to. It was not too late to take a photo now. Xia Wenyuan glanced at him and calmly inquired, "Did you send out the last video?" She was referring to Li Xingmo's episode about overcoming social anxiety. She had previously asked him and knew that the video had been edited. Not yet, he replied, admitting he hadn't brought his recording equipment and had only taken some simple shots of the restaurant's decor with his phone. Upon recalling the previous video, Xingmo displayed a somewhat conflicted expression. Why haven't you posted it? Xia Wenyuan inquired calmly. I feel that the content from last time isn't quite sufficient. Xingmo responded. Thus, I thought it would be best to wait until we gather more footage over the next few days before editing and uploading it together. Xia Wenyuan gazed into the boy's clear eyes and, after a moment's contemplation, gently nodded, having detected no inconsistencies. It appeared that the junior had not deceived her. For some reason, she found herself eager for him to release the video sooner. Once you upload the video, I shall give you a like, Xia Wenyuan stated. Her eyes fixed upon him. Thank you, senior. Xingmo cheered, feeling a sense of relief within. He had indeed misled her. The true reason for withholding the video was its significance to him. Therefore, he had meticulously researched auspicious dates online for its release. The soonest date fell on the following week, which explained his reluctance to share it thus far. It seemed imperative to include their recent meal together in the video, lest the excuse he had concocted be exposed as false by his senior. You're welcome, Xia Wenyuan replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. Oh, silly junior. I have been liking, commenting, saving, and messaging you for several years now. The girl chuckled softly to herself, curiosity piquing within her. What expression would Xingmo wear upon discovering that she was indeed the iced coconut latte? Surely, he would be quite astonished. Then, she imagined the adorable, handsome blush that would adorn his face. As these thoughts cascaded through her mind, her own cheeks began to warm. At that moment, her phone rang unexpectedly. I'll step outside to take this call. Noticing it was Su Qinglu calling, she hesitated but ultimately pressed to connect. Although spending time with her junior was far more significant than chatting with her troublesome best friend, what if Lulu were in danger? Well, I suppose I should answer. Xia Wenyuan. I must tell you, something extraordinarily important is going to happen next week. Su Qinglu's excited voice erupted on the other end as soon as the call connected. Xia Wenyuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Thankfully, she had arrived at the shop's entrance before answering. Otherwise, even the exuberance emanating from the phone could have startled her junior. She certainly did not wish to be perceived as a peculiar senior by him. Xia Wenyuan is not strange. Only Su Qinglu is. She mused, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Then, she composed her expression and coolly replied to the fervent Su Qinglu on the line, not interested. Based on her understanding of Su Qinglu, whenever her friend made such declarations, it typically indicated that a couple she was invested in had either gotten together or was on the verge of doing so. Moreover, it often revolves around the realm of the animated. Xia Wenyuan once witnessed Su Qinglu clutching two life-sized cardboard cutouts, weeping while exclaiming her genuine affection. Such an excruciatingly embarrassing scene. Now that Su Qinglu is out of danger, dining with the junior is of utmost importance. Oh dear, Wenyuan, you have changed. You no longer love me. From the other end of the line, Su Qinglu's pitiful sobs echoed. Of course, it was all a ruse. Goodbye. Xia Wenyuan shook her head, feigning an intention to end the call. However, her finger hesitated above the hang-up button. As a friend, she genuinely cherished hearing Su Qinglu's words, even the most mundane of them. Yet today, Su Qinglu could only manage a few words. Xia Wenyuan's gaze gently drifted within the CAF, landing on the youthful, sun-kissed face of a boy. She basked in the moonlight, a smile gracing her cheeks. He is truly handsome, the girl mused. Humph, Wenyuan, are you certain you wish to terminate the call? Oh dear, I thought you would be quite intrigued by the junioress affairs. Suddenly, Su Qinglu's voice returned, laced with a mischievous grin. Well then, it seems I shall have to keep you informed about the junior's developments during next week's freshman ice-breaking activity. TSK, Wenyuan. You might not be aware of how popular the junior is among the girls in his class right now. With his striking looks and commendable character, it's entirely possible that some young girl may confess her feelings to him in person. Never mind, you seem rather busy, so farewell for now. Xia Wenyuan listened, momentarily taken aback. Even through the screen, she could envision Su Qinglu's face adorned with a mischievous smile. She glanced at Xingmo, who appeared utterly bewildered in the CF, squinting slightly and biting her red lip. Elaborate a little. After a brief silence, the girl addressed the microphone of her phone, speaking with a calm demeanor. Her soft, melodious voice carried a hint of coolness. Chapter 48. The senior wouldn't be jealous. Hey, Wenyuan, didn't you just say you were quite busy? No. I mustn't disturb you. Perhaps you are engaging in serious matters with the junior, and that would indeed be a grave offense on my part. From the other end, Su Qinglu adopted an air of misunderstanding. She even affected a serious tone. Yet in reality, Su Qinglu lay sprawled across her dormitory chair, nearly gasping for breath from laughter. Haha, Xia Wenyuan, the tides have turned. The dynamics have shifted. While maintaining the most solemn expression, Su Qinglu revealed a side of herself tucked under blankets, clutching her phone, engrossed in a romantic novel, laughing and writhing in delight. Thankfully, her roommate, Wu Yajun, was already accustomed to Su Qinglu's sudden fits of exuberance. What is going on? She inquired. Xia Wenyuan spoke with a calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of chill. However, this time Su Qinglu could not help but stick out her tongue. Ceasing her playful banter, she could discern that Xia Wenyuan was genuinely anxious. TSK. It was evident that the junior had already become the most significant person in Wenyuan's heart. Only the junior could unsettle this seemingly unyielding woman, revealing her true self. Go for it, junior. Shatter her icy exterior. Su Qinglu silently cheered, then cleared her throat, smiling as she said, "Oh, it's nothing much. Just that the freshmen are holding an ice-breaking event next week. As the assistant counselor, I've been summoned by the teacher to lend a hand." With a mischievous grin, Su Qinglu continued, "I must tell you, it was only after I joined the freshmen's group that I realized how popular Xingmo is. Do you know what those little girls are saying? They claim he is undeniably handsome, yet appears a bit dazed and silly, which they find utterly adorable. He often drifts off during class, and even that looks charming. It's far more appealing than those ostentatious handsome boys." As Su Qinglu spoke, she paused mid-sentence. "So what?" Xia Wenyuan took a deep breath, her gaze lowered as she began to speak. Biting her lip, she felt an inexplicable heaviness in her chest, a sense of discomfort and agitation. It's nothing, really. I just wanted to share that with you." Su Qinglu was reluctant to elaborate further. "Humph, Xia Wenyuan. Let us see how long you can keep up this faude. If you dare, hang up the phone." Of course, Xia Wenyuan did not hang up. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she seemed to be genuinely anxious. "Lulu, the ice-breaking event is merely a class meeting organized by the teacher and assistant counselor in a large classroom. Nothing particularly special will occur." Xia Wenyuan's voice remained cool. Could it be that some girls would seize this opportunity to confess to the junior? That seemed rather unlikely. Classrooms were far too formal for such declarations. While Xia Wenyuan lacked experience in confessing to boys, she had certainly encountered her fair share of confessions. Typically, the most favored locations for such declarations were lively gatherings, often taking place near the stage, at dining tables, or within designated event spaces. In a classroom, that seemed improbable, didn't it? "Oh, is that so? Are you certain that nothing will happen?" Yet, as Su Qinglu listened to Xia Wenyuan's words, a more enigmatic smirk graced her lips. "Well, this year's ice-breaking event has been moved to a villa in the suburbs, lasting all day until late at night. I thought this might create a romantic atmosphere for those little ones to feel inclined to confess. Plus, that beautiful girl named Xiao Shuiro will be attending too." Su Qinglu shook her head and said, "Oh right, there are still some procedures. Wenyuan, you might not be interested, so just consider it as me rambling. For this ice-breaking activity, everyone is required to prepare a 1-minute self-introduction video, which will be displayed on a big screen. Their class is already aware that the junior is quite a popular video blogger. It's very likely that the junior will play his latest video on site. What kind of video do you think the junior should present to make a good impression?" A mischievous smile adorned Su Qinglu's face, revealing her ulterior motives. This call was merely meant to inform Xia Wenyuan while subtly fanning the flames. The trap had been laid, and she was confident that the adorable Wenyuan would step right into it. The junior had become her Achilles heel. On the other end of the line, Xia Wenyuan pursed her lips, her delicate features momentarily frozen in surprise. But that was not the end. Su Qinglu continued her relentless persuasion, revealing her trump card. "Oh, by the way, Wenyuan, I'm currently the only one in charge of this event. The astute assistant counselor Su Qinglu still requires another capable assistant that day. However, Wenyuan, it seems you have been rather busy lately, so I won't trouble you this time. I'll find someone else. But who should I look for? It's really a headache." Beep, beep, beep. Just as Xia Wenyuan was about to respond, she heard the busy tone of the call being disconnected. That wicked woman Su Qinglu actually hung up. The gentle and innocent campus belle clutched her heart, her chest rising and falling slightly. In her warm, watery eyes, a terrifying glare emerged, capable of striking fear into anyone. "Hey, Lulu, what are you talking about? How could Wenyuan possibly be interested in what you said? Moreover, is that junior really that popular? In the girls' dormitory, Wu Yajun observed the giggling Su Qinglu with confusion. She was somewhat aware of Xia Wenyuan's current situation, but mostly through second-hand accounts from Su Qinglu. Of course, it's all fabricated. Su Qinglu replied with a cunning grin. If I don't throw in some strong medicine, how can I make her anxious and concerned? Let me tell you, Yajun, based on my decade-long experience, girls like Wenyuan, who appear aloof and often speak with a blank expression, are the most prone to jealousy. The moment I hang up, she will undoubtedly panic. As for that junior, he is indeed quite popular. However, he doesn't talk to girls in class, so it's certainly not as exaggerated as I made it sound. This is merely to instill a sense of urgency in Wenyuan. Hee. Su Qinglu playfully stuck out her tongue. Meanwhile, her mind was already devising plans. Next week is the new student ice-breaking event. The week after that is just 7 days away. Can there be a more perfect arrangement than this? To ensure everything goes smoothly, Su Qinglu has even proactively contacted the president of the Singles Society, with a lavish feast of hot pot as her token of gratitude. She conveyed the necessity of placing Xia Wenyuan and Xingmo in the same group. However, I believe this might be futile for Wenyuan, as she has never shown any interest in boys. Look, after you hung up, she exhibited no reaction, Wu Yajun remarked skeptically while observing Su Qinglu. Ding at this moment. Su Qinglu's phone chimed, revealing a familiar phone number. Ms. Su Qinglu, I am Qin Shihuang, currently seeking a position as an event assistant. Please be prudent and inform me of the time and location for next week's ice-breaking event. Ha ha, this is utterly amusing. The stubborn yet soft-hearted, seemingly indifferent senior truly is delightful. She is flustered. How adorable. Indeed, she is a little jealous, a striking contrast of an aloof exterior and a jealous heart. A triumphant smile graced Su Qinglu's face. Subsequently, as Wu Yajun stared blankly at the text content, Su Qinglu sent the villa's address to Xia Wenyuan. Upon receiving the notification while lingering at the shop's entrance, the girl slightly pursed her red lips. Her brows arched into a beautiful crescent, and she hummed softly before turning to enter the quaint store. A gentle, sweet smile curved at the corners of Xia Wenyuan's lips. Since her junior is attending such an important event, she certainly must partake as well. After all, she is his senior, and they are also roommates. Therefore, it is her duty to ensure her junior's safety, preventing any ill-intentioned girls from troubling the innocent and charming young man. Yes, this is what a good senior should do. Moreover, it stems purely from friendship, a clear and guiltless concern from one roommate to another, from senior to junior. A senior would never feel jealousy. Chapter 49. Excessive demands. After hanging up the phone, Xia Wenyuan strolled back into the shop. Although the conversation was quite stimulating, it lasted only a few minutes. Xingmo's current seat faced the direction from which Xia Wenyuan was returning. Upon seeing his senior approach, he instantly lowered his head. He hadn't been secretly watching her, nor had he been straining to overhear her previous conversation. Why aren't you eating? Xia Wenyuan inquired as she took her seat opposite Xingmo, her voice calm yet cool. I was waiting for you, senior, Xingmo replied, his face slightly flushed. Speaking softly, have you been very busy lately? He suddenly looked up, earnestly observing Xia Wenyuan's delicate features, and hesitantly asked. Xingmo felt that his senior seemed to have many matters on her plate. If she was indeed busy, he wished to know if there was any way he could assist her. It won't be busy for long, Xia Wenyuan responded calmly, a gentle glimmer flickering in the corners of her eyes as she thought of her recently acquired qualification for graduate school recommendations. In the future, she would have ample time to spend with her junior, engaging in activities such as grocery shopping, cooking, and chatting, though her thoughts trailed off there. A fleeting feeling of shyness washed over her, only to be swiftly replaced by her usual icy demeanor. Oh, Xingmo nodded. Then let's eat together, senior. Xia Wenyuan lowered her head, delicately resuming her meal of wontons. Xingmo took a couple of bites before instinctively reaching for his phone to document his life. However, a scene captured through his phone's lens momentarily distracted him. At the entrance of the shop, a couple, hand in hand and exuding an air of intimacy, strolled in. Clearly lost in the throes of young love, Xingmo observed through his phone that the affectionate couple, upon entering, expertly settled on the same side of a connected seat. The girl, blissfully leaning her head on the boy's shoulder, accepted one side of his earphones as he playfully offered them to her. Their fingers intertwined, they radiated happiness, and Xingmo found himself momentarily entranced. Oh dear, why must you flaunt your love so? He lamented, feeling a pang of envy. Yet, in that fleeting moment of envy, a thought suddenly ignited within him, causing his heart to race. Junior, are you full? There are still quite a few wontons left in your bowl. Xia Wenyuan glanced at Li Xingmo's unfinished dish. For the first time, he did not respond immediately, lost in thought. His feelings surged with such intensity that he barely registered Xia Wenyuan calling his name. Puzzled, Xia Wenyuan followed his gaze, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. In the brief span of seconds, the girl had subtly shifted her position, now passionately kissing the boy. In that instant, Xia Wenyuan turned just in time to witness the fervent display of affection between the couple, her heart racing like a startled deer. She quickly turned back to find Li Xingmo, equally entranced, wearing a dazed expression. Was it possible that he envied this young couple? Xia Wenyuan gently pressed her lips together. Senior, may I? At that moment, Li Xingmo suddenly stammered. No, you may not. Xia Wenyuan, her face slightly flushed with a hint of apprehension, murmured in a voice barely audible to anyone but herself. No, we can't kiss yet. I'm not in a relationship with the junior. At that moment, the icy demeanor of the senior's sister melted away, revealing an expression devoid of her usual feigned indifference. Instead, she resembled countless shy young girls, her cheeks aglow with a delicate blush, entangled in the innocent complexities of budding emotions. Forgive me, senior. Li Xingmo did not catch the latter part of her whisper, only hearing the word no. Instantly, a wave of disappointment washed over him, and he lowered his gaze. Senior, I will no longer make such an unreasonable request to sit beside you. With his head bowed, he began a self-reflection in front of her. Xia Wenyuan questioned, Is that what you meant to say? Biting her rosy lip. She appeared both amused and perplexed. Junior, is that all? She found it somewhat humorous, having presumed that he yearned for a kiss. The blush on Xia Wenyuan's face began to fade slightly, yet her breath remained disordered, still struggling to regain composure. It turned out that the junior's request was so simple, so innocent. She felt that her earlier shyness had been unwarranted. Indeed, the junior is truly endearing, utterly adorable. Senior, I won't speak of it again. We aren't that. Li Xingmo stammered, assuming the senior was upset by his earlier thoughts. What do you mean? Xia Wenyuan seized the opportunity to savor the adorableness of her junior up close. With a playful smile, she pressed further. His voice barely above a whisper, he confessed. We haven't transcended the boundaries of being merely roommates and friends. Junior, I will strive for that. Li Xingmo suddenly lifted his head, declaring a sentiment that seemed rather out of place. He resolved to work hard to cultivate a better relationship with the senior, envisioning a day when they could sit closely together, shoulder to shoulder, sharing meals. But in the next moment, he found himself in a daze. A gentle waft of fragrance brushed past him as he observed the senior rise gracefully and slide her bowl closer to his side. Then, he watched as Xia Wenyuan confidently approached him, taking small steps. Junior, could you please make some room for me? She asked softly, tilting her head and gazing into his eyes. Li Xingmo's mind went blank. Senior, do you possess the ability to read minds? After a brief pause, he asked, still in a daze. Yes, Xia Wenyuan replied, a gentle curve gracing her lips. It only works on foolish juniors. Li Xingmo listened to the girl's words, his heart racing uncontrollably to the extent that he completely overlooked the incessant flashing notification on his phone from a pink avatar account on a social media app. Chapter 50. Not fond of iced coconut latte. Senior, why did you suddenly sit over here? After Xia Wenyuan shifted her position, the previously tranquil atmosphere in the CAF transformed into something tinged with ambiguity in an instant. The seating space in the small CAF was rather limited, leaving merely a distance of 20 to 30 centimeters between the two. A slight movement could easily lead to an unexpected brush of their bodies, resulting in a peculiar physical connection. For ordinary friends or purely platonic roommates, such proximity was excessively intimate. Yet, it did not quite reach the level of closeness typical of romantic partners, aside from the two brief, yet surprising embraces they had shared earlier. This was Li Xingmo's first experience maintaining such a delicate distance with a girl for an extended period. The faint, enchanting fragrance of youth emanating from the senior wafted gently around him, causing his heart to flutter wildly. Unable to contain himself any longer, he finally inquired of Xia Wenyuan. I just felt like sitting here, she replied calmly, glancing at him. If you prefer, I can move back. Wait. Li Xingmo hurriedly interjected. But as soon as he spoke, his expression froze. Oh no, I shouldn't have made it so obvious. Does she really want to sit so close to me? As expected, Xia Wenyuan looked at him with a knowing smile, prompting him with a question. Do you really want that? Yes, he exclaimed. Senior, I want to sit close to you because I have a lot of things to share with you, and if we sit together, we can watch videos too. In a moment of inspiration, he conjured up a reason. Senior, if we go out to eat together in the future, can we sit together? I promise I won't fidget or do anything strange, Li Xingmo stated earnestly. However, upon hearing his words, Xia Wenyuan's face flushed suddenly. What is the junior talking about? It doesn't sound like we're in a restaurant. It feels more like. She took a deep breath, delicately biting her lip. Why am I becoming more easily suggestive lately? It's all Su Qinglu's fault. She has really led me astray. Let us see how you behave in the future. Xia Wenyuan replied softly, her voice cool and succinct. She slightly turned her body, not wanting Li Xingmo to notice the faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Junior, you. At that moment, Xia Wenyuan suddenly let out a soft hum. She felt something being inserted into her left ear by Li Xingmo, who sat beside her. The soft sensation. Yes, it was a pair of in-ear Bluetooth headphones. Senior, let us watch a video together. As she felt the Bluetooth earbuds being placed in her ears, Xia Wenyuan caught sight of Li Xingmo opening a video on his phone. He looked at her with a beaming smile, his face brimming with anticipation. This little rascal. Did he not realize that such an action is typically reserved for those in a close relationship? Xia Wenyuan murmured to herself, her voice barely audible. Remembering the sudden sensation of him slipping the earbuds into her ears just moments ago, a flush crept across her face. The unexpected boldness of her junior left her momentarily bewildered. I'm watching your video, she stated, her tone cool as she steadied her racing heart. Ah, Li Xingmo exclaimed. Caught off guard. Senior, my video isn't appealing. It's just a collection of motivational quotes and snippets of a beautiful life. There is you in the video. It cannot possibly be unappealing, Xia Wenyuan replied softly. Li Xingmo's excitement surged, yet he stammered, wondering if he had misinterpreted her words. She glanced at him, delighting in his adorably flustered demeanor as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Then she feigned a stern expression and, with a frosty calmness, inquired, Do you not wish to show it to me? Of course I want to show it to you, Senior. Anything you wish to see. Li Xingmo obediently opened his video homepage. Congratulations to your devoted fan, Iced Coconut Latte, for achieving the Supreme Fan Level 33. Click to view your shared memories over the years. Upon opening the homepage, a massive congratulatory message popped up immediately. Li Xingmo's heart raced at the sight. Iced Coconut Latte. Do you enjoy it? Junior, you seem to be quite popular, Xia Wenyuan remarked, her expression a blend of seriousness and playful amusement. Li Xingmo felt a wave of panic wash over him. He longed to question the reasoning behind such a feature's design. He had not even clicked the view button, yet a plethora of information had already appeared before him. Iced Coconut Latte is your first follower. You have shared 1,314 days of memories together. And they have commented 520 times on your posts. What on earth? Why such numbers? He exclaimed internally. Help? He was only in a platonic relationship with Iced Coconut Latte. Flustered, he struggled to find his words. Senior, please let me explain. His face was a picture of despair as he spent several minutes trying to clarify the nature of his relationship with Iced Coconut Latte. It was crucial that she did not misunderstand. If she thought he and Iced Coconut Latte were a couple, how could he ever pursue her? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't enjoy Iced Coconut Latte, Li Xingmo stammered in a panic. Oh, but Junior, it seems that's not what you said when we first met. Xia Wenyuan pursed her lips, unable to contain her amusement as she turned away. She feigned bending down, as if retrieving something, but in truth, she was stifling laughter. Her joy was palpable. Her junior was simply adorable. Sister, please don't be upset, Li Xingmo said, his face etched with concern. Recently, Benji had hardly spoken to him, merely surfacing occasionally in their group chat. He felt a sense of relief, for this would prevent any misunderstandings with his senior. Why would I be upset? Xia Wenyuan resumed her composure, her chest rising and falling gently. After managing her expressions to regain her serene demeanor, she inquired of Li Xingmo. Li Xingmo was taken aback. Indeed, why would his senior be angry? She had shown no signs of affection toward him. Yet, he still wished to clarify things. He did not want her to misconstrue his intentions. What if, perhaps, there was a hint of affection from her side? The mere thought quickened his heartbeat, a notion he dared not entertain, but one he found impossible to dismiss. Am I jealous? The young woman playfully winked at Li Xingmo, leaving him momentarily speechless. His senior, who seemed so aloof, could display such a playful expression. Indeed, She was gentle and charming, the most delightful of them all. Suddenly, Xingmo felt flustered, realizing that his feelings might have been entirely transparent to her. No, I absolutely didn't mean that, he hastily denied. The young woman stifled a laugh, her lips forming a delicate pout. You needn't think so, silly junior. As a senior, she felt inclined to accommodate him. Moreover, she had yet to express any affection towards him. Therefore, she certainly would not feel jealousy over Benji, who was merely a sweet and innocent online friend of his. She, on the other hand, was his roommate, the aloof and captivating campus beauty. As a composed senior, she would never concern herself with a sweet, innocent girl she did not know. Of course, she and Benji were certainly not one and the same. Impossible. Xia Wenyuan's expression remained cool, and her demeanor calm as she contemplated this, her thoughts gradually softening her features into an endearing crescent shape. Chapter 51. So fond of my senior sister, I had such a satisfying meal today. Thank you for taking me out, Xingmo exclaimed. How about I prepare something delicious for you tomorrow? That won't do, Xia Wenyuan replied. Why not, sister? He asked, puzzled. Because I want to cook with you. Oh, okay. Then let us cook together tomorrow. Good. After watching a few clips of Xingmo's controversial past, the two thoroughly devoured the small wontons in their bowls. Xingmo felt a bit nervous as he discussed with his senior about cooking together the next day, under the watchful gaze of the proprietress, who wore a motherly smile. Xia Wenyuan settled the bill. The two of them walked out of the small eatery, shoulder to shoulder. As they exited, a flicker of curiosity crossed Xingmo's mind. Why did his senior seem a bit flushed? They had merely been discussing their plans to cook together. What could possibly make her blush? Pondering this, Xingmo found it strange. Beneath the night sky, the pair walked side by side, their expressions subtly different. The gentle moonlight bathed their profiles, casting a delicate, ethereal glow. In such a splendid moment, Xingmo felt reluctant to return home. He wished to stroll along the streets with his senior a bit longer. Did someone just message you on your phone? Xia Wenyuan suddenly asked softly as they walked. Earlier, while watching the video, Xingmo's phone had persistently notified him of a new message. However, he had chosen not to check it. Yes, senior, let me take a look now, he replied, guiltlessly opening the message list. What he found left him astounded. A girl's avatar had sent him 99 messages. Sumulin, what could she want from me? At that moment, before the bewildered Xingmo could regain his composure, his phone rang with the sound of an incoming voice call. The screen displayed that it was Sumulin calling. Instinctively, Xingmo glanced at Xia Wenyuan. Senior, should I answer this? Of course, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly. It's just a girl calling. What is there to hesitate about? It's perfectly normal for a junior to talk on the phone with a girl. Indeed. It was completely normal. Very normal, Xia Wenyuan thought honestly, her gaze unwavering on Xingmo's phone screen. Oh, senior, then I'll answer it. I'll put it on speaker. In a sudden burst of emotional intelligence and survival instinct, Xingmo answered the call and activated the speakerphone. However, the voice that came through was not Sumulin's. Xingmo, you're coming to the freshman icebreaker event next weekend, right? I heard there will be many fun activities. And they will even select people to perform. Let us do it together, okay? Xingmo, please add me back as a friend. Xiao Shuero's voice startled Xingmo. Wasn't he this Sumulin's call? After a moment's contemplation, he realized that he had previously blocked Xiao Shuero's contact. Thus, it is now that Xiao Shuero would utilize Sumulin's account to contact herself. Xingmo instinctively cast another glance at his senior, only to observe that Xia Wenyuan appeared to be gazing up at the sky, seemingly indifferent to what he was about to say. So, it seems the senior did not regard the matter of Xiao Shuero's call with any significance. Xingmo discovered a slight sense of disappointment blossoming within him. Indeed, the senior would not exhibit any jealousy due to his feelings. However, what Xingmo failed to notice was that, at that moment, Xia Wenyuan was secretly observing him. She too had noticed the subtle expression of disappointment on the young junior's face. A girl who had never experienced romance began to entertain whimsical thoughts. Why was the junior feeling downcast? Was it because he could not forget the girl named Xiao Shuero? Xia Wenyuan had often heard that boys find it challenging to forget their first love or a girl they have cherished for a long time. Might the junior be in the same predicament? Xia Wenyuan gently pressed her lips together, unaware that her hands had unconsciously clenched together. Xiao Shuero, I have already told you that I no longer wish to be friends. Our relationship has reverted to that of ordinary classmates, and one that is not particularly amicable at that. Furthermore, to avoid misunderstandings, I will not add you as a friend again. Unless it is a matter of life and death, I shall hang up now. Li Xingmo disregarded the tone of Xiao Shuero, which sounded as though she might burst into tears. After speaking, he promptly ended the call. He then drifted into a slight daze, pondering how he could evoke jealousy in his senior. It seemed quite a daunting task. Li Xingmo was enveloped in mild distress, to the extent that he failed to notice the change in expression of the girl beside him. If you wish to go, you may do so. Do not miss the opportunity. Xia Wenyuan inhaled softly and patted Li Xingmo's shoulder. She did not wish for the junior to act against his own heart's desires. If the junior still could not forget that girl, then he could certainly spend time with her. The senior would not relocate from her warm little apartment over such matters. Senior, I do not want to attend that ice-breaking event. Li Xingmo shook his head. In any case, please do not misunderstand. I truly do not wish to reconcile with Xiao Shuero. In fact, I have only just realized that my feelings for her were not genuine affection. It seems that loving someone is not what I previously thought it to be. Li Xingmo spoke earnestly. Recently, he had been perusing a myriad of articles online about the dynamics between boys and girls, as well as what it truly feels like to be in love. Li Xingmo suddenly became aware of his feelings for Xiao Shuero, realizing that what he once deemed affection was merely a peculiar obsession. This, he concluded, could hardly be classified as genuine affection. Now, this obsession has been relinquished. Xia Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback by his sudden surge of desire to survive. After a brief pause, the young lady's lips curled into a slight smile. Then, Junior, what do you believe love should entail? Li Xingmo blushed slightly, pondered for a moment, and replied, Senior, to be honest, I've only heard others speak of it. Additionally, it is also described in books. I believe that loving someone should manifest in a pleasant, natural, and comfortable interaction between two individuals. When the other person is absent, one would find themselves missing her, pondering what she might be doing. There is a desire to protect her, to remain by her side perpetually. As Li Xingmo gazed at Xia Wenyuan, he felt his cheeks grow warmer with each word. He was certain that he had indeed developed feelings for the senior. When he spent time with her, he experienced a delightful, natural, and comfortable state. In her absence, he often thought of her, frequently grinning at her image on the screen during video calls. He yearned to protect her, to be by her side always, and even wished to coax her home as his girlfriend. He truly cherished her. Is this what love feels like? Xia Wenyuan observed the sincerity etched on the young man's face, momentarily startled. Within her eyes flickered a hint of fascination and confusion. So, this is what it means to love someone. It is to feel joy in their company, to involuntarily wonder what they might be doing, to desire to be together eternally. It is to find an inexplicable determination and courage to abandon previously set plans to study abroad, choosing instead to remain in the country. It is to envision a life together, just like this, creating a home with him. Xia Wenyuan looked at Li Xingmo, gently biting her red lip. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a warm, enchanting glow. So, Junior, it seems I might genuinely be starting to like you. No, that is not right. I truly like you. Chapter 52. Today is a significant day. A week passed swiftly. On a bright morning, the golden sun slowly rose above the eastern horizon. The weather had yet to turn chilly, embodying the warm embrace of early autumn. Throughout the past week, Li Xingmo's schedule had been quite fulfilling. The coursework assigned by the school began to increase, and gatherings with his roommates became more frequent. Simultaneously, the school commenced its annual club recruitment, with various organizations visiting classes daily to promote themselves. Li Xingmo also faced an embarrassing moment when an enthusiastic senior in the classroom requested his contact information, claiming to be a fan who had followed his videos for 2 whole weeks. Certainly, Li Xingmo politely declined and did not add her, for he harbored no affection for other senior girls. His heart was solely captivated by his senior, Xia Wenyuan. Regarding the recruitment event for the club, Li Xingmo was similarly indifferent. His mind was preoccupied with the dilemma of whether or not to participate in the freshman ice-breaking activity. He had reservations about this event. Recently, he stumbled upon an anonymous message on the confession wall. Anonymous user 999. Li Xingmo is an exceptionally good boy, and I seem to want to be with him always. Anonymous user 999. Thankfully, I can see him every day. Initially, Li Xingmo suspected it to be a prank orchestrated by a few of his roommates. However, after offering a sumptuous hot pot meal in exchange for access to the back end of Chun Shaoxian and his friends' accounts, he realized it was not their doing. Moreover, Li Xingmo was not particularly familiar with other classmates, and the members of the football team would likely not engage in such antics. Thus, The most plausible explanation was that the message had been sent by a girl from his class, as the content hinted that she saw him daily. Contemplating who could see him every day, it seemed limited to his female classmates and senior girls. Li Xingmo dismissed the notion that a senior would send such a message, as it felt utterly implausible. Even in his daydreams, he did not dare to entertain such thoughts. Hence, eliminating the erroneous possibilities left him with only one conclusion. The anonymous message must have originated from a female classmate. At that moment, he broke into a cold sweat. Recently, their assistant counselor, Su Qinglu, who was also a close friend of his senior, had just cautioned him. Su Qinglu had mentioned that some girls in the class appeared to have a fondness for him and repeatedly urged him to be cautious when out in public, warning him not to be deceived by bad girls. Initially, he dismissed her words. He was so enamored with his senior that he hardly spoke to other girls during class. Surely they recognized that his heart belonged to another? How could they inexplicably develop feelings for him? However, with the anonymous message on the confession wall, Li Xingmo began to believe it, and unease settled within him. The presence of Xiao Shuoro at the freshman ice-breaking event had already deterred him from attending, fearing a misunderstanding from his senior. Now, the situation seemed even more convoluted, further deepening his hesitation. Yet, he found himself perplexed by a curious notion. It seemed as though his senior genuinely wished for him to attend this ice-breaking activity. Was it merely an illusion? Oh, senior. Must I truly go? However, in truth, I am not particularly inclined to meet a multitude of new acquaintances. Li Xingmo has always been this way. He appears to be a vibrant youth, and when in the company of familiar faces, he enjoys himself immensely. Yet, he possesses a limited circle of friends and harbors a disdain for socializing. When engaging in deeper conversations, Li Xingmo often favors discussions on esoteric topics or seemingly trivial matters, such as the meaning of life, the value of existence, and the essence of affection. In the past, Qin Shaoxian was the most patient listener to Li Xingmo's musings. Naturally, they became good brothers. However, Li Xingmo gradually realized that very few people harbor an interest in such subjects. When it comes to forging friendships, one must avoid delving deeply too soon. Thus, he has concealed his inner longing for expression in reality, channeling many of his thoughts into his videos. There, he finds a supportive audience that encourages him and propels him forward, providing the motivation to continue his work. Li Xingmo is deeply grateful to them. Akin to how authors of online novels sincerely appreciate their devoted readers who quietly engage with their stories, whether through words or videos. Receiving admiration and recognition for one's heartfelt creations is the greatest joy for any creator. Junior, since you just entered university, it would benefit you to communicate more with your classmates, came the cool voice of Xia Wenyuan from the bedroom. Do not fret too much. Attending activities 1T result in girls devouring you. Senior, could you accompany me? Li Xingmo inquired, as the class's ice-breaking event encouraged participants to bring along companions. As stated by the assistant counselor, Su Qinglu, though the senior was not technically a relative, she was his roommate, prompting Li Xingmo to desire her company. I have matters to attend to today, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly as she emerged from the bedroom. You look beautiful today, senior, Li Xingmo remarked. Momentarily captivated by Xia Wenyuan's appearance, he discerned that she had applied makeup today. Although her makeup was subtle, after their first encounter, during which he failed to notice her natural look, Li Xingmo had done his homework. He had evolved. It was evident that she wore lip gloss and a hint of eyeshadow. Is my eyeliner well done? Xia Wenyuan asked, a slight smile gracing her lips. The junior has made notable progress, able to recognize my makeup. Quite perceptive. Very clever. Delightfully charming. Where's the eyeliner? Li Xingmo responded, momentarily bewildered. Xia Wenyuan chuckled. All right, the junior is still the same. I shouldn't praise him too soon. However, at least this time, he did not mistake my look for being barefaced, which is indeed an improvement. Is your matter today of great importance, senior? Li Xingmo's tone shifted slightly, revealing a hint of nervousness and curiosity in his inquiry. Why do you ask? Xia Wenyuan blinked her eyes. Because our senior rarely wears makeup. If she does, it must be for an important occasion or to meet someone significant. Li Xingmo murmured, lowering his head. Indeed, today is quite significant, Xia Wenyuan replied, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear as she gazed at Li Xingmo, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It is undoubtedly important, for today, she is to attend a public event with her junior. For now, she shall withhold this delightful news from her charming junior. Otherwise, when they arrive at the villa for the event, she would be unable to surprise him. Would he be pleased to see her? The young woman observed him, a flicker of apprehension stirring within her. A delicate blush blossomed on her refined cheeks. Chapter 53. Iced Coconut Latte. Senior, I'm heading out now. Please be cautious if you're going out today. Senior, I want to return too late. If you need anything tonight, just send me your address, and I'll come to fetch you. Rest assured, Senior, I won't be deceived by those girls in our class. As Li Xingmo stepped outside, he glanced back at his senior, turning every few steps, reluctant to close the door after exchanging numerous words. His senior was right. Forging connections with classmates was indeed essential. Li Xingmo first joined Shen Xiaoxian and the others. It was still morning, and the new students' ice-breaking activity involved exploring the school together, followed by a simple lunch nearby. In the afternoon, they would all board a bus to a villa in the suburbs for some leisure. Before leaving, prompted by his senior's reminder, Li Xingmo uploaded his new video, featuring a challenge with his senior's roommate to overcome social anxiety. It had been quite a while since he last posted. The previous video was about his preparations for school. This time, however, it was not his roommate who urged him to post, but rather his senior, who suggested he release it early this morning. Initially, he had intended to post it tonight, as weekend evenings typically garnered better views. Yet, his senior insisted that releasing the video in the morning would be more auspicious. Though he did not fully comprehend, he heeded her advice and published the video. After closing the door, Xia Wenyuan illuminated her phone screen, a soft smile gracing her lips. Underneath Li Xingmo's freshly posted video, she left the first comment, "Your roommate is quite beautiful." As she noticed the rapid accumulation of likes on her comment, seemingly outpacing the likes on Li Xingmo's video, the young woman gently pursed her lips and chuckled softly. Ah, it's all Su Qingluo's influence. I've truly taken a leaf out of her book. And in the ensuing minutes, in the comments section beneath the post about the iced latte, chaos swiftly ensued. This video quickly became the most commented one in Li Xingmo's history. Qiran, oh my goodness. Boss, I was wrong. It turns out you weren't dreaming last time. You really are cohabitating with the campus beauty. Qin, hurry, I'll pledge 50. Let me assess the authenticity of this situation. Yu Liusu, to be honest, I still think dreaming would be quicker. Fanatic, iced latte, what are your thoughts? This is a battlefield. I don't want my affections to be misplaced. Iced latte, please get yourself together. Iced latte, respect and blessings. Fanatic, oh no. Iced latte, are you giving up on Moran? Fanatic, wait. This senior looks so familiar. Seems like I encountered her the other day while working at the tea shop. Fanatic, oh my, I think I've stumbled upon something monumental. It seems I've had a chance meeting with both of them. Fanatic, what a disaster. Which pair is genuine? I am rooting for iced latte and Moran. Suddenly, the group chat was inundated with messages from a user named Fanatic. Xia Wenyuan stared at the messages, momentarily taken aback. A tea shop? She recalled the day when the junior bought a large cup of jasmine milk green tea, and their brief eye contact with that girl in the tea shop. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, with lovely, light pink hair. Was she the fanatic in the group? Yet, at that time, she appeared somewhat shy and inexperienced. A stark contrast to the persona of the group as fanatic. Did the girl recognize the junior as Xingchen Mo Ran but felt uncertain, which resulted in her expression? Xia Wenyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, resting her forehead in disbelief. The world truly felt small. Then, she entered her bedroom and changed into a stunning long white dress. The elegant, off-shoulder gown accentuated her delicate, fair collarbone. The waist was subtly cinched, highlighting her youthful and graceful figure. With a light touch of makeup enhancing her exquisite features, the long dress added an ethereal quality to her already cool and elegant demeanor, as if she had stepped out of a painting or descended from the heavens. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Xia Wenyuan was startled, a flicker of caution rising within her. At this hour, her adorable junior should have just joined his classmates, happily wandering the campus. So, who could be knocking at the door? Her heartbeat quickened slightly as a thought suddenly crossed her mind. If only the junior were home. Although it was daytime and nothing was likely to happen, having him there would certainly bring her a greater sense of reassurance. Xia Wenyuan gently approached the door and peered through the peephole. To her surprise, she was greeted by the familiar, infuriatingly charming visage of a girl adorned with a mischievous smile. Xia Wenyuan opened the door, her expression unyielding as she beheld the playful and inquisitive Su Qinglu. Oh dear. Wenyuan, you needn't wear such a face. I one tea bite. Su Qinglu winked, her eyes twinkling with mischief. I calculated that the junior would be away at this time, which is why I've come to visit you. Will you not invite me in for a little tour? She teased. That would be inconvenient, Xia Wenyuan replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at her friend. This apartment is shared with the junior, and without his consent, I cannot allow you entry. Moreover, how did you come to know my room number? I know it's 1314. You and the junior are so sweet together. Surely your room number is equally endearing. Su Qinglu replied, shaking her head playfully. Wenlu, I am not naive, Xia Wenyuan stated, meeting Su Qinglu's gaze with conviction. Oh dear, I see I can't keep secrets from you, Su Qinglu admitted, sticking out her tongue. I simply inquired with the junior. And Wenyuan, I assure you, I did not misuse my authority as an assistant counselor. I told him that as your close friend, it was my duty to ensure your safety. He readily provided me with the room number. He even thanked me for protecting you. TSK, Wenyuan, the junior is truly concerned for you. It's almost making me envious. With a playful grin, Su Qinglu displayed her chat history with Li Xingmo. Xia Wenyuan, observing the screen revealing the junior's gullibility, sighed in exasperation. Junior, you are far too easy to deceive, she mused, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, he is quite adorable. His susceptibility to manipulation stems from his trust in Su Qinglu, his closest confidant, as well as his earnest desire to protect me. Oh dear. Let me see which aloof senior has so deeply moved the junior. Su Qinglu seized the opportunity to tease, noticing that Xia Wenyuan's demeanor was anything but aloof. The tender expression of a youthful girl shone through, embodying the essence of her name. Wait, isn't this the junior's video account? Goodness, his videos are quite popular. Look at all these comments. Wenyuan, you must see this. It appears the junior might have a connection with his viewers. Su Qinglu exclaimed suddenly, as Li Xingmo's new video appeared on her phone's notification feed. Upon opening the post, she immediately noticed the first comment was from a netizen named Iced Coconut Latte. Beneath this comment, many others echoed sentiments urging Latte to stand tall, lest she be outshined by the ink-stained senior roommate. Su Qinglu was taken aback. She never anticipated that Xia Wenyuan had such a formidable rival. Chapter 54. Su Qinglu's rejection from the group. I previously mentioned that the junior is a video blogger. He just released a new video today, Xia Wenyuan replied, her tone cool and composed. Simultaneously, she discreetly exited the video page on her phone, which was still logged into Iced Coconut Latte's account, featuring an endearing kitten as her profile picture. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Wenyuan, based on my 2.5 years of practice in deciphering such matters, it is highly likely that this netizen is the junior's romantic interest. Even if not, she might be harboring a secret crush. Otherwise, why would so many people be cheering her on? Su Qinglu exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Look at her name, so adorable. And her profile picture is equally charming. She speaks with a facade of seriousness, yet it's clear she is quite enamored with the junior. Su Qinglu hurriedly scrolled through Li Xingmo's video homepage. Indeed, every video featured a comment from Iced Coconut Latte. Moreover, this girl appeared to be quite sophisticated. Her comments exuded a calm demeanor while subtly complimenting Li Xingmo. What was this? It was a clandestine affection. In fact, Iced Coconut Latte's latest comment praised the beauty of Li Xingmo's roommate. Such high praise. Complimenting an unexpected rival while showcasing one's graciousness. This was a strategy to observe the unfolding events while garnering further support from the audience. Furthermore, such a simple comment crafted an image of an innocent sweetheart. Look, indeed, numerous netizens rallied behind Iced Coconut Latte. This was nothing short of a restrained and enduring love. In her mind, Su Qinglu conjured a dramatic emotional saga that could easily be adapted into a television series. Wenyuan, listen to me. You have never been in a relationship and are unaware of the treachery of the human heart. Su Qinglu grasped Xia Wenyuan's shoulder firmly. If you do not take action, the junior may very well be swept away by this netizen. Have you ever been in a relationship? Xia Wenyuan glanced at Su Qinglu's hand resting on her shoulder and softly inquired. Of course not, but that does not impede my exceptional analytical skills. Su Qinglu confidently recounted her vivid imaginings to Xia Wenyuan. Lulu, your imagination is truly boundless. Xia Wenyuan gazed at Su Qinglu, momentarily rendered speechless. She merely penned a casual comment and shared it. Over the years, as Bingyi Latte, she has grown accustomed to liking and commenting on every video by Xingmo Ran. She has become familiar with his smile and has learned to listen to his voice. On sleepless nights, she finds solace in his words from the videos. He reassures her that nothing is insurmountable, urging her to believe that even in the depths of life, there awaits a warmth and passion that belongs solely to her. Quietly waiting on the path ahead, If one does not resolutely move forward, would that not betray the heartfelt warmth that patiently awaits in the future? Listening to him speak, she gradually drifts into a peaceful slumber. However, the restless girl occasionally kicks off the covers, revealing a slender, snow-white calf, and upon waking the next day, she discovers her pajamas in disarray and the quilt on the floor. Yet, each time she listens to Li Xingmo's voice during bouts of insomnia, she sleeps soundly. Xia Wenyuan is unaware whether those words were penned by the junior or if he had noted them from elsewhere. She deems it inconsequential. She simply enjoys and has grown accustomed to listening to his voice frequently. Previously, she regarded the account of Xingmo Ren as one of the few twinkling stars in her life. The distance between online friends felt just right, and she had never desired more. But now, it seems that this starlight has become excessively dazzling, overshadowing even the radiant moon beside it. Xia Wenyuan now desires much more than the previous Bing Yi latte. This should be a good thing, she mused, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Am I mistaken? Su Qinglu observed Xia Wenyuan with suspicion. Wenyuan, have I misunderstood? Do you not harbor feelings for the junior? Surely not. All my meticulously crafted plans would be in vain. Su Qinglu's face fell, resembling a deflated balloon. She had been planning for this day for an eternity. Moreover, the registration for the 7-day event was about to close, and random group assignments would be arranged shortly thereafter. Su Qinglu had already contacted the president of the singles club, intending to place Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan in the same group once registrations were finalized. However, all of this hinged on Xia Wenyuan's affection for Li Xingmo. If this were a misunderstanding and Xia Wenyuan did not truly like Li Xingmo, then all her preparations would be for naught. Why do you ask? Xia Wenyuan inquired calmly, gazing at her. She did not provide a direct answer to Su Qinglu's question regarding her feelings for the junior, keeping the truth nestled within her heart. She harbors feelings for the junior, and when the moment is opportune, she will express her affections directly to him. The junior will be the first to receive such a heartfelt confirmation from her. For Wenyan, if you are a normal girl and possess affection for the junior, then it is only natural. Su Qinglu gazed at Xia Wenyuan, bewildered. Then, if you observe him interacting so closely with a female online friend, with so many people shipping them, you must feel a pang of jealousy. You would undoubtedly want to know the nature of his relationship with that girl named Bing Yi Na Tai. This is significant. Su Qinglu looked at Xia Wenyuan with urgency. Am I abnormal? Xia Wenyuan blinked, offering an answer that nearly sent Su Qinglu into a frenzy. Wait, Wenyuan, you didn't deny it just now, did you? You do like the junior. Su Qinglu exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling once more. This is enough. I knew it. I was right this time. Enlightenment washed over Su Qinglu. In the past, as an avid shipper, she had indeed misaligned her affections before. However, each time she inquired whether Xia Wenyuan had feelings for a particular boy, she was met with a resolute denial. Yet, when she asked Xia Wenyuan about her feelings for the junior, Wenyuan did not deny it but instead questioned her motive for asking. This indicated her inner turmoil. Lulu, is shipping really that enjoyable? Xia Wenyuan observed Su Qinglu's excitement with a hint of exasperation. You're always like this, but this time, it seems you might be right. Of course, regardless of who that Bing Yi Na Tai is, she can only be overshadowed in the presence of our Wenyuan. Su Qinglu rejoiced. Oh, the junior seems to have a fan group? I must join. With remarkable speed, Su Qinglu clicked to apply for the group before Xia Wenyuan could intervene. Alert. The administrator has denied your request to join this group, handled by Bing Yi Na Tai. Su Qinglu. This wretched Bing Yi Na Tai infuriates me. Woo-woo. Wenyuan, please manage your junior. His little fans are bullying me. Su Qinglu looked at the notification on her phone. Nearly fuming, she dove into Xia Wenyuan's embrace, her face a portrait of grievance. Online friends can be so cruel, but my dear friend is the best. Nestled in Wenyuan's fragrant, soft embrace, Su Qinglu mused that the wicked Bing Yi Na Tai could never surpass her precious friend Wenyuan. Absolutely never. Chapter 55. The pink-haired sister at last. It has come to an end. Who, pray tell, was the clever little darling that conceived this event? Leading us to tour the school history museum? Meanwhile, in the apartment, Su Qinglu and Xia Wenyuan engaged in their own interactions. Outside the school history museum, a lively group of university students emerged, their faces adorned with smiles and exclamations of relief. Even Li Xingmo, who typically embraced whatever came his way, found himself at a loss for words. Inside the museum, he had been so utterly bored that he nearly dozed off while standing. Freshmen and sophomores, please don't all stare at me. I truly have no idea who organized this, he exclaimed. At the forefront of the group, the originally designated leader, the senior and assistant counselor Su Qinglu, was nowhere to be found. In her place stood a bewildered substitute, Gao Yu, who wore a look of deep discontent as he gazed at the younger students. He desperately wanted to flee, but this was a task assigned to him by Su Qinglu. The night prior, Su Qinglu had invited him to a small tavern for drinks. With nothing else to occupy his time, Gao Yu agreed. Albeit with little desire to socialize with her, he simply sought to alleviate his boredom. Upon their arrival, Su Qinglu ordered a drink for him, and it was only after he had consumed half of it that he discovered the wretched woman had filled his glass with cola. He protested immediately, only to have his objection deemed invalid by Su Qinglu. After several rounds of cola, she suggested they play a game. Gao Yu, in a moment of confusion, agreed without thinking. The outcome was predictable. Half drunk, he lost spectacularly. Thus, as a penalty for his defeat, Su Qinglu entrusted him with the esteemed responsibility of leading the group. Senior, you look as though you're being coerced, Jin Shaoxian remarked, scrutinizing Gao Yu with suspicion. Indeed, Senior, has someone wronged you? We shall take revenge, Ren Wangfei declared. Ever the loyal friend. Absolutely. I can offer financial support, added Su Xiang, who had recently ascended to the status of Su Xiao in Dormitory 111. Cough, cough, cough. No. I volunteered, can't you see? Gao Yu cleared his throat. A clause in the agreement he had signed with Su Qinglu stipulated that he could not claim to be coerced. Damn it, that infuriating woman knows how to bully him. He must devise a way to turn the tables. Senior, are you truly all right? Li Xingmo asked. Concern etched on his face. Not at all, I'm perfectly fine. Ha ha ha. Classmates, let us head to lunch first. We can chat a bit during the meal. And then this afternoon, when we go to the villa for the activities, we can commence our ice-breaking session, Gao Yu insisted, all the while asserting that he was indeed untroubled, as he ushered everyone towards their midday repast. Approximately 40 participants had gathered for the event today, with the 4 members from Dormitory 111 walking closely behind Gao Yu at the front of the line. In the rear of the group, 3 strikingly beautiful girls walked side by side, capturing the attention of numerous young boys in the class. Shui Rou, Lin Lin. Is this the renowned Li Xingmo you mentioned earlier? Wow, he is incredibly handsome, exclaimed one girl, her eyes sparkling at the sight of him. This girl, named Xia Wenyuan, was another roommate of Xiao Shuirou and Su Mulin. She had recently moved into the dormitory after applying for a delayed enrollment due to special circumstances. This was her first encounter with Li Xingmo, and at first glance, she felt he perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences. Recently, she had heard Xiao Shuirou mention that Li Xingmo was her childhood friend, someone she had known for a decade, and that he had harbored feelings for her for quite some time. What a match made in heaven, Xia Wenyuan thought to herself. Wrong person, Su Mulin murmured softly, only audible to herself. At that moment, she believed Li Xingmo was undoubtedly paired with the campus belle, and there was no room for error. Even if there was a misunderstanding between Li Xingmo and the campus beauty, Su Mulin felt that the likelihood of him being with that online friend, rather than with Xiao Shuirou, was far greater. Recently, she had stumbled upon Li Xingmo's video account and, from an objective standpoint, found his interactions with a user named Bingyu Natai quite appealing, more so than with Xiao Shuirou. Oh, by the way, Shuirou, why aren't you walking with Li Xingmo? This occasion is perfect for displaying affection. Later, during dinner and in the villa this evening, you could openly showcase your love for him, Xia Wenyuan began to urge. She also enjoyed the thrill of shipping couples, albeit with the occasional embarrassment of misjudging the pairings. In high school, she had been infatuated with a couple sitting in front of her, only for the boy to eventually confess his feelings to her. Show affection? Xiao Shuirou lowered her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Indeed, if only I hadn't been so stubborn back then, if I had recognized my feelings sooner and hadn't so resolutely rejected him, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Today's ice-breaking activity presented the perfect opportunity for her to reconcile with Li Xingmo. With the campus belle absent, she could spend some quality time alone with him tonight. Xingmo will surely welcome me back, for he clearly holds affection for me, she thought, her heart resolute. Despite her silence, show affection? Li Xingmo already has someone special in his heart. He adores his online friend, Natai. I have been watching Mo Ran's videos for 2.5 years, and I am certain of it. If you have any doubts, feel free to visit his video homepage and observe the most liked comments. Below are the heartfelt blessings from us, his fans. My admiration is undoubtedly genuine, without a doubt. However, just as Xiao Shui'ero was lost in her thoughts, and Xia Wenyuan wore a bewildered expression. A lively girl with pastel pink hair unexpectedly spoke up from the back of the group. Her voice was filled with conviction and confidence. Comment section? Xiao Shui'ero paused for a moment, her hands trembling slightly as she opened Li Xingmo's video homepage. She had never been particularly interested in the content of Li Xingmo's videos, thus rarely watching them. Then, she came across the highest liked comment ever posted on Li Xingmo's page. Bing Yi Nai Cha, do you have abs? A friend asked me to inquire on her behalf. Following that, there were numerous responses beneath the comment. Qin Maoren, hey, if you want to see, just say it. Yu Lu Su, yes, my friend has seen them, and they are impressively substantial. Qing Ran, respect. Bing Yi Nai Cha and Xing Chen Mo Ran are a match. I suggest they marry directly, so you can see the abs. Ku Shuijia, you must be happy, Nai Cha and Mo Ran. So, do not be mistaken, I will definitely witness the day when Mo Ran and Nai Cha tie the knot. The cheerful girl with pink hair lifted her chin, beaming with enthusiasm. Chapter 56. The admirers in the group Xu Wenyuan exclaimed, please don't make baseless claims. Li Xingmo is clearly a couple with Shui'ero. They are childhood friends. Xia Wenyuan, feeling indignant, immediately retorted. If Li Xingmo were to be paired with some online friend, would that render her feelings invalid? Is that so? Then why has she never appeared in Mo Ran's videos? Your childhood friend seems rather insignificant. Xu Wenyuan huffed, her words casting Xia Wenyuan into silence. Xiao Shui'ero also lowered her head in a daze. How could this be? How could there be yet another rival vying for Li Xingmo's affection? She had been oblivious to the fact that Li Xingmo had amassed so many fans, with countless individuals silently supporting him. Moreover, it appeared there were other young girls online who admired him as well. Xu Wenyuan's earlier comment struck Xiao Shui'ero's heart with a pang. The reason she had never featured in Li Xingmo's videos was that, in the past, when he had invited her to collaborate, she had declined without a second thought, wanting to avoid misunderstandings about their relationship. Now, Xiao Shui'ero clearly recognized her regret. Had she been able to film videos alongside Li Xingmo at that time, perhaps the present would have unfolded in an entirely different manner. The pangs of regret surged within Xiao Shui'ero, spreading throughout her chest and causing her heart to ache. Her emotions were in disarray, yet her resolve solidified. She was determined to seize the opportunity presented today to reconcile with Li Xingmo. Should she let this chance slip away? The prospect of him spending each day with that senior, accompanied by a throng of online admirers, would render her chances utterly non-existent. Goodness! Look over there at that girl with pink hair. She is actually from our class, exclaimed one of her friends. This is the girl I mentioned before, the one I serendipitously encountered at the milk tea shop. I can't believe I've never noticed her during class. Could it be that our courses are completely different? Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoxian experienced an epiphany, seemingly sensing a connection as he turned around for a brief moment. His gaze fortuitously met that of Xu Wenyuan, who had just exchanged barbs with Xiao Shui'ero, her expression radiating triumph. Chun Xiaoxian was momentarily entranced. It was indeed her, the girl he had seen the last time he bought milk tea near the school, though her hair had not yet taken on its current hue. What's this, Xiaoxian? Are you interested in that girl? Su Xiong inquired with a mischievous glint in his eye, having caught wind of the gossip. Chun Xiaoxian, the sole member of their group with romantic experience, albeit brief, had been bestowed the honorary title of Xianzong. Initially, he wore this label with pride, but now he found himself reconsidering. He deemed that his fleeting relationship hardly qualified as romance, given its brevity and lack of physical contact. They hadn't even held hands. How could that be considered a love affair? By all accounts, his first love was still yet to come. Just look at his expression. There's definitely something there. The love theorist, can confirm it, one of his friends declared. Xiaoxian, I suggest you make your move. Today presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Miss this chance, and you may never find another. Ren Wangfei was equally exhilarated, reveling in the live broadcast of this unfolding drama. Watching a friend pursue a romantic interest was far more entertaining than engaging in such pursuits himself. I've seen that girl too, Li Xingmo remarked as he caught wind of the trio's discussion, glancing over. He recognized her as the very girl who had been working part-time at the shop during his last visit with the senior. Look, that girl is coming over, someone exclaimed. In the dormitory of room 111, the four friends were taken by surprise as Xu Wenyuan's gaze locked onto one of their figures. She then began to approach them. Chun Xiaoxian instantly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. At a loss, he glanced around nervously. attempting to feign composure as he straightened his clothes. Behind him, Ren Wangfei thoughtfully adjusted the unturned collar of his shirt. However, none of them anticipated that Xu Xingyue was not approaching Chen Xiaoxian at all. She bypassed Chen Xiaoxian and walked directly to Li Xingmo. "Hello, classmate. You must be Mo Ranjiang." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My name is Xu Xingyue, and I have been following you for quite some time. I am one of your devoted fans. Please tell me, is it true that you and Latte Jiang are an item? I have been fervently supporting your relationship. Mo Ranjiang. Let me tell you, I have seen both of your profiles, and Latte Jiang is currently in Donghai City. Perhaps she is a student at one of the prestigious high schools there. When do you two plan to meet up, have a meal, or even get engaged?" Xu Xingyue cut straight to the chase, embodying the essential qualities of a true fan. Based on the interactions of Binji Latte in their group, she quickly categorized Binji Latte as a high school student. Su Xiang and Ren Wangfei exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was being discussed. However, they felt relieved. It seemed that this girl did not have romantic feelings for Li Xingmo, but merely recognized him. "Are you referring to Xingmo's video account? Haven't you seen it?" Chen Xiaoxian remarked casually. "To my knowledge, Xingmo has always had a super loyal little fan, a charming girl at that. Her name is Binji Latte, and I had always assumed that Xingmo was fond of her sweet demeanor. Haha, only now do I realize that this fellow prefers beautiful older girls," Chen Xiaoxian teased. "What older girls?" Mo Ranjiang is clearly paired with Latte Jiang from our group. He could never be interested in an older girl, Xu Xingyue retorted, her expression filled with indignation. Just as Li Xingmo was about to introduce himself, the perceptive Xu Xingyue overheard Chen Xiaoxuan's remarks and was immediately displeased. She turned to glare at Chen Xiaoxian, visibly upset. "Mo Ranjiang, do you actually prefer older girls? How could you not like someone as adorable as Latte Jiang?" Xu Xingyue asked, her face falling in disappointment. Then, she was astonished to see Li Xingmo meeting her gaze and gently nodding. "Yes, I like older girls." Chapter 57. Do not let others steal your love. "You truly do." Xu Xinyue's face fell, and in that moment, she felt as though her dreams had shattered. "Well, my relationship with Binji Latte is merely that of normal online friends. I hope you do not misunderstand, classmate," Li Xingmo stated earnestly, looking directly at Xu Xinyue. In truth, he did not wish to acknowledge this matter in front of others, as he longed for the right moment to personally convey this to his senior. However, he was even more averse to allowing any misconceptions to arise. While the fans in the group were sending their blessings to him and Binji Latte, Li Xingmo allowed them to indulge in their playful banter, knowing that his senior would never see those messages. However, the shipper in the group turned out to be his own classmate. If Xu Xingyue were to misunderstand, this information could potentially reach the senior, who might also misinterpret it. He did not wish for the senior to be misled, for his affections were solely for her. Thus, was it the school belle in the new video? "I had thought you were merely platonic roommates." Xu Xinyue's expression fell. "Never mind, I shall indulge in my own fantasies. I still hold the belief that Mo Ranjiang harbors feelings for Latte Jiang. Sooner or later, you will come to recognize your true feelings. When you eventually marry Latte Jiang. Do not come to me to be your witness." Feeling aggrieved, Xu Xinyue prepared to retreat to the back of the group. "Hello, fellow student. My name is Chen Xiaoxian. May we get acquainted?" Chen Xiaoxian said nervously to Xu Xinyue. She turned in surprise, noticing his slightly anxious yet sincere countenance. Then, Xu Xinyue posed a question that caused Chen Xiaoxuan's expression to falter, rendering him at a loss for words. "Xinjiang, you are Mo Ranjiang's good friend, aren't you? So tell me, which pairing do you support? You surely think that he and Latte Jiang from the comments section are the perfect match, right?" Xu Xinyue asked playfully, her short, pale pink hair dancing in the breeze. However, as soon as she uttered those words, she recalled that this Chen Xiaoxian had just mentioned that Li Xingmo favored older girls. Xu Xinyue's face immediately fell. With differing paths, there could be no collaboration. When conversation fails, it is best to part ways. And with that, she ran off. A few moments later, Chen Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian, if you like that girl, you can just go along with what she says. After all, shipping doesn't really affect reality. It seemed that Li Xingmo's response would suddenly heighten when faced with the girl he admired. "No, I firmly believe you like the school belle. You just admitted it yourself. I can't just make things up." Chen Xiaoxian looked pained. "Let me think of another approach. There must be a way. Xian, why not change the subject? Those girls who are into shipping also enjoy anime. For instance, if you both like watching Conan and ship the same pair, you will have common ground." The love theory master, Ren Wangfei, began his performance, delivering a barrage of romantic philosophies to Qin Shaoxian, who was left bewildered. May I interject? The Conan fandom is fiercely competitive. If you aren't shipping the same couple, it could lead to a confrontation. Really? Qin Shaoxian was taken aback. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. I've got it. Just check her social media. That will reveal everything, Ren Wangfei suggested once more. It must be said that Ren Wangfei's theories on love have reached an exquisite pinnacle, resolving 90% of Qin Shaoxuan's dilemmas. Yet, there remains a 10% that eludes resolution, as Xu Xinyue's heart is locked away, leaving Qin Shaoxian in utter darkness. Alas, it seems fate is not on their side. Perhaps another time. Qin Shaoxian sighed in disappointment. However, just as hope seemed to vanish, Li Xingmo experienced a flash of inspiration and opened the personal page of the Shipping Scholars group. Teacher Run, you must have some divine insight, for she truly adores Conan. And she is indeed a fan, she exclaimed. Su Ziang gazed in awe at the information illuminating Li Xingmo's phone screen. Let me see which pairing she supports. Qin Shaoxian leaned in with bated breath, only to reveal an expression of sheer delight. Wow, this is incredible. I adore this pairing too. Xingmo, I am utterly enamored with you. Qin Shaoxian feigned a move to kiss Li Xingmo, causing her to flee in alarm. That boy possesses quite an intriguing personality. Yet he does not ship Mo Ranchan and Latte Chan. Humph, he must be a villain. I shall not engage with him. At the back of the line, Xu Xinyue had been discreetly observing Li Xingmo, her gaze lingering on Qin Shaoxuan's face, pondering deeply. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to champion her own ship. Shipping Scholar, Latte Chan, how have you been lately? Are you well? Shipping Scholar, just a little secret, it seems Mo Ranchan might be in a situation. To be cautious and guard your heart. Shipping Scholar, I am not entirely certain of the details, but I will keep an eye on things, fret not. After dispatching a flurry of messages to Binji Latte, Xu Xinyue felt considerably uplifted. Stretching lazily, she cast a few more glances at Qin Shaoxian before joining the group for a meal. Is there something brewing with the junior? Summer Wenyuan, who had just arrived at the villa entrance with Su Qinglu, found herself lost in thought as she read the messages on her phone. After a brief moment of contemplation, she allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips and replied in the message box, Binji Latte. Yes, thank you. Meanwhile, under Gao Yu's coordination, Li Xingmo and her companions enjoyed a simple lunch at a nearby restaurant. They soon boarded the prearranged bus, embarking on a journey to an activity villa approximately half an hour away. During the meal, Xiao Shuero attempted several times to strike up a conversation with Li Xingmo, only to be thwarted by Su Mulin's intervention. Shuero, here, Li Xingmo will not pay you any heed. Your opportunity lies in the villa this afternoon, Su Mulin advised. Xiao Shuero recognized the truth in Su Mulin's words. Her eagerness had clouded her judgment. After all that had transpired, she had come to realize her own feelings. She too harbored affection for Li Xingmo. Yet, the more certain she became, the more her heart ached with regret. She had previously possessed numerous splendid opportunities, yet she had squandered them all, time and again, by her own hand. Xiao Shuero gazed at the young man not far away, engaged in lively banter with his roommates, her delicate lips gently biting down, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. However, Li Xingmo remained completely oblivious to her state. At this moment, he was engrossed in his phone, messaging the charming senior. Dear senior, I just finished my meal and am now preparing to head to the villa for some fun. Dear senior, there is an event tonight, but I want to be back too late. On the surface, Li Xingmo was merely informing his senior about his current activities, but in truth, he yearned to know what she was up to, yet felt too shy to inquire directly. Thus, he opted to share a glimpse of his daily life instead. Oh, look at how the junior reports in. This message quickly caught Su Qinglu's attention, and the enthusiastic crowd of classmates erupted into cheers. Xia Wenyuan, ignoring the excited Su Qinglu, smirked lightly and typed the response on the screen. Super adorable senior. Yes, I have an event tonight as well. Have fun. Chapter 58. A heartwarming reminder about iced coconut latte. Hey. I must say, dear lady, is it really appropriate for you to tease the junior like this? Su Qinglu beamed with delight, unable to contain her amusement. You even put on makeup today. Perhaps the junior thinks you're off to a date. TSK. Such a handsome boy must be adorable when he is jealous. Su Qinglu teased Xia Wenyuan. Do you genuinely find him handsome and endearing? A hint of wariness flickered in Xia Wenyuan's eyes. Goodness, You can't possibly think I am the type to steal my best friend's affection, can you? You doubt my character. Wenyuan, I assure you, I am a paragon of virtue, uninterested in the opposite sex. You need not worry at all. I have no interest in your junior, Su Qinglu retorted with a huff, her sole desire being to witness Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan share a kiss. Feeling jealous? Xia Wenyuan gently pressed her lips together, a mischievous glint dancing in her beautiful eyes. They should be arriving soon, right? Indeed. Gao Yu just mentioned they would be here in a few minutes, Su Qinglu replied, momentarily taken aback. I'll head to the kitchen to assist with preparing dinner. Xia Wenyuan nodded and turned to make her way to the kitchen. Huh, Wenyuan, didn't you say you could only make tomato scrambled eggs? Su Qinglu watched Xia Wenyuan's retreating figure with a bewildered expression. Then, Su Qinglu noticed on the surveillance feed that Gao Yu was leading a group of naive, fresh-faced university freshmen who appeared utterly clueless as they approached the villa's garden. Big sister, the mission is accomplished. I'm exhausted. Hurry and open the door. Gao Yu lamented at the entrance, his face a portrait of despair. At last, he had completed the task assigned by Su Qinglu. Internally, he swore never to accompany her for drinks again. From now on, he would be like a loyal pup. The longest journey he had ever taken was through Su Qinglu's schemes. The student was given another opportunity to articulate his thoughts. Su Qinglu stepped out of the small garden and opened the villa's grand door, casting a stern glance at Gao Yu as she softly remarked. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Why was Senior Su Qinglu so fierce? In their minds, she had always been a sweet and approachable senior, their assistant counselor. Yet now, her gaze seemed as if it could kill. Goodness, could it be that Gao Yu and Su Qinglu harbored a grudge? I certainly don't want to be caught in the crossfire. Is it too late for me to flee? Su Ziyang, with a look of terror, contemplated a hasty retreat. I, too, suspect animosity between them. Perhaps the senior should bear a child with the senior fellow, and that would suffice as revenge. Ren Wangfei produced a feather fan and a contemplative expression, a glimmer of wisdom flashing behind his glasses. Do you think they have something going on? Chen Shaoxian questioned skeptically. Mr. Ren, while I tentatively concede to your title of love theory expert, don't you find this notion rather absurd? Their current demeanor suggests a mutual desire to do each other harm. To hit is to love, to scold is to care. They clearly are a pair of spirited rivals destined to unite eventually, Ren Wangfei asserted, fanning himself. Xuanzong, take a page from Xingmo and Gao Yu's book. And you might win over Xu Xinyue, he added. Brother, with such insights, why haven't you found a girlfriend? Chen Shaoxian shot a glance at Ren Wangfei. Haha. I have no desire to pursue one. Ren Wangfei chuckled awkwardly, resolutely keeping his struggles with interacting with girls a secret from his dorm mates. Mr. Ren, you ought to hold a class. Truly, I would be the first to enroll, Su Ziyang insisted, unable to contain himself. Ren Wangfei had no interest in romance, while Li Xingmo and Chen Shaoxian both had their pursuits. Thus, Su Ziyang found himself the solitary fool, yearning for love without even a crush in sight. Can I also enroll? Li Xingmo timidly interjected. What nonsense! The trio exclaimed in unison, their expressions laced with disdain. Li Xingmo had already cohabited with the campus belle. Should a class be held, Ren Wangfei would need to step back. Hey, Junior Xingmo, why do you also wear such an unhappy expression upon seeing me? Speak honestly. Hasn't Senior Su treated you well? The last time I was with Wenyan, I even treated you to some candy. Su Qinglu remarked with a hint of displeasure directed at Li Xingmo. And no, Senior Su, I haven't, Li Xingmo stammered, hastily concealing his earlier disappointment. Thumping his chest as he spoke. The moment he saw Su Qinglu, he indeed felt a twinge of sadness. Earlier, while alone in the car, he had been lost in thought, pondering how splendidly she had adorned herself that day and recalling her mention of having plans for the evening. What could the senior sister possibly be engaged in? What matters could command such significance from her? Unable to unravel this conundrum, he ultimately decided to pose the question in the group chat. Qin, indeed, the senior sister has a date with me tonight. Su, get lost. The senior sister is clearly mine. Qingran, you all carry on. I know this group will disband in 2 minutes. Fan of the senior, Mo Ranchan. Why are you speculating about what the senior sister is doing? You should inquire about what Latte-chan is up to. Benji Latte. Perhaps she intends to surprise you. Latte's reply sent a rush of exhilaration through Li Xingmo, causing his heart to race. If the senior sister's preparations today were all intended to surprise him, then he would surely see her at the villa during the afternoon event. This notion uncontrollably spread through Li Xingmo's mind during the car ride. He had been contemplating whether he might, upon arriving at the villa, finally encounter her. Though such thoughts made him feel somewhat self-indulgent, he could not help but entertain them. It was until he spotted Su Qingluo opening the door that reality struck. She emerged alone, without the senior sister. Thus, it seemed he had overthought the situation. Li Xingmo certainly bore no ill will towards the senior sister, for this had merely been his one-sided fantasy. Yet, the earlier message from Latte left him with a slight twinge of disappointment. With anticipation comes an unavoidable hint of disillusionment, he mused, his gaze cast downward. Little did he know, at that very moment, in a small room on the second floor of the villa, a graceful figure stood by the window, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed outside. Her eyes fell upon the crowd gathered at the villa's entrance, and after a few seconds, the young lady quickly identified the person she sought. Leaning against the window, she gazed dreamily at the youthful countenance of the boy below. Moments later, a radiant, enchanting smile graced her lips. Chapter 59. A grain of sand in the eye. Xingmo, the junior, you have truly disappointed senior sister Su. It is one thing to display such expressions, but your double standards with names are utterly ridiculous. Calling Wenyuan simply senior sister while insisting I be addressed as senior sister Su, is that it? TSK, 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 the young boys of today have no qualms about their affections. As Su Qingluo led her entourage into the villa, she remarked, albeit with a heart brimming with joy despite her words. After all, double standards can be quite delightful. How could one engage in romance without them? It is precisely because of affection that such biases emerge. Love is not a scarce commodity, it is favoritism that truly is. My apologies, senior sister Su, Li Xingmo mumbled, his head bowed in a submissive manner. However, his form of address for Su Qingluo would remain unchanged. At present, Li Xingmo desires to address but one individual as senior, devoid of any embellishments. It appears that the aforementioned senior is indeed absent today. Meanwhile, Su Mulin feels a sense of relief. She had harbored concerns that Xia Wenyuan might appear here, potentially leading to a breakdown in Xiao Shuero's composure and possibly inciting a conflict. Fortunately, such an event did not transpire. It seems that the campus belle, contrary to her expectations, does not hold Li Xingmo in as high esteem as she had imagined. Otherwise, according to Su Mulin's reasoning, for such an important event that encourages familial presence, that senior would likely have accompanied Li Xingmo voluntarily. Let us all engage freely for a while, shortly. We will arrange for everyone to proceed to the cinema hall. Remember to prepare your introduction videos. Su Qinglu addressed the freshman with an air of gentle wisdom, effortlessly restoring her image as the nurturing older sister. Of course, this was mere pretense. The Navi college students were oblivious to the facade. In a corner, Gao Yu trembled, fully aware of the truth. This woman was nothing short of a demon. He resolved to maintain a safe distance from her henceforth. Yes, he would leave immediately. Gao Yu, glancing at Su Qinglu, felt a shiver run down his spine. He had completed the task she assigned. Surely, he could depart now. However, just as he took a step, he hesitated, recalling Su Qinglu's words about the fatigue she would endure while caring for so many juniors, and her request for him to stay and assist her if he had the time. Did Gao Yu strike one as the sort to heed Su Qinglu's every command? Xingmo, did you come here alone today? Gao Yu turned and approached Li Xingmo, a smile adorning his face. Senior, are you still half asleep? Li Xingmo and his three roommates gazed at Gao Yu in confusion. Ha, coming alone must feel rather lonely. Allow me to stay and keep you company, Gao Yu said, patting Li Xingmo's shoulder with a force that elicited a grimace from Li Xingmo, who nearly succumbed to the pain. With that, Gao Yu sauntered off to rejoin Su Qinglu. Didn't the senior say he would accompany me? Li Xingmo's eyes widened in bewilderment. Oh no, was Gao Yu's mind addled? His peculiar words and strange actions were utterly baffling. Hey, aren't you leaving? The punishment for losing to me has already been fulfilled. Gao Yu, Su Qinglu teased, a mischievous smile gracing her features as she watched him approach. Did you think I would help you save face? I am here to accompany Junior Xingmo. He is a new member of our college football team, and I shall certainly take good care of him, Gao Yu declared with an air of noble righteousness. Accompany him? There's no need. He has someone with him. Su Qinglu replied, her laughter growing even more jubilant, completely disregarding Gao Yu's odd behavior. Instead, as if by a sixth sense, she glanced towards another direction in the corner. There, a young maiden clad in a pristine white gown, breathtaking enough to captivate the entire audience, was gracefully descending from the staircase. Su Qinglu was about to exclaim Wenyuan, darling, in her excitement. However, Before she could utter a word, she noticed Xia Wenyuan signaling her to be silent. Hush. Xia Wenyuan placed her finger on her lips, casting a knowing glance at Su Qinglu, then directed her gaze towards Li Xingmo, who was conversing with his roommate. Su Qinglu comprehended instantly. Wenyuan intended to surprise the younger male student. As Xia Wenyuan emerged from the staircase, she aimed to approach Li Xingmo from his right side, intending to tap him on the left shoulder. How would the younger student react upon seeing her? Would he be delighted or astonished? The anticipation filled her with excitement. Yet, at that moment, Xia Wenyuan observed a girl approaching Li Xingmo. The school bell's earlier hopeful expression evaporated in an instant. The girl standing before Li Xingmo was Xiao Shuirou. Xia Wenyuan took a few cautious steps closer, gently pressing her lips together, careful not to approach Li Xingmo or let Xiao Shuirou notice her presence. Xingmo. Xiao Shuirou halted before Li Xingmo, her expression laden with complexity as she spoke. Her voice was soft and trembled slightly, with her eyes reddening, her delicate features appearing fragmented and pitifully distressed. Witnessing this scene, Xia Wenyuan inhaled deeply, unconsciously biting her lip. Why was it that seeing that girl approach him stirred such unease within her? She had never felt this way before. Xia Wenyuan's chest rose and fell slightly, the pain from her bitten lip resonating. Just as she contemplated turning away to escape this moment, she felt a gentle hand grasping her left palm from behind. TSK. Claiming not to like the younger student. How stubborn you are, Xia Wenyuan. Su Qinglu held Xia Wenyuan's hand, playfully pinching her nose with the other. Look at you. The younger student hasn't done anything, yet you're on the verge of tears. I'm not crying. It's just dust in my eyes. Xia Wenyuan took a few gentle breaths, raising her gaze slightly. The fleeting sensation of bitterness at the tip of her nose passed quickly, and after a moment, she redirected her attention forward. In that instant, Xia Wenyuan felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have accompanied the younger student. This way, those girls would have had no chance to approach him. Silly girl. Su Qinglu embraced the young maiden's shoulders. Don't worry, your judgment is infallible. It's perfectly normal for someone as outstanding as him to have many admirers, just as you have many who admire you. Have faith that he can handle this situation. Look, that girl seems to be crying. Su Qinglu discreetly pointed towards Li Xingmo's direction. Xia Wenyuan glanced over and noticed Li Xingmo frowning and shaking his head repeatedly. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuirou wore an expression of utmost grievance, on the verge of tears. After about a minute of this, Xiao Shuirou finally turned away with a downcast face and departed. As Xia Wenyuan blinked, hiding behind, she observed the steadfast expression on Li Xingmo's profile, and her heart suddenly felt at ease. Indeed, the junior had always been a source of reassurance for her. She ought not to worry excessively. Nor should she be concerned that he might rekindle feelings for the girl named Xiao Shuirou. He had promised to protect her. All right, now you can rest easy. Hey, Wenyuan. When you came down from the second floor, did you notice the room with the props for the murder mystery game? There were many of those enclosed masks. I wore a similar one last time, and even my mother didn't recognize me. Plus, they have Hanfu there. I've sorted through it and picked out a new set just for you. Hee. Since you decided to surprise the junior, why not consider making the surprise even bigger? Su Qingluo leaned in close to Xia Wenyuan and whispered softly. As Xia Wenyuan listened, her delicate earlobes flushed with a faint pink hue. It seemed a bit thrilling. Hee. It settled then, mysterious guest school bell. See you in the screening room later, Su Qingluo said cheerfully. Her face filled with mystery as she went off to prepare the venue. Chapter 60. The senior's special concern. Half an hour later, the lively group of young boys and girls in the villa's living room was ushered into the villa's screening room, which boasted an enormous viewing screen. Wow. Are they really going to use this screen to show our embarrassing videos? Su Xiang gasped, recalling the antics he had included in his self-introduction video, featuring his own memes. The sight of the large screen made him break into a cold sweat. How could there be such a massive screen in this villa? Haha. Luckily my video is quite normal. Ren Wangfei laughed heartily, looking at Su Xiang with an expression full of pity. Everyone settled into their seats. All right, everyone quiet down. We are about to begin the official ice-breaking session. We will play your self-introduction videos in the order they were submitted. After your video plays, feel free to come up and greet everyone. We welcome family members to join in and perform as well. There are various musical instruments and microphones available. Enjoy yourselves. Su Qingluo addressed her junior schoolmates with a sisterly demeanor. After her introduction, she smiled mysteriously. Oh yes, besides me and your senior Gao Yu, there is also a special guest whom I haven't mentioned to you. This person is someone many of you surely know. It took quite some effort to invite her. In order to maintain an air of mystery, she initially appeared donned in a mask. Such was the costume. Su Qinglu took the lead, retrieving a comprehensive mask from Gao Yu, who had handed it to her. Among the conditions that Xia Wenyuan agreed to for participating in the performance was her belief that wearing such an item alone was exceedingly bizarre and mortifying. Therefore, she insisted that both Su Qinglu and Gao Yu join her in this peculiar endeavor. Gao Yu effortlessly donned a rhinoceros-shaped mask, eliciting a wave of laughter from the audience. "Bull-headed warrior, charge!" Su Xiong exclaimed, observing Gao Yu's rhinoceros headpiece. "Get lost. I am the pure love warrior, capable of defeating a bull-headed warrior with a single punch." Master of romantic theories Ren Wangfei scolded, "Those who dislike pure love must be ousted." "Ahem, I am undoubtedly a proponent of pure love in the third dimension." Su Xiong quickly added, TSK, Gao Yu, that mask truly suits your persona. It's splendid, and the one who chose it has exquisite taste, remarked Su Qinglu, stifling laughter at the sight of Gao Yu, whose eyes were the only part visible beneath the mask. "You'd better not know the special connotation of the bullhead," Gao Yu retorted, speechless beneath the mask. Su Qinglu, who typically reveled in romantic novels, was surprisingly oblivious to the nuances of the secondary universe. Subsequently, Su Qinglu also donned a dog headpiece, specifically a Siberian husky, which unexpectedly complemented Gao Yu's rhinoceros mask. "I truly do not comprehend the essence of this performance art," Gao Yu mused, utterly perplexed, merely cooperating with Su Qinglu. "If you wish to create a surprise, why resort to such a ludicrous mask?" The students seated below wore expressions of bewilderment, torn between laughter and disbelief at the sight of the two in their headpieces. However, they were soon rendered utterly astonished. Once Su Qinglu secured her mask, all eyes were drawn to a graceful silhouette of a young girl, who slowly entered through the door. Clad in a delicate green hanfu that fit her form exquisitely, the garment accentuated her perfectly sculpted figure. She wore an adorable pink cat mask. Her elegant demeanor and fair, tender skin sparked the imagination, leaving one to wonder what enchanting features lay concealed beneath the feline disguise. Xia Wenyuan approached and stood beside Su Qinglu and Gao Yu. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward Li Xingmo seated below. Moments ago, she had quietly checked her reflection in the mirror. Indeed, even she acknowledged that the cat mask obscured her entire face, rendering her unrecognizable. "Hello, everyone," Xia Wenyuan cleared her throat, deliberately adopting a tone markedly different from her usual demeanor. Typically cold and devoid of emotion, her voice now infused a hint of warmth, resembling that of an endearing girl. Xia Wenyuan felt somewhat akin to an iced latte. The phrase seemed inexplicably amusing to her. She resolved to adapt this passage for the novel she was currently penning. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the screening room had reached a fervent crescendo. "Goodness, who is that girl? Her figure and demeanor are simply exquisite, and her eyes are mesmerizing. Could she be the new transfer student in our class? How delightful." Xia Wenyuan listened to these discussions, her lips curving into a subtle smile beneath her mask. Indeed, donning this disguise rendered her unrecognizable. Surely, the junior would not see through it. Peering down, Xia Wenyuan noticed Li Xingmo seemingly engrossed in typing on his phone. "Ah, the foolish junior, he remains oblivious." She nodded gently, contemplating the moment when the junior would introduce himself before the group. She would then remove her headpiece. However, mere moments later, her expression turned blank. She felt her phone vibrating in her hand, accompanied by a sound of particular concern. Why on earth would the junior suddenly message her? A surge of surprise coursed through her. It was indeed a message from the junior, as he was the sole entry marked with special concern on her list. This designation had been inadvertently set during her last organization of contacts, and her laziness had prevented her from reverting it. For the time being, it would remain. If he performed well, perhaps it could stay that way indefinitely. Startled by the faint notification tone of special concern, she quickly silenced her phone and glanced at the message. "My dear junior, senior, why are you wearing a cat headpiece while standing on stage?" "Xia Wenyuan, is it that obvious?" The young girl bit her crimson lip, feeling a wave of shyness. A delicate blush adorned her exquisitely charming face beneath the feline disguise. "Super adorable senior. You are mistaken. The charming girl in the cute cat headpiece is not me." Li Xingmo stared at the reply from his senior and then back at the girl on stage, who suddenly appeared somewhat pensive, lost in thought. "Not the senior? No, that can't be right. It is undoubtedly the senior." Li Xingmo was confident in his observation. During his quiet moments at home, he would often steal glances at her. Of course, he would only do so at opportune times, such as when she was lost in contemplation, gazing out the window, allowing him to admire her profile in silent reverie. Initially, he found himself startled by his own behavior. However, after he paid a small monthly fee for a certain game as a consulting fee, the master of romantic theories, Ren Wangfei, informed him that his involuntary gaze towards his senior was a normal manifestation of affection. His infatuation with her was the reason he could not help but fixate on her presence. Therefore, it was a natural phenomenon. He had no cause for concern. Li Xingmo was suddenly enlightened by this revelation. Gratefully, he presented Ren Wangfei with a substantial monthly card for the same game and entered into a long-term cooperation agreement, seeking Ren Wangfei's ongoing guidance. The stipulation was that if he successfully formed a relationship with his senior, he would reward Ren Wangfei with a payment of 648. This was due to the fact that Li Xingmo had grown accustomed to observing his senior frequently. Thus, even though Xia Wenyuan concealed her face with a headpiece, Li Xingmo felt an undeniable intuition that the girl on stage was undoubtedly his senior. Clearly, it was her. Yet, why did she insist it was not? Li Xingmo pondered aloud, lost in confusion. What? Which senior? Shen Shaoxian and his companions caught the scent of gossip and approached. I believe the girl in the cat headpiece is the senior, but when I asked her, she denied it, Li Xingmo explained. Xingmo, you're such a fool. Why not just ask Su Xuejia? Didn't you mention before that they are good friends? Su Xiang suggested a seemingly practical idea. That makes sense. Li Xingmo promptly opened his phone and sent a message to Su Qinglu, Wenyuan's future husband. Su Xuejia, may I inquire if the person next to you is the senior? She mentioned she had matters to attend to today, which is why she couldn't accompany me. Upon receiving the message, Su Qinglu nearly burst into laughter. She decisively replied, no, and then, unable to contain her amusement, turned to Xia Wenyuan and handed her the phone. Your junior is concerned about you. He even asked if the person beside me is you. Hey, Wenyuan, you two haven't already been completely open with each other at home, have you? How could he recognize you at a glance, even in this guise? Truly, it must be love. Su Qinglu's gaze roamed over Xia Wenyuan, marveling in disbelief. She swore that had she not known beforehand, she might not have recognized her so readily. However, Xia Wenyuan did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, she shot her a glare that seemed lethal. What kind of designation did you give to my junior? Xia Wenyuan's chest heaved slightly as she bit her lip, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. Your future husband. What? Do you not approve of this title? You felt too shy to set the note yourself. So I did it for you. Yet, instead of gratitude, you scolded me. Oh, Wenyuan, how cruel you are. Deep down, you always thought this way. You simply refused to admit it. Humph, what a misplaced trust. You are not sincere at all towards me, your dear friend. Su Qinglu, concealed beneath her hood, feigned tears. But internally, she was overjoyed, for she had deliberately intended for Xia Wenyuan to see that note. The proud and aloof senior, armed with high offense yet low defense, and the innocent junior, bewildered and naive, required a bold friend to help stabilize the promising dynamics of their ambiguous relationship. I don't have it. Xia Wenyuan took several deep breaths, managing to speak with some semblance of calm. However, hidden beneath her hood, where no one could see, the delicate features of the aloof campus beauty flushed a charming shade of red. The phrase Wenyuan's future husband sent shockwaves through her previously tranquil heart. Recently, she had merely acknowledged her feelings for the junior, yet love is a complex affair. Sometimes, liking someone is simply that, liking. At other times, it signifies so much more. Regarding the matters beyond mere affection and a future with the junior, Xia Wenyuan had not thoroughly contemplated or fully grasped. She only wished to quietly savor the present moments with him, and that sufficed. However, upon seeing the note Su Qinglu had given to the junior, her heart jolted, as if her very heartbeat had momentarily ceased. Was it possible that what she truly desired was not merely to maintain the current state with him? Gently, Xia Wenyuan placed her hand on her chest, acutely aware of her racing heartbeat. TSK, feeling nervous? Here's your chance, if you dislike this note. I can change it right now. Su Qinglu stuck out her tongue, then remembered she was currently in a husky costume, rendering her expression invisible to Xia Wenyuan. Thus, she leaned her large husky head next to Xia Wenyuan's cat hood, grinning mischievously. I'm not the least bit interested in what note you use. Xia Wenyuan shot a glare at Su Qinglu from behind her cat hood, stating, so, will you change it or not? I don't know, it's up to you. If you don't want me to change it, just blink. Xia Wenyuan offered a slight blink before turning away. See, you really don't want to change it. Su Qinglu exclaimed with delight. Hee hee, if it stays, then Li Xingmo is Xia Wenyuan's future husband, as I say, sparkling with excitement. Su Qinglu felt as though her eyes were filled with little stars. Oh, Wenyuan, how fortunate you are to have found your future husband, a junior, just as your senior year commences. Reflecting on herself, she pondered where her destined prince might be, feeling rather pitiful for mingling daily with that foolish Gao Yu. I might as well say it, she thought. Although Xia Wenyuan's tone seemed indifferent, her cheeks were ablaze with warmth. She dared not admit it, nor allow Su Qingluo to discover her feelings. Just moments ago, when Su Qingluo repeatedly emphasized that particular note, Xia Wenyuan was taken aback to realize that, deep within her heart, a flicker of joy and delight had unexpectedly emerged. This was unacceptable. The aloof and elegant senior would never actively desire a charming junior. Merely contemplating those two words made Xia Wenyuan's face burn with embarrassment. It was utterly shameful. She cast a fleeting glance at Li Xingmo before quickly averting her gaze. Humph. Her standards for her future husband were exceedingly high. The junior must be exceptionally diligent, obedient, and endearingly adorable for her to even consider him, albeit just a little. The young girl, with a stern expression, contemplated this, yet after a moment, a subtle smile began to grace her lips. Chapter 62. Occasionally making the junior feel shy all right. Everyone, let us refrain from speculating about Miss Cat's identity for now. You shall know shortly. After a cacophony of noise, Gao Yu, donned in a rhinoceros mask, emerged with a comically forlorn expression. He had barely uttered 2 words when he became the source of more laughter. Am I really that amusing? Gao Yu bellowed. Ha. Apologies. Senior, but you truly are hilarious. I can hardly contain my laughter. Shu Xinyue, standing close to Gao Yu, covered her mouth as she burst into laughter. Is it amusing? There are a few more masks available. Whoever laughed the loudest just now shall wear one. He smiled wryly from beneath the rhinoceros mask. Tossing 2 masks to Shu Xinyue, one a pink rabbit, the other a comically large camel head. Woo, how can you bully people like this, senior? Luo. Do speak to your husband. Shu Xinyue, with a look of feigned grievance, shifted her gaze from Gao Yu to Su Qingluo. Gao Yu? Su Qingluo? Junior, do not speak nonsense. My relationship with Senior Gao Yu is purely platonic. We share nothing beyond that of classmates, Su Qingluo adamantly denied, her expression hidden beneath the large dog head of the husky costume. Humph, if you two have nothing else, I shall devour this phone screen. I have been honing my skills for 2.5 years. You cannot deceive me. Shu Xinyue retorted defiantly, pulling a playful face before gleefully donning the rabbit mask, her lovely light pink hair completely concealed. Su Qinglu, Gao Yu, what do you think? Su Qinglu hesitantly turned to Gao Yu and asked. Just a joke from a freshman. I can't be bothered to argue with her, Gao Yu replied instantaneously. Reconsider. Su Qinglu nodded promptly, but then hesitated slightly. Hey, you view me as innocent, right? Nonsense. Of course, you're innocent. Do you think I would ever be attracted to a woman with such a fierce and unappealing glare? Gao Yu's response was swifter than a reflex. Get lost. Su Qinglu angrily kicked him. Indeed, this guy couldn't utter a single refined word. Humph. He will see my true colors next week. Woo. I'm a rabbit, but I'm the only one here in a headpiece. How lonely I am. Shu Xinyue lamented, touching the rabbit ears atop her head. Embodying the essence of a drama queen. So adorable. Chen Xiaoxian, sitting a few rows back, was instantly mesmerized. Xian, mind your image. You're about to drool. Su Xiong patted his shoulder. Do you fancy that girl? Uh-huh. Chen Xiaoxian nodded without hesitation. Shu Xinyue's earlier gesture had captured his heart. Teacher Ren, what should I do? Chen Xiaoxian turned to the pensive Ren Wangfei. Please do not interrupt my thoughts. I am currently devising a strategy to transform the relationship between Xingmo and his campus beauty, assuming that Cat on stage is indeed his senior, Ren Wangfei, wearing glasses, mused without addressing Chun Xiaoshuan's query. Damn it, I don't care anymore. If Xingmo can cohabitate with the campus beauty, why can't I find true love? Chen Xiaoxian gritted his teeth and charged to the front row. Then, amidst the gazes of everyone, including the one standing at the very front, Xia Wenyuan, Chen Xiaoxian rushed to Shu Xinyue's side and donned the camel headpiece she had tossed aside earlier. You. Hello. Now. He was no longer a rabbit, but a rabbit accompanied by a camel. With the camel by the rabbit's side, the rabbit would not feel awkward anymore. Chen Xiaoxian, fueled by adrenaline and thyroid hormones, uttered a line that he and Xu Xinyue would never forget. Although, in that very moment, it was indeed quite awkward. So awkward that Xu Xinyue contemplated purchasing a villa within seconds. We seem to be rather unfamiliar with one another, Xu Xinyue said, slightly dazed. As she shifted a little to the side, staring blankly at the enormous camel head before her. I just wanted to be friends. Qin Shaoxian mustered all the courage of his life, along with the bravery he had borrowed from his next life, to speak up. That's not how one makes friends. Xu Xinyue replied helplessly, though she was genuinely amused by Qin Shaoxian. This boy, so different from her previous encounters, had transformed her initial reluctance to engage into a willingness to converse. As long as we refrain from discussing the topics of, and, everything will be fine. I am certain that we'll triumph over the malevolent senior and eventually unite with. Can we become friends? If not, I shall take my leave and refrain from bothering you in the future. Qin Shaoxian inquired nervously. Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xu Xinyue. I am Qin Shaoxian. Xu Xinyue extended her hand, and they shook hands. The brief contact, lasting less than a second, caused both innocent souls to blush. Fortunately, with their masks on, it was hardly noticeable. Xu, you also adore Conan, right? I noticed you mentioned your fondness for this pairing on your profile. I too am quite enamored with them, Qin Shaoxian remarked, seeking to continue the conversation after a moment of excitement. However, much to his dismay, you, have you been peeking at my profile? What are your intentions? You cannot be, Xu Xinyue exclaimed in alarm. Qin Shaoxian thought to himself, forget it. He truly struggles to engage in conversation with girls. Ahem, it seems that Shaoxian is facing considerable challenges, Li Xingmo observed with concern for Qin Shaoxian. It's nothing. His situation is far less daunting than yours, as you were conversing with the campus belle, Ren Wangfei replied, casting a glance at Li Xingmo before returning his focus to the computer screen. Goodness, Teacher Ren, are you not engaged in romantic theory? Why is there a quadratic function on your screen? Su Ziong exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing Ren Wangfei open a mathematical software to conduct calculations. Please refrain from interrupting. I am modeling the romantic probability between Xingmo and his campus belle, currently calculating their chances of eventual union, Ren Wangfei stated confidently as he pressed the enter key. A number appeared on the screen, 520-1304. Li Xingmo was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, on stage, Su Qi Luo, donned in a husky dog mask, leaned towards Xia Wenyuan, who was wearing a cat mask. Wenyuan, are you certain you wish to play that video shortly? It might not be appropriate. I believe our junior may feel quite shy. Su Qing Luo teased, glancing at the order of names on her list. With only 2 more individuals before it was Li Xingmo's turn, she was intentionally provoking curiosity, eager for entertainment. Shy. Xia Wenyuan blinked. Occasionally allowing our junior to feel a hint of embarrassment should not be too detrimental, should it? Besides, all his classmates are present. There is no more fitting moment than now to show this video publicly. Chapter 63, playing the video with the senior in front of the entire class as the results of Ren Wangfei's calculations appeared on the screen. Li Xingmo was momentarily frozen in disbelief. What? The probability of you and the campus belle ending up together is only a little over 50%? This cannot be, Xingmo. You must exert yourself a bit more and strive for excellence. Wait, what is this probability? Ren Wangfei and Su Ziong simultaneously covered their mouths, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Could this truly be an omen? Li Xingmo was also taken aback for several seconds. Then, a sudden wave of exhilaration washed over him. First, there was room number 1314. And then, the peculiar probability calculated by his roommate. Perhaps he really was the chosen one? Did he truly have a chance to win over the senior? Li Xingmo was drenched in sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable sensation of being observed. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he could only discern the figure clad in a cat costume, whose eyes seemed to have just averted their gaze. How peculiar. Did I misinterpret that? Li Xingmo murmured to himself, clearly too enamored with the senior. The video on the screen had already commenced, and after one clip concluded, individuals started to approach for self-introductions. Those who claimed to sing or dance were met with cheers to showcase their talents. Consequently, as the introductions progressed, they became increasingly brief, often reduced to mere sentences. Hello everyone, my name is Ren Wangfei, and my passion lies in the study of romantic psychology. I welcome anyone to seek my counsel free of charge. In high school, I served as a strategist, assisting my handsome roommate in finding true love, a flawless record. Ren Wangfei declared proudly. However, He soon realized that the audience regarded him with peculiar expressions. Ren Wangfei scratched his head, pondering if perhaps no one else was troubled by matters of the heart. With a hint of disappointment, he stepped down, and it was then Li Xingmo's turn. First came the video segment. Li Xingmo had meticulously prepared a 1-minute self-introduction video for this freshman icebreaker event. In the video he submitted, there was a stark contrast between his demeanor and that of his online persona. In reality, he was more loquacious around acquaintances. Yet he spoke little when confronted with strangers or those unfamiliar to him. The video reflected this reticence, portraying him in a somewhat expressionless state. This was entirely unintentional, not a deliberate act, nor was it a ploy to create a persona that would distance himself from those girls who had shown interest in him. As senior Su Qinglu had previously mentioned, that was far from the truth. He genuinely did not intend to convey such an impression, nor to prevent any misunderstandings from the senior. Li Xingmo thought to himself that once the video concluded, he would mimic the senior's expressions and casually introduce himself. However, at that moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. Su Qinglu did not proceed as Li Xingmo had envisioned. Instead, she remained in place, adorned with a husky dog head costume, not moving an inch. Beside him, a mysterious girl adorned with a cat-themed headpiece approached the screen displaying the operation video, her steps light and dainty. Could she be the senior he had been inquiring about? Li Xingmo gazed at her graceful movements, momentarily lost in thought. Just moments ago, he had messaged a senior who had denied being her. Moreover, he had also reached out to Su Qinglu, another senior, who had likewise refuted the notion. Yet, the way the girl walked and her instinctive gestures while observing the screen increasingly convinced Li Xingmo that she must indeed be his senior. His heart raced uncontrollably. Fortunately, he had become adept at discreetly shutting off his wristband's alarm system. If she truly was his senior, it meant that she had come to surprise him today. Furthermore, she had even taken the time to apply makeup this morning for the event. The thought that she had done this for him left Li Xingmo hesitant to delve deeper into his musings. It was a delicate blend of anticipation, long-awaited yet tinged with a slight trepidation about uncovering the truth. He feared that the reality might not align with his expectations, akin to the uncertainty that washes over one when confessing feelings to someone they admire. Despite the myriad signs indicating mutual affection, the moment of revelation often brings overwhelming doubt, surging forth like a tide. This encapsulated Li Xingmo's current sentiment as he observed the girl on stage. He yearned to glimpse the familiar, charming visage concealed beneath the cat headpiece. Yet, he also feared the sorrow that might accompany the shattering of this hope. At that moment, from beneath the cat headpiece, a calm yet playfully unfamiliar voice emerged, addressing the audience. The next student to introduce themselves is Li Xingmo, whom I believe everyone knows, a somewhat renowned video blogger. Xia Wenyuan carefully modulated her tone, having dedicated several hours to online voice acting lessons to achieve this mimicry. She felt that her voice now bore no resemblance to her usual speaking manner. The junior definitely wouldn't recognize that it's me speaking, she thought, convinced that this was indeed her senior. Meanwhile, Li Xingmo raised his arms in enthusiastic support from the audience. I say, you must be infatuated with your senior. Su Xiang approached with an incredulous expression. Last time we spotted you at the supermarket with senior Xia, her voice was anything but this, cold and distant. It nearly froze me. Ren Wangfei nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, Xingmo, perhaps your yearning for her has clouded your judgment. I too perceive a difference in her voice. The disparity in her tone was undeniable. Li Xingmo was momentarily taken aback. But I listen to her speak every day. I cannot possibly forget the little habits she has when she talks. He recalled that she tended to place emphasis on the final words of her sentences and would pause subtly at places where most people would not. Although the voice he heard now sounded different, her speaking habits were unlikely to change. What was she planning to do? Li Xingmo gazed at the cat-eared girl on the stage, feeling a bit perplexed. The fact that he was a video blogger was indeed common knowledge among almost all his classmates. A few of his earlier videos had been shared in the class group chat, yet no one seemed particularly interested in such matters. And Li Xingmo did not perceive any changes in his life. At that moment, the gentle and melodious voice of the girl resonated once more. Your senior, Su Qinglu, has decided to play for everyone the very first video recently released by Li Xingmo. Let us all gain an understanding of him through his video blogger account. May I ask, Li Xingmo, is that all right? With a smile, the girl inquired softly, her tone deliberately altered. Instantly, all eyes turned to Li Xingmo. Of course. Without a second thought, he nodded in agreement. There was nothing wrong with showing others his homepage video, especially in such a context, and besides, It was a request from his senior. Listening to the voice of the cat-eared girl on stage, he was now entirely convinced that this was indeed his senior. Her actions surely carried a deeper significance. Hey, wasn't he you who wanted to play it? Why am I the one taking the blame? As Su Qinglu voiced her discontent, Xia Wenyuan smiled and clicked on the homepage of Xingmo, then opened his video section to reveal the latest video. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wait, is that school bell Xia Wenyuan? The title of the video read, Overcoming Social Anxiety with My Roommate. So, Li Xingmo's roommate is the school bell? The bewildered onlookers widened their eyes, exchanging glances and sinking into a state of shocked stupor. Chapter 64. You must be happy, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. The school bell is his roommate? Is this for real? This is too surreal. The school bell hardly ever talks to boys. How could she be living with a freshman? I can't believe it. It must be fake, surely a cover scam. Why are there so many green comments? Let me see, iced coconut latte, green. What does this comment mean? Oh my, it truly is the school bell. This appears to be a scene from when they participated in the freshman medical examination together. I recall vividly that day when I witnessed something astonishing. The campus bell. A senior was holding hands with a boy during the freshman health check. Initially, I thought I had misinterpreted the scene. What? Hand-holding? Look at this shot. Their hands are not visible, yet they are indeed intertwined. Oh, how disheartening. I had presumed this was merely an ice-breaking activity for the newcomers, but it has transformed into a gathering of lemon enthusiasts. Alas, what crime have the single souls committed? As the video played on, the atmosphere in the viewing hall was filled with a vibrant energy. Previously, a few curious girls had scrutinized Li Xingmo with eager eyes, but now they wore expressions of disappointment. The video of Li Xingmo was released only this morning at the behest of the senior. His classmates had been engaged in activities since dawn, hence although some had already followed Li Xingmo's account, they had yet to view the video. Those girls who had shown a flicker of interest in him were now enveloped in silence upon viewing it. Well, it appears that handsome boys invariably end up with stunning beauties. It was them who had intruded upon this scene. With forlorn expressions, the girls began to occupy themselves with their smartphones, while the boys were equally despondent, their faces contorted in anguish. Ouch! The pain is unbearable. As freshmen who have only been at the school for less than a month, few have perused the freshman handbook. Yet the campus bell rankings are memorized by heart by every first-year male student. There are numerous versions of the bell rankings, official, popular, niche, each presenting its own reasoning for the specific placements of the bells. Nevertheless, the top spot remains unequivocally undisputed across all lists, the ethereal goddess of the campus. Senior Xia Wenyuan, a fourth-year student. With an elegant and aloof demeanor, she maintains a distance from all males, shunning social interactions and embodying the essence of a refined academic who has long planned to study abroad. Despite having no contact with any boys at the school, she consistently captivates the hearts of every incoming class of freshmen. Since her arrival as a freshman 3 years ago, Xia Wenyuan has steadfastly held the #1 position on every bell ranking, in the minds of all the boys. Senior Xia Wenyuan is destined to remain an epitome of cold elegance and otherworldly grace. Upon completing her 4 years of study, she will, in her characteristic refined manner, deliver a speech as an outstanding graduate with exemplary grades at the graduation ceremony before departing. No one believes she would engage in close interactions with boys, let alone find a boyfriend during her university years, let alone cohabitate with a mere first-year student. Aside from a few in the know, the emotions of the majority of boys and girls present were utterly shattered. It seemed they were indeed a bit sweet together. Oh, how could this be? No. I must continue to ship Latte and Muron. I cannot waver simply because I witnessed the senior, seated in the front row, Xingmo, adorned with a bunny headpiece, gazed at the large screen, her expression one of bewilderment as she murmured to herself. Earlier that morning, she had already viewed this video, albeit with a sense of reluctance, frequently dragging the progress bar. Now, however, she was unable to manipulate the progress bar and could only watch the video attentively until its conclusion. As she observed, she began to feel that perhaps Li Xingmo and the school beauty were indeed quite compatible. Xingmo, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, covered her face, though unable to touch her skin due to the bunny costume. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Latte-chan. For every second I ship them, I remain steadfast in my support for you and Muron-chan. As she shielded her eyes, she peeked through her fingers, biting her lip and stealing glances at the screen. When the video reached the segment of Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan dining together, she felt an urge to shout out loud. The intensity of her feelings was overwhelming. Who, then, was truly Miran-chan's official match? Xingmo was utterly flustered. Fortunately, Li Xingmo, fearing that others might misconstrue his relationship with the senior, had refrained from including the part where he and the senior participated in a lottery together. Otherwise, Xingmo might have fainted on the spot. Haha. So, did you fall for it? I told you, Xingmo and the senior are genuine. Isn't it sweet? Chen Xiaoshuan's honest voice broke through. He believed he harbored feelings for Xingmo and would make any concession for her, but he could not sacrifice his brother's happiness. Thus, it was imperative that Li Xingmo and the senior were indeed together. What? I did not fall for it. My heart will forever belong to our Latte-chan. Oh right. I need to capture these moments and send them to Latte-chan. Humph. Miran-chan, don't think for a moment that Latte-chan is unaware. She will know because of me. Xingmo took out her phone, intending to record Li Xingmo as self-introduction. Chen Xiaoxian furrowed his brow but soon dismissed his concern. Since Li Xingmo had already turned his daily interactions with the senior into a video, did he really fear that others would find out? Perhaps it would be beneficial for that iced coconut latte to be informed. This way, she might retreat gracefully. As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the sight of Li Xingmo's blissful, foolish smile. You must be happy, my good brother. Chen Xiaoxian was acutely aware of Li Xingmo's past romantic misfortunes. Now, seeing him with a truly suitable partner brought him joy, though he still felt a pang of irritation, like a lemon that had eaten its fill. Meanwhile, as the video continued to play on the large screen, the expression on Xiao Zuro's face was one of extreme grievance, helplessness, and disappointment. Chapter 65. Things I Wish to Do with My Senior. The large screen flickered with frames, each depicting the tender and blissful moments shared between Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan. From their initial companionship during a health check to the supportive gestures at the football field, the romantic dinner during their first mall date, and the cozy, unpretentious wonton shop under the silvery moonlight, each scene resonated deeply with Li Xingmo. Watching the video, he found himself momentarily entranced. While editing, he hadn't felt much, but now, under the warm ambience of the screen, a passionate warmth surged within him. Unbeknownst to him, he and his senior had already traversed so many experiences together. On the other hand, Xiao Shuero's reaction to the video was starkly different, plunging her into a chilling abyss. Each movement, every scene, and the dialogues exchanged between Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan pierced her heart like a sharp blade. It felt as though an invisible force constricted her throat, rendering her nearly breathless. Shuero, what on earth is happening? Her roommate, Xia Wenyuan, gazed blankly at the screen, feeling like a fool after witnessing today's events. She had once believed wholeheartedly that Xiao Shuero and Li Xingmo were a couple, even trying to play matchmaker between them. No one had informed her that Li Xingmo was already romantically involved with the campus belle. As she observed the interactions between Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan on the screen, she couldn't help but feel anger swell within her. Is this not romance? She murmured, lowering her head, only to turn back and confront Xiao Shuero. Yueying, I'm sorry. It's Shuero who misjudged the situation, Su Mulan interjected, offering an apology on behalf of Xiao Shuero while gently patting her back in comfort. Mulan, what should I do? I initially thought Xingmo was merely upset with me, but now it seems he genuinely has feelings for another girl. Li Xingmo, oblivious to the true nature of the situation, genuinely believed that his relationship with his senior was simply that of normal roommates. He was utterly unable to perceive the subtleties of love, lost in the midst of his own circumstances. However, just because Li Xingmo was unaware did not mean the multitude of spectators were blind. Even Xiao Shuero, who had been somewhat distanced from the situation, could clearly see that Li Xingmo and the campus belle were far from having a platonic relationship. They were practically glued together. Indeed, they resembled a young couple. As Xiao Shuero watched these scenes unfold, memories of moments not included in the video, such as the lottery and the ring exchange, flooded her mind. Her heart felt as though it might shatter, and she clutched her chest, struggling to catch her breath amidst the suffocating ache. Xiaoyu, have you recently joined that Single-S club or something? I recall that the club is hosting a 7-day event. Could you assist me in registering with Li Xingmo? I find myself at a loss for any other way to win him back. Perhaps, given the opportunity to spend 7 days together, there might be a chance. Tears glistened in Xiao Shuero's eyes as she cast a glance at another girl beside her. The girl, Han Fengyue, also one of their roommates, had intended to attend the regular meeting of the Singles Club today. However, upon her arrival, she discovered that no one else was present. Naively, she opened her phone to check the club group chat, only to learn that both the president and vice president had prior commitments, resulting in the cancellation of the meeting. Han Fengyue was taken aback, having hurried over only to be met with disappointment. Shuiro, I understand your feelings, but even if you manage to register Li Xingmo, it won't matter if he doesn't show up, Han Fengyue remarked, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she looked at Xiao Shuiro. She was not one to easily refuse requests, and found herself in a quandary regarding Xiao Shuiro's plea. Could you check if Li Xingmo has registered? Xiao Shuiro inquired. If he had, then she would certainly sign up too. Let me see, Han Fengyue said, pulling up a list on her phone. After a moment, she nodded in affirmation. He really has registered. However, she questioned, but the allocation is supposed to be random. Why would he sign up? Isn't he concerned about not being assigned to be with that campus belle? Han Fengyue was puzzled, only aware that Li Xingmo's name was on the list, unaware that his roommate had helped him register. Great. A glimmer of hope returned to Xiao Shuiro's eyes. Since Li Xingmo had registered for the event, it indicated that he had not yet entered into a relationship with that senior girl, and perhaps he was still seeking connections with others. Otherwise, he would not have signed up. Xiaoyu, could you do me a favor? I want to register as well, and when the groups are assigned in a few days, could you adjust the list to ensure that I am placed in the same group as Li Xingmo? Xiao Shuiro gazed at Han Fengyue with anticipation. The sounds of Li Xingmo conversing with Xia Wenyuan emanating from the large screen nearly drove Xiao Shuiro to despair. This was her only chance. She believed that when Li Xingmo saw their names together, he would come. At the very least, he would adhere to the rules and endure the 7 days, which would be ample time for him to reconsider his feelings. I can help, but we must submit this list for final approval by the vice president and president. Han Fengyue replied honestly. If they find anything unsuitable, they may make modifications. Surely, they won't make too many changes. I can't be that unfortunate. Xiao Shuiro asserted confidently about her luck. Well, the seniors say that based on past experience, the lists we submit are typically the final ones, Han Fengyue added. Due to the laissez-faire attitudes of both the vice president and the president, they showed little concern for these matters, replied Han Fengyue. Thank you, Xiaoya. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, Xiao Shuiro said, joyfully grasping Han Fengyue's hand. Only Su Mulan, behind her glasses, exhibited a glimmer of light. She sensed that the situation might not be as straightforward as it appeared. What does everyone think? Our junior Li Xingmo's video is absolutely fantastic. For those eager to indulge in sweet moments, feel free. After all, your senior Su has already taken the plunge. As Xiao Shuiro and Han Fengyue engaged in discussion, Su Qingluo's mischievous voice rang out. Li Xingmo's video spanned approximately 8 minutes, exceeding the duration of all previous simple introduction videos. Everyone patiently watched until the end. Gossip remains an eternal pastime. Even while savoring lemons, one cannot resist the allure of the spectacle. The onlookers wore complex expressions as they gazed at the screen, seemingly torn between wanting to look away and feeling a lingering curiosity, ignoring the murderous glare from beneath the cat-ear hood of Xia Wenyuan beside her. Su Qingluo continued to smirk. Now, let us invite Li Xingmo to introduce himself. By the way, feel free to ask him any questions about our campus beauty. Amidst the raucous encouragement, Li Xingmo stepped forward to the screen and took the microphone that Su Qingluo handed him. Before he spoke, Li Xingmo's gaze lingered on a girl nearby wearing a cat-ear hood. They exchanged a brief glance for a few seconds. In that moment, Li Xingmo was certain this must be the senior. Her eyes were exceptionally beautiful, uniquely captivating. The faint, pleasant fragrance that surrounded her was unmistakable. When he had helped her dry her hair in the dormitory before, he had etched that delicate scent into his memory. Gazing at the unexpectedly present senior, Li Xingmo took a deep breath. A sudden thought surged within him, causing his heart to race wildly. Would his gentle and lovely senior be upset if he addressed her in front of so many people? Chapter 66. Got you, senior. Hello, everyone. I am Li Xingmo from Jiangcheng, and my hobbies include making videos and playing soccer. He began his self-introduction. His words were simple and unremarkable, for at that moment, Li Xingmo's thoughts were not on getting to know his classmates. The sudden notion that had invaded his mind lingered persistently. Some girls who had previously shown interest in Li Xingmo fell silent, realizing that vying for his affection meant competing with that campus beauty. Perhaps it was better to retreat and indulge in romantic novels at home instead. In this somewhat silent atmosphere, Li Xingmo completed his self-introduction. Hey, Wenyuan, show some enthusiasm. Our junior looks quite dashing today. Aren't you planning to be in more photos with him? Su Qinglu, standing nearby, slyly nudged Xia Wenyuan, whispering softly. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded with the husky dog head and the adorable cat head cozying up together. The junior doesn't even know who I am, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly. Despite having made eye contact with him multiple times earlier, she felt that her outfit would not allow the junior to recognize her at first glance. Not to mention her voice had changed considerably. That concludes my self-introduction. Thank you all. Xingmo bowed somewhat bashfully to his classmates seated around him. However, he remained rooted in place, his gaze subtly drifting toward the girl donned in a cat headpiece. Junior, what do you wish to do? Senior Su can help make your wishes come true. Su Qinglu, with a mischievous grin, caught the junior's eye and suggested, your video was so captivating earlier. Why don't you share the story between you and the campus belle? I believe everyone would love to hear it. Su Qinglu exclaimed in an exaggeratedly teasing tone. We want to hear it too. The audience chimed in, growing increasingly excited. Is that really the campus belle? Does she perhaps have a twin sister? Suddenly, the viewing hall erupted with raucous cheers, as astonishment filled the air. They preferred to believe that Xia Wenyuan was merely an actress hired by Xingmo rather than accept that the reticent Ice Queen would cohabitate with a junior, even if he was quite handsome. After all, Xia Wenyuan had previously been pursued by a multitude of handsome suitors, none of whom had garnered more than a fleeting glance from her. Isn't that right? It's not just you. Even Senior Rhino, Husky Senior, and Cat Senior are eager to hear. Su Qinglu exclaimed, turning to Senior Gaoyu, who had been unresponsive. Her eyes widened in irritation as she kicked him sharply, elongating her voice. Come on, Gaoyu. Ouch, Su Qinglu. Could you be a bit gentler? Gaoyu grimaced in pain, his anger flaring, before he faced Su Qinglu defiantly, declaring, yes, I too wish to hear. The crowd erupted in laughter. Yet, the onlookers felt as though they had suddenly been fed a mouthful of dog food. Meanwhile, the charming cat-headed girl blinked her eyes, her previously light steps retreating. She mused, intrigued. What might the junior share about his relationship with her? However, before anything further, she reached out and playfully pinched Su Qinglu's soft waist, the pressure defined by Xia Wenyuan herself, neither too light nor too heavy. Regarding Su Qinglu's pained grimaces and cries, it is merely a reflection of her low tolerance for discomfort and bears no direct relation to the benevolent Xia Wenyuan. Oh, how cruel you are. Why are you pinching me? Su Qinglu feigned tears. Just now, you subtly alerted the junior, Xia Wenyuan stated coolly. Oh come now, I merely spoke out of turn, Wenyuan. You mustn't be so sensitive, Su Qinglu playfully retorted, though in truth, Xia Wenyuan could only see the silly husky headpiece adorning her head and not her expression. Unbeknownst to the boisterous Su Qinglu, a profound bond existed between Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan, a connection she assumed the junior had not yet recognized. Anxiously, she thought to herself, oh junior, you ought to see it now. You should swiftly remove my headpiece and give me a kiss. Moi? Just knock Xia Wenyuan, the formidable Ice Queen, off her feet. Thus, with such thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Qinglu had carelessly provided the crucial hint. The Husky Senior and the Cat Senior are both eager to hear. Unexpectedly, it was Xia Wenyuan who first caught this cue. Oh, I must sit at the main table at your wedding. Su Qinglu whimpered, rubbing the spot where Xia Wenyuan had pinched her, beginning to feign tears. Xia Wenyuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though she momentarily drifted into contemplation. Su Qinglu's words had sparked some fleeting fantasies within her mind. A wedding? This notion was quickly tucked away as she composed herself. Taking a deep breath, she placed her small hand over her chest, feeling the sudden quickening of her heartbeat. Such thoughts were not to be entertained just yet. Warmth, bonds, home, haven, these concepts felt so distant to Xia Wenyuan that merely contemplating them triggered an instinctive belief that they were not meant for her. Her heart fluttered slightly as she endeavored to erase those unwelcome images from her mind, gently closing her eyes. After a few moments of silence, she opened them to gaze at the clear profile of Xingmo in the distance. Junior, why does your presence seem to alter so many aspects of my life? As she looked at Xingmo, her heart, which had just begun to steady, raced uncontrollably once more. It was at that moment that Xingmo spoke. Senior, you are truly a wonderful person. Upon hearing his words, Xia Wenyuan could not suppress a soft, slightly exasperated smile. Is this what they call a nice guy card? She had encountered many boys confessing to her, but the junior was the first to issue her a nice guy card. Beneath the cat headpiece, the young girl concealed her smile, attempting to adopt a serious demeanor. In her heart, She quietly cherished the card of goodwill she had received. This was a commendation from a junior, spoken in front of everyone. She found it delightful. The senior was not aloof at all. She was kind, adorable, and gentle. I truly enjoy the feeling of being with her, said Li Xingmo, his face radiating pride. At the pivotal moment, although he stumbled slightly, he managed to express his heartfelt sentiments. The classmates seated around exchanged glances, falling into a hushed silence. Was he not proudly introducing his girlfriend to everyone? Wow. Did you hear that? Haha. I'm utterly smitten. Listening to Li Xingmo's words, Su Qinglu almost needed an ambulance for insulin. So sweet. She's going to make the shipper faint from sweetness. While she seemed to be asking her classmates if they were moved, she was actually eyeing Xia Wenyuan with playful glances. Did you see? Your husband is introducing you to the whole class. Ouch. That hurts. Then, Su Qinglu displayed a look reminiscent of when Gao Yu was kicked earlier. She turned to see Xia Wenyuan, giving her an innocent look that seemed to say, I'm not the one who kicked you. Wenyuan, when did you become so mischievous? Have you been learning from your junior husband? Su Qinglu murmured with a hint of grievance. Just as Xia Wenyuan was about to deny it calmly, suddenly she paused, feeling a bright light before her. At that moment, Su Qinglu was also taken aback. In fact, the entire venue fell silent. Just moments ago, after Li Xingmo finished speaking, it was as if he had made a profound decision. He walked straight up to Xia Wenyuan and gently removed the adorable cat headpiece. Beneath it was the girl's astonished gaze and her beautifully flushed face. Got you, senior. Li Xingmo, holding the cat headpiece, gazed at the blushing and adorable senior. Grinning foolishly. Chapter 67. You've messed up my hair, what the heck? Oh my gosh, what is happening? That girl is the school beauty senior? How could she be here? So everything in Li Xingmo's video was indeed true? Are we part of their circle now? Oh no, I've become. At the moment the cat headpiece was removed from the girl, the onlookers were utterly stunned. Xia Wenyuan's recognition factor was too high. Just one glance confirmed that she was the ice-cold school beauty who had dominated the beauty rankings for 3 consecutive years, well known throughout Donghai University. The scene instantly descended into chaos, despite the efforts of Ms. Husky and Mr. Rhino to restore order. Is there anyone willing to comfort the heartbroken male student? I can breathe on my own. I am truly foolish, indeed. I only knew that the campus belle, senior sister, never conversed with ordinary boys. Yet Li Xingmo is in class too, just like us. Does anyone indulge in crazy Saturday for 50? I am not envious in the slightest. I merely wish to perish. I have never endured such profound wounds, even during my time at the United Nations. Good afternoon, except for the two of you. The onlookers were utterly astonished. And in an instant, a plethora of witty remarks emerged. In the corner, Xia Wenyuan appeared utterly shocked, the spark in her eyes nearly extinguished. However, at this moment, no one took notice of this scene. Everyone's attention was entirely focused on Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan. Li Xingmo's resilience surpassed all expectations. He seemed to have entered a state of oblivion. The surrounding clamor had no impact on him whatsoever. He stood there, foolishly grinning at senior sister. The youth's gaze was clear, gentle, and sincere. Merely standing before Xia Wenyuan with such a smile brought tears to her eyes. Fool. How did you discern that it was me? Xia Wenyuan longed to adopt her usual demeanor, stern and frosty, while questioning Li Xingmo. Yet now, she found herself utterly incapable of doing so. Her eyes were slightly moist, yet her face radiated a captivating, star-like smile. His grin was so radiant that, in that moment, she could not contain the delightful thrill within her heart, a smile that could conquer cities. Much later, when Xia Wenyuan reminisced about this moment, she would gradually realize that this sensation was an uncontrollable, heartfelt infatuation for him. Wow. The crowd erupted once more. No way am I seeing things. Is that truly the campus belle? How could she display such an expression? I must have been dazed from watching educational films last night. I shall return to sleep now. Oh no, I got tipsy from cola at noon. Countless confident young men began to question their lives in the presence of the smile that Xia Wenyuan had just revealed. It is worth noting that even the featured photos on the campus belle rankings showcased her trademark frozen expression. They truly couldn't find any material capturing her displaying other emotions. Almost everyone at Donghai University believed such a thing was non-existent. How did you know it was her? It was just a feeling. When senior sister stepped out earlier, I sensed it was her. Senior sister, didn't you say you had plans for the evening? What brings you here? In response to Xia Wenyuan's inquiry, Li Xingmo first answered honestly, then excitedly asked. Though his answer was not entirely honest, he conveniently omitted the fact that he often stole glances at her and had memorized the fragrance she wore. He certainly did not wish for his senior to perceive him as a pervert. By chance, she happened to pass by and decided to pay him a visit. Xia Wenyuan blinked her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she calmly met Li Xingmo's gaze and replied, "Will you be leaving soon, senior?" Li Xingmo's expression fell slightly at her words. "My plans for the evening have been unexpectedly cancelled," Xia Wenyuan stated softly, a gentle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "If you wish for me to stay here with you, I want that. Can you stay with me, senior?" Li Xingmo responded without a moment's hesitation. Xia Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback by his resolute answer. She gently bit her red lips, a tender warmth flickering in her eyes. "All right, I want to leave. I will stay with you," extending her delicate hand. She raised it above her head and gently ruffled Li Xingmo's hair. However, in the very next moment, her gesture became rigid. Oh no. Xia Wenyuan realized the inappropriateness of her actions. She had been deeply moved by the junior's fervor, leading her to instinctively act without considering the multitude of onlookers observing every interaction between her and the younger student. Li Xingmo stood in stunned silence. Su Qinglu and Gao Yu were equally dumbfounded. Xu Xinyue and Chun Shaoxian stared in bewilderment. Su Ziyang and Ren Wangfei nearly dropped their laptops in shock. Su Mulan, Xie Yuyo, and Han Fengwei exchanged worried glances towards Xiao Shiwero. Xiao Shiwero fainted, her departure serene. Wow, 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 wow. Boo-hoo, wah, wah, ha-ha. I'm going insane. Don't ask me where I came from. I'm merely a lonely firebird. I must be dreaming. For I just witnessed the Ice Mountain School beauty petting the junior's head. The other bystanders, particularly those in the single and ready-to-mingle category, faced a severe test of their mental state. I must take a picture. Such significant intel must reach Latte-chan. Oh, my poor Latte-chan, your crystal is about to be stolen. Hurry back to defend the stronghold. Xu Xinyue snapped photo after photo, perfectly capturing the moment Xia Wenyuan tenderly caressed Li Xingmo's hair. The image froze in time. The girl's face exquisite and beautiful, her eyes warm and gentle, sparkling as they met the boy's gaze. Senior, Li Xingmo stared at Xia Wenyuan. Captivated by the beauty, he thought of day and night. Thank you for coming to keep me company, he said, his voice filled with excitement. He nodded vigorously and then performed an unexpected action that left everyone astonished. Mimicking Xia Wenyuan's gesture, he extended his own hand, eliciting a wave of astonished, dazed, and shocked gazes from all around. Gently, he ruffled the girl's hair, leaving it in disarray. Xia Wenyuan furrowed her delicate brows and gazed at him, softly speaking. Yet, within her eyes lingered a hint of tender affection. She was certainly not angry. In truth, she relished this sensation. Chapter 68. Let us celebrate. Ha ha. It's the new year. I'm so excited. Let us celebrate. The foremost enthusiast, Su Qinglu, upon witnessing this beautiful and pure moment of the two exchanging fond gestures, nearly swooned with excitement. Were she to have a bed at that moment, she would comfortably recline, absorbed in her phone, twisting and turning in a frenzy. Just like how she was engrossed in watching at that moment. Fill in the blank, 3 points. Fortunately, a quick-witted junior rushed over to support her. Then, Su Qinglu began to indulge in a reverie, uttering nonsensical phrases like Happy New Year and wishing you prosperity. Senior, wake up. It's not New Year yet. The junior, with a worried expression, shook Su Qinglu, who seemed on the verge of losing consciousness. Ah, no, Mo Ranchan. She is merely your elder sister. Even if she claims purple is enchanting, you must not forsake your beloved iced latte, right? Xu Xinyue observed this with a tinge of regret. However, at that moment, she had quietly removed her bunny headpiece, claiming she would never watch such scenes, all the while sneakily capturing them through her lens, snapping photos with fervor. Now, both Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan had withdrawn their hands. Nevertheless, the image of them resting their hands atop one another's heads had been perfectly captured by Xu Xinyue. Just a fleeting moment. I'm sorry, Latte-chan. All right. Enough of this couple, Xu Xinyue murmured to herself in a voice only she could hear. 2 seconds later, she blinked, glanced around, and sighed in relief. Thankfully, no one had noticed her secret indulgence during those 2 seconds. Your expression just now is so adorable. However, the next moment, Xu Xinyue heard a male voice beside her. She turned to see Chen Shaoxian, who had also removed his camel headpiece, momentarily taken aback. Humph. What's cute or not? Our interests aren't aligned. We have no common ground. Xu Xinyue, with an air of pride, turned her head away. Didn't we agree that we both adore Conan? Chen Shaoxian chuckled. And you clearly found Xingmo and the school bell sweet just now, didn't you? Your expression was unmistakable. Though it was fleeting, I still caught it. He proudly patted his chest, only to find Xu Wenyuan glaring at him with a furious expression. A chill ran down my spine as Chen Xiaoxian spoke, his words undeniably truthful, yet the girl before me wore a murderous glare. I insisted vehemently, I did not. Xu Wenyuan asserted with unwavering confidence, denying any accusations. She then retrieved her phone, selecting a few photographs that exuded warmth and a hint of intimacy. Sending them to Benji Latte. Kiss Scholar, Latte-chan look, Mo Ranchan, and that senior in his new video are touching each other's heads. You must muster up your courage and confess to Mo Ranchan. Once the message was dispatched, Xu Wenyuan cautiously tucked her phone away, anxious about Chen Xiaoxian's gaze. Is it really that mysterious? Chen Xiaoxian scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Xu Wenyuan's message did not reach Xia Wenyuan immediately. At that moment, Xia Wenyuan and Xingmo stood at the forefront, exchanging subtly charged glances. Senior, I apologize. I didn't mean to mess up your hair, Xingmo murmured. His face flushed as he averted his gaze, remorse evident in his tone. His excitement had gotten the better of him. It had only been a few hours since he left home, yet time felt agonizingly slow. He yearned to swiftly conclude the event and return home to spend time with the senior. Curiosity gnawed at him about the evening's activities. It was purely concern for the senior's safety. He worried about her returning late. It's nothing. I messed up yours as well, so we are even, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly, giving a gentle blink. I promise I won't do this again. Xingmo thought to himself, noticing her serious demeanor, that she must be upset. Recently, he had been scouring various guides and even perusing peculiar romance novels online. In one post, he read that if a girl says I'm not angry with a cold expression after something that might upset her, she is indeed very angry, and quite severely so. However, he failed to notice the disclaimer at the bottom of that post, written in fine print. Disclaimer: this technique applies to ordinary girls. For those with aloof, tsundere, or yandere traits, please analyze the situation specifically. This post only provides dating advice and assumes no responsibility for any related outcomes. No, Xia Wenyuan murmured, her brow slightly furrowing. Being patted on the head by a junior feels quite nice. It must continue. Huh? Xingmo's already limited romantic understanding began to falter. His mind racing to decipher what the senior's insistence meant. Did it imply he was inadequate? But, senior, I am only 19. Within Xingmo's heart emerged a feeling of determination, a desire not to be looked down upon by a senior. He resolved to find an opportunity to prove himself. His stamina was commendable, capable of running a marathon. If his senior required his company for such an endeavor, he was certain he could rise to the challenge. Surely, this was what she meant, right? Senior, I can do it, Xingmo declared, lifting his head. No, you cannot, Xia Wenyuan replied with a slight furrow of her brow. Did the junior truly believe such behavior was inappropriate? Yet, he had just voluntarily reached out to ruffle her hair, although she had initiated the contact first. It stemmed from a senior's natural concern for her junior, a perfectly reasonable action. The junior's behavior, however, seemed rather unusual. What junior would dare to touch a senior's hair? From now on, that is unacceptable, she thought, but then realized this conclusion might be flawed. As her mind spiraled, Xia Wenyuan gently rubbed her forehead in mild exasperation. The thoughts of young men were so difficult to decipher. Humph. It turned out that her junior was a mischievous boy. Xia Wenyuan pressed her lips together, casting a frosty glance at Xingmo, her expression tinged with playful reproach. Xingmo was taken aback, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him as he lowered his gaze. Why did his senior persist in saying he couldn't do it? Never mind. He resolved to let his actions speak for themselves. He truly committed to exercise and was indeed capable of running a marathon with her. Clenching his fist lightly, he made a silent vow. Cough, cough, cough. After a brief exchange of nearly inaudible banter between Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan, about a vigorous coughing erupted. Hiyu, witnessing Suchi Luo remove her husky headpiece, could no longer contain himself. You too, stop the lovey-dovey antics. You're practically glued together. If you're not flaunting your affection, no one would be oblivious to the fact that you're an insufferable couple. Hiyu felt no twinge of jealousy. He was simply craving a slice of lemon. Just moments before, he had glanced at the roster and realized that Xingmo was the last student to introduce himself. The next segment was a talent showcase. Earlier, during introductions, each participant had showcased remarkable skills, and now it was their turn to perform. Hiyu grinned, stealing glances at Su Qingluo. This woman appeared to be in a fit of joyous laughter, her demeanor reminiscent of someone having a whimsical episode. How endearing, he thought for a fleeting moment, before dismissing the notion from his mind. Oh dear, had he truly begun to find Su Qiluo charming? A talent showcase? Xia Wenyuan's eyes flickered as she glanced at her seemingly inexperienced junior, giving him a gentle wink. Chapter 69, Sweet Moments Ahead, Prepare for Acceleration. A talent showcase, indeed. Gao Yu, you fool. Senior Xia Wenyuan has yet to share her academic insights with everyone. Otherwise, what do you think your esteemed Senior Xia is here for today? Hee. Do not misunderstand. The campus bell has been specially invited to enlighten you all. Upon hearing Gao Yu mention the key phrase, Su Qinglu leapt up from her sickly state, bounding over to snatch the microphone from his grasp. Su Xiang remarked, isn't she here to pursue Xingmo in romance? Rin Wangfei added, indeed. She has come to seek her husband. Seated together, the two roommates, having discerned the truth, exchanged banter. However, other classmates began to entertain the notion. After all, it was quite shocking to think that the campus belle would attend an event solely for the sake of one boy. They were reluctant to believe it. It was simply too heartbreaking. After Su Qinglu finished speaking, she mischievously handed the microphone to Xia Wenyuan, casting a meaningful glance at Li Xingmo. So it turns out the senior was summoned by Su Qinglu. He thought to himself, feeling a twinge of disappointment, believing she had come to surprise him. Observing Li Xingmo's expression, Su Qinglu nearly broke into a smile, but managed to restrain herself. Apologies, Junior. I must put you through a little discomfort first. If you aren't put through this, how will that icy, proud girl reveal her true feelings? All she cared about now was you, dear Junior. Su Qinglu smirked inwardly, convinced that only the junior could coax the truth from Xia Wenyuan. Had it been her, even if she feigned death on the ground, Xia Wenyuan would see through it and promptly haul her up. How could Xia Wenyuan prioritize romance over friendship? Fortunately, she remained steadfast, never yielding to adversity. Su Qinglu watched Xia Wenyuan with delight. Xia Wenyuan, gazing at Su Qinglu with an expression devoid of emotion, gently took the microphone. Indeed, sharing academic experiences with the juniors was part of her plan, as Su Qinglu had informed her. However, Su Qinglu's earlier words were inaccurate. She had come here to surprise the junior. Otherwise, she would have preferred to stay at home on the soft bed during the weekend, clad in pajamas, leisurely lounging on her adorable cat-themed sheets while watching videos of the junior. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have ventured out. Thus, Su Qinglu's words were quite erroneous. The campus belle slightly pursed her lips, revealing a gentle and kind gaze that showed no inclination towards hostility. Yet, in the next moment, Su Qinglu felt an inexplicable force firmly pinching her waist. Oh no, I was wrong. Wenyuan, be gentle, I concede. Su Qinglu felt as though she were on the brink of death, not from pain, but rather from the sweetness emanating from Xia Wenyuan and Li Xingmo. Remarkably, despite her subtle hints, Xia Wenyuan discerned her distress immediately. What else could this be if not true love? Sister Su, is something the matter? Do you require assistance? Li Xingmo inquired, bewildered by Su Qinglu's expression, which resembled that of a pig set for slaughter during the New Year festivities. Haha. It is evident that she has been reprimanded for her sharp tongue. I cannot contend with her, and here, only Xia Wenyuan remains. Gao Yu, observing Su Qinglu's plight, approached with boisterous laughter to mock her. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden chill crept down his spine, prompting him to turn and meet Xia Wenyuan's icy, warning gaze. What did you say? Li Xingmo asked, perplexed. I meant to say, next time. Yes, next time, I shall divulge Su Qinglu's vulnerabilities, Gao Yu stammered. Drenched in sweat, relieved he had halted just before revealing secrets. Amidst Li Xingmo's puzzled expression, Xia Wenyuan regained her composure and began to impart her academic wisdom to her classmates. In this era of fierce academic competition in universities, while engaging in enriching extracurricular activities, it is imperative not to neglect one's studies. Merely avoiding failure is the bare minimum for those aspiring to pursue graduate studies. Diligent efforts must commence from the very first year, Xia Wenyuan articulated calmly. Interestingly, although her classmates were seated directly in front of her, Xia Wenyuan's gaze frequently drifted toward Li Xingmo at the side. Focus on your studies. Li Xingmo contemplated her words. Indeed, I must strive diligently, aspiring to match my senior. I cannot allow her to underestimate me or perceive me as inadequate. He had heard from Su Qinglu that Xia Wenyuan's academic performance over the years had been exceptionally commendable. As her roommate, he too had to elevate his standards. Otherwise, he might feel embarrassed to continue harboring feelings for her. with a determined expression. Li Xingmo slightly raised his head, only to meet Xia Wenyuan's gaze. He noticed that she seemed to smile gently and offered him a subtle nod. In that instant, Li Xingmo felt an explosion of motivation within him. Calculus. I must study calculus. Yet, as he fervently rummaged through his bag, he discovered that not a single textbook resided within. Instead, he had meticulously preserved the amusement park and New Year's hot spring vouchers he had won in the last lottery. For those wishing to study abroad or pursue graduate studies, it is crucial to begin enhancing their GPA from the first year, Xia Wenyuan continued. Diligently study foreign languages and proactively plan how to secure recommendation letters from at least 2 faculty members through outstanding performance. Li Xingmo listened, somewhat perplexed. It seemed that the senior was quite familiar with the process of applying for studying abroad. However, she had never mentioned anything about studying overseas before. After pondering for a moment, Li Xingmo concluded that it was only natural for someone as outstanding as her to possess such knowledge. Thus, he refrained from delving deeper into the matter. Xia Wenyuan's introduction was brief, lasting no more than 5 minutes. The classmates, showing their respect, offered enthusiastic applause for the campus belle. Yet, amidst the clapping, there were also catcalls and cheers, causing the young girl's delicate face to flush slightly. Xia Wenyuan couldn't help but recall a similar scene during a lottery event at the mall. She had always found others' jeers and blessings quite distasteful. However, when the person receiving the blessings was a junior, she felt no aversion whatsoever. Rather, there was a hint of anticipation and joy. Xia Wenyuan returned the microphone to Su Qinglu, who was still nursing a slight backache, and then, under the gaze of countless envious eyes, walked over to stand beside Li Xingmo. Instantly, a wave of cheers erupted once more in the viewing hall. This familiar scene of playful teasing, often witnessed in high school classrooms, was now being reenacted during a college icebreaker activity. All right, Su Qinglu exclaimed, her face lit with a mischievous smile. Now we can move on to the talent show segment. She glanced at Xia Wenyuan and Li Xingmo, then at the array of instruments prepared nearby. Finally, her gaze shifted to the crowd, where 2 girls exchanged knowing glances with her and secretly formed a hand gesture. Su Qinglu responded with a mysterious smile. Are you thinking of something strange again? Gao Yu inquired, observing Su Qinglu's expression. You wouldn't understand, Su Qinglu retorted with a roll of her eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting. Sweetness ahead. Hold on tight. What sweetness? Did you buy candy for the juniors? Gao Yu asked, bewildered. Su Qinglu, uninterested in explaining, ignored him and directly asked if anyone was willing to come up and showcase their talent. I'll go first. I can analyze your romantic psychology based on your conversational state. Does that count as a talent performance? Ren Wangfei, who had been eager to share more during the self-introduction segment, was the first to volunteer. Junior, isn't he your roommate? Xia Wenyuan quietly inquired of Li Xingmo, glancing at Ren Wangfei as he rushed onto the stage. Yes, everyone now calls him Teacher Ren because he claims to have extensive research on romantic theory, Li Xingmo nodded. Whenever we have issues in that area, we consult him. Although he has never been in a relationship, his suggestions still sound quite reliable. Xia Wenyuan raised her eyebrow. Junior, do you also experience such troubles? Li Xingmo momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Senior, I don't. Really? Indeed, truly not. Li Xingmo nodded with a frequency and speed reminiscent of an emotionless metronome. Oh, Xia Wenyuan gently inclined her head. Is that so? She was uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment upon hearing such a response from her junior. If he truly did not have such feelings, that was rather good, for it at least indicated that he did not harbor affections for other girls. But wait, what did it matter whom he liked? They were merely senior and junior, and cohabitants in the same shared space. It was of no concern. Well, Teacher Rin, your analysis is spot on. How impressive. Me too. How did you know I have a crush lately? I like her so much. Oh my foo-foo. Wait for your brother to bring you home from the gotcha pool. That's absurd. You're not even accurate. Classmate, you need to put in more effort. Meanwhile, the live love consultation hosted by Ren Wangfei had already begun to gain popularity. Many students curiously gathered around, offering either praise or critique for Ren Wangfei's insights. But I feel like this kind of thing is still not reliable, Li Xingmo said, exasperated as he observed the scene unfold. Su Xiang had also approached to seek Ren Wangfei's counsel, only to arrive at a rather disheartening conclusion. Boss Ong, out of all the people I know, you are truly the only one who seems destined to remain single throughout university. Ren Wangfei feigned mystery. delivering words that left Su Xiang on the verge of tears. However, Ren Wangfei pivoted his tone. It's not that you are entirely without hope. You might face some unforeseen trials beforehand. This is what I deduced from my calculations. I'll shark you. Su Xiang snapped, attempting to put an end to Ren Wangfei's career. Unfortunately, Su's slender frame was no match for Ren Wangfei, who consumed 3 bowls of rice at every meal, and thus, his attempt was in vain. Is your roommate's test accurate? Xia Wenyuan glanced at Li Xingmo and softly inquired. It should be fairly accurate, I suppose. Li Xingmo replied, albeit with uncertainty. Help! How could he know if it was accurate? He did not even reside in the dormitory and had never heard Ren Wangfei mention such a thing. Suddenly, Li Xingmo's eyes widened as he felt a delicate, cool hand gently grasp his wrist. The soft sensation made his heart flutter ever so slightly. It was the same feeling he had experienced during their previous visit for a health checkup. This time, it was merely a grasp of the wrist, not even a hand-holding. Yet, the fluctuation in Li Xingmo's feelings was far more intense than during their last encounter, when he had only just begun to know her. At that time, his feelings for his senior were merely those of a new roommate, driven primarily by curiosity. However, he has now profoundly developed affection for her. Consequently, he finds himself captivated by the girl he adores, as she tightly grasps his wrist. In an instant, Li Xingmo's face flushed a deep crimson. Following Xu Wenyuan, he noticed that her ears appeared to be tinged with a faint blush as well. Senior, Li Xingmo thought of inquiring whether she was unwell. Yet, if she were indeed sick, would her ears turn red? Or perhaps, the physiological responses of girls differ from those of boys. Li Xingmo only knew that his ears never reddened when he was ill. As his heart raced, he was led by Xu Wenyuan to stand before Ren Wangfei. Hello, Junior Ren. I wish to ask on behalf of a friend. Can you discern anything from my current expression? The young woman spoke softly and calmly, though her heart fluttered with a hint of anxiety, causing her to forget to release the hand still clasped around Li Xingmo's wrist. The on-looking friends were left speechless. Their mouths agape, as if they could fit a large apple inside. How did they even end up holding hands? Ren Wangfei observed Xu Wenyuan and Li Xingmo with a complex expression, his gaze fixated on the hand she held. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with a resigned tone. Senior Xu, everyone here can clearly see that you and Xingmo are a couple, so there's truly no need for me to comment. Oh, and by the way, since you mentioned it's for a friend, this is what I would convey to your friend, which you may relay to them. Xu Wenyuan, Li Xingmo. Thank you. Xu Wenyuan softly expressed her gratitude, then led Li Xingmo back to the side. Senior, what Ren said is nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. Upon releasing his wrist, Li Xingmo felt an immediate emptiness in his heart. Nevertheless, he hurried to explain to Xu Wenyuan, Jr. Do you feel uncomfortable when others tease us like that? Xu Wenyuan gazed at him and unexpectedly posed a question that caught him off guard. Of course not. I am merely concerned about whether you might be upset. Li Xingmo answered, slightly sheepish. Me? Xu Wenyuan gently pressed her lips together. I was just joking. I wouldn't be angry. Oh, Li Xingmo lowered his head slightly, realizing that she regarded those remarks as mere jest. What I mean is, I don't mind. Xu Wenyuan looked into his eyes, speaking earnestly and calmly. Li Xingmo's eyes lit up with excitement. He felt a surge of exhilaration, yet struggled to find the words to express himself. Suddenly, he longed to embrace her, but he still lacked the courage to do so. Li Xingmo's conflicted expression was keenly captured by Xia Wenyuan, who couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Junior, do you know how adorable you look when you ponder with your head down? She mused, gently rising onto her toes to touzle Li Xingmo's hair. Before he could even react, she withdrew her delicate hand. A warm sensation blossomed in Xia Wenyuan's heart, as if simply being together with her junior brought forth an abundance of unexpectedly gentle joy. In Chapter 71, it was evident that the senior sister was utterly charming. Next. Suchi Luo exclaimed joyfully as she organized the performances. After the love theory master Ren Wangfei took his leave, several classmates eagerly volunteered to showcase their talents. Suchi Luo had previously arranged for Gao Yu to prepare an array of musical instruments, and even arranged for a piano, originally in the reception room, to be brought in. A classmate had just performed a fingerstyle guitar piece, eliciting a wave of admiration. Another classmate showcased a bass solo. Yet the response was markedly different from that of the guitar performance. The audience looked on in bemusement as the bassist appeared lost in her own world, wondering why the guitar sounded so low and how it could possibly have only 4 strings. Nevertheless, the cool girl playing the bass still received thunderous applause. even though most felt they hadn't quite grasped what she had played. Thus far, the most popular performance had been by Xia Wenyuan, the lively girl with pastel pink hair, who surprised everyone with her professional-level singing and dancing. Qin Xiaoshuan's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. As Xu Wenyuan descended from the stage, she playfully boasted to Qin Xiaoxian, "Aren't you envious? If you're jealous, you should learn from me in the future." Qin Xiaoxian, visibly displeased, pulled out his ID to assert that he was older than Xu Wenyuan, insisting that she should address him as brother rather than referring to herself as sister. Overall, the atmosphere was filled with joy. "That's enough, I'm exhausted. I must occupy the main table at their wedding," Su Qingluo remarked, glancing at the time and preparing to signal the two girls she had prearranged for the next performance. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. I also want to sing for everyone." Xiao Shuiyo's trembling voice broke through the chatter. After a long period of mental preparation, she had finally made this decision. Xiao Shuiyo did not wish to perform for the entire class. Rather, she wanted to sing specifically for Li Xingmo. She had an abundance of words that she yearned to express to him. Today, after witnessing the numerous interactions between Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan, Xiao Shuiyo had come to a profound realization. She had never truly let go of her feelings for Li Xingmo. The reserve she had once maintained was no longer something she desired. Now, Xiao Shuiyo was filled with regret, but she understood that regret was futile. Thus, Xiao Shuiyo resolved to take action to win back Li Xingmo's heart. Su Qingluo opened her mouth, but refrained from obstructing Xiao Shuiyo's approach. After all, as a member of the class, she was entitled to participate, and every student had the opportunity to perform voluntarily. Xiao Shuiyo. Could it be that she would actively take the stage? How curious. I recall her as the aloof beauty who seldom relished social interactions, having barely uttered a few words during her self-introduction. Surely, we are not collectively dreaming. Has our school flower transformed from mere mortal to ethereal being today? As Xiao Shuiyo ascended, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Today, she had meticulously adorned herself, her light blue dress accentuating her elegance while retaining a hint of playfulness. Her features were delicately refined, embodying the quintessential beauty of a gentlewoman. Unless she encountered a girl of unparalleled grace, she would rarely find herself overshadowed. Regrettably, standing beside Li Xingmo was Xia Wenyuan. Were it not for Xia Wenyuan, Xiao Shuiyo would undoubtedly have shone as the brightest star of the day. Yet, in the presence of Xia Wenyuan, she appeared merely as a flickering firefly, dimmed beneath the brilliance of the full moon. "Hey, what is up with that girl?" Gao Yu rushed to Su Qingluo's side, whispering in inquiry. He immediately recognized Xiao Shuiyo as the striking girl who had appeared on the football field that day, bringing water to Li Xingmo alongside Xia Wenyuan. However, Xia Wenyuan had offered a room-temperature sports drink, while Xiao Shuiyo had presented chilled mineral water. "First of all, I am not He, I am Su Qingluo. Please address me as Senior or Queen Lulu." Su Qingluo shot Gao Yu a disdainful look. "How should I know what is going on? Perhaps this girl has harbored a crush on the junior for many years. Just look at her pitiful demeanor. TSK. It's quite normal for such an outstanding boy to attract the affection of many girls. It's just the right opportunity to make Wenyuan a tad jealous, otherwise. How will their relationship progress? I want to see Wenyuan and the junior have children someday." Su Qingluo remarked nonchalantly. "Women are truly formidable," Gao Yu murmured, only to feel the piercing gaze of a tigress upon him, prompting him to hastily close his mouth. How terrifying. Su Qingluo is indeed a demon, he silently thought. "I shall sing a song for everyone." Chasing the light, Xiao Shuiyo announced, after stepping forward and gently biting her lip. This particular song, Chasing the Light, was one that Li Xingmo had once cherished. When he had confessed to her, he had referenced the lyrics from this very song. By selecting this piece, Xiao Shuiyo aimed to evoke memories of the time when he had held deep affections for her. "If you were the fireworks at sea, I am but the froth of the waves. At a certain moment, your light illuminated me," Xiao Shuiyo sang with profound emotion. Her entire focus centered on Li Xingmo. However, his reaction caused her heart to sink once again. Disappointment washed over her as she gazed at him. Xiao Shuiyo had believed that Li Xingmo would be moved by her song, even if he did not seek reconciliation immediately. She expected to see some semblance of sorrow on his face. Yet, Li Xingmo displayed no emotion whatsoever. This time, it was not fear of a misunderstanding with his senior that rendered him so impassive. Rather, he had long since lost any feelings for Xiao Shuiyo. After encountering his senior, he had completely let go of the past. He finally comprehended that what he once considered affection was, in reality, quite juvenile. True affection involves a natural rapport with someone, an involuntary desire to be with them, and a longing that follows even the briefest of separations. His previous so-called affection for Xiao Shui'ero was merely a figment of his imagination, even if it lasted for an extended period. It was nothing more than a beautiful illusion. Thankfully, it was all in the past. Turning away, Xingmo caught a glimpse of Xia Wenyuan's expressionless demeanor, which made him break into a silly grin. Even though his senior appeared cold, she was undeniably charming and endearing. He was determined to thaw the ice around her heart eventually, so he could warm her hands, her feet. Suddenly, a blush crept onto his face as he chuckled, feeling a hint of embarrassment. What was he grinning about? Did he think her singing was delightful? The cool, serene voice of the girl echoed in his ears. No, it was that he found his senior adorable. Xingmo instinctively responded, "Ah?" Xia Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback, incredulously staring at him. Had she just been complimented on her cuteness by the junior? And during the performance of the girl he once liked? Chapter 72. The senior's declaration of ownership. Oh no. He had inadvertently voiced his true feelings without thinking. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xingmo felt a pang of regret, realizing his blunder. He blushed, struggling to find the right words to explain himself. To his surprise, Xia Wenyuan did not oppose his remark. Instead, she slightly raised the corners of her lips and nodded. "You are right. I am quite adorable," she calmly replied, though her heart raced rapidly. The fact that the junior, while watching the girl he once liked sing, found his senior to be the focus of his affection was unexpectedly delightful. What was this inexplicable joy? He, she thought, beginning to chuckle softly. "Well done, Junior. I thought you were rather dull, but I see you have your charms. Let me tell you, Junior, Wenyuan is someone who responds to flattery rather than harshness. You must lavish her with compliments. Before you know it, she might become your beloved." Su Qinglu's voice floated playfully into their ears. "Senior Su." Xingmo felt his cheeks flush deeper. He attempted to clarify, only to find that Su Qinglu had vanished, akin to a whack-a-mole. Having delivered her message and scurried away, fearful of being caught again by Xia Wenyuan for another teasing pinch. "Senior, that is not what I meant." Xingmo stammered in his attempt to explain. "And what did you mean?" Xia Wenyuan glanced at him, inquiring. "I merely wished to compliment you, Senior." "Oh," Xia Wenyuan replied. "Junior, I find you quite endearing." Her expression remained calm as she offered her praise. However, after speaking, she slightly lowered her gaze. Feeling a touch shy to meet his eyes once more. He was praised as cute by the senior. Xingmo's mind raced. Traversing from the Big Bang to Einstein's theory of relativity, from the origins of life to the portions of the second-year biology curriculum mercilessly skipped by the teacher. After much contemplation, he finally managed to utter, "Thank you, Senior." Xia Wenyuan commented with a hint of exasperation, "Yet, Junior, you are indeed quite adorable. I feel an urge to ruffle your hair." Thus, Xia Wenyuan reached out once more, gently tousling Xingmo's hair. When her delicate hand withdrew, it retained a few stray strands of his youthful locks. "Junior, you ought to sleep earlier. Beware of your hair thinning over the 4 years of university." Xia Wenyuan observed the few strands in her palm with a hint of concern. She certainly did not wish to be in a position where she would have to prepare a wig for her boyfriend when they went out. No, wait, who would want to be his girlfriend? This is merely normal concern for a junior, she reassured herself. "I can follow behind you." Like a shadow chasing the light in a dream. At that moment, the heartfelt portion of Xiao Shui'ero's song resonated. Her eyes glistened, brimming with tears. Almost on the verge of breaking into sobs, Xingmo listened to the lyrics he was intimately familiar with, yet felt little emotional turbulence. His mind was solely occupied with the thought that the senior had just called him cute. She must be quite happy today, right? Did the senior perhaps harbor a slight fondness for him? Xingmo even hesitated to entertain the term like in his thoughts. There was no need to. For merely contemplating that the senior might possess even a modicum of affection for him sent his heart racing with excitement. As Xiao Shui'ero concluded her performance, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, with a few oblivious boys casting admiring glances her way. With her beauty, suitors were indeed plentiful. Yet, Xiao Shui'ero had yet to see the person she longed for gazing back at her. A wave of disappointment washed over her as she yearned to express something. However, she was abruptly interrupted by the sudden voice of Su Qinglu. "Thanks to classmate Xiao Shui'ero for her performance. Classmate Xiao Shui'ero is truly remarkable. Not only is she beautiful, but her singing is also enchanting. She undoubtedly deserves her reputation as the school's flower." Boys, seize the moment and don't let this opportunity slip away. Su Qinglu would not allow Xiao Xueyo to say anything further. She guessed that Xiao Xueyo was certainly about to mention Li Xingmo. Absolutely not. The main heroine is present. How could the second female lead be allowed to overstep? Thus, while interrupting Xiao Xueyo, Su Qinglu discreetly winked at Xia Wenyuan. Wenyuan, look at this girl who clearly has a history with the junior. She's up there singing passionately to him. I can't believe you're not feeling jealous. I'm sure you want to impress the junior. She thought mischievously. Based on her understanding of Xia Wenyuan, as long as she liked the junior, she would surely do something to assert her claim. In fact, Su Qinglu believed that Xia Wenyuan's presence today was intended to assert her ownership. Oh dear, this is delightful. Su Qinglu chuckled to herself, lost in amusement. Meanwhile, a look of profound grievance lingered on Xiao Xueyo's face. She had been waiting for Li Xingmo's reaction. Yet he remained unresponsive. Ultimately, Xiao Xueyo could not bring herself to speak, and with a heavy heart, she returned to her group of roommates. The other two roommates were somewhat bewildered, but only Su Mulin gazed towards the direction where Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan stood side by side, watching them with a gentle sigh. Now is the moment. Su Qinglu glanced at the time, sensing it was nearly time. She quickly took out her phone and sent a message to the two girls she had arranged in advance. Suddenly, a cacophony of cheers erupted in the venue. Senior Wenyuan, we've heard you play the piano beautifully. Could you showcase your talent for us? Yes, Senior Wenyuan, we would love to hear it. And also, classmate Li Xingmo, we watched your video, and your singing was delightful. We want to hear you sing too. Come on, let us hear it. The two junior girls, well trained by Su Qinglu, quickly rallied the crowd, igniting a wave of cheers. Hey, are you out of your mind? How could the cold and aloof school flower perform in front of so many people? Gao Yu frowned, questioning Su Qinglu. During their 4 years at university, although Xia Wenyuan had participated in internal activities of the piano club, she had never performed in front of such a large audience. In the past, the student council had repeatedly invited Xia Wenyuan to perform at welcome parties, but she had always declined. However, Xia Wenyuan declined all the invitations. The reason was straightforward. She expressed her discomfort with bustling scenes, feeling uneasy under the gaze of so many people. Gao Yu, having spent 2 years in the student council, was well aware of such sentiments. Thus, he instinctively remarked, Senior, they seem eager to invite you to play the piano. Li Xingmo, taken aback, was astonished. Wasn't this hall meant for watching films? How could there be a piano? Indeed, Xia Wenyuan replied softly, her gaze shifting to Li Xingmo's eyes. What do you think? She inquired gently. Li Xingmo momentarily faltered before responding. Senior, I believe you should follow your own wishes. After all, with so many people here, if you don't wish to go, I was asking, what do you think? Xia Wenyuan interjected softly, her eyes reflecting a gentle light. Junior, do you want to hear me play the piano? A subtle smile graced her lips. As long as you wish, I can play any song for you. Chapter 73. What are you smiling about? I want to hear. At Xia Wenyuan's question, Li Xingmo paused momentarily, then nodded earnestly. He discreetly admired the delicate beauty of her fair, supple hands. Senior's hands are so lovely. Playing the piano must sound enchanting. As if she had anticipated his response. The girl nodded without surprise. Then, she looked at Li Xingmo and gently blinked. Well then, Junior, your charming senior would like to hear you sing just a little today. Would you grant her this small wish? At that moment, Xia Wenyuan's voice, typically calm and cool, held a newfound warmth and vivacity. A simple request sent Li Xingmo's heart racing within his chest. Then let us sing together. In a moment of impulsiveness, fueled by a rush of blood, Li Xingmo performed an action neither he nor Xia Wenyuan had anticipated. He reached out and gently took her hand, feeling the delicate pressure of his grasp. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. A faint blush adorned her exquisite face. She gently tugged, realizing that the junior was exerting no force, with just a slight effort. She could easily free herself. Thus, Xia Wenyuan refrained from pulling away, allowing her small hand to rest in Li Xingmo's, giving the impression that she was too weak to break free. However, Li Xingmo's gesture had been instinctual. Just moments later, sensing the inappropriateness of the situation, he gently released her hand. As their fingers parted, the girl's lashes fluttered slightly. She lowered her gaze, her eyes curiously fixating on the spot where their hands had just been intertwined. Soon, they moved to another place. Let's go together, just like the senior sister. You play the piano, and I will sing, said Li Xingmo, summoning his courage. All right, let's go, the girl replied. her voice regaining its cool calmness as they walked side by side. The uproar abruptly ceased, replaced by astonished glances among the crowd. "Huh, we were just joking. And you actually mean it?" exclaimed someone, incredulous. "Wow, the campus belle is serious? I heard from a senior in our student council that she had previously declined invitations to perform," another chimed in. "Oh no, I'm so envious." "Perhaps this is the power of love," the classmates gasped in excitement. Gao Yu, who had just remarked that Xia Wenyuan would surely refuse, covered her mouth in surprise. Su Qinglu wore a knowing smile, fully in control of the situation. She was determined to be the host and the bridesmaid. Xu Xinyue, equally incredulous, had always thought that Li Xingma's feelings for the aloof campus belle were unrequited. Yet, the campus belle was willing to do things she had never done before. All for Li Xingma. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuero nearly fainted at the sight. "Sister, what song should we choose?" Li Xingma asked. "As long as it's a song I can sing. I'm fine with anything. Do you know Encounter?" Xia Wenyuan gracefully sat down at the piano and softly inquired. "Yes, I do." Li Xingma nodded vigorously. Xia Wenyuan smiled, her gaze shifting to the keys, her expression deep in contemplation. Su Qinglu, ever thoughtful, quickly dashed over and handed Xia Wenyuan a tablet, which displayed the accompaniment sheet music for Encounter. She had prepared the piano scores of classic pop songs from the Chinese music scene, specifically for this moment. Su Qinglu orchestrated the entire class's talent show to ensure that Xia Wenyuan and Li Xingma could perform this duet. A perfect plan. After handing over the tablet, Su Qinglu skipped back, striking a victorious pose in front of Gao Yu. "What are you doing?" Gao Yu asked, bewildered. "You really have no sense of life's pleasures." Su Qinglu pouted, pretending to high-five Gao Yu. Gao Yu, still confused, extended a hand. Slap. Su Qinglu gleefully smacked her hand down, the sound echoing louder than a slap to the face. Gao Yu let out a cry, clutching her hand in dismay. Meanwhile, within the viewing hall, the melodious sound of the piano filled the air. Xia Wenyuan's delicate, snowy fingers seemed to possess a certain magic, gliding softly over the keys, producing notes that evoked a gentle warmth and tender emotion. The music seemed to articulate the intricate emotions of a young girl, akin to narrating enchanting tales that resonated with tenderness. It was as if soft whispers gently unfurled from Li Xingma's ears, warming their way to the very core of her heart. Li Xingma found herself momentarily entranced, captivated by the sight of her senior playing the piano with such grace. Moreover, the melody she conjured was infinitely more beautiful than her own attempts. Despite being merely the simple prelude of a song, it effortlessly stirred her emotions. Xia Wenyuan played with unwavering dedication. Throughout her journey, playing the piano had been one of her few cherished hobbies, aside from writing and watching videos of junior students. From a young age, she had regarded piano playing as a profoundly delightful endeavor. Yet, in her earlier years, she lacked the means to pursue it. She often envied the children who had pianos at home. It was only upon entering university, with access to practice rooms, that she joined the piano club, finally seizing the opportunity to learn. A few years prior, having watched Li Xingma's videos, she discovered that her junior also possessed the gift of piano playing. As a devoted admirer of iced coconut lattes, her initial goal was to surpass her junior in skill. Indeed, she had long since achieved this, as Li Xingma had since dedicated herself to her studies and video career, neglecting her piano practice for 2.5 years. "Junior, sing now. The accompaniment has already played through the first line. Why are you just grinning?" Su Qinglu exclaimed, exasperated as she approached Li Xingma. "If you want to watch Wenyuan, you can do so at home. Who knows, you might see even more. It's your turn to sing now. Why do you keep staring at her? You have a lifetime ahead of you to gaze at her." Su Qinglu thought to herself, her mind racing with playful ridicule. "Junior, are you capable or not? Quickly let Wenyuan conduct a thorough check." "Nothing. I'll play it again," Li Xingma stammered, flustered as she prepared to continue with the second line. However, Xia Wenyuan paused her playing. "Junior, there's no need to be nervous. Just act as you usually do. Just perform normally," she encouraged, casting a tender, reassuring glance at Li Xingma. Although Li Xingma did not fully comprehend, she nodded in a daze. "Senior, I understand." "Good." The girl's eyes sparkled as she whispered softly. Her words meant only for herself. "Junior is so obedient." I like it." Then, with her delicate fingers dancing once more across the piano keys, she began anew, bringing forth the ethereal, captivating notes. Chapter 74. Meeting you, the most beautiful accident. The sound heralded the departure of winter. I awakened in a certain year and month. This time, Li Xingmo did not miss the pivotal moment at the beginning of the first line. Despite his heart racing wildly, it felt as though it might leap from his chest. However, with the encouragement from his senior, Li Xingmo sensed that his anxiety had significantly eased. Encounter. A song he had always cherished, played in the background, and its lyrics resonated perfectly with the moment, allowing him to quickly immerse himself in the performance. Wow. Is Xingmo's singing truly this enchanting? The harmonious blend of his voice and the piano was a match made in heaven. It was almost a travesty that Xingmo and his senior would not procreate. Su Xiong and Ren Wangfei were hearing Li Xingmo sing for the first time, and both were utterly astonished. Is Li Xingmo's singing really this captivating? No wonder he could win over the campus beauty. One must possess remarkable talents indeed. The other classmates shared similar sentiments, equally astounded by both Li Xingmo's vocal prowess and Xia Wenyuan's piano skills. Applause, cheers, and discussions erupted around them. How about that? Isn't our Xingmo impressive? He sings while the senior plays the piano. Isn't that a match made in heaven? Why do you think Xingmo is better suited to some online acquaintance? Chen Xiaoxian chuckled as he spoke to the nearby Xu Xingyue. To foster a harmonious atmosphere within their future social circle, it was imperative to swiftly rectify Xu Xingyue's misconceptions. I won't listen to your nonsense. I refuse to believe it. I've already messaged Latte-chan. She will undoubtedly take action, Xu Xingyue huffed. In truth, her resolve was beginning to waver. Oh no. Mengran-chan and this senior truly seemed like a perfect pair while performing together. What should I do? I'm sorry, Latte-chan. I only entertained the thought of them for the duration of a single song. Xu Xingyue silently repented, her eyes widening as she observed Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan, sparkling with excitement. Within her heart, two little figures began to argue. One insisted, "How can you betray Latte-chan?" The other countered, "But Mengran-chan and the campus beauty are indeed a perfect match. I want to ship them." Occasionally, a perplexing little figure would emerge, exclaiming, "Why does no one care about Xiao Xuemei's feelings?" Xu Xingyue would promptly banish this little figure from her thoughts, recognizing it as a peculiar notion that arose when her spirit occasionally dulled her intellect. Meanwhile, under the myriad of gazes, the two performing remained entirely engrossed. Xia Wenyuan felt a gentle warmth rising on her cheeks. This was her first time playing the piano in front of such a large audience. Previously, the most she had faced was a gathering of around 10 members within the piano club, and that had been a rare occasion when she had sought feedback on her skill level from her peers. Typically, Xia Wenyuan would practice the piano in solitude, immersed in her own world. Performing in front of an audience was something she had never contemplated. However, this occasion was different, for she was accompanied by her junior. This reason alone was sufficient. With him by her side, she felt inclined to embrace any endeavor she had previously shied away from. As a senior, it was her duty to look after her junior. Lost in thought, her fingertips trembled slightly, causing her to hit a wrong note. Fortunately, it did not significantly disrupt the overall integrity of the piece. How could it be? She had rehearsed this song countless times without error. Stealing a glance at Li Xingmo, she suddenly felt a flutter of anxiety. Unbeknownst to her, her playing tempo subtly slowed, as if to elongate the duration of the piece. Meanwhile, Li Xingmo was equally apprehensive. He concentrated on taking deep breaths, striving to maintain the rhythm of his singing. He must not falter. Otherwise, he would squander the precious accompaniment provided by his senior. Singing cautiously, he was suddenly met with Xia Wenyuan's encouraging gaze, which allowed him to finally relax and showcase his true abilities. In his childhood, he had won the school singing competition. Yet, during a prolonged infatuation with Xiao Xuero, he had yearned to sing for her, but had never received her praise. Gradually, doubts crept in. Was he truly unskilled, perhaps unsuited for singing? Consequently, he rarely took to the stage again. Today, had it not been for his senior's presence, he certainly would not have dared to sing before such a crowd. The courage to share snippets of himself singing in videos had once been his greatest bravery. The experience of performing live was vastly different from recording, and he had faced criticism in the past, with some suggesting he lacked vocal appeal. Yet, that comment had swiftly been reported and removed by his supportive friends, led by Bing Yi Latte. It was this circle of supporters that gave him the courage to share his videos. Previously, he had only mustered the courage to post online. Today, however, he was emboldened by the presence of his incredibly kind, gentle, and lovely senior. How wonderful she was. He cherished her deeply, with such feelings coursing through him. His voice naturally softened as he sang. As he reached the second chorus, Li Xingmo's youthful and clear voice intertwined beautifully with the melodious piano. akin to gentle yet powerful waves caressing the hearts of his classmates. Seated classmates were nearly all swept up in emotion. They sang along, rhythmically clapping their hands. What began as a solo performance by Xingmo transformed into a grand chorus involving the entire class. As if Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan were hosting an intimate concert together. I gazed at the narrow entrance to the realm of dreams where I encountered you, a most exquisite surprise. Finally, Xingmo reached the last line, pouring his heart into the delivery of this particularly poignant lyric. Throughout this moment, his eyes remained fixed on his senior. Xia Wenyuan seemed to sense the fervent gaze of the youth. After playing the final note, she slowly rose, turning to him, her beautiful eyes unwaveringly focused on him. Under the flickering lights, his silhouette was reflected in her gaze, akin to droplets of water lightly tapping, evoking a gentle misty warmth in her eyes. Then, she gracefully approached Xingmo. In the surprise of his wide-eyed astonishment, she gently took his hand and together, they bowed slightly. Meeting you, Junior, is indeed the most wonderful surprise of my life, the girl softly murmured with a subtle smile, her warm gaze brimming with tenderness. Chapter 75. Cooking together in the future after dinner. The villa was filled with laughter, yet both Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan felt somewhat out of place amidst the crowd. In the presence of so many, they found it uncomfortable to engage in play. Thus, the two who sought solace found a corner and took out their phones to indulge in mobile games together. This was Xingmo's first time lining up against Xia Wenyuan in the game. Initially, he was brimming with confidence, although he had played intermittently. Uninstalling and reinstalling for the sake of self-discipline, he had still played for 5 years. Meanwhile, his senior appeared to lack any gaming experience. Nonetheless, 20 minutes later, he lamented. Senior, could you let me take a break? You're too formidable. I am utterly outmatched. Xingmo wore a woeful expression. No, Xia Wenyuan replied with a serious demeanor, although the slight curve of her lips revealed her genuine delight in playing with her junior. The two engaged in a game of Canyon's 11 mode, where Xingmo suffered a resounding defeat, witnessing the defeat prompt 3 times within a mere 20 minutes, while Xia Wenyuan consistently emerged victorious. Senior, you are incredibly skilled, Xingmo sincerely remarked. Where am I skilled? Xia Wenyuan tilted her head gently, her voice cool as she inquired. You excel in everything. Your academic performance is remarkable. And you possess such impressive piano skills, not to mention your gaming prowess. Xingmo began to expound enthusiastically on Xia Wenyuan's myriad strengths. The girl couldn't help but feel a subtle sweetness blossoming on her face, a faint smile gracing her lips. The junior truly lacked any skill in flattery. Yet, listening to his unembellished descriptions, she found herself inexplicably delighted. It seemed as if his words held a certain magic, devoid of embellishment, devoid of emotion. They were purely sincere. It was precisely this genuine demeanor of the junior that endeared him to her. The girl pondered quietly, unconsciously pursing her lips. Xia Wenyuan had never been inclined towards gaming. In the past, Su Qinglu often sought her out, hoping to invite her for a gaming session, but Xia Wenyuan had always declined with little interest. That was until about a year ago when someone shared a video late at night, lamenting how difficult the game was, having faced 8 consecutive defeats. He finally emerged victorious at 4:30 in the morning. Xia Wenyuan felt a flicker of curiosity. Was it truly as challenging as he claimed? Thus, she asked Su Qinglu to guide her through it. Su Qinglu, initially amused and eager to enlighten the talented Xia Wenyuan, agreed with a grin. However, she was soon taken aback. Although Xia Wenyuan had never gamed before, she displayed an extraordinary aptitude for it. After a month of sporadic play, her skills rivaled those of Su Qinglu, a seasoned player of several years. Consequently, Xia Wenyuan would occasionally join Su Qinglu and her friends for some games. Yet, not long after, Su Qinglu was astonished to realize that Xia Wenyuan's gaming abilities had quietly surpassed her own. Xia Wenyuan had never regarded her gaming talent as a source of pride. She would have preferred to excel academically, sparing herself late-night study sessions. However, now, having received praise from the junior for her gaming skills, she found herself unexpectedly content with a talent she had previously overlooked. Junior, what's wrong? As Xia Wenyuan contemplated, she suddenly noticed that Xingmo's voice seemed to diminish. She glanced at him and observed a hint of melancholy in his expression. Moreover, his eyes, which typically gazed at her attentively, now appeared averted. And no, it's nothing, Xingmo stammered, shaking his head in a flurry. After expressing so much, he suddenly felt that Xia Wenyuan was truly exceptional, so exceptional that it felt somewhat daunting to aspire to her level. Li Xingmo was not inherently lacking in confidence, but the past disappointments he had experienced in relationships had left a significant mark on him. He wondered, am I too far removed from you? Feeling that the senior is exceptional and hard to approach, Xia Wenyuan leaned closer, gazing into Li Xingmo's eyes, and softly inquired. Not at all. Li Xingmo lowered his head further. You silly junior, why would you think that? In truth, you are the one who is remarkable yet unaware of it. Xia Wenyuan gently furrowed her brow. Then, amidst Li Xingmo's astonished gaze, she rose onto her toes and lightly patted his shoulder. Me? Li Xingmo was taken aback. He had never considered this, especially in front of his senior. Indeed, Xia Wenyuan nodded softly. You are merely a freshman, yet you have already garnered such a substantial following on social media, something I have yet to achieve. Moreover, junior, your cooking is truly delightful. At this, Xia Wenyuan felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. She had been diligently learning to cook these days, but it seemed her talent did not lie in that domain. The young junior wielded pots and pans as if by magic, effortlessly creating delectable dishes. In contrast, her current knife skills would turn stir-fried shredded potatoes into fried potato sticks. And her culinary attempts at scrambled eggs with tomatoes often resulted in a tomato and egg soup. Then, senior, I can simply cook for you from now on. Li Xingmo's spirits lifted considerably. The feeling of being praised by his senior was delightful. It was the recognition from someone he admired. Silly. Xia Wenyuan rolled her eyes at him. A meal prepared together is far more savory. She teased, Junior, are you suggesting that you think my cooking is unappetizing and that you would rather not partake? This was said with a hint of a smile. However, Li Xingmo immediately broke into a cold sweat. No, absolutely not. Senior, I will eat whatever you make. Then, senior, let us cook together in the future. Li Xingmo's survival instincts were fully awakened. Xia Wenyuan nodded gently, her lips curving into a faint smile. The transformation in the young junior's demeanor pleased her immensely. After all, he was a freshman. Occasionally, she needed to indulge him. Otherwise, he might fall into a bout of little worries. The whimsical thoughts of this junior were quite endearing. Xia Wenyuan felt an urge to ruffle his hair. However, the young woman suddenly realized that she had perhaps been a tad too unreserved today. The distance between her and the junior had significantly diminished. And it seemed it was she, the senior, who had orchestrated this step by step. No, this won't do. She was the aloof senior. She should maintain a degree of reserve. She must not approach the junior with such intentionality. Thus, Xia Wenyuan discreetly tucked away her somewhat restless hands. She blinked lightly, in a second regaining her usual frosty demeanor. Yet, only the young woman herself knew how much of that expression was genuine. Oh, a gentle reminder to all the younger students. The registration for the school's Singles Society's week-long event will close at midnight tonight. Furthermore, within 3 days following the conclusion of registration, all successfully registered participants will receive a confirmation message from the Singles Society. For those eager to find companionship, do not let this moment pass you by. At that very instant, Su Qinglu, wielding an enormous microphone, projected her voice with fervor, promoting the 7-day event. Random pairings, designated check-in locations, and a high degree of freedom, all while allowing for mutual selection to capture the essence of your experiences. Her words stirred the hearts of many students. Li Xingmo's 3 roommates remained unperturbed, having already registered, and even assisted Li Xingmo in enrolling as well. However, for some well-known reasons, Chen Shaoxian began to feel a twinge of unease. Shu, will you be participating in this event? Chen Shaoxian inquired softly, leaning slightly closer to Shu Xinyue. Who would partake in such a mundane activity? Shu Xinyue retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Aren't you afraid of encountering a deranged girl with a knife? If you don't end up with her after 7 days, she might take your life. Her tone was laced with jest and sarcasm. The spirited girl, blissfully unaware, had grown more familiar in her manner of speaking after spending an evening playing board games with Chen Shaoxian. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shaoxian replied, You are the deranged girl. That's not the point. Shu Xinyue exclaimed, exasperated. Why is your focus so peculiar? She had recently watched an anime featuring a pink-haired, Yandra heroine, which she found quite enjoyable, although she certainly did not see herself as a Yandere, merely a casual enthusiast. What I mean is, this random allocation system is even more absurd than blind dates. What if you're paired with someone you dislike or don't wish to interact with? That would be disastrous. A 7-day vacation, and I feel I could just enjoy binge-watching shows at home or go out shopping with friends, Shu Xinyue said, scrunching her nose in disapproval, clearly disinterested in the event. Then I won't participate either, Chen Xiaoxian murmured softly, his head lowered. What did you say? Xu Xingyue turned to him, puzzled. Nothing. Chen Xiaoxian exclaimed loudly, only to realize his volume was excessive, quickly reverting to a more subdued tone. So, Xu classmate, are you free during the break next week? Will you be going home? My hometown is Jiangnan City. Where is yours? Huh? We are fellow townsfolk. Xu Xingyue replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. Where did you attend school before? Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Our school is right across from yours. Wow, what a coincidence. Xu Xingyue exclaimed. I'm from No. 3 High School, and I envy the cafeteria at your school. Ours is notoriously unpalatable. Both of them found this unexpected topic quite engaging. As their conversation flowed, Chen Xiaoxian casually suggested that if Xu Xingyue didn't return home for the short holiday, they could explore Donghai together. Having arrived in this unfamiliar city for university, he had yet to properly appreciate its scenery. Are you trying to ask me out? Xu Xingyue teased. What? Chen Xiaoxian, are you not afraid that I might be a mischievous girl who lures you into a dark corner and suddenly ties you up with a bundle of ropes? She blinked innocently, shooting him a mock menacing glance. Such a delightful prospect? Chen Xiaoxian was momentarily taken aback. I never expected you to be that kind of person, Xu Xingyue retorted, turning her head away. All right then, if you don't want to go, I was merely asking. Go. I find myself rather bored during the holiday. So I could keep you company, you poor boy with no one else around. Xu Xingyue huffed, but I must reiterate, Mo Ran and Latte are the true pair. And you must support this notion both mentally and physically. We can discuss this later, Chen Xiaoxian replied, shaking his head. He was quite principled and would not base his happiness on his friend's misfortunes. TCH, you'll see in due time, Xu Xingyue said, crossing her arms and donning a haughty expression as if indifferent. Chen Xiaoxian thought to himself that when she witnessed Xingmo and the school beauty sharing a kiss, she would surely abandon her misguided affections. Meanwhile, Su Qinglu was enticingly narrating the details of an upcoming event. Li Xingmo grew increasingly anxious. This event sounded so enjoyable, with ample opportunities to meet the right partner. But what if the senior participated? Li Xingmo vigorously shook his head. Junior, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling well, we can head back early. Together, home. Xia Wenyuan noticed that Li Xingmo seemed somewhat off and gently remarked, her cool voice softening as she spoke the words head home. No, she replied. Li Xingmo took a deep breath, summoning his courage to inquire, Senior, you haven't registered for this event yet, have you? Although he had posed the question 3 weeks prior, he felt compelled to ask again. No. Xia Wenyuan calmly shook her head. This event has existed since my freshman year, and I have never participated. I find it uninteresting. Oh, all right, Senior. I haven't registered either. In fact, I also believe this event lacks any significance, he chuckled, his expression instantly lightening. Wonderful. The Senior hasn't registered, and neither have I. There's no need for concern. In any case, I would never partake in such an event. Xiaoya, is that Su Qingluo Senior the head, or perhaps the vice president of your club? Meanwhile, Xiao Shuiruo wore a distressed expression as she approached Han Fengyue with a heart full of worry. She had perused the registration form provided by Han Fengyue, which bore both Li Xingmo's and Xia Wenyuan's names. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed her mind. If Su Qingluo was indeed the leader of the club, she would undoubtedly pair Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan together. In that case, even if she had asked Han Fengyue in advance to separate her from Li Xingmo, it would be futile, as Han Fengyue was merely a newly joined ordinary member. No, Su Qingluo is not a member of the club, Han Fengyue responded. Oh, that's a relief. Xiaoya, I'm counting on you. After registration closes tomorrow, please ensure that I am placed in the same group as Li Xingmo. I'll treat you to a meal. Xiao Shuiruo placed all her hopes of reconciling with Li Xingmo on this 7-day event. I'll give it a try, Han Fengyue replied, a hint of apprehension in her voice. At that moment, Su Qingluo had finished outlining all the rules of the event and emphasized that her promotion was purely a friendly gesture, devoid of any financial incentives. Xiao Shuiruo remained oblivious to the underlying implications of Su Qingluo's so-called friendship promotion. Senior, are you tired? Li Xingmo glanced at the clock. It was already 10 in the evening. He noticed the lovely senior had just stifled a yawn. No, Xia Wenyuan shook her head. If the junior is not tired, then I am not tired either. Not tired, Li Xingmo insisted. Actually, I am a bit tired, he admitted quietly. Ah, she replied. I suddenly feel a bit tired as well. Let us go. I'll take you home. A gentle smile graced her lips, sweet and soft. Wait, senior, didn't you just say you weren't tired? He asked, bewildered as he departed the small villa with Xia Wenyuan. Chapter 77. Deception is a playful kitten in the cozy confines of their small apartment. A warm glow emanated from the lamps. Both Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan had cultivated the habit of bathing daily. Upon returning home, they each retreated to the bathroom to wash up, of course, separately.
After having shared a period of cohabitation with the senior, Li Xingmo had become adept at adjusting the shower temperature slightly lower before entering, following her bath.
The water she preferred was exceedingly hot. Junior, don't you find it chilly when you set the temperature so low for your showers? Xia Wenyuan inquired softly from her chair in the bedroom, where she was engrossed in penning her novel. She had not managed to write much today, yet fortunately, she had a reservoir of drafts from earlier. Moreover, the recent freshman ice-breaking event had provided her with ample inspiration, which she resolved to incorporate into her new book. No, senior, your shower water is far too hot, Li Xingmo replied, somewhat perplexed. It was hard to fathom why someone with such fair, delicate skin would opt for such scalding water. Oh, Xia Wenyuan's eyelashes fluttered. What should we do about this? It seems to be a matter of mutual compromise. Perhaps she could bear a slight discomfort. A cooler temperature was certainly preferable to scalding the junior. However, as she pondered this, her lips pursed slightly, and a gentle blush adorned her exquisite face. Who would want to accommodate him? No, that's not it. I absolutely do not think that way. I am a devoted senior, pure and innocent, who would never entertain strange thoughts about engaging in peculiar activities with my junior. Senior, is something the matter? Li Xingmo, towel in hand and still damp from the shower, noticed a peculiar expression on her face. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze downcast, reminiscent of a languid and bashful kitten. She was utterly adorable, and he found himself momentarily entranced. When in public, she exuded an aura of aloofness, a clear signal of her desire for solitude. Yet within the sanctuary of their home, she appeared sweet and compliant, evoking a strong desire to embrace her. Li Xingmo recalled their first, and only, embrace, which had occurred when he mistakenly believed that a delivery person outside posed a threat. In a moment of panic, he had clutched her, declaring his intent to protect her. How mortifying! Yet, despite the embarrassment of that memory, he couldn't help but reminisce about the fluttering feelings it had stirred within him. His senior was so endearing, surely. Being in her arms would be soft and sweet. I am not thinking of anything strange. Xia Wenyuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she swiftly closed the door to her bedroom, leaving Li Xingmo in a state of bewilderment. However, after he finished drying his hair in the living room, the door to her room quietly creaked open a fraction. Senior? Li Xingmo tentatively called out, gazing at the slightly ajar door. Come in, came Xia Wenyuan's cool voice. Oh, okay. His heart raced to a pounding 150 beats per minute. Taking a deep breath, he nervously pushed open the door to her room. Today, Xia Wenyuan was clad in a delicate, sheer sleepwear that accentuated her graceful curves, leaving Li Xingmo momentarily captivated. Senior, is there something you need? He inquired, stepping into her bedroom with palpable trepidation. His heart thudded uncontrollably, and a flurry of thoughts filled his mind. How could a girl sharing a residence allow a boy into her room? Could it be that she intended? As such thoughts coursed through him, he lowered his head, his face turning crimson. Although he yearned to bridge the distance between them, this felt rather abrupt. Li Xingmo's cheeks flushed with a peculiar blend of happiness and anxiety. He dared not meet Xia Wenyuan's gaze. Junior, what are you thinking about? Xia Wenyuan's countenance, which had regained its calm, experienced a slight acceleration in heartbeat upon observing his current state. His face was flushed. What could be the reason? Was it possible her buttons were not fastened properly? The thought sent a rush of heat to her fair, delicate face. In a moment of panic, she turned to check her attire, only to find that everything was indeed in order. The buttons were fastened, and her pants were well placed, leaving no room for embarrassment. So, what was Li Xingmo contemplating? Watching the blushing boy, Xia Wenyuan felt a twinge of frustration as she rubbed her temples. Understanding the affections of a younger boy was quite the challenge. Yet, she found herself enamored with him. Despite the complications, her feelings prevailed. Senior, I. Li Xingmo was now fearful of being misunderstood. Would she think he was merely lusting after her, which had led to his unusual behavior? Although it was undeniable that he felt a certain attraction, it was not that simple. Senior, I'll step out. I will pass your test. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly realized that this unannounced invitation into her bedroom was indeed a challenge posed by her. If he were to falter under the scrutiny of the senior, she would undoubtedly be left disheartened, and it was quite likely that their shared living arrangement would be jeopardized. After expressing his thoughts, Li Xingmo turned to exit the bedroom, intending to close the door behind him. However, a voice filled with curiosity, belonging to Xia Wenyuan, halted him. What test? She inquired, her tone cool and her brow slightly furrowed. The senior invited me into her bedroom. Isn't that a form of testing me? Li Xingmo scratched his head in contemplation. I wanted to ask if you would be willing to help me dry my hair today. I moved quite a few instruments with Lulu, and my arms are a bit sore. Xia Wenyuan lowered her gaze, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Junior, what have you been thinking about all day? Is it possible that this seemingly innocent and sunny junior has peculiar, unspeakable thoughts swirling in his mind? She lightly bit her lip. A paragon of grace and purity, the aloof campus belle would surely not entertain such strange notions. However, if it were with this junior, perhaps there was nothing to consider. Nothing at all. Well, it seems I am a little deceiving, like a kitten. Meow. Chapter 78. What the junior desires is the senior ah. So you merely wish to help the senior dry her hair? That is perfectly fine. I can do it. Upon hearing Xia Wenyuan's words, Li Xingmo experienced an epiphany. He exhaled deeply, a hint of bashfulness evident as he scratched his head. Although the task of drying the senior's hair would induce a measure of nervousness, it was something he had previously encountered, devoid of the speculative imagery of intimacy he had imagined. Blushing, he secretly entertained some rather inappropriate thoughts. Thank you, he murmured. Xia Wenyuan pressed her lips together gently, stepping out to retrieve the hairdryer and returning to the bedroom. This moment mirrored the first occasion when Li Xingmo had dried Xia Wenyuan's hair, with her seated at the edge of her bed, gesturing for him to position himself behind her. The absent-minded campus beauty had once again overlooked the fact that there were electrical outlets in the living room, rendering the need for him to assist her in such an intimate manner within her bedroom unnecessary. Perhaps it is simply the consequence of being overly busy lately. Senior, I shall begin now, Li Xingmo said cautiously. Yes, please proceed, Xia Wenyuan replied softly, closing her eyes and awaiting the warm currents from the hairdryer in Li Xingmo's hands. He nodded earnestly, initiating the delicate task of drying the young woman's hair. From his unseen vantage, Xia Wenyuan subtly lifted the corners of her lips, contentedly humming in comfort. It was merely a simple act of drying her hair, yet, because it was her junior assisting her, she inexplicably felt a surge of happiness. In the future, she hoped to have him help her with her hair again. What then? Could she offer in return to her junior? Is there anything you have been wanting lately? Xia Wenyuan inquired, her gaze drifting towards Li Xingmo's clear, youthful eyes. At that moment, Li Xingmo stood beside Xia Wenyuan's bed, slightly bent over as he helped her dry her hair. She sat obediently on the bed, her delicate, bare feet swaying gently at the edge. In this intimate setting, Li Xingmo's face was positioned close to the top of Xia Wenyuan's head. As she looked up, the distance between their lips unexpectedly diminished. Li Xingmo was momentarily taken aback. The sound of the hairdryer was quite loud, rendering him unable to comprehend what his senior had just said. Yet, in this posture, his heart raced uncontrollably. All he would need to do was lean in slightly more, and he could press his lips against hers. Staring at her, he found himself frozen, the movement of the hairdryer coming to an abrupt halt. Xia Wenyuan sensed the awkwardness of the situation. She reached for the hairdryer in Li Xingmo's hand and gently switched it off, a faint blush appearing on her exquisitely delicate face. What did you just say, senior? Li Xingmo asked, his expression foolishly bewildered. The fleeting thought of wanting to kiss his senior had only crossed his mind for an instant. He maintained a clear sense of reason, acknowledging that their current relationship was merely that of roommates, making such an act utterly inappropriate. However, that thought lingered in Li Xingmo's heart, refusing to dissipate. His senior was so endearing. Kissing her would surely be soft and delightful. I ask you, is there anything you desire? Xia Wenyuan spoke calmly. I want you, senior. Li Xingmo responded almost reflexively. I want to go out with you. He stammered, his face drenched in sweat. He had frightened himself, nearly fainting from the shock of his own words. His speech became disjointed, his mind racing at an overwhelming speed as if it were under immense strain. This was a disaster. How could he have revealed his true feelings so openly? The young woman turned slightly, placing a hand over her heart, taking several deep breaths. Although only mere seconds had passed since Li Xingmo's initial statement, he was already attempting to continue speaking. Yet, in those fleeting seconds, the rhythm of Xia Wenyuan's heart transformed from the gentle acceleration she felt when he assisted her with drying her hair to a frantic, vigorous pounding. A youthful heart, concealed deep within her, seemed on the verge of leaping forth, alongside the frantic little deer that resided within her. He professed his desire for her, declaring that he wanted his senior. This was the first time Xia Wenyuan had heard such words from the junior in front of her, stirring profound emotions within her. Her initial response was one of excitement and astonishment, with excitement prevailing. After all, she had been pondering her own feelings for the past few days. Did she, Xia Wenyuan, truly harbor affection for the junior? What were her sentiments regarding him, Xingmo, and the celestial ink that colored her heart? After much contemplation, she realized with certainty that she had arrived at a clear answer. She indeed liked the junior, deeply and profoundly. She yearned to be with him. Yet the time they had spent together in reality was still too brief. Moreover, she was uncertain whether the junior reciprocated her feelings. He was such a gentle boy. Did his kindness stem from a senior's care, the camaraderie of roommates, or perhaps something more romantic? Xia Wenyuan was perplexed. She had always believed that nothing could perplex her. Yet she now found the thoughts of boys to be exceedingly difficult to decipher. Thus, upon hearing the junior's words, she experienced such an intense emotional surge. However, he added that he wished to go out and have fun together. Which was the truth? The aloof, academic flower displayed a hint of confusion in her eyes. Does the senior not wish to go out with me? Senior, do you have other engagements during the short holiday? Are you too busy? Xingmo noticed Xia Wenyuan turning away in silence, and his heart sank. He felt a wave of disappointment as he inquired. He genuinely desired to participate in the 7-day event with her, more than anything. Yet, the nature of the event felt somewhat ambiguous. After pondering for quite some time, he could not conceive a suitable excuse to join her. Xingmo knew Gao Yu. If he wanted to be grouped with the senior, Gao Yu would surely assist him. However, he could not directly tell her that he wished to attend the event with her. Thus, in a moment of urgency, he thought to suggest that he wanted to go out with her during the short holiday. This way, he could at least achieve a similar outcome to attending the event together. It seems that my senior might have other matters to attend to during this long holiday. Xingmo lowered his head, falling silent. If his senior had other commitments, he would refrain from going out to play, choosing instead to find solace in Donghai, perhaps taking some photographs for himself. Junior, do you have any free time during the short holiday? At that moment, Xingmo heard the melodious voice of Xia Wenyuan. Her tone, cooler than usual, was imbued with a gentle warmth. If you have time, then I shall too. Xingmo stared blankly at his senior, noticing the faint smile in her eyes as she playfully winked at him. Of course I have time. That's wonderful, senior. Where would you like to go? I can accompany you. Xingmo exclaimed, nearly leaping off the bedroom floor in his excitement, as the sound of the hairdryer continued to hum in the room. The emotions of the young man and woman subtly shifted during their brief exchange. Xingmo was now filled with exhilaration, with only a week until the short holiday commenced. He daydreamed about how he and his senior would spend their time together. The thought of traveling with her felt like a cherished fantasy, an endeavor typically reserved for young couples. He envisioned exploring the beautiful and cozy spots within Donghai, taking pictures together, savoring delightful treats, or perhaps wandering through the bustling shopping centers, dining, and catching a movie. Such simple pleasures were already the embodiment of his dreams. In comparison to his hometown of Jiang'an, Donghai was a vibrant metropolis. Before arriving in this city, he had planned to explore its unique landscapes during the holiday. Now, his intentions remained unchanged, albeit from a solo adventure to one shared with his senior. As he pondered these thoughts, he helped her dry her hair, grinning foolishly to himself. Little did he know, Xia Wenyuan's feelings were more complex than his own at this moment. Coinciding with Xingmo's thoughts, Xia Wenyuan was also contemplating her plans for the short holiday. But her considerations leaned toward the 7-day event she wished to attend with him. Prior to this day, her desire for this plan had not been particularly strong. However, after hearing Su Qinglu speak extensively about how the event could enhance their relationship, she found her perspective shifting. It was the first time Xia Wenyuan truly resonated with Su Qinglu's words. Thus far, the only experience she and Xingmo could regard as a formal date was their previous outing to the mall for a meal and a lottery event. She has not accompanied her junior to shop for clothes, nor to watch a movie, nor to visit an amusement park. In short, there are many activities she has yet to share with him, countless experiences she longs to explore together in the future. Of course, simply spending time together in a normal manner would be delightful. However, for activities like watching a film, if that little fool of a junior does not take the initiative to suggest it, she feels somewhat hesitant to voice it herself. The poised and aloof senior wishes to maintain a semblance of her image in front of her junior. After all, Projecting an air of cool detachment feels safer. Otherwise, what if one day he overstepped boundaries while at home? Xia Wenyuan pressed her lips together, momentarily envisioning some unspeakable scenarios, causing her delicate features to flush with a faint rosy hue. No, not yet. However, if she were to participate in such activities with her junior, watching a movie or engaging in slightly more intimate behaviors would become entirely natural. After all, these could easily be deemed part of the event. Xia Wenyuan pondered, secretly wrestling with the idea of asking Su Qinglu to discreetly help her register alongside her junior. She was aware that Su Qinglu was acquainted with the president of the singles club, and they had a fairly good friendship. "Senior, what are you thinking about?" A gentle, clear voice broke into her thoughts as the young man, Xingmo, waved lightly in front of her. Oh, thank you, junior. You've worked hard," Xia Wenyuan replied, her gaze softening, her tone warming with a hint of sweetness as she expressed her gratitude to Xingmo. Lately, she had often savored the delightful dishes prepared by her junior. Moreover, this marked the second time she had asked him to help dry her hair. It felt as though she owed him a bit too much. "It's nothing, senior, just drying hair, not a hassle at all," Xingmo responded cheerfully, his voice brimming with youthful energy. "Junior, have you encountered any difficulties with your studies lately?" Xia Wenyuan asked gently, blinking her eyes. "Difficulties with studies?" Xingmo pondered for a moment. "Senior, I don't have any. My studies have been going quite smoothly recently, although my previous academic performance wasn't stellar. I will continue to strive and improve," he said, a hint of guilt creeping into his voice. In truth, he was deceiving her. Since entering university, Xingmo found mathematics increasingly challenging, and there were several subjects he had yet to encounter, leaving him bewildered during lectures. However, Xingmo did not wish for his senior sister to expend unnecessary effort on his behalf. He was intent on pursuing her. Surely, every girl prefers a boy who manages his own affairs, does she not? "No, you do." Xia Wenyuan turned her head to glance at Xingmo, Jr. "If you tell lies, the mischievous senior will take you away." Xingmo stammered. "Then, can you take me away, senior?" Xia Wenyuan raised an eyebrow. The girl blinked her eyes, then extended a delicate white hand to gently ruffle Xingmo's hair. "Well, I've taken you away." A gentle smile graced her lips as she added, "But I am a good senior." "Indeed, you are the best, senior." Xingmo's heart raced excitedly. "Now, you must share your academic troubles with me. I will assist you. Otherwise, I shall no longer partake of your cooking, and you will be left with my rather unpalatable meals." Xia Wenyuan lightly pressed her lips together. "Do you wish to eat?" "Indeed," Xingmo replied without hesitation. "As long as it is your cooking, I shall savor it, for it is undoubtedly delicious." "Your taste buds must be compromised," Xia Wenyuan said coolly, her expression devoid of emotion. Yet, a hint of warmth and sweetness flickered in her eyes. Silly junior, she mused. How could he treasure her cooking when even she found it lacking? "Well, very well. I shall begrudgingly prepare a few more meals for you in the future." Recently, Xia Wenyuan had been following numerous culinary influencers online. It was because her junior excelled in cooking, while she felt her own skills paled in comparison. She was determined to learn to cook well, so that her junior would fall in love with her meals. A few minutes later, Xingmo finished drying Xia Wenyuan's hair. Neither of them immediately retired for the night. Xia Wenyuan sat on the edge of the bed, while Xingmo took a seat on her chair, and a brief silence enveloped the room. "Junior, will you continue to rent here?" The soft, delicate tone of the girl suddenly pierced the stillness, echoing in Xingmo's ears. He paused for a moment. Then, "Senior, where will you be after graduation?" Their hearts began to race in unison. Yet, before Xia Wenyuan could address this significant question, Xingmo's phone fortuitously rang. "Senior, please hold on a moment. My father is calling." Xingmo pressed the answer button. "Is that your father?" Xia Wenyuan inquired. Her red lips slightly pursed, curiosity glimmering in her gaze, a faint blush illuminating her cheeks. She suddenly realized that she was also somewhat intrigued to meet Xingmo's family. Chapter 80. An unexpected wedding before the short holiday. "Hello, Dad? Are you still awake? It's quite late." After connecting the call, Xingmo said, "I am currently helping your mother pack, Xiaomo. If you are not too busy, please purchase a ticket for tomorrow. We shall visit Hangzhou together." The voice of Xingmo's father, Li Yuanshan, resonated on the line. "Hangzhou? What is the purpose of our visit?" Xingmo inquired, perplexed. He had been to Hangzhou several times before, as his cousin Li Fei resided there and was rumored to be engaged to a local girl. "Your second uncle's adopted son, who is also your cousin, Li Fei, mentioned he was to marry this year," did he not? However, he and his rather confused fiancée mistakenly selected an inauspicious date. Li Yuanshan recounted with a hint of exasperation. They only realized last week, and upon reviewing the remaining auspicious dates this year, they discovered that only the day after tomorrow was left. We received the news just the day before yesterday that they had hastily rescheduled the wedding for then. Initially, your mother and I considered not informing you, but during a video call with your cousin today, he expressed a desire for everyone to attend. Xiaomo, if you have the time, you should go. You have yet to experience a peer's wedding, and this would be a perfect opportunity. The day after tomorrow falls on a Monday. Do you have many classes? Perhaps you can ask your teacher for a leave of absence. And you can return to school that same night. It finally dawned on Li Xingmo that although he was the eldest among his peers, his second uncle had never married but had adopted a child. Li Xingmo had minimal interaction with Li Fei, having only met him a few times in childhood. He barely recalled that Li Fei was a few years his senior. To his surprise, he was to attend a wedding so soon. Oh, by the way, Xiaomo, I haven't asked how you have been getting along with your roommate. Your roommate is a girl, correct? You must be mindful of your conduct. Do not bully her. Li Yuanshan reminded him. Xia Wenyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Although Li Xingmo had not put the call on speakerphone, the volume was quite loud, and without headphones. Xia Wenyuan could hear everything Li Yuanshan said. Of course, I would never bully the senior. I even helped her dry her hair just now, Li Xingmo replied, bewildered. He then noticed the expression of sheer horror on Xia Wenyuan's face, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at him. You helped your female roommate dry her hair. Then, Li Xingmo's mother, Chun Anmin, interjected with her booming voice, filled with surprise. Do you have a picture of this girl? Could you show it to your mother? Where is she from? What does her family do? What are her future work plans? Once Chun Anmin began her line of questioning, it was a torrent of inquiries. Mom and Dad, let me first check with my teacher about taking a leave, and I will get back to you, Li Xingmo said, breaking into a sweat, and hung up the phone before his mother could finish. Senior, did you hear anything just now? Li Xingmo asked nervously as he gazed at his senior. He noticed that her face had turned quite red. Did she overhear the questions his parents posed? That would be utterly mortifying. No, the sound was too faint. I didn't hear anything, Xia Wenyuan replied, her expression stern and cool. In truth, she was struggling to contain her embarrassment. To maintain her current calm demeanor, she felt her facial muscles beginning to stiffen. Of course, she had heard everything clearly. What troubled her most was the fact that the junior had so nonchalantly informed his parents that he had helped her dry her hair. Such a foolish junior. Was this something one could casually disclose? Did he not realize that she had only allowed him to assist her in that singular task? Thank goodness. I'm relieved to hear that. Rest assured, senior, my parents did not ask anything strange about you. Li Xingmo exhaled deeply, his anxiety alleviated. He then spoke cautiously, ensuring not to reveal anything about the earlier conversation his parents had on the phone. If the senior were to discover that, she would undoubtedly find his parents peculiar. Yes, I understand, Xia Wenyuan replied calmly, giving a slight nod. Yet, a subtle blush crept onto her cheeks. Was there a hint of interest in his mother's tone directed towards her? Was the junior's mother curious about the relationship between her and the junior? The girl's heart began to race with fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, she felt a pang of envy. The junior's parents maintained contact with him online and often called to check in. This must be what familial affection feels like, a precious sentiment she had never truly experienced since childhood. Those so-called relatives around her had always wished she had never come into this world. Xia Wenyuan's expression dimmed slightly. It was not out of envy for the junior. She had long grown accustomed to solitude. Rather, it was because his parents had mentioned on the phone that he would be traveling to another city tomorrow. He would only be gone for 2 days. Tomorrow was Sunday, and he should return by Tuesday. Yet, why did her heart suddenly feel so reluctant to part with him? Xia Wenyuan lowered her gaze gently, not wanting the junior to see her expression. It would not be appealing, it would not be beautiful. Surely, he would not like that. Senior, are you all right? Are you tired? Li Xingmo asked with concern, leaning closer to her. No, I'm fine, she replied. Perhaps I am slightly fatigued. Xia Wenyuan inhaled deeply and spoke calmly. Senior, my brother suddenly informed us that his wedding has been advanced, and I may need to travel to Hangzhou tomorrow. Li Xingmo assumed that Xia Wenyuan had not truly heard him, so he recounted the itinerary relayed by his parents once more. As he spoke, Li Xingmo hesitated. He yearned to invite the senior along. Presently, he could hardly bear to be apart from her for even a day. He wished to see her every single day, for he cherished her immensely. Thus, for his brother's wedding, Li Xingmo desired to take the senior with him. However, would she acquiesce to his wish? It seemed unlikely. The senior was perpetually busy, and this was his cousin's wedding, which bore no direct connection to her. Li Xingmo felt a tumult of emotions within him. Meanwhile, Xia Wenyuan listened to Li Xingmo's words, pondering whether she should express her desire to accompany him. She wished to go with him. However, this was his brother's wedding, and as merely his roommate and senior, she felt she had no valid reason to join. Yet, she found herself somewhat reluctant to part from him. Thus, with heads bowed, neither of them voiced the sentiment hidden in their hearts. How about we go together? Li Xingmo contacted the class representative, who readily agreed to assist him in requesting leave. Consequently, Li Xingmo packed his luggage. Xia Wenyuan gently bit her lip, watching him organize his belongings in the bedroom. In that moment, she felt a sudden emptiness within her. Once he departed tomorrow, she would once again be alone. Alone. In the past, Xia Wenyuan was untroubled by solitude. She had always been independent. Yet now, she realized with a start that her heart had begun to instinctively resist the notion of being alone. Perhaps it was due to the time spent with the junior, which had fostered this newfound habit. Senior, please rest early today. When I return, we can enjoy our little holiday together, Li Xingmo said, having swiftly packed his belongings and restored his smile. He too felt reluctant to leave her, but the thought of the upcoming short holiday next weekend filled him with anticipation. He resolved firmly in his heart that he would one day take the senior to meet his family. Surely he would. Xia Wenyuan paused at his words, a gentle smile gracing her features as her brows arched slightly. All right, Junior, I shall wait for your return. Chapter 81. The senior will behave and eat well the following day. In the morning, the registration period for the 7-day event concluded at midnight last night. After the registration deadline, in a corner where no one paid attention, certain individuals had quietly commenced their actions. Meanwhile, Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan, who were being subtly orchestrated by someone, remained oblivious to this development. After all, from their perspective, they had not participated in the 7-day event. Last night, both Li Xingmo and Xia Wenyuan had struggled to find rest. Even a brief separation left them yearning for one another, so much so that when Li Xingmo, with dark circles under his eyes, rose to prepare breakfast, he discovered that Xia Wenyuan had already ordered takeout. Junior, did you not sleep well last night either? I recall that we finished the eggs at home, and we forgot to buy more yesterday, so breakfast was ordered in. Your favorite, century egg and lean pork congee, Xia Wenyuan said, retrieving the congee from the thermos and fetching a spoon from the kitchen before handing it to Li Xingmo. Thank you, senior, Li Xingmo exclaimed in delight, quickly devouring the meal. Take your time, Junior. You always eat so fast, Xia Wenyuan chided gently, her tone imbued with a hint of affection. Unbeknownst to her, after realizing that her junior would be away for several days, her manner of speaking had softened, becoming more tender than before. Previously, Xia Wenyuan had not recognized the extent of her psychological dependence on her junior. It was only when he was suddenly set to leave that she belatedly acknowledged her attachment. I really hope he returns soon. Even before her junior had departed, she found herself beginning to miss him. Senior, I'm heading out now. If you need anything, just send me a message or call. I have my phone volume turned up to the maximum, Li Xingmo declared. What he withheld was that he had secretly set Xia Wenyuan as a priority contact, ensuring that any message from her would elicit a distinct notification sound. Typically at home, he kept his phone on silent to avoid being discovered by her. Now, as he prepared to leave, he had turned up the volume to guarantee he wouldn't miss her messages. Yes, you too, Xia Wenyuan nodded. You should leave. Be careful not to miss your flight. All right. Goodbye, senior, Li Xingmo said as he stepped out, rolling a small suitcase that contained gifts for his brother and his photography equipment. He planned to capture moments at the wedding and subsequently create a video of their adventures during the upcoming holiday with Xia Wenyuan, a project he eagerly anticipated. As the door of their small apartment closed behind Li Xingmo, the young woman halted her waving motion, momentarily lost in thought. She placed her hand on the table, resting her chin upon it, reflecting on the sudden emptiness left in his absence. In a reminiscent moment of her middle school days, when she would often doze off in class, Xia Wenyuan found herself lost in thought for several minutes in her apartment, thinking of her junior who had just stepped out. The young girl then gently stretched, returning to her bedroom to retrieve her prized electrostatic keyboard, a luxurious purchase she had only allowed herself after receiving her first monthly manuscript fee exceeding 5,000 yuan. During the brief absence of her junior over the past couple of days, Xia Wenyuan had set several tasks for herself. The first was to diligently write more each day, aiming to save some manuscripts for the upcoming short holiday, ensuring she could enjoy her time out with her junior without worry. The second was to continue following her favorite culinary vlogger, determined to master a new dish, lotus root stew with spare ribs, her junior's favorite. The third task involved contemplating her attire and activities for the holiday, as well as how to foster a deeper connection with her junior. With an invigorated spirit, the young girl motivated herself before settling into her chair and swiftly typing away. The keyboard echoed with the rhythm of her nimble fingers, producing a symphony of clicks and clacks. Since starting her new book, Xia Wenyuan had not experienced writer's block. Her inspiration stemmed from her own experiences and the delightful presence of her junior. Unbeknownst to her, the speed at which she typed had significantly increased. Before she realized it, noon had arrived. Feeling a hint of fatigue, Xia Wenyuan set aside her keyboard and stretched once more, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, flat abdomen beneath her sleepwear. Hesitating for a moment, she reached out with a delicate hand to softly caress her belly. The sensation was still pleasing, and there was no excess weight to be found. Should her junior ever? No, that would not happen. If he desired, she would prevent him, ensuring such opportunities would not arise. With a slight blush of embarrassment, the young girl curbed her runaway thoughts. Rising from her chair, she made her way to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Upon opening the refrigerator, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of numerous pre-cut vegetables, each neatly stored in small containers. Among them was a pink heart-shaped sticky note from Xingmo, affixed inside the fridge. The note read, "Senior, I don't know why, but after learning I would be heading to Hangzhou last night, I had trouble sleeping. I secretly ordered 24-hour fresh food delivery to prepare some ingredients for you. Hope I didn't disturb you with the late-night door opening and chopping. Even though I'm away these few days, please remember to eat well at home. By the way, I miss you." Xia Wenyuan stood there, gazing at the familiar handwriting that unmistakably belonged to Xingmo. Her heart suddenly swelling with emotion as her nose tinged with a hint of warmth. Foolish junior. Do you not realize how exhausting attending a wedding can be? It was already troublesome enough not to have a good night's sleep last night, and why have you prepared so many ingredients? Do you think I, your senior, am as foolish as you? Honestly, it's quite vexing. It's not as if I wouldn't obediently eat when provided with food. Xia Wenyuan furrowed her brow slightly, inwardly chiding him. The thought of her junior stealthily preparing all this in the kitchen last night tugged at her heartstrings. Yet, in truth, her heart brimmed with gratitude. She had merely intended to nibble on some leftover food for lunch, given that it was already noon, and venturing out to buy groceries would be too late. Now, with the abundance of ingredients her junior had prepared, she resolved to cook a proper meal for herself. Consider it practice for when she would cook delicious dishes for her junior in the future. Chapter 82. The first video call determined not to waste her junior's thoughtful gesture. Xia Wenyuan retrieved some ingredients from the refrigerator and began contemplating what dish to prepare. After some consideration, she made her decision. She would cook braised pork ribs with potatoes. This was also one of her junior's favorite dishes. Since there were no lotus roots at home, she decided to purchase some tomorrow and then learn the lotus root and pork rib stew she had originally planned to master. Next, Xia Wenyuan began searching on a video platform for the cooking method of braised pork ribs with potatoes. However, to her surprise, the first video that appeared was one posted by Xingmo 2 years ago. Mom made braised pork ribs with potatoes today. It was so delicious. So I'm going to learn and share the process with everyone. Xia Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had seen this video before. Back then, she had marveled at how adept he was at learning to cook and how appealing the dish looked. Reflecting on that moment, she opened the comments section of the video. Sure enough, at the top of the comments, she found her own iced coconut latte. It looks great. I'd love to try it. Below it were numerous playful remarks urging Xingmo to hurry and take a flight to bring iced coconut latte the dish himself. As she read these comments and looked at the youthful, innocent version of Xingmo in the video, a radiant smile graced her lips. He had indeed cooked this dish for her, just as she had imagined. The flavors of the meal he prepared were truly delightful. Xia Wenyuan gazed out the window, lost in thought. It had only been a little over 2 hours, yet she missed her junior dearly. How wonderful it would be if she could converse with him right now. Holding her phone, she hesitated, contemplating whether to call her junior. According to the anticipated schedule, he should have arrived by now, right? The distance between Donghai and Hangqing is not great, and the journey by car is swift. However, due to the school's location in the suburbs and the considerable distance from the apartment to the train station, Xingmo had to set off early. Xia Wenyuan held her phone for a while before putting it down again. Biting her red lip lightly, she pondered whether it might be best to let it go. Perhaps the junior had already reunited with his parents, or maybe he had other relatives or friends nearby. She feared that her call might intrude upon him. Setting her phone aside, Xia Wenyuan felt a slight emptiness in her heart. She began cooking ribs and played a piece of music. While listening, she closed her eyes. Yet her mind was filled with memories of the junior smiling and conversing with her. Surely, she wouldn't disturb him, would she? If he were busy. She could simply hang up. Xia Wenyuan furrowed her little nose, caught in a dilemma. After nearly 10 minutes of contemplation, she took a deep breath and resolved to call him. As a senior, it was her duty to ensure the safety of her junior by checking if he had safely arrived in Hangqing. She picked up her phone, her slender, fair fingers illuminating the screen. She tapped on Li Xingmo's avatar at the top of her message list, preparing to initiate a voice call. Should she opt for a voice or video call? She found herself momentarily conflicted again. Ultimately, she decided that a video call would be more reassuring. Merely hearing his voice wouldn't guarantee his safety. With today's technology, voice synthesis is alarmingly accessible. It seemed imperative to see him on video to ensure he was not deceived by any peculiar young girls. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the video call button on the screen. However, just as she was about to press it, the screen abruptly shifted to an incoming call notification. Video call from my junior, should I answer? Seeing the caller information, all semblance of calm vanished from Xia Wenyuan's delicate face. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and she nearly jumped with excitement. If Li Xingmo were to witness this scene, he would surely be astonished, realizing that his senior possessed such a spirited side. After slightly calming her emotions, Xia Wenyuan clicked to answer. The screen then displayed Li Xingmo's face, radiant with a sunny smile. Unfortunately, the angle of the phone screen distorted the handsome features of the youthful boy somewhat. Yet, even so, Xia Wenyuan felt a rush of joy at seeing her junior. The fatigue from a morning spent writing her novel seemed to vanish in an instant. Junior, have you arrived? Have there been any ill-intentioned girls abducted by nefarious individuals? Xia Wenyuan pursed her lips and attempted to speak calmly. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her expression was unmistakably one of delight. So evident that Li Xingmo could discern it even through the screen of his phone. Not at all. Senior, I just arrived. My high-speed train was slightly delayed. Otherwise, I would have reached earlier, Li Xingmo said, pulling the camera back to showcase the grand characters of Hangzhou East Station. He then inquired with a hint of confusion, Senior, why do you appear to be so joyous? Is it possible that my departure brings you happiness? A trace of sorrow crept into his voice, as he felt that her demeanor had never been as cheerful when he was present. Fool, Xia Wenyuan blushed slightly and chided him, then adopted a serious expression. Junior, were you secretly up to no good last night behind my back? She intended to scold him for not taking care of himself while preparing ingredients in the kitchen late into the night. Such disregard for his health, this little fool. I didn't. Senior, I absolutely did not sneak a glance at you while you slept, drooling. No, absolutely not. Your bedroom door was always closed. You didn't forget to shut it, Li Xingmo exclaimed, his face transforming into one of sheer horror. Realizing his blunder, he instinctively covered his mouth with the hand not holding the phone, feeling as if his life had reached its end. It's over. I'm truly going to be scolded to death by the senior now. Huh? Li Xingmo's words left Xia Wenyuan momentarily speechless. That was not the question she intended to pose. A cold sweat broke out on her back. Then, as if struck by a revelation, she recalled that last night, when she couldn't sleep, she had gone to the living room to drink some water. Upon returning to her bedroom, she seemed to have forgotten to close the door properly. However, her sleep quality last night had been poor. How could she have possibly drooled while asleep? This junior must be lying. Surely, the aloof senior wouldn't drool in her sleep.